Lin Mo traversed into the world of Quanji Gaoshou, endowed with the memories of his past life, becoming a remarkably gifted 18-year-old youth. Having fled from home, he arrived in Hangzhou, where he fortuitously encountered Su Muqiu and Ye Xiu at an arcade. The trio forged an alliance, sweeping through the realm of glory, and I even began crafting a prototype of a silver weapon that fused the 4 primary classes. After Su Muqiu tragically perished in an accident, I sought refuge overseas, returning when the silver weapon was complete on a rainy night. As Ye Xiu was expelled from Jiashi, I offered him shelter in my bar, Shiguang. When the Qianji San and my Wanxiang collided in the finals, a dazzling brilliance illuminated the sky. Chapter 1. Crossing into Quanji Gaoshou. On my 16th birthday, I boarded a southbound green train with only 300 yuan and a crumpled volume of Quanji Gaoshou manga. The hard seat was uncomfortable, and the carriage was filled with a mix of sweat, instant noodles, and the acrid scent of cheap tobacco. Yet, none of this could extinguish the fervent fire within my chest as I sought to escape. I was fleeing from a home that viewed me merely as an ATM and a punching bag, departing from the monotonous and passionless life of labor on Blue Star. More importantly, I was racing towards a world that existed solely in the realms of text and imagination. Hangzhou. There lay the West Lake, the Broken Bridge, the Xing Xian Internet Cafe. There were Ye Xiu, Su Muqiu, and Su Muqiu. This was the world of glory that I had fervently immersed myself in during countless weary nights, illuminated by the faint glow of a bedside lamp, where I had repeatedly lost myself in excitement and tears. The train wheels clashed against the tracks, producing a monotonous yet powerful clang, akin to a metronome of fate. The blurred scenery outside flew by, gradually replaced by vibrant memories. Ye Xiu, with a cigarette in his mouth, dominating the game. Su Muqiu, tinkering with the Qianji San. In a cramped rental. Su Muqiu, her gentle smile as she handed over freshly bought buns. Everything was so vivid that it tightened my heart, creating a dizzying sensation. Bordering on the absurd, had I truly arrived? My palm instinctively clenched, nails digging deep into my flesh, bringing a sharp pain. This was not a dream. The blood coursing beneath my skin, the acidic bile rising in my stomach from hunger, and the suffocating air of the carriage all pronounced the undeniable truth. Lin Mo, a mediocre wage slave from Blue Star, had become a penniless 16-year-old runaway in the world of Quanji Gaoshou. My only support was the immense reservoir of memories from another world, teeming in my mind. Every detail of Quanji Gaoshou flashed vividly, from Ye Xiu's dragon-raising head to Wei Chen's lewd playstyle, from Jiashi's glorious 3 consecutive championships to Xing Xian's arduous rise from humble beginnings, even encompassing the potential futures that could be altered by the flutter of a butterfly's wings. Moreover, within this youthful body, it seemed there lingered something else. As my gaze swept over the flickering electronic display at the junction of the carriages, the rolling red digits and station information appeared to be instantaneously disassembled and reassembled, evoking an indescribable sense of understanding that it was not merely visual clarity, but something deeper. I attempted to recall a complex skill judgment formula from Glory, and those once obscure symbols and logical chains now unfurled with remarkable clarity, flowing naturally, as if it were as effortless as breathing. A peculiar talent, a gift born from the indelible memories of my traversal? I could not be certain, yet my heart thudded heavily within my chest. Was this to be my singular advantage in this unfamiliar world? The train arrived in Hangzhou as dawn broke. Disembarking with weary legs, I was swept up in the throng of the city, the atmosphere enveloping me with its humid air tinged with the faint scent of lake water and the subtle sweetness of osmanthus. The profound sense of unfamiliarity intertwined with an uncanny feeling of homecoming. The money in my pocket was sufficient only for a few nights in the cheapest inn in the urban village. Survival became my immediate priority. Drawing upon the advanced experience stored in my mind, I swiftly secured a night shift position as an internet CAF administrator. The pay was meager, yet it provided me with shelter from the elements and, more importantly, brought me closer to the world of glory. The internet CAF housed outdated machines, greasy keyboards, and the air perpetually saturated with the aroma of smoke and instant noodles. Yet none of this could overshadow the emblem of glory displayed on each machine. The crossed swords and guns insignia seemed to possess a magnetic allure. During the quieter hours of my night shifts, I would secretly log in using an employee card, creating an entirely new character. My fingers hovered above the keyboard, pausing for a moment. A name surged forth in my mind, imbued with a sense of fateful familiarity. Character name, Mo Ran. Class, the mouse glided over the classic avatars on the initial interface. The formidable battle mage, the firepower of the gunner, the graceful swordsman, and the unpredictable array. Demon, each one had been portrayed in my countless fantasies. Ultimately, the cursor settled upon the figure of the battle mage, spear in hand, and standing tall. I clicked confirm. The scenery of the novice village was rough, yet vibrant. As I maneuvered Mo ran, I clumsily accepted my first quest, to slay a few raucous wild rabbits. My movements were awkward, my positioning chaotic, resembling a complete novice. However, when the wild rabbit's crimson eyes locked onto me and it lunged forward, a peculiar instinct took over my fingers in an instant. Subtle shifts in perspective, the contraction of the monster's muscles, the millisecond cues indicating skill activation, this information flooded my mind as though processed by a supercomputer, transforming into the most concise and effective commands that my body reacted almost instinctively. A minuscule sidestep. The spear grazed the rabbit's sharp teeth, striking its weak point with precision. Critical hit. A vivid red number appeared. I was momentarily stunned. The fluidity of my previous action felt almost foreign to it. Was not mere familiarity with the game, but rather had I seen it? Seen the lines that constituted attack and evasion? Talent was it manifesting? This sensation felt akin to pushing open a door to a new world. The ensuing leveling process became a testing ground for this extraordinary talent. Each evasion, each attack, was accompanied by an exhilarating sense of understanding and the ensuing near-perfect execution. Though my character's level was low and equipment lacking, Mo Ran's performance in the novice village had already piqued the curiosity of some nocturnal players lurking in the corner. "Hey, this little battle mage has some skill, doesn't seem like a newbie," remarked a young man with a wild hairstyle, a cigarette dangling from his lips, speaking indistinctly to his companion. "Must be luck, look at his equipment, he doesn't even have a complete set." His companion replied dismissively. The wild-haired youth remained silent, merely squinting with interest at the increasingly fluid figure on the screen. Days later, having paid the rent, only a few coins jingled in my pocket. Hunger coiled around my stomach like a cold serpent. The urban village during the day resembled a vast beehive, noisy and chaotic. I wandered aimlessly, trying to dispel the deep-seated chill and my uncertainty about the future. Unbeknownst to me, I was drawn to the overwhelming electronic sound waves and dazzling neon lights, stopping before the entrance of an arcade, City Heroes. The enormous sign flickered with gaudy yet vibrant brilliance. Inside, the cacophony of voices melded with various game sound effects, creating a sensation that numbed the eardrums. The few coins remaining in my pocket were enough to purchase only 2 tokens. Clutching those 2 cold discs, my gaze swept across the dazzling array of machines, finally landing on a relatively quiet corner where 2 Street Fighter machines stood side by side. This would suffice. At the very least, it would temporarily distract me from my hunger. Insert coins and select your character. My fingers danced over the joystick and buttons, the chilling sensation coursing through me. The battle commenced. My opponent, an evident veteran, executed his moves with remarkable finesse and ferocity. Yet, to my perception, each keystroke and every subtle movement of the joystick unfolded like a slow-motion dissection. Was it muscle memory? No. It felt more like a predilection rooted in understanding. As he initiated his wave punch, my character had already retreated in anticipation when he lunged forward to grapple. My dragon punch intercepted him perfectly midair. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. KO. The colossal victory message flickered across the screen. My opponent wore a mask of disbelief, cursing under his breath as he inserted several more coins. "Let's go again. I was careless just now." At that moment, a languid voice drifted from behind me, laced with the remnants of sleep. "Wow, your hands are quite swift." Instinctively, I turned around. 2 youths stood behind me. One had tousled hair, as if recently tussled by a pillow, his eyes half closed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding a nonchalant scrutiny. The other was a stark contrast, with bright eyes and a smile as pure as a clear sky after rain, radiating warmth as he curiously gazed at the victory on my screen. My heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, momentarily halting before racing furiously, blood rushing to my head. Ye Xiu, Su Muqiu, they were alive. No longer mere cold text on pages or vague figures in my imagination. They stood within a meter of me. Ye Xiu's characteristic laziness and the hidden sharpness in his gaze, Su Muqiu's bright and cheerful smile that seemed capable of dispelling all gloom, every detail seamlessly. Aligned with the images etched in my memory, the overwhelming impact rendered me speechless, my breath caught in my throat, fingers frozen on the buttons, my mind a blank slate. "Hey, what are you dazed about?" Su Muqiu waved his hand in front of my eyes, his smile widening to reveal a set of perfect white teeth. "You're doing quite well. Especially that anticipatory dragon punch, the timing was exquisite. Care for another round?" His voice was clear, imbued with youthful vigor, like sunlight piercing through my frozen thoughts. I snapped back to reality, my throat constricting as I managed to respond, my voice dry and hoarse. "Sure." Ye Xiu remained silent, merely stepping aside. His half-closed eyes scanned between me and the screen, finally resting on my fingers manipulating the joystick. As if pondering something deeply, that a new challenger entered the fray. It was Su Muqiu. He selected Ryu, a standard wave dragon punch character. The battle began. His maneuvers were evidently more precise and fluid than the previous veterans, possessing a rhythmic flow, wave punches constrained, light kicks probed, seeking an opportunity to close in for a combo. The pressure intensified. Yet, that strange sensation of understanding enveloped me once more. Each of his intentions and subtle habitual operations unfolded before my eyes like a stream of data. I had chosen Gu Lai, a character renowned for defensive counterattacks and charge techniques. Faced with Su Muqiu's torrential onslaught, my Gu Lai stood firm like a rocky outcrop, skillfully blocking, calmly retreating to create distance, searching for that fleeting opportunity for counterattack. Wow, you're a bit too steady, Su Muqiu exclaimed, fingers flying over the buttons in astonishment that a clever feint drew my dragon punch, aiming to link it to a subsequent combo, only for my preemptive retreat to evade it flawlessly. Opportunity. My gaze sharpened. Su Muqiu's Ryu was caught in recovery. Gu Lai unleashed a charged sonic boom, a massive blue energy blade hurtling forth. Impressive. Su Muqiu gasped, reacting swiftly, barely dodging the energy blade with a crouch. Yet his rhythm was disrupted. Not done yet. My fingers danced. Gu Lai lunged forward, and the moment Su Muqiu rose, the charged flash kick soared skyward. KO. The monumental victory message reappeared. Wow. Su Muqiu slapped the machine, his face devoid of disappointment from defeat, instead brimming with excitement. Incredible. Your ability to anticipate and seize opportunities is phenomenal. How long have you been practicing? Ye Xiu, standing nearby, finally removed the unlit cigarette from his mouth, lazily commenting with piercing insight. It's not just anticipation, he seems capable of seeing your habits and rhythm, preemptively nullifying all your variations. It's akin to him, the sensation of seizing your opponent's skill cooldown in Glory. He looked at me, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Do you play Glory? Glory. Those two words acted as a key, instantly unlocking all my gates. My blood surged, my heart pounding fiercely against my chest. I inhaled deeply, striving to steady my voice. Yes. I haven't played for long. I work as an internet CAF manager. I get to use the machines during the night shift. Manager? Su Muqiu's eyes brightened. Perfect. We just started playing Glory too. Want to team up? I've been looking for reliable teammates. He pointed to Ye Xiu and then to himself, beaming. I'm Su Muqiu, and this is Ye Xiu. I'm Lin Mo. I introduced myself, feeling those three words resonate with clarity and strength. Lin Mo? What a wonderful name. Su Muqiu clapped me on the shoulder. Let's find a machine that can play Glory. I'll show you how formidable we are, although we've only been playing for a few days. Heh. Ye Xiu said nothing, but the corners of his mouth seemed to curve up slightly as he returned the cigarette to his lips, muttering indistinctly, don't listen to his boasting. However, forming a team does yield better results. In a corner of the arcade, several machines capable of connecting to play Glory awaited us. We settled down, swiped our cards, and logged in. Su Muqiu's character was a sharpshooter, aptly named Xiu Su. Ye Xiu created a battle mage, his name reflecting his characteristic nonchalance. One leaf in autumn. I logged in as Mo Ran, the novice area's dungeon, the forest of Glan. Team composition, battle mage 1 leaf in autumn, sharpshooter Xiu Su, battle mage Mo Ran. 2 melee and 1 ranged character, an unusual configuration, yet none minded. Let's get started. Su Muqiu exclaimed enthusiastically. The dungeon advanced. The initial goblin camp. The monsters were clumsy, their attack patterns singular. However, as the first wave of 5 goblins charged forth, 2 commands simultaneously echoed in the team chat. 1 leaf in autumn. Mo Ran left 2. Me right 2. Muqiu in the middle to focus fire. Mo Ran. Left 2 charge. Ye Xiu right 2 drop flowers. Muqiu suppress. The commands were nearly identical, differing by mere nuances. Even the numbering of the monsters was consistent, just as Su Muqiu, poised to tap fire with Xiu Su, hesitated, astonished, uttering a soft Ye Xiu's movements with 1 leaf in autumn subtly faltered, casting a glance my way, the curiosity in his gaze deepening. Without hesitation, the 3 of us moved in unison. Mo Ran twirled his spear, executing a precise sky strike that lifted the left 2 goblin into the air, immediately following with a series of thrusts, his actions clean and decisive, entirely unlike a novice. 1 leaf in autumn flowed like water, dropping flowers to send the right 2 flying, seamlessly chaining thrusts and regular attacks, swiftly eliminating the target. The middle goblin was kept at bay by Xiu Su's bullets, its health plummeting rapidly. Beautiful. Su Muqiu praised. Great teamwork, Lin Mo. Your skills are impressive for someone who just started. You're just like Ye Xiu, picking it up instantly. Chapter 2. Meeting Mu Cheng. Living together, Ye Xiu remained silent, yet the spear of Ye Xiu carved an intricate arc, pinning another goblin attempting to launch a sneak attack precisely against the tree, The subsequent progress through the dungeon was astonishingly swift. The trio's maneuvers exuded an understanding and precision that transcended their current level. Ye Xiu's Ye Xiu blended boldness with meticulousness, vividly portraying the aesthetic brutality of a battle mage. Su Muqiu's Qiu Mu Su flowed with grace, as bullets seemed to possess a will of their own, always appearing at the most critical moment in the deadliest positions. As for me, the motions of Mo Ran initially bore the shadow of Ye Xiu's influence, but soon, that innate talent for understanding began to genuinely meld into the combat. Gradually, I ceased to merely imitate. Instead, I began to read the battlefield, the distribution of monsters, the aggro interactions, the gaps left by Ye Xiu and Su Muqiu's attacks, and the opportunities they created. All information processed rapidly in my mind, transforming into the most concise and efficient operational commands that I even started instinctively compensating for the minute gaps during their rhythm transitions or preemptively positioning myself to guide monsters into more advantageous locations. For Su Muqiu's shots, this subtle, almost instinctual support and positioning significantly elevated the efficiency of our team's advancement. The synergy between the three of us, remarkably, fostered an ineffable rapport within the span of a single dungeon run. Awesome. After toppling the final boss, the Goblin Lord, Su Muqiu excitedly removed his headphones and patted me on the back with enthusiasm. Lin Mo, you're a gem. We've struck gold. From now on, join us. I guarantee you'll have a delightful time. With plenty of instant noodles. Ye Xiu also took off his headphones, rubbed his slightly sore fingers, glanced at the dungeon completion record flashing on the screen. Though it was merely an unnoticed record in the novice zone, then turned to me, finally resting his gaze on Su Muqiu, and lazily smiled. Quite impressive. Muqiu. It seems we have found a new member for our fixed team. He turned to me, extending his hand. Welcome aboard, Lin Mo. Observing that hand, defined by its knuckles and marked by the long-term wear of keyboard strokes, alongside the youthful faces brimming with potential Ye Xiu's appreciation and Su Muqiu's pure joy, I felt a warm sensation explode in my chest, swiftly spreading through my limbs and dispelling all hunger and cold. That I grasped that hand firmly. Yes, I look forward to your guidance. That day, sunlight streamed through the arcade's vast glass windows, casting playful reflections on the button-laden machine panels. The shadows of three youths stretched long, as if reaching toward a future brimming with vigor and dreams, aptly named glory. Su Muqiu and Su Muqiu resided in a loft atop an aging residential area on the outskirts of the city. The narrow wooden stairs creaked beneath our steps, the space was cramped, and in some places, the walls showed peeling plaster. Yet, upon opening the weathered door, I was met with an inexplicable warmth and vitality. Sunlight filtered through a small skylight, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The room was exceptionally tidy, albeit furnished simply, with a large bed occupying most of the space clearly shared by the siblings, a folding dining table, a few stools, and a corner cluttered with various items and books. Most notably, 2 computers were positioned against the wall, their cases humming, with the screens still displaying the login interface of glory. A faint scent of laundry detergent mingled with a barely perceptible aroma of instant noodle seasoning. Brother, you're back. Why so early today? A voice, clear as a silver bell, chimed with a hint of excitement. Su Muqiu, dressed in faded school uniform, peeked out from the small kitchen alcove, spatula in hand. Upon seeing me trailing behind Su Muqiu and Ye Xiu, her voice faltered, and her large eyes sparkled with surprise and curiosity, resembling a startled fawn. Muqiu, look who we brought back. Su Muqiu proudly nudged me forward. Lin Mo, a newly acquainted friend, extremely skilled at gaming. He will be a member of our fixed team from now on. Lin Mo, this is my sister, Su Muqiu. You. Hello. Su Muqiu set down the spatula, wiped her hands on her apron, her cheeks flushing slightly as she greeted me shyly. She appeared even more vivid than described in books, with her curved brows and eyes reflecting youthful innocence and softness, like a small flower resiliently blossoming in a confined space. Hello, Su Muqiu. I endeavored to maintain a natural smile. I apologize for the intrusion, but no intrusion at all. Su Muqiu waved dismissively, seating me firmly on one of the stools. Lin Mo, from now on, this will be our base. Eating, training, and sleeping all in one. Muqiu's cooking is superb. Right, Ye? Ye Xiu had already settled at one of the computers, booting it up and logging into glory, responding without lifting his head. Slightly better than instant noodles. His tone was flat, yet those familiar with him could detect the subtle teasing. Brother? Su Muqiu shot Su Muqiu a reproachful glance, then quickly glanced at me, whispering, you all sit tight, dinner will be ready shortly. With that, she flitted back into the small kitchen like a delicate butterfly. Soon, the aroma of food wafted more intensely into the air. The simple meal consisted of 3 dishes and a soup, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a small plate of pickled vegetables with shredded meat, and a large bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. The portions were modest but neatly arranged, radiating the care of home that we gathered around the folding table, the space feeling somewhat cramped, our knees occasionally brushing against one another. Su Muqiu enthusiastically served me food. Ye Xiu devoured his rice at a rapid pace, while Su Muqiu quietly took small bites, occasionally glancing at us with laughter. Glimmering in her large eyes, Lin Mo, where do you live? Su Muqiu asked, his mouth full of rice, his words somewhat muffled that I tightened my grip on the chopsticks and lowered my gaze. I just arrived in Hangzhou, found a small inn, over in the urban village. I tried to keep my voice as calm as possible, but a moment of silence enveloped the air. Su Muqiu halted his eating, Ye Xiu raised his head, and Su Muqiu paused her chopsticks, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed upon me. Their gazes held no disdain, only pure surprise and concern. Urban village? That place isn't very safe, is it? Su Muqiu frowned. And inns can be quite expensive. Su Muqiu added quietly, her tone tinged with a hint of financial concern. Ye Xiu set down his bowl, took a sip from the water cup on the table, his gaze drifting over to my worn, faded jacket, then scanning the fatigue that I unconsciously wore on my face. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, his tone as consistently calm as ever, yet imbued with undeniable weight. Stop staying at inns. He gestured toward the other side of the loft, where some clutter and a few old cardboard boxes were stacked, indicating that with a little tidying, a small space could be cleared. Here, you can lay down a mattress. It may be cramped, but it's better than spending money on accommodations. He paused, looking at Su Muqiu and Su Muqiu. Is that all right? Absolutely. That sounds perfect. Su Muqiu responded immediately, slamming his hand on the table, making the dishes clatter. It's settled then. What's there to be afraid of? The 3 of us men will stay cozy together. Muqiu can sleep inside, it won't be a bother. He glanced at his sister. Su Muqiu nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Yes. He'll tidy that area up tomorrow. She turned to me with a warm and sincere smile. Lin Mo, go. Just settle in comfortably. A surge of fervent warmth suddenly rushed to my eyes, causing my nose to tingle. I parted my lips, but my throat felt as though it were obstructed by an unseen force, rendering me voiceless. All I could do was nod vigorously, as if attempting to express the tumultuous gratitude and a profound sense of belonging that surged within me through this singular gesture. Thank you, I finally managed to utter, my voice tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. What for? We're all brothers. Su Muqiu exclaimed, waving his hand grandly and adding a piece of egg to my bowl. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, let's get online. Today, we shall endeavor to conquer that elite monster in the burial ground. I lowered my head and eagerly dug into the rice in my bowl. The combination of the rice and the home-cooked flavors enveloped me in a warmth I had never experienced since my arrival in this world. Outside, the twilight sun streamed through the skylight, casting a warm golden hue upon the cramped attic. Ye Xiu had returned to his computer, the shimmering light of glory illuminating his focused profile. Su Muqiu stood up to clear the dishes, her movements light and sprightly, while Su Muqiu continued to excitedly strategize for the evening's dungeon run. Chapter 3 Untitled Draft. A solid, heavy warmth gradually filled my chest, dispelling the last lingering chill of solitude. Here is my home. Life in the attic seemed to have been pressed with the fast-forward button. Days sped by amidst the shimmering light and shadow of the world of glory. The rhythmic tapping of keyboards and the steaming aroma of instant noodles. My makeshift bed was by the heap of clutter in the corner. Su Muqiu unearthed his treasured, thick sponge mattress, reportedly salvaged from a defunct internet CAF. Though somewhat worn, it provided a surprisingly steady comfort when laid on the floor and covered with a thin quilt. Every morning, I awoke to the delicate sounds of Su Muqiu preparing breakfast. At night, I fell asleep to the murmurs and keystrokes of Ye Xiu and Su Muqiu, deeply engrossed in their gaming. Glory had become the absolute focal point of our lives. The trio formed a scavenger team, a name conceived in a moment of inspiration by Su Muqiu, symbolizing the pursuit of all valuable items in the online game, rapidly emerging in District 10. Ye Xiu's Ye Xiu was like a legendary weapon unleashed, unstoppable in its might. Su Muqiu's Xiu Mu Su functioned akin to the most intricate of instruments, always able to pierce through enemy defenses from the most unimaginable angles. Meanwhile, my Mo ran, under their brilliant light, served as an essential adhesive and lubricant. The peculiar talent for understanding born from memory and traversal, through the daily grind of intense combat, began to shine like a meticulously polished gem. It transcended mere operation and anticipation. Delving into the very logic at the foundation of glory, I could perceive the subtle fluctuations in data streams during skill releases, feel the energy resonance produced by the combination of different attribute materials in the equipment editor, and even faintly grasp the threads that constituted the fundamental rules of the game world. This talent resembled an invisible key, unlocking deeper doors within glory. I grew dissatisfied with merely utilizing the skills and equipment provided by the system. One fateful night, as a gentle rain pattered outside, only Ye Xiu and I remained online in the attic. Su Muqiu was engrossed at another machine, fiddling with the intricate interface of the Glory equipment editor. Brow furrowed and muttering to himself, fingers flying across the keyboard, surrounded by an array of icons representing various basic materials. Old Ye, look at this resilience parameter. Combined with the explosive power of this fire attribute crystal core, Su Muqiu called without looking up. Ye Xiu, executing a difficult combo with Ye Xiu, exited the game to take a closer look. The concept is correct, but finding the balance is tricky. Increasing explosive power makes it fragile, while stacking resilience risks turning it into a mere stick. He pointed at a peculiar weapon blueprint on the screen, which seemed to feature firearm components embedded in its ribs. Qianji-san. I was taken aback, my gaze fixated on Su Muqiu's screen. The prototype of what would later become a legend, laden with countless regrets, was now struggling to take form in the hands of its creator. Ye Xiu and Su Muqiu engaged in a hushed discussion about parameters, material conflicts, and skill compatibility. The jargon and data left me dizzy, yet they ignited an unprecedented storm within my mind. An idea flashed like lightning across the night sky, abruptly slicing through the chaos. If Su Muqiu could forge a Qianji-san adaptable for diverse forms, why couldn't I? With my understanding talent, why should I not attempt to create a unique weapon of my own? A weapon that could embody all my insights, fusing the valor of a battle mage, the ferocity of a gunner, the agility of a swordsman, and the cunning of a formation ghost. Once this thought arose, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. I began to frantically gather materials. Dungeons, wild maps, task rewards, and even low-priced scraps from other players. Everything that had potential was hoarded like a squirrel storing nuts. Su Muqiu sewed me a large coarse cloth bag specifically for these seemingly worthless items. Most of my time was no longer devoted to leveling up or breaking dungeon records. Instead, I immersed myself in the equipment research institutes of major cities. Renting the cheapest equipment, I would sit for half the day or even all night. The screen no longer displayed dazzling skill effects, but rather a dense array of parameter tables, 3D modeling diagrams, and incessantly flashing error prompts. Material conflict. Feng Yin Stone, swordsman type, and Yin Mo crystal core, gunner type, have opposing energy attributes. Structural stress overload. The strength at the junction of the spear form and the formation ghost rune base is insufficient. Skill compatibility error. The predefined ghost formation frost cannot effectively channel the recoil of the anti-tank cannon in gunner form. Failures upon failures. I drew blueprints only to tear them up, built models only to dismantle them. Expensive materials, expensive for me, vanished in a flurry of attempts. Anxiety and frustration coiled around me like cold vines, tightening their grip. At times, staring at the glaring error messages on the screen would trigger severe headaches, as if my rapidly spinning cognitive core was on overload. Lin Mo, what on earth are you doing? What's with this tussle of stones and iron? Su Muqiu, finishing a round of dungeons, leaned over to inspect my screen, startled by the intricate structural diagrams and dense error messages. Wow, are you trying to create a transformer? This is even more complex than my Qianji-san. Ye Xiu also ambled over, glanced at the screen, then at my bloodshot eyes and the trash bin overflowing with discarded blueprints. He said nothing, merely picked up a discarded metal component inscribed with rough runes from my desk, weighed it in his hand, and set it back down. It's difficult. His succinct assessment was not discouraging, but rather a statement of fact. I rubbed my throbbing temples, my voice somewhat hoarse. Yet I felt I was on the right path. I pointed at a hastily assembled 3D model core, a highly unstable polyhedron with 4 different colored energy streams swirling within, and expressed my desire for it to accommodate diverse powers rather than merely being a simple amalgamation. Su Muqiu stroked his chin, fixated on the rotating core model, his gaze gradually illuminating with realization. Inclusion isn't merely about piecing things together? How intriguing. It's akin to crafting distinct pathways for varying energies rather than forcibly jamming them into a singular conduit to clash. He abruptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Lin Mo, your line of thought possesses merit. Follow me. I shall show you something. Without waiting for a reply, he pulled me to his computer and summoned the design blueprint of the Qianji-san. It depicted an even larger and more intricate structure. Observe my umbrella rib switching mechanism. The essence lies in the diversion and guidance of energy pathways. If your core concept revolves around inclusion and guidance, the crux may reside in this. He indicated a modest component on the blueprint, resembling a neural node, a minuscule energy converter. It was as if a beam of light pierced through the fog. The chaotic, intertwined lines in my mind were instantaneously untangled. The innate understanding gifted by my talents surged with unprecedented intensity, causing a sudden spike of pain in my head, and I even glimpsed a flurry of snowflakes before me. Yet soon after, a profound exhilaration enveloped me. I comprehended the concept. Almost instinctively, I lunged back to my machine, my fingers trembling with excitement as I swiftly accessed the parameter interface, beginning to redefine the internal energy flow rules of the polyhedral core. Ye Xiu and Su Muqiu stood behind me, silently observing. Su Muqiu's eyes sparkled with the thrill of discovery, while Ye Xiu maintained his usual languid demeanor. Though a flicker of subtle astonishment passed through his gaze, time slipped away amidst the clattering of keys. Unbeknownst to me, the rain outside had ceased, and the horizon began to glow with the first light of dawn. When the morning's initial rays filtered through the skylight, casting a slanted beam on the dust-laden screen, I pressed the button for the final simulation run with considerable force. On the screen, the rudimentary polyhedral core model, composed of simple lines, began to rotate slowly. The fiery red light representing the spear, the explosive orange light of artillery, the sharp azure light of sword energy, and the profound purple light of ghost formations surged like foretamed rivers, flowing tirelessly along their predetermined, non-interfering paths. Although the model remained crude and the energy flow appeared highly unstable, occasionally erupting with faint flashes of conflict, this time, it did not collapse. For the first time, for distinctly different energies maintained a fragile balance within this simplistic framework. Basic form simulation stability, 612, a barely passing number, yet it resonated like a triumphant horn. It worked? Su Muqiu shouted with exuberance. It worked. I leaned back in my chair, exhaling deeply, as if shedding an immense burden. The intense headache persisted, my temples throbbed. Yet an overwhelming sense of achievement drowned out all fatigue. I gazed at the screen, where the core model, tenuously balanced yet exuding a peculiar sense of power, stirred an indescribable emotion within me. It remained rough, fragile, and far from a true weapon form. Yet it represented a starting point, a seed. Proof of my existence in this world, a bond between myself, Ye Xiu, and Su Muqiu, and the first step towards a glorious future. I extended my finger, gently tapping the rotating core on the screen. Let us name you Wanxiang, I murmured, my voice resonating clearly in the quiet morning attic, encompassing all. To be tamed by me. Su Muqiu patted my shoulder vigorously, laughing heartily. A splendid name. Magnificent. It sounds even more formidable than my Qianji-san. Ye Xiu remained silent, merely picking up the discarded metal component etched with runes from the table, his fingers brushing over the markings, and the corners of his mouth seemed to curve slightly. Faintly, yet imbued with genuine warmth. He approached the window, creaking it open. The refreshing air post-rain surged in, dispelling the weariness and restlessness of the night. The golden light of dawn filled the attic, illuminating the slowly rotating prototype named Wanxiang on the screen, and also illuminating the fervent glow of dreams burning brightly in the eyes of the three young individuals. Chapter 4. The Scavenger Squad. The days in the attic swiftly flowed by in the shadows of glory. The Scavenger Squad, formed by Ye Xiu, Su Muqiu, and myself, pierced through the landscape of the First District's online game like three sharpened daggers. Ye Xiu's Ye Xiu shone so brightly that it could no longer be concealed. The battle mage in his hands transcended mere skill stacking, evolving into an art imbued with rhythmic breathing. Each thrust, sweep, and stab of the spear, Xie, was executed with precision akin to a surgeon's scalpel, yet imbued with the overwhelming force of a mountain split. Deep within the burial grounds, a frenzied charge from the elite skeletal knight was abruptly interrupted by his precise heavenly strike, followed by a tempestuous flurry of attacks, Longya, Luohuapong, culminating in a colossal dragon-breaking army that tore through the air. The moment immense damage numbers erupted, the channel fell into silence, soon to be drowned by a flood of frenzied messages. Wow, Yi is incredible. Is this operation even human? The dungeon record has been refreshed. Scavenger Squad. It's them again. Su Muqiu's Xiu Mu Su represented an entirely different extremity. The marksman in his hands danced like a butterfly flitting through flowers, yet struck with the lethal precision of a circling hawk. Bullets transformed from mere cold metal into extensions of his will. In the chaotic struggle for territory, he always found the most cunning shooting angles, with bullets seemingly possessing eyes, weaving through the crowd to precisely hit the weaknesses of those about to unleash their ultimate abilities, forcefully interrupting their spells. In one encounter, leveraging astonishing microcontrol and anticipation, he executed an unimaginable aerial glide shot, effortlessly taking down a berserk swordsman 5 levels higher than him. The video, captured by an enthusiastic observer, spread like wildfire across the First District forum with the title Gun God Xiu Mu Su. This recoil control is phenomenal. Are all scavengers monsters? As for me, with the lowest character level among the trio and the most ordinary equipment, my presence quietly rose through numerous collaborations. The understanding bestowed by my talent was continually tempered and reinforced in the crucible of practical combat. As Ye Xiu's lance was poised to pierce its target, and the assassin's blade, concealed within the shadows, was quietly extended, my spear would unexpectedly thrust forth at an astonishing angle, not to strike the assassin, but to precisely position itself along the extension of Ye Xiu's attack trajectory, slightly deflecting the monster he had locked onto. This maneuver allowed Ye Xiu's original thrust to narrowly graze the assassin's blade, accomplishing the kill while deftly avoiding the ambush. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Ye Xiu emitted a soft sound through the earpiece, tinged with amusement, as Su Muqiu's bullet storm suppressed a horde of minor monsters. Rendering them unable to lift their heads, the incantation of a distant mage began, heralding the impending deluge of frost arrows over his vicinity. My character, akin to a specter, would preemptively appear in the mage's visual blind spot, executing a basic spinning stick maneuver that, though harmless, effectively interrupted the mage's casting. Su Muqiu's barrage of bullets continued unabated. Well done, Lin Mo. Su Muqiu's praise was always generous. I was no longer merely imitating Ye Xiu's execution. I had begun to genuinely read the battlefield. I could perceive the subtle shifts in aggro chains, sense the minute fluctuations in data streams during skill releases, and predict the most likely next moves of adversaries. Whether they were monsters or players, my actions became increasingly minimalist and efficient, each keystroke imbued with clear intent, each movement seemingly synchronized with the rhythm of battle. I became the perfect adhesive between the two, filling the fleeting gaps in their frenzied assaults, preemptively obstructing potential counterattacks from enemies, and orchestrating our team's offensive like a finely tuned instrument. This taciturn battle mage, Mo, was rather uncanny. Discussions about me began to emerge on the forums. My maneuvers appeared unadorned, yet they proved invaluable. My timing was impeccably precise. It felt as though I was assisting the deities Ye Xiu and Su Muqiu. But the assistance was far too central. The name of our scavenger team grew increasingly renowned. We consistently updated the dungeon record leaderboard, and our frequent appearances on the Wild Maps kill list became notable. We began receiving invitations from smaller guilds, and some even offered substantial sums for our accounts. Ye Xiu and Su Muqiu scoffed at this. Buying an account? There's no joy in that compared to leveling up oneself. Su Muqiu rolled his eyes at the private chat window. Troublesome, Ye Xiu succinctly stated, dismissing a chattering private message with a click. The fame brought by glory was ephemeral, but the materials were tangible. Each dungeon clear, every kill, and the completion of high-difficulty tasks yielded rare materials in varying degrees. These small treasures, emanating diverse glows and possessing distinct attributes, became the most cherished possessions for Su Muqiu and me. My designated corner in the attic was cluttered with various boxes and bags. Su Muqiu's side was even more extravagant, with design blueprints for the Chance Umbrella covering half a table, alongside heaps of metal ingots, energy cores, and rune-etched beast bones. The air was perpetually infused with the sense of solder, metal shavings, and aged paper. My Wanxiang core, a polyhedron barely maintaining a balance among 4 types of energy, had finally manifested as a rudimentary entity the size of a pigeon's egg after countless failures and the accumulation of tiny materials. Its surface was uneven, with a faintly flowing, unstable 4-colored halo within. It was carefully affixed to a makeshift base, connected by several rudimentary wires to an old equipment editor I had rented. Each attempt came with significant risks. A slight miscalculation in energy conflict could lead to the total collapse of this fragile prototype, rendering all efforts futile. With every failure, a severe headache would inevitably follow, as if countless needles were stirring within my skull. Lin Mo failed again? Su Muqiu approached with a cup of warm water. Her brows furrowed with concern as she observed the glaring red error message on the screen and my pale complexion. After more than a year of camaraderie, the once timid girl had become as familiar to us as true family. She would assist us in organizing material lists after school, prepare noodles for us, and quietly read beside us. Occasionally, when she glanced up at our intense discussions, a gentle smile would grace her lips. Yes, still a balance issue. I rubbed my throbbing temples, took a large sip from the cup, and felt the cold liquid alleviate the burning pain in my head slightly. The sharp properties of Kinganjiu were too domineering, clashing violently with the explosive nature of the Yin Mo crystal core. Forcing one into submission caused the other to languish. What if we try using the powder from the Kongming stone as a buffer layer? Su Muqiu's voice floated from amidst his pile of blueprints, his gaze fixed on a silver-white fragment of, or held under the light. This material exhibited high energy inertia and poor conductivity, but exceptional isolation properties. I had utilized it in the switch mechanism of my umbrella, and the results were satisfactory, though it was prohibitively expensive. It took 3 days of grinding in the skeleton graveyard just to obtain a piece the size of a fingernail. Chapter 5. The issue of Wanxiang Kongming stone powder? An electric current seemed to surge through my mind. My innate understanding, bestowed by my talent, instantly simulated the energy flow diagram when Qingganjiu, Yin Mo crystal core, and Kongming stone powder interacted. The fierce sharpness and explosive energy were effectively separated by a layer of nearly insulating inert powder. Although energy transfer efficiency would decrease, the intensity of the conflict would be significantly mitigated, sacrificing a portion of power in exchange for stability. Let us give it a try. I swiftly called up the simulation program in the editor and rapidly input the parameters. Ye Xiu, having concluded his time in the arena, approached from behind, observing the energy flow simulated on the screen. When the gray layer representing the Kongming stone powder was introduced, the previously chaotic red and orange energy flows were forcibly partitioned. Although the circulation speed noticeably slowed and the brilliance dimmed considerably, the impending sense of destruction vanished. Energy conflict index decreased by 78. Core stability increased to 82. The green prompt flashing on the screen felt like a shot of adrenaline. It worked. Su Muqiu hurried over, and upon seeing the results, excitedly slapped the table. I told you, Lin Mo, your Wanxiang is promising. Old Ye look. Ye Xiu remained silent, merely picking up the rudimentary metallic core prototype I had placed beside him. His fingers caressed its rough surface, sensing the faint yet undeniably present pulsations of 4 distinct energy types within. A complex glimmer flickered in his eyes, embodying awe, appreciation, and a subtle weight of gravity. The cost is substantial. He set the core down and pointed at the dim energy flow depicted in the simulation, indicating a reduction in power of at least 30%. Moreover, the Kongming stone has become exceedingly rare. The power can be gradually restored. Stability is fundamental. I exclaimed excitedly, feeling my headache alleviate significantly. As challenging as it is to acquire the Kongming stone, it is certainly preferable to witnessing it explode. Su Muqiu observed our excitement with a smile, turning to head into the small kitchen. I'll make noodles to celebrate. The bowl of noodles seemed particularly fragrant. In the humble loft, the steam from the instant noodles mingled with the scents of metal and paper. Rarely did Ye Xiu refrain from immediately returning to the game. Instead, he joined us around the small table. Su Muqiu's brother, Su Muqiu, animatedly envisioned the unimaginable synergy between the Chance Umbrella and the myriad possibilities. Cradling the bowl, I felt the faint pulsation of the rough metallic block in my palm, as if grasping the seed of the future. Su Muqiu quietly served us more noodles. Her profile illuminated softly by the light, exuding tenderness and focus. Days flowed by in this rhythm of tension, excitement, occasional setbacks, yet brimming with hope. By day, the three of us resembled famished hyenas, scouring the vast world of glory for all valuable dungeons and quests, our objectives clear: gather materials. By night, the loft transformed into 2 frenzied weapon development laboratories, the clatter of keyboards, hushed debates, the hum of the simulator, and the gentle clinking of Su Muqiu cleaning dishes intertwining harmoniously. Ye Xiu became our most composed observer and evaluator. He seldom directly engaged in specific designs. Yet whenever we hit a snag or argued vehemently over parameters, his languid remarks would often strike at the core of the issue. Muqiu, the stress points of your umbrella's switching mechanism are overly concentrated. After more than 5 high-speed transitions, material fatigue will lead to failure. Lin Mo, your notion of directing the Frost Phantom array to support the anti-tank cannon is promising, but the recoil vector accumulation will severely destabilize the array's runes, leading to more harm than good. Consider how to utilize the recoil itself to enhance the range of the formation. His insights were astutely penetrating, as if he could see through the intricate diagrams and parameters to the fundamental physical rules and energy flows of the weapon. His recommendations always carried a nearly ruthless practicality, yet were remarkably precise. Su Muqiu and I raced down our respective paths. He was obsessed with the endless possibilities of the Chance Umbrella's transformations, pursuing the pinnacle of versatility. I was fixated on the balance and fusion of the 4 primal forces of the Wanxiang core, seeking depth in inclusivity and control. We inspired, competed against, and challenged each other. At times, in our fervor to claim a coveted rare material, we would play tricks on one another in the dungeon, causing chaos that prompted Ye Xiu to comment wryly from the sidelines. TSK, plastic friendship. More often, however, we shared freely. Su Muqiu provided me with the core parameters of his Chance Umbrella's energy diversion structure for reference. I, in turn, shared my insights regarding the interplay of the 4 primal energies without reservation. We were like 2 pathfinders groping in the darkness, occasionally exchanging our torches to illuminate a brief stretch of each other's path. Nonetheless, the scarcity of resources loomed over us like the sword of Damocles. The consumption rate of the Kongming stone powder exceeded our expectations. To acquire a few grams of powder, we might need to camp out for several consecutive days at a dungeon with a minimal yield, competing with countless guilds and independent players, leaving us utterly drained. That day, the clouds hung low, the oppressive heat making it difficult to breathe. The weather forecast warned of thunderstorms in the evening. Old Ye, Lin Mo, hurry. It respawned. Luoxiao Peak. Level 55 Wild Map, Thunder Eagle Lord. The intel indicated that the first kill would surely drop thunderous gold. That material is top-tier lightning, a tribute energy-conducting material. Perfect for enhancing my Chance Umbrella's electromagnetic form. Su Muqiu's eyes were glued to the world announcement that had just appeared on the screen, nearly leaping from his chair in excitement. Moreover, the small monsters have a chance to drop wind rest grass. Lin Mo, your Wanxiang wind attribute pathway is just missing this stability. Thunderous gold, wind rest grass. These two names struck like adrenaline to the heart. Su Muqiu's Chance Umbrella had been stuck at a power bottleneck in its electromagnetic form for a long time, while my Wanxiang wind attribute pathway had remained in suboptimal condition due to a lack of stable mediums. Let us go. Ye Xiu's words were concise. Immediately operating, Ye Xiu to commence teleportation. Mo ran, followed closely behind. At the summit of Luoxiao Peak, wild winds howled, swirling the low-hanging dark clouds. The enormous Thunder Eagle Lord circled above, each flap of its wings unleashing blinding sparks of electricity. The peak was already teeming with players. Elite teams from various guilds stood at the ready, while independent players formed numerous makeshift teams, the air thick with tension and greed before the impending battle. The scavengers have arrived. Someone shouted, and countless gazes instantly converged on the three of us, filled with wariness, hostility, and excitement at the spectacle. As per the usual protocol, Ye Xiu's voice resonated in the team channel, calm and unperturbed. Muqiu, distract from the air, draw aggro, and watch for lightning strikes. Lin Mo, clear the area. Eliminate those trying to fish in troubled waters for the final blow. Leave it to me. Understood. Su Muqiu's Su shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, dual pistols spewing flames as he elegantly maneuvered upward. His bullets striking precisely at the vulnerable points where the Thunder Eagle Lord's wing membranes connected, successfully drawing its ire. The massive Thunder Eagle let out a furious shriek, charging towards him with a tempest of wrathful electricity. Good. I controlled. Mo ran, my spear trembling. Not lunging forward, but instead slicing through the throngs of smaller teams clamoring on the periphery, eager to seize the opportunity for damage. Through my understanding of their abilities, every movement of these players appeared riddled with flaws. The spear transformed into the scythe of death, executing the simplest skill combinations of Tianji, Dragon Tooth, and Falling Flower Palm, always managing to exploit the gaps between their skills or the dead angles in their positioning, sending players flying and repelling them, clearing the battlefield. In a moment, a vacuum formed around Mo ran. Damn, Mo ran, you rascal. The scavenger was excessively domineering. Pay him no heed. Attack. Amidst the cacophony of curses, Ye Xiu sprang into action. He did not display his skills like Su Muqiu. Instead, he adopted the simplest and most direct movements. Surging against the hurricane and the myriad of lightning unleashed by the Thunder Eagle Lord, swimming upstream. The spear, Ye Xiu, in his grasp seemed to come alive, each block, dodge, and thrust calculated with meticulous precision. The raging lightning was deftly redirected by him at exquisite angles, or he simply bore the brunt with his formidable body skills. He resembled a streak of black lightning, weaving through the tempest, with each thrust of his spear striking precisely at the core nodes where the Thunder Eagle Lord's energy converged. The battle intensified to a fever pitch. Su Muqiu was desperately evading the lightning storms and claws from above, his gunfire unceasing. I was on the periphery, clearing the relentless stream of harassers. My nerves on high alert. Each clash between Ye Xiu and the foe sent chills down my spine. Time ticked away. The Thunder Eagle Lord's health steadily declined under the stable yet terrifying output of Ye Xiu, just as its health was about to plummet below 10 in a frenzied state. Boom. A blinding white lightning split the heavens, followed by a deafening thunderclap. The long-anticipated torrential rain finally poured down. Huge raindrops hammered against the Internet CAF's glass windows, producing a cacophony of sounds. Almost simultaneously, the computer screen on Su Muqiu's side abruptly went black. A piercing electric sound erupted from the chassis. Damn it. Su Muqiu slammed his hand on the table, his expression shifting instantly. Has it tripped? Or burned out? Chapter 6. Muqiu's departure. The aged wiring in the attic clearly could not withstand the sudden onslaught of the thunderstorm. Muqiu. My heart sank. Pay no attention to me. Attack. Su Muqiu's voice roared through the headset, laced with urgency and frustration. On the screen, Su's avatar turned gray in an instant. With the aerial restraint lost, the Thunder Eagle Lord immediately redirected all its fury towards the frantically attacking Ye Xiu. The berserk state activated. Speed and attack power skyrocketed. A deluge of lightning balls rained down like a storm. The pressure surged. Lin Mo, Ye Xiu's voice remained calm, yet with a hint of urgency, cover its left wing. Do not allow it to ascend. Understood. I abruptly shook off the last player entangling me. Mo ran, charging towards its left wing like an arrow released from a bow. With an unyielding momentum, I thrust my spear toward the base of the Thunder Eagle Lord's left wing. Boom. The spear struck. The massive body of the Thunder Eagle Lord faltered momentarily. But in that instant, a bolt of ferocious lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended upon Mo ran, like a sword of divine retribution. The area was too vast, the speed too swift, evasion was impossible. Lin Mo, be careful. Su Muqiu watched with wide eyes, nearly bursting with tension. The innate understanding bestowed by talent reached its zenith at this life-and-death juncture. I could see the terrifying energy contained within that lightning, could feel its locked trajectory. Enduring it meant certain death. The only escape lay in the narrow opening below. Because I had struck its left wing, the colossal body exhibited a minuscule downward tilt. Now is the moment. Shou Shinzuoji. Just as the lightning was about to strike, Mo ran, abandoned all defensive stances and lunged toward that incredibly narrow gap below. His body curled into a compact form. A blinding white light engulfed the screen. Enormous damage numbers surged up. Mo ran, S health plummeted to the brink. Yet, he did not perish. Barely skimming the edge of the lightning, though grievously wounded, he successfully wedged himself into a peculiar, yet temporarily safe blind spot beneath the left wing. Well done. Ye Xiu's voice carried a rare note of appreciation. In the fleeting moment of my desperate strike and the Thunder Eagle's brief paralysis, Ye Xiu surged into action. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, the spear, Ye Xiu, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. All strength, all skill, all willpower converged into this one strike. Fu Long Xiang Tian. A golden dragon-shaped aura roared forth, precisely piercing through the energy core exposed in the Thunder Eagle Lord's chest due to its lightning release. Glory. Enormous golden characters exploded in the center of the screen. The massive body of the Thunder Eagle Lord froze in midair, emitting a cry of unwillingness before dissolving into a myriad of luminous particles. A rich bounty of experience and item drops flooded the screen. The world channel erupted in chaos. Everyone was praising the scavenger's prowess. Ye Xiu, Fu Long Xiang Tian. It exploded. Thunderous golden ore, wind whisper grass, and Ye Xiu's voice, tinged with fatigue, yet barely concealing excitement. However, both Su Muqiu and I had no time to gaze at the drops. Muqiu, your machine. I anxiously turned to Su Muqiu. His face paled slightly, yet more frustration was evident. Damn it, it seems the power supply burned out just as we reached a critical moment. He slammed his fist on the table and then looked at me, his eyes filled with fear and gratitude. Lin Mo, that was too close. Are you all right? I shook my head, the mental strain from that extreme maneuver still swirling in my mind, my temples throbbing. Unbeknownst to me, Su Muqiu had appeared at the kitchen door, holding a cloth, her small face pale, clearly startled by the earlier thunder and our exclamations. Brother Lin Mo, are you guys all right? She asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. We're fine, we're fine. Su Muqiu immediately donned a smile, walking over to ruffle his sister's hair. It's just a little scene. We took it down. We got some great loot. Ye Xiu had already exited the game, walking to the window to gaze at the torrential downpour outside. Rainwater streamed down the glass in urgent rivulets. He remained silent for a few moments before turning to Su Muqiu. Muqiu, is that final design plan for your Qianji San's electromagnetic form still undergoing theoretical validation at the Glory Official Design Institute? The results should be out today, right? Su Muqiu was taken aback, then slapped his forehead. Right. Damn, I was so caught up in the battle. They messaged me this afternoon saying the final validation report was ready for me to collect. They also mentioned a few key parameters needed to be confirmed in person. He glanced out the window at the relentless downpour, then checked the time. It was nearly 6 in the evening. The Design Institute is rather far away. And in such heavy rain, Su Muqiu expressed her concern. It's fine. I'll make a quick trip, Su Muqiu declared, hastily grabbing an old jacket from the back of a chair. This is a crucial step for Qianji-san. Wait until the rain lightens up, she insisted. Or they might be off work by then. He appeared impatient, his eyes shimmering with a fervent dedication to his dreams. Lao Yi Lin Mo, you two start counting the fallen items. I will be back shortly. Wait, I called out instinctively, a wave of intense unease sweeping over me, like a cold serpent coiling around my heart. The rain is too heavy. You should take a taxi, or perhaps go tomorrow. Taxis are exorbitant. Besides, in this wretched weather, who can hail a cab? Su Muqiu had already opened the creaking door to the attic, and the sound of the wind and rain rushed in, bringing a chilling draft. Don't worry, I'm excellent at writing. I'll be back soon. Muqiu, save some food for me. He flashed a reassuring smile at his sister, and in a blink, he vanished down the staircase, leaving only the hurried sound of his footsteps. Brother, the umbrella. Su Muqiu grasped an old umbrella by the door, rushing to the entrance, but all she saw was her brother's back disappearing into the curtain of rain. That flimsy jacket was instantly drenched, clinging to him. He mounted the old bicycle, which rattled loudly except for its bell, and pedaled furiously into the obscure depths of the street. "Be careful on the road," Su Muqiu shouted, gripping the door frame. Her voice mostly swallowed by the sound of the wind and rain. I stood by the window, watching Su Muqiu's figure diminish in the hazy rain and the dim glow of the streetlight, until he turned a corner and vanished completely. That intense feeling of unease only intensified, wrapping around me like cold vines, nearly suffocating me. Ye Xiu stood silently by the window, holding a cigarette that would never be lit, gazing at the white curtain of rain outside. His profile appeared somewhat stern in the dim light. He remained silent, yet his usually half-closed eyes seemed shrouded in a layer of impenetrable gloom. The attic was filled only with the sound of rain, drumming against the window, echoing in my heart. Su Muqiu quietly returned to the table, beginning to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks we had used for our noodles. Her movements gentle, yet imbued with a stifled stillness. Time trickled by, and the rain outside showed no sign of abating. Thunder rolled dully within the clouds, occasionally splitting the sky with flashes of lightning, illuminating the dim attic in stark white. The bowl of instant noodles had long been cleared away. The golden, flaming Jing and the softly glowing Feng Shi Chao lay quietly in the backpack, no longer capable of evoking any excitement. Su Muqiu sat on a small stool, cradling a book, but her gaze was vacant, the pages untouched for a long while. Ye Xiu leaned against the wall, eyes closed as if asleep. Yet the cigarette in his fingers was unconsciously crushed into a distorted shape. I stared at the rudimentary Wanxiang core model on the screen, the four-colored halo still faintly circulating. But my thoughts drifted aimlessly like a kite severed from its string, lost in the cold rain. The understanding brought by talent felt utterly impotent at this moment. Unable to pierce through the thick curtain of rain, unable to predict the trajectory of that old bicycle on the slippery street. Anxiety, like a chilling tide, gradually enveloped me, submerging my ankles, my knees, and threatening to drown me. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone shattered the stifling silence of the attic. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. It was the shared phone of the landlady downstairs. Who could be calling at this hour? The three of us sprang up almost simultaneously. Su Muqiu's book fell to the ground with a thud. Ye Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. My heart stopped for an instant, then raced wildly against my chest, almost bursting forth. Su Muqiu, closest to the door, resembled a startled deer, yet propelled by an urgent recklessness. She stumbled down the narrow, steep wooden staircase. The staircase groaned under the weight. Ye Xiu and I followed closely behind. Downstairs, the landlady's voice, thick with accent, rang out in alarm. "Oh dear, Su family girl, slow down. Be careful not to fall. Looking for Su Muqiu? What is your relation to him? What? The hospital? An accident?" The words car accident struck me like thunder, crashing violently against my skull. The world instantly fell silent, leaving only the frantic pounding of my heart echoing in my ears, and the relentless, cold sound of rain outside. Chapter 7. When the sudden rain ceases, the landlady's sharp cry pierced my eardrums. Car accident? Boom. It was not the thunder outside, but the sound of something exploding within my skull. The world felt weightless, twisted, and crumbling. The cold sound of rain, the landlady's dialect infused with sobs, the sharp creaks of the wooden boards as Su Muqiu stumbled down the stairs. Every sound blurred, elongated, and became distant, leaving only the dull thud of my heart hammering in my chest, again and again, heavy enough to shatter my ribcage. Ye Xiu's figure flickered before me, like a hazy shadow, already rushing down the narrow staircase ahead of me. I tried to move, yet my legs felt as if filled with lead, stiff and unresponsive. I stumbled, my forehead colliding painfully against the cold wooden doorframe. The sharp pain brought an odd clarity. Run. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I nearly tumbled down the staircase, my knees scraping against the rough edges of the wooden steps. In the dim light below, Su Muqiu's small frame trembled violently, gripping the landlady's plump arm tightly. Her face drained of all color, lips quivering yet unable to produce sound, only large tears silently rolling from her hollow eyes, splashing onto the cold concrete floor, leaving darkened stains. The landlady held an old receiver in one hand, while the other awkwardly patted Su Muqiu's back, incoherently speaking into the phone. Yes, his sister is here. All right, we're heading to the emergency room at the city hospital right away. Right away. The busy signal after hanging up echoed like a death knell. My throat feels as though it has been scraped with sandpaper, dry to the point where I cannot utter a complete syllable. I yearn to reach out to her, yet my fingertips freeze an inch from her shoulder, paralyzed with hesitation, as if the person before me would shatter upon contact. Ye Xiu stands at the doorway, rainwater cascading through the door frame, soaking his pant legs. He does not glance at us, his gaze fixed on the torrential downpour outside. his profile sharp and cold as a blade. The cigarette, twisted and deformed between his fingers, has fallen to the ground, swiftly saturated and ruined by the rain. Go. This single word emerges as if hewn from ice. Devoid of emotion, yet imbued with a severing force. There is no time for sorrow, no time for fear. Ye Xiu abruptly hauls the nearly limp Su Muqiu onto his shoulder and plunges into the frigid curtain of rain. The icy water instantly drenches me. The penetrating chill sends a shiver coursing through me, yet it forces my chaotic mind into a state of numbed clarity. I follow closely behind, rushing into the obscured realm of water. The streets in the dead of night are dominated by the relentless downpour. The dim streetlights blur into hazy orbs, resembling weeping eyes. The water rises above my ankles, biting cold. Ye Xiu carries Su Muqiu, each step heavy and hurried, splashing water around us. Su Muqiu's face is buried in Ye Xiu's drenched shoulder, her body trembling uncontrollably, her suppressed sobs torn apart by the wind and rain. I follow beside them, my heart pounding wildly in my chest, each beat tugging at a tearing pain. Icy rain flowing into my eyes, then spilling out, indistinguishable from rain or something else. Time stretches infinitely, yet it feels as though only a few breaths have passed. When the glaring red sign of the First People's Hospital pierces through the rain and comes into view, I feel nearly drained of energy. The harsh white light of the emergency room cuts through everything like a scalpel, exposing all to its starkness. The scent of antiseptic mingles with the metallic tang of blood and the heavy air of despair, thick enough to suffocate. A young police officer, drenched in his uniform, approaches with a transparent evidence bag in hand, his expression grave and fatigued. Are you family of Su Muqiu? Yes, I am his sister. Su Muqiu suddenly struggles down from Ye Xiu's back, rushing to grasp the officer's arm, her voice hoarse and strained. What happened to my brother? Where is he? The officer's gaze sweeps over us three, wet and disheveled, our faces pale as ghosts, a flicker of compassion flashing in his eyes. His voice lowers with gravity. Please accept my condolences. The injured Su Muqiu has been confirmed dead en route to the hospital. Boom. This time, it is truly the sky crashing down. Su Muqiu's eyes widen to their limits, the last flicker of light within extinguished. Her mouth opens, a rasping sound escapes her throat, like a fish out of water, her body jerking violently before she collapses backward. Muqiu. Both Ye Xiu and I reach out to catch her limp form. She is as light as a feather, yet bears an unimaginable weight, cold, lifeless. The initial investigation suggests it was an accident. The officer's voice seems to echo from a distance, carrying a chilling formality. On a rainy day, the roads are slick and visibility poor. He was struck by a truck that ran a yellow light at an intersection. The scene was gruesome. This was found on him, something that should be significant, clutched tightly in his hand, impossible to pry open. The officer hands over the transparent evidence bag, its edges stained with dark red, dried blood. Inside, a blood-soaked, crumpled brown paper envelope. One corner of the envelope is violently torn open, revealing the edges of several printed pages within, even through the plastic and bloodstains. I can clearly see the emblem of the Glory Alliance Official Design Institute emblazoned on the envelope cover. The final design verification report for the electromagnetic form of the Qianji-san. He obtained it in the last moment of his life. What he clutched so tightly was his dream. A wave of nausea churns violently in my stomach. I instinctively cover my mouth, bending over, yet nothing emerges. Only the icy rainwater and the bitter while searing my throat. Ye Xiu takes the bloodstained evidence bag. His hand is steady, terrifyingly so. The knuckles turn a bluish white from the pressure, the veins on the back of his hand clearly visible. He bows his head, his long lashes casting a heavy shadow in the pale light, obscuring all emotion. He says nothing, merely clutching the cold bag, bearing the last warmth, or perhaps the coldness, of Su Muqiu's life tightly in his palm, gripping it until his knuckles turn white. The cold corridor bench. Time loses all meaning. The harsh white light above buzzes incessantly, like countless flies buzzing their wings. The smell of antiseptic infiltrates every corner, mingling with a deeper, colder essence of death and despair, weaving its way into my nostrils, entwining around my heart. Su Muqiu is taken inside by a nurse to receive a sedative. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, she awakens, plunging into utter devastation. Her silent weeping transforms into heart-wrenching wails, like a wounded, dying creature struggling with all its might, screaming. Her nails digging deep into Ye Xiu's arm, leaving behind crimson trails, before several nurses forcibly restrain her and inject her with medication. At this moment, she curls up on a temporary bed at the other end of the corridor, covered with a thin white sheet. Her small body still twitching nervously under the influence of the drug, tear-stained cheeks and furrowed brows, even in slumber, ensnared by immense agony. Ye Xiu sits on the bench opposite me, his back straight like a silent statue, washed clean by the rain. He lowers his head, his gaze fixed on the blood-stained evidence bag in his hands. Rainwater drips from his tousled hair, spreading a dark stain on the cold floor tiles. The cigarette that always lingered between his fingers has vanished, leaving only his fingers slightly curled and empty. The usual languid air surrounding him has dissipated without a trace, replaced by a heavy, almost tangible coldness, as if a silent storm rages within him, sealed away by an impenetrable layer of ice. I find myself leaning against the frigid wall, my drenched clothes clinging to my skin, bringing an unbearable chill. Yet, I am impervious to the cold. Inside, I feel as if I have been hollowed out, leaving behind a vast void through which a howling wind rushes. Each breath extracts a sharp pain from the depths of my being. Before me, fragmented images flash incessantly. Su Muqiu's hopeful smile as he turned back while rushing out of the attic, his frail silhouette disappearing around the corner, shrouded in rain. The police officer handing over a dark red-stained evidence bag, and the emblem of the Glory Design Institute emblazoned on the document pouch. He achieved it. He fought desperately in that torrential downpour, all for this. For his Chance Umbrella, for the future we envisioned together in that cramped attic. Amidst the aroma of instant noodles and metallic dust. Why? The gift of understanding feels like a cruel curse at this moment. I can vividly comprehend everything that transpired at that intersection. The slick road, the blurred vision, the jarring screech of brakes, the heavy impact. The trajectory of the body being flung into the air. Each detail replays relentlessly in my mind, torturing my nerves. A violent headache strikes anew. As if countless red-hot needles are stirring within my skull, and flickering black dots begin to appear at the edges of my vision. I clench my fists tightly, my nails digging deep into my palms, attempting to combat the more brutal images in my mind with this sharp pain, but to little effect. I hardly dare to look at Ye Xiu. His silent demeanor resembles a volcano on the verge of eruption, the oppressive coldness suffocating me. The chasm that separates us seems not a mere corridor of a few meters, but an unfathomable abyss named loss. Time flows thickly in the oppressive silence. I know not how long it has been when a weary-looking doctor in a white coat approaches, holding several forms. Which of you is Su Muqiu's family member? We need to complete some formalities. The doctor's voice is soft, imbued with professional restraint, yet remarkably clear in the desolate corridor. Ye Xiu abruptly lifts his head. In that instant, I catch a fleeting glimpse of the ferocity and anguish in his eyes, akin to a wounded beast, so swift it feels like an illusion. Then, that layer of icy veneer descends once more, leaving only an unfathomable weariness and a nearly indifferent calm. I am, he rasps, his voice hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against rusted iron. He rises, his movements stiff, as if his joints have rusted. He does not look at me, merely following the doctor silently towards the office at the corridor's end. His upright figure, under the harsh white light, appears exceedingly frail, yet bears an overwhelming weight of solitude and resilience. The office door gently closes, shutting out the low murmur of conversation within. I am left alone in the corridor. The frigid air seems to have solidified. Outside, the torrential rain has ceased, leaving only the soft patter of residual droplets striking the windowsill, producing a monotonous and hollow sound, reminiscent of the last grain of sand slipping through an hourglass. I slowly lower my head, opening my tightly clenched right hand. My palm bears deep impressions from my nails, edges swollen and red. Amidst the blurred flesh lies a small metallic piece, the size of a pigeon's egg. Its surface uneven, flowing with an exceedingly faint and unstable four-colored halo, my Wanxiang hex core's embryonic form. I do not recall when it became firmly grasped in my hand. The cold metal presses against the wound on my palm, delivering a sharp sting and a peculiar, chilling clarity. The four hues, the fiery red of the battle mage, the explosive orange of the gunner, the keen azure of the swordsman, and the profound purple of the array ghost, faintly swirl, their radiance dim. With minute flashes of energy conflict occasionally bursting forth, as if echoing the tempest and instability within their master's heart. It is fragile, on the verge of disintegration. I gaze at it, watching the beads of blood seeping from my palm gradually saturate the metal's rough surface, staining that faint four-colored halo with a glaring red. A thought, piercing through my chaotic mind like an icy shard, strikes me with destructive force. Is this my fault? If I had not proposed that mad idea of merging the four occupational weapons, if I had not needed that damned fengshi herb, if we had not gone to snatch that falling sunset peak amidst such a torrential storm, if I had not mentioned that the Kongming stone was too rare, if I had stopped him, at any cost, would he not have rushed out into the rain on that broken vehicle? Should he not be with us now? Excitedly counting the thunderous gold and fengshi herb in the attic, debating the next upgrade for the Chance Umbrella and Wanxiang, the gift of understanding functions like an uncontrollable machine, frantically calculating countless alternate realities. Each what if points to a possible path that could have averted this tragedy, and each path seems to intertwine with me. The heavy boulder named responsibility, mingled with the venom of regret, presses down upon me forcefully, nearly breaking my spine. The headache intensifies suddenly, darkness flickering before my eyes. A buzzing sound ringing in my ears. I forcefully press my forehead against the cold wall, the rough texture and chill momentarily alleviating the searing pain within my skull. My body trembles uncontrollably, not from the cold, but from an uncontainable fear and collapse deep within my soul. Lin Mo. A hoarse voice calls from beside me. I jerk my head up. Ye Xiu has returned to the corridor, having completed the necessary formalities, standing before me. His tall figure obscures part of the glaring white light, casting a stifling shadow. In his hand are several thin sheets of paper, likely death certificates or the like, their edges crumpled by his unconscious grip. His complexion appears even paler under the harsh light, his lips pressed into a cold, straight line. The eyes, usually imbued with a hint of languid mirth, now hold only an unfathomable weariness and a heavy, almost scrutinizing calm. He gazes at me, his eyes resting on my bloodshot face, marred by tears and rain, before finally settling on my open, blood-stained palm, where the bloodied Wanxiang core lies. That gaze bears no reproach, no anger, calm as a bottomless pool of stagnant water. Yet this very tranquility proves to be more devastating than any fervent accusation. It acts as a cold mirror, reflecting the tumult of guilt and fear swirling within me. Ye Xiu's voice, deep and languid, articulated each word as if extricated painfully from the depths of his throat. He departed with a smile. He paused momentarily, seemingly lost in recollection or perhaps verifying some detail. Then, he lifted his gaze, penetrating through my chaotic thoughts, piercing directly into the quagmire of turmoil within my soul. He had acquired what he desired. Ye Xiu's voice, soft yet imbued with an unusual clarity, resembled a frigid needle that pricked the bubble of guilt, making the sacrifice for his Qinji Sin feel worthwhile. Worthwhile? For mere sheets of paper? For a weapon concept yet to be realized? Is it worth risking one's life? A surge of inexplicable sorrow and absurdity washed over me, nearly bursting forth as a scream. But as I opened my mouth, only a gasping sound escaped. Ye Xiu's words felt like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the fervent flames of guilt within me, leaving behind an even colder, more desolate ash. Pack your things. Ye Xiu averted his gaze, no longer regarding the myriad of emotions within my palm, nor did he seem to see me as a person. His eyes turned towards the closed door at the end of the corridor, behind which lay the temporarily housed body of Su Muqiu, along with the unconscious Su Muqiu, forcibly dragged into darkness by medication. His voice regained its chilling decisiveness, carrying an undeniable commanding tone, as if preparing for a final battle akin to Chapter 8, the silver weapon on the ruins. Prepare for the aftermath. The last two words fell lightly, yet bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, crashing onto the cold tiled floor with a dull echo. He turned and walked toward the door, his posture still erect, but radiating a stiffness that betrayed his complete emotional depletion. I remained leaning against the wall, my body icy. The wound in my palm and the rough edges of the myriad cores sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through me. Ye Xiu's words echoed incessantly in my mind. He felt it was worthwhile. Prepare for the aftermath. Was it truly worth it? To give one's life for a dream? I did not know. All I understood was that the boy with the sunlit smile, who would excitedly clap my shoulder and call me Lin Mo, you're a treasure. The companion who passionately debated blueprints with me in our cramped attic, the fool who dashed out into the torrential rain without a second thought, was gone. Forever vanished from this world. The dim yellow glow of the incandescent bulb in the attic seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dust. The once vibrant sounds of keyboard clacking, Su Muqiu's enthusiastic voice, the aroma of instant noodles, the scents of metal and paper, all the lively, warm essences had been completely consumed by an overwhelming, frigid silence, leaving only hollow echoes. A faint scent of antiseptic lingered in the air, indelible and pervasive. It was the odor of death brought back from the hospital, wrapping itself around every inch of space, clinging to every item, silently announcing the presence of a figure that could never return. Su Muqiu huddled on a small folding bed in the corner, cocooned in thick blankets. Yet her body trembled uncontrollably. The enforced slumber induced by medication could not soothe the profound pain etched across her brow. Even in sleep, her breath was punctuated by suppressed, intermittent sobs. Her small face was pale to the point of translucence, dark shadows haunting her eyelids, resembling a flower battered by tempestuous winds. Still clinging to life, but stripped of all vitality, Ye Xiu sat before a darkened computer by the window, silent, his back turned towards the room. Outside, the sky was leaden gray, oppressive to the point of suffocation. He had taken up a new cigarette, unlit, unconsciously rubbing the filter with his fingertips. His silhouette resembled a silent rock, enduring the onslaught of tumultuous waves. Though outwardly hard and cold, it had long been eroded, riddled with wounds. A heavy, almost palpable sadness permeated the confined space, like a cold tide washing over everything. I sat on my designated sleeping area, leaning against the frigid wall. Before me lay the enormous coarse sack that Su Muqiu had sewn for me, intended to hold the tattered materials we cherished as treasures. The bag was stuffed to the brim with fragments of colorful ores, energy crystals, plants emitting a faint glow, and beast bones inscribed with runes. They lay quietly, still radiating their unique energy fluctuations, yet at this moment, they appeared painfully glaring, utterly absurd. A piece of Lei Ming Jingjin, the size of a pigeon egg, lay atop the pile, its surface uneven yet harboring a ferocious, thunderous power, occasionally emitting faint sparks under the dim light. It rested there quietly, its golden surface seemingly retaining the moisture from the torrential rain on the peak of Luoxia, echoing the wrathful screech of the Thunder Eagle Lord, and the last hopeful gaze of Su Muqiu. Beside it were several strands of fengshi grass, exuding a gentle azure glow. Their slender leaves, with clear veins, contained the pure and gentle power of wind elements. They were meant to be the key to stabilizing my myriad wind attribute channel. I reached out, my fingertips trembling as they brushed against the cold Lei Ming Jingjin. A faint electric sensation coursed through my fingers, eliciting a slight numbness. The understanding bestowed by my talent vividly reflected its internal, unruly energy structure, as well as the blood-soaked past that accompanied it. Su Muqiu's life was the price paid for it. A violent churn erupted in my stomach, a wave of nausea surging up my throat. I recoiled as if burned. Is it worth it? Ye Xiu's cold words from the hospital reverberated once more in my mind. For these cold stones and grasses, to sacrifice a living, breathing person? A brother who could laugh, make noise, and bang on the table shouting for another round? Absurd. An overwhelming sense of absurdity and a profound self-loathing gripped my heart like icy tendrils, constricting to the point of near asphyxiation. Before me flashed the blood-stained evidence bag once more, the silhouette of Su Muqiu as he dashed from the attic, the heartbreaking cries of Su Muqiu, and the heavy, suffocating silence of Ye Xiu. An uncontrollable sob escaped from the depths of my throat, prompting me to hastily cover my mouth. My body curled in on itself, my forehead pressed against my cold knees, shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Tears surged forth, mingling with icy despair and unexpressed guilt, instantly soaking the rough fabric of my knees. It is I. I am the one who needs fengshi chao. I am the one who failed repeatedly before the equipment editor, lamenting the scarcity of materials. I am the one who, on the peak of Luoxia, charged into that deadly storm alongside them for the faintest glimmer of hope. I am indirectly responsible for pushing him down that irreversible path. The gift of understanding transformed into the most brutal instrument of torture at this moment. It could dissect each causal chain with excruciating clarity, linking my needs, my failures, my involvement, irrevocably to that tragic accident. Every thought felt like a dull knife, incessantly slicing through my already mangled nerves. Enough. A hoarse, frigid voice resonated above me. I abruptly raised my head, and through tear-blurred vision, I saw Ye Xiu standing before me, his expression still pale, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable weariness. Yet, the weight of scrutiny had vanished, replaced by a near indifference. Put away your theatrics. His voice, low but undeniably piercing, was like an ice pick shattering a bubble. Regret? Guilt? Do you believe yourself the perpetrator? He curled the corner of his mouth into a cold, mocking arc, imbued with a weary insight. Spare me. It is meaningless. He averted his gaze, casting it toward the leaden sky outside, his voice deepening with a heavy, resigned tone. What has happened, has happened. A life has been lost. This is the outcome. Muqiu's choice was his own path. No one can substitute or alter it. His gaze swept over the materials strewn on the ground, landing on the glaring Lei Ming Jingjin before finally resting on my face, his eyes sharp as knives. What you must do now, he articulated, each word clear and icy, is not to sit here weeping like a coward, shouldering the blame alone. Instead, think about what comes next. What now? I stared at him in bewilderment, my mind a blank slate. The immense sorrow and guilt felt like a mire, ensnaring me, rendering me immobile. Ye Xiu's gaze sharpened further, pressing with an almost cruel intensity. What about Muqiu? How old is she? She has only us left. His voice rose slightly, laced with suppressed anguish. And the legacy he left behind. His account. His Chance Umbrella. Those unfinished blueprints. And you. His gaze fell again to my palm, where I had unknowingly clenched the blood-stained Wanxiang core prototype. The cold metal bit into my palm, leaving painful impressions. That pitiful thing of yours. Ye Xiu's voice brimmed with unabashed mockery, yet it bore an inexplicable complexity of emotion. Did you not intend to create it? Then go and do it. Complete it with his spirit. Like a man, finish it. Do not wallow here, crushed by what-ifs. His words struck me like a heavy hammer, resounding in my chaotic consciousness. Each syllable bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, shattering the shell of self-pity and exposing a core that, while bloodied, was all the more resolute. With his spirit? Finish it. I lowered my gaze, observing the metallic fragment in my palm that still shimmered with a faint spectrum of colors under the dim light. It was rough, fragile, fraught with conflict and instability. It bore the blood of Su Muqiu, yet it also encapsulated my dreams and our shared madness. Ye Xiu no longer looked at me. He turned and walked to Su Muqiu's small bed, moving with great care as he tucked her blanket. Then, he approached his computer and pressed the power button. The screen lit up, casting an ethereal blue glow upon his pale face, rendering him somewhat surreal. He did not log into the game, but opened a folder on his desktop. Inside were densely packed scanned blueprints and documents. Everything Su Muqiu had left behind regarding the Chance Umbrella, including design drafts, parameter calculations, and unfinished concepts. He opened a complex diagram of the umbrella's framework, leaning slightly forward, fixating on the screen with an unsettling intensity, as if he sought to engrave those cold lines and numbers deep into his soul. His upright spine, bathed in the computer's blue light, resembled a silent, unyielding monument. The room was filled only with the low hum of the computer fan and Su Muqiu's uneven breaths, punctuated by soft sobs, under the influence of medication. I remained seated on the floor, curled up. My tears had ceased, leaving cold streaks on my face. My palm tightly gripped the Wanxiang core, its rough edges and frigid touch offering a strange, piercing clarity. Ye Xiu's words reverberated in my mind. Like a man, finish it. Carry his spirit. The overwhelming sorrow had not dissipated. It still weighed heavily on my heart, every breath laced with searing pain. The gnawing guilt lingered, a grotesque scar eternally etched into my soul. Yet, amidst this desolate ruin, beneath the oppressive stone of responsibility, a faint but remarkably resilient ember emerged, like a fragile shoot striving for sunlight through a crevice. It was not hope. That would be too extravagant. It was necessity. For Su Muqiu, who huddled in the corner, bereft of her sole support. For Ye Xiu, who sat before the computer, silently shouldering everything, striving to perpetuate a departed friend's dream. And for that youth who, in the storm, burned out in pursuit of his dreams. I slowly, and with great difficulty, inhaled a breath. The icy air filled my lungs, bringing a sharp sting. Yet it also bore an almost cruel sense of reality. I released my clenched fist, opening my palm. The bloodied Wanxiang core lay quietly there. The four hues of light flickered weakly and discordantly, much like the chaotic and anguished state of my heart at this moment. Yet this time, as I gazed upon them, I felt neither despair nor disdain. I extended my hand, my fingertips trembling ever so slightly, yet with an unwavering resolve. I parted the gentle azure glow emanating from the few strands of fengshi grass nestled within the pouch. Their warm energy ebbed like a faint breeze in the darkness. Subsequently, my fingers slowly but firmly grasped the cold and weighty Lei Ming JNGJN. The tumultuous power of thunder pulsed at my fingertips, imbued with a sense of destruction, yet also carrying the last warmth of Su Muqiu's life. Chapter 9. The traveler's bird in the air in the attic felt as heavy as a block of lead, stifling in its density. Su Muqiu curled up on the small bed in the corner, ensnared in the drowsy slumber induced by medication, her brow furrowed, occasionally twitching uncontrollably, emitting faint, dreamlike whimpers. Ye Xiu sat before his computer, its screen aglow with a ghostly blue light, his back straight as an unyielding, mournful monument. He did not engage in gaming. Instead, the screen displayed a plethora of blueprints, the intricate designs of the Chance Umbrella left by Su Muqiu. He fixated on the cold lines and parameters, his gaze intensely focused to the point of obsession, his fingertips hovering unconsciously above the keyboard, as if attempting to touch the lingering warmth of a departed soul. I sat on the floor, leaning against the cold wall. My palms clutched the frigid core of the Wanxiang and the even heavier, tingling Lei Ming JNGJN, Ye Xiu's icy. Cutting words echoed in the stillness of the air, each syllable bearing a weight that struck heavily upon my heart. Carry forth with his legacy, as a man should, rather than wallowing in self-pity and shirking responsibility. I pondered the way forward. What about Muqiu? What should be done? The overwhelming void remained, with sorrow and guilt gnawing at me like parasites. Yet Ye Xiu's words pierced through the veil of self-pity like a tempered dagger, revealing the cold, unyielding reality beneath. My gaze fell upon the curled form of Su Muqiu. She appeared so small, so fragile, having lost her only kin in a single night. Her world had crumbled. Ye Xiu was right. She only had us left. But what could I do? Remain in this attic, suffused with the scent of death and painful memories? Witness the hollow despair in Su Muqiu's eyes each time she awoke? Confront Ye Xiu's oppressive silence, which threatened to crush all beneath its weight? And what of the bloodied metal and the cold stone in my palms, incessantly reminding me of that tragic night, of the inextricable connection between my needs and the loss of life? The comprehension granted by my talents, once a tool of chaos, transformed now into a cold analytical instrument. It dissected the present reality, a scarcity of resources, an oppressive environment, and Ye Xiu's need for both space and time to digest, inherit, and safeguard what Su Muqiu had left behind, including Su Muqiu, my existence, my suffering, my guilt, and the colossal undertaking of the Wanxiang concept. All of it here and now merely served as an additional, burdensome weight. Particularly, I could not assure myself that, amidst this mire of sorrow, witnessing Su Muqiu's pain would not one day utterly overwhelm me, robbing me of the strength to even grasp my spear. A thought, sharp and resolute as an icicle, crystallized in my mind, to depart, not as an act of evasion, at least not entirely so, but to return stronger, to truly carry forth his legacy and complete the Wanxiang. Once this notion took root, it blossomed like a vine, ensnaring my heart with fervor. It brought a sharp pang of pain, accompanied by a nearly cruel clarity. I inhaled slowly and laboriously, the icy air stinging my lungs. Then, I raised my gaze, piercing through the dim light, towards Ye Xiu's stoic silhouette. Ye Xiu, my voice emerged, dry and hoarse, jarringly discordant in the silent room. Ye Xiu's fingers paused momentarily above the keyboard. He did not turn around. Instead, his shoulders tensed imperceptibly. My throat felt as though it were choked with gravel. Each word a struggle. I wished to leave for a while. The sound of keystrokes ceased entirely. The attic sank into a deeper silence. Even the faint sound of Su Muqiu's sobs seemingly vanished. The air felt as solid as stone. After a few moments, Ye Xiu turned his chair with excruciating slowness, each movement carrying a sense of rusted stiffness. In the dim light, the majority of his face remained cloaked in shadow, illuminated only by the ghostly blue glow of the computer screen, which delineated the taut lines of his jaw and the depths of his inscrutable eyes. He remained silent, merely observing me. His gaze was frighteningly calm, devoid of surprise, anger, or entreaty. It bore no trace of tumult. Instead, it conveyed a profound weariness, as though he comprehended everything. That tranquility resembled a mirror of ice, reflecting my internal struggles and the seemingly noble, yet potentially selfish thought I harbored. An invisible pressure bore down upon me like a mountain, nearly suffocating. I forced myself to meet his gaze, despite its sharpness, which felt capable of piercing through my very soul. "Where to?" he finally inquired, his voice low and steady, devoid of any emotional inflection. "I do not know." I spoke the truth, my voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Perhaps abroad, to find a quiet place and seek opportunities." My gaze instinctively swept over the Wanxiang core and the Lei Ming JNGJ in my palms, recognizing the overwhelming demands they entailed. "It is too difficult here," I added softly, a hint of shame woven into my words. Ye Xiu's gaze followed my movements, resting on my tightly clenched hands. He beheld the bloodstained metal, shimmering with a faint four-colored halo, and the cold JNGJN, brimming with tempestuous power. His eyes lingered on these two objects for several moments, a flicker of complex emotions flashing deep within his pupils. Was it derision? Understanding? A heavy sense of acceptance? Ultimately, everything culminates in a profound fatigue. He remained silent for an extended period, long enough for the light outside to grow dimmer. It was during this silence that Su Muqiu, in her slumber, emitted a clearer whimper, curling her body tighter. "Have you thought it through?" Ye Xiu's voice echoed once more, retaining its flat, unvarying tone. "Amen." I nodded vigorously, my nails digging deeply into my palm, the sharp pain forcing me to maintain the last vestiges of consciousness and resolve. "I entrust her to you." These words, once spoken, bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, accompanied by a sense of almost shameless delegation. Ye Xiu did not respond immediately. He slowly turned back, facing the computer screen once again. The ethereal blue light illuminated his pale profile, casting a heavy shadow of his upright spine against the wall. He placed his fingers back onto the keyboard, yet they hovered there, unmoving, like a statue frozen in time. Time flowed sluggishly in the stillness. "Amen." A faint, almost delicate syllable finally escaped his throat, light as a feather falling, yet imbued with the gravity of inevitability. He did not look at me again. He merely resumed his slow, methodical tapping on the keyboard. The monotonous sound echoed through the silent attic like the somber rhythm of a farewell drumbeat. No pleas, no inquiries. Not even a single farewell. Just amen. This was far more chilling than any fervent words could ever be, decisively severing the last thread of hesitation. He understood. Perhaps he comprehended my current weakness, my struggles, and the deep-seated impulse buried beneath that weakness to escape this suffocating pain, better than I did myself. He chose acceptance in his own quiet manner. I suddenly bowed my head, no longer wishing to gaze upon that silent figure. My chest churned with an unutterable ache and a stinging sense of liberation. Silently, I rose to my feet and began to gather my meager belongings. A few faded clothes were stuffed into a tattered backpack. The Quanji Gao show comic, frayed from the journey of running away, was carefully wrapped in oil paper and placed at the bottom. Lastly, I retrieved the large burlap bag containing all the materials that Su Muqiu and I had hoarded like hamsters over the past year. Various shards of, or energy crystals, runic beast bones, and several sprigs of gentle blue glowing fengshi grass. My hand lingered above the bag for a long time. Ultimately, I did not take any materials. I simply grasped the cold Lei Ming Jinjing tightly in my palm, as if I were trying to embed it into my very being. Then, I bent down and gently, reverently placed the bulging bag of materials beside Ye Xiu's computer desk, right next to where he had stacked Su Muqiu's design drafts. That was where they truly belonged, to the Qianji San, to Su Muqiu's unfinished dreams, and to the responsibilities that Ye Xiu would soon undertake. As for the blood-stained Wanxian core prototype, I pressed it firmly against my chest, encased in a simple cloth bag, letting its icy touch serve as a constant reminder of my purpose. Having completed all of this, I took one last glance at Su Muqiu, curled up on the bed. Her small frame rose and fell slightly beneath the thin blanket, her sleeping face still etched with pain. I opened my mouth, wishing to say something, yet ultimately, no words would escape. All farewells felt pale and powerless. I lifted the light backpack containing only a few garments and a comic. I cast one final look at Ye Xiu, whose silence was as steadfast as a mountain, his back turned to the ethereal blue screen. He continued to tap away at the keyboard, the sound as if I had never existed and had never left. My throat felt choked. I abruptly turned, pulling open the creaking attic door, rushing down the narrow, steep wooden stairs without looking back. The echoes of my hurried footsteps reverberated in the empty corridor, frantic and awkward. Like a stray dog, the cold night air, laced with dampness, rushed toward me, dispersing the suffocating scent of disinfectant and despair that lingered in the attic. I stood in the shadow of the dim streetlight below, gasping for breath as if I had just resurfaced from the depths of water. My chest roiled with tumultuous emotions, a fleeting sense of liberation akin to escaping a cage, coupled with the heavy guilt and confusion that nearly threatened to crush me. Leaving was merely the first step. What lay ahead? In my pocket, aside from a few scattered coins, was only that thin card, bearing the last remnants of Su Muqiu's brother's life. It contained the meager compensation from his accident, as well as the last bit of savings we had accumulated over the past year, intended for upgrading equipment and purchasing materials. After completing all the formalities, Ye Xiu had silently handed it to me. At the time, I had been in a daze, yet now, holding it felt unbearably hot. There was not much money, but it was enough to purchase a one-way ticket away from this place. The understanding bestowed by talent began to operate with a cold efficiency after the enormous emotional storm had subsided. It no longer indulged in meaningless self-blame. Instead, it began to analyze reality. I needed a location that could provide a stable supply of basic materials, a place where I could access more advanced equipment editors, an environment where I could immerse myself without being torn apart by painful memories. Domestically, the Glory Alliance was just in its infancy, and top-tier materials and research resources were monopolized by large clubs. A lone player or an unknown youth would find it nearly impossible to stake a claim. Abroad, that word emerged clearly once again. Europe, North America. There, a more mature esports system thrived, with publicly accessible, well-equipped large-scale equipment development workshops and a more liberated materials trading market. More importantly, the distance. The physical distance might temporarily shield me from the bone-chilling sorrow and suffocating guilt, providing a space to breathe and reconstruct myself. Target locked, North America, Seattle. Not only was there an active esports ecosystem, but it was also renowned for housing numerous top hardware and virtual equipment development companies. The direction was set, yet the path ahead remained fraught with thorns. Visa, language, an unfamiliar country, how to survive, how to access core resources. Every question loomed like a mountain. I wandered aimlessly through the chilly streets of dawn, the streetlights casting elongated shadows that stretched and contracted like a drifting specter. Eventually, I found myself entering a budget internet CAF that operated around the clock. A pungent odor of smoke mingled with cheap perfume assaulted my senses, while greasy keyboards and a drowsy attendant created an atmosphere of lethargy. The corners echoed with fierce shouting and the sounds of gaming skills. Here, an eerie sense of familiarity and security enveloped me. I settled into a corner workstation, bypassing the login for Glory, instead opting to open a search engine. The eerie blue glow of the screen illuminated my pale, weary face as my fingertips danced across the oil-stained keyboard, producing a dull thud. A deluge of information surged forth, akin to a tide. The dizzying array of English websites, intricate application processes, and exorbitant living cost estimates seemed to mock my fanciful notions and recklessness at every turn. A dull headache reared its head again, a warning of the overexertion of my innate talents. In this moment, the gift of understanding revealed its terrifying aspect, functioning like a precise scanner, swiftly filtering through the overwhelming and useless information, capturing crucial and actionable fragments. I discerned the core requirements hidden beneath complex English terms. Sensed the operational spaces behind seemingly impossible application paths, such as leveraging short-term exchange programs from gaming training camps as a springboard, and anticipated the risks and potential rewards of various material trading platforms. Time flew by in a flurry of focused searching and simulated reasoning. Outside, the sky transitioned from inky black to deep blue, gradually lightening to a grayish white. When the first rays of morning light struggled to penetrate the CAF's grimy windows, I found myself with a virtual satchel filled with preliminary and rudimentary strategies. Visa Pathway. Target a gaming training camp in Seattle named Dingdian. They offer short-term international exchange programs, ostensibly to experience the North American esports environment, but primarily as a means of financial gain. The requirements are minimal, the review process lenient, and the duration brief, 3 months, making it an ideal legal stay springboard. The cost, however, is steep, consuming nearly a third of my bank balance. Base of operations. I aim for affordable shared housing or hostel beds around the University of Seattle, perhaps leveraging my student status from the training camp. I could apply for temporary accommodation on campus, cheaper, yet unlikely. Survival. Upon arrival, I would immediately seek part-time work. My targets included the kitchen of a Chinese restaurant, no fluent English required, a night shift at the Internet CAF, familiar surroundings, or utilizing Glory. With the North American server recently opened, I could earn money through gaming, power leveling, or even tackling some challenging material orders. This was the quickest and most familiar avenue for income. Objective: gain entry into Seattle's largest public equipment development center, Chuangjia Workshop. They possess top-tier editing tools and offer material rental services, though the fees are exorbitant, requiring specific technical certifications, another barrier. Short-term goal: utilize every moment and resource to stabilize the Wanxiang core and initially construct at least one stable weapon prototype, prioritizing the combat mage's spear form, which serves as the foundation. The plan was rudimentary and rife with flaws, each step fraught with uncertainty. Particularly, the exorbitant training camp fees loomed over me like a sword of Damocles. Should I fail, I would be left with nothing, wandering the streets of a foreign land. Was it worth it? For an elusive weapon concept? I leaned back against the cold plastic chair, closing my eyes. Chapter 10. The final farewell flashes of memories surged forth. Su Muqiu's hopeful glance as he burst from the attic, Ye Xiu's heavy silhouette in the hospital corridor, and Su Muqiu's frail, trembling on the hospital bed. In my palm lay the cold, blood-stained Wanxiang core, its faint glow resembling a flickering star in the darkness. There was no turning back. This was the only path I could envision to carry on with his legacy, a solitary journey paved with Su Muqiu's last savings, leading into the unknown thorns of uncertainty. I suddenly opened my eyes, the blood vessels in my eyes red but ignited with a near-manic resolve. I accessed the ticketing website and found the earliest discounted red-eye flight to Seattle. Payment confirmed. The balance on my bank card dwindled to a staggering figure. As the confirmation email for the ticket landed in my inbox, a profound sense of exhaustion and a tragic determination seized me simultaneously. I slumped in the chair, staring at the swirling, filthy ceiling fan of the CAF, gasping for breath. Leaving had become an inevitability. Days later, on another bleak morning, the sky hung heavy with leaden gray, and a cold drizzle fell, like tears that would never dry. In the attic, a simple backpack lay packed and ready by the door. The air remained thick with heaviness, yet there was a certain stillness, as if the dust had settled. Su Muqiu sat at the small table, eating the white porridge Ye Xiu had prepared, taking small bites. Her complexion was still pale, her eyes sunken, but the vacant look from days prior had been replaced with a thick layer of unshakable sorrow. Lowering her head, her long lashes cast shadows over her emotions, while her delicate fingers gripping the spoon turned slightly white, betraying her inner turmoil. She did not look at me or my belongings, as if I were merely an inconsequential object in the room. Ye Xiu leaned against the window, gazing out at the dreary rain-soaked landscape. He wore relatively clean clothes, yet the weight of fatigue hung over him like a shroud. He still held the unlit cigarette between his fingers, remaining silent like a statue frozen in time. Words of farewell rolled around in my throat countless times, yet I could not find the appropriate outlet. Any utterance at this moment felt pale and insincere. I approached Su Muqiu, crouching beside her. She did not lift her gaze, only tightening her grip on the spoon. I retrieved the nearly sweat-soaked bank card from my pocket and gently placed it on the table before her. The remaining money in the card was all that I could spare after calculating the bare essentials for survival upon my arrival. Muqiu, my voice emerged dry and hoarse. Striving to sound tender, please take this. Purchase something delicious, perhaps a few new garments, or even save it. I was acutely aware that this sum was insignificant, yet it constituted the only tangible remnant I could leave behind. Su Muqiu's body trembled almost imperceptibly. She still did not raise her gaze nor look at the card. After several seconds, she faintly nodded, the gesture so slight it was nearly invisible. A single crystalline tear fell silently, splashing into her bowl of kanji, sending forth a small ripple. My heart felt as though it had been tightly gripped by an invisible hand. I inhaled deeply, suppressing the surging sorrow, and stood up. Moving to Ye Xiu's side, he continued to gaze out the window, the contours of his profile stark and unyielding. Ye Xiu, I began, my voice laden with a difficulty I hadn't realized. My ride is arriving. Ye Xiu abruptly interrupted, his tone calm and devoid of emotion, betraying nothing. He did not look at me, merely raised his wrist to glance at a non-existent watch, indicating the ground floor. He understood. He had even calculated the time. At that moment, all farewells, explanations, and reassurances became meaningless. He did not require them. With the most direct approach, he severed the last vestige of the suffocating atmosphere that could have spread. I cast one final glance at the small, dilapidated attic that had cradled all my warmth, dreams, and immense suffering over the past year. My gaze swept past the two humming computers, the corner cluttered with blueprints and materials, and rested on Su Muqiu's downcast face, stained with tears, ultimately landing on Ye Xiu's silent figure, resolute as a mountain, impervious to all storms. Take care. Those two words felt as if they drained every ounce of my strength. There was no response. I abruptly turned, grasped the lightweight backpack by the door, and pushed open the creaking wooden door, descending without a backward glance. My footsteps echoed hurriedly in the empty corridor, growing fainter, ultimately swallowed by the cacophony of the street below. In the attic, only the sound of rain tapping against the window remained, accompanied by Su Muqiu's muffled, fragmented sobs. Ye Xiu finally turned slowly. He approached the table, picked up the still-warm bank card, and absent-mindedly rubbed the cold surface with his fingertips. His gaze lingered on Su Muqiu's trembling shoulders for a prolonged moment. In his unfathomable eyes swirled a myriad of complex emotions, profound fatigue, deep-seated pain, a barely perceptible worry, and a certain heavy understanding that lay hidden beneath. Eventually, all emotions converged into a profound tranquility. He gently placed the bank card into the pocket of Su Muqiu's coat, his movements tender. Then, he returned to the window, his gaze directed towards the street corner below. There, a slender figure with a backpack was opening the car door, slipping into a dilapidated taxi. The vehicle roared to life, emitting a plume of black smoke, quickly merging into the sparse morning traffic, vanishing into the depths of the leaden rain curtain. Ye Xiu stood there quietly, like a statue of watchfulness. The fine rain coursed down the glass, blurring the world outside. Only when the taxi's taillights disappeared from view did he release a long, nearly inaudible sigh from deep within his throat. The sound of that sigh floated into the chilly air, as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 11. As neon lights begin to glow, the rain in Ye Xiu always carries a viscous chill, seeping into the marrow, resonating strangely within the depths of the soul, starkly contrasting with that stormy night that had torn everything asunder. For years have passed, like pebbles washed countless times by rain, their surfaces seemingly smoothed, yet the intricate patterns within have grown increasingly profound. When the airplane thundered down at Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport, the familiar warmth of the Jiangnan's humid air filled my nostrils, causing Lin Mo to momentarily lose his bearings. The skyscrapers had multiplied beyond my memories, their glass facades reflecting blinding sunlight. The traffic flowed like a river, pedestrians rushed by. The rhythm of this city was far faster and more boisterous than when I had departed. Dragging a simple suitcase, I stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the arrivals hall, gazing at the unfamiliar splendor outside. While fragments of the past surged within me, the dim light of the attic, the scent of instant noodles, the clattering of keyboards, and two faces eternally frozen in youth, one radiant in sunshine, another lazily sharp, and a tear-streaked visage. The address sent by Su Muqiu was located in a tranquil neighborhood amidst the chaos of the western city. Our intermittent contact over the years had mostly been through brief emails and the occasional transoceanic phone call. Her voice, once hoarse and hollow, had gradually regained its clarity, though the resilient facade enveloping her was palpable even across thousands of miles. She had been accepted into a university right in the city. She never mentioned Ye Xiu in her emails, and I tacitly refrained from asking. Following the navigation, I traversed the shaded old streets lined with plane trees, winding past several vine-clad red brick buildings, until I arrived at a quiet corner where the sign of Shiguang caught my eye. The wooden sign, its edges polished by hand, bore no gaudy neon lights, just the two deep brown characters, Shiguang, quietly embedded on a warm yellow background. The glass windows gleamed, revealing the inviting interior. Warm-hued lights illuminated the deep brown wooden tables and chairs, while a wall of liquor cabinets behind the bar glimmered with a gentle sheen. Several tall green plants adorned the space, teeming with life. Most striking was a specially designed display wall in the corner. It bore no photographs or portraits, only a few items arranged with care, an old keyboard, its surface heavily worn and buttons glossy, a vintage optical mouse, its shell disassembled to reveal intricate circuits, and a peculiar metallic component, fixed on a transparent acrylic panel, marked with solder points and fine engravings. This was the core part of the early form-switching mechanism of the Qianji San, a legacy of Su Muqiu. Beside it lay a metal core the size of a dove's egg, its surface as smooth as a mirror, swirling with stable and profound four-color halos. They were enveloped in soft spotlighting, much like silent artifacts in a museum, silently narrating tales of fervor and regret long sealed by the passage of time. Lin Mo stood outside, gazing through the glass, his eyes lingering on the display wall. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. As memories suppressed by years of academic rigor, relentless focus, and the pressures of living abroad came rushing forth like a dam bursting. The radiant smile of Su Muqiu, the teasing remarks of Ye Xiu, and the restrained tears of Su Muqiu surged back, bearing the weight of 4 years of pent-up sorrow and dull pain. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and pushed open the heavy glass door. The wind chime above the door emitted a crisp, melodious sound. "Welcome to Shiguang." A clear and melodious voice, imbued with the essence of Jiangnan, resonated. Behind the bar, a figure looked up at the sound. Time seemed to cast its gentlest magic upon her, erasing the youthful naivety and fragility. Su Muqiu stood gracefully, her long hair tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and elegant neckline. Her eyes sparkled, and her smile was warm, akin to the gentle breeze sweeping across a lake in early summer. Dressed in a simple cream cotton linen shirt and a deep brown apron, she deftly polished a glass. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden hue upon her. Warm and bright. The moment she spotted Lin Mo, her movements abruptly halted. Her smile froze for an instant, only to blossom anew like spring ice melting. Radiating a more brilliant and authentic curve, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Mo go. Her voice brimmed with unmasked surprise and a hint of barely perceptible emotion. She set down the glass and hurriedly emerged from behind the bar. Lin Mo smiled back, though his smile was somewhat stiff, marked by the traces of a long journey and the complexities of a long-awaited reunion. Muqiu, he opened his arms. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Her body radiated warmth, kissed by the sun, accompanied by a subtle, pleasant fragrance of soap. Her arms wrapped tightly around him, embodying a sense of dependence found anew. "You have finally returned." Her voice was muffled against Lin Mo's shoulder, thick with emotion. I'm back." He gently patted her back, feeling the palpable warmth and slight tremor in his embrace. The unfamiliarity brought by for years swiftly melted away in this hug, leaving only a tacit understanding and concern that required no words. "You've become more beautiful and taller." Lin Mo released her, studying her intently. Su Muqiu, feeling a bit shy, wiped the corners of her eyes and playfully retorted, "It's been 4 years, of course. I've grown. But you." Her gaze scrutinized Lin Mo. Her brows slightly furrowed. "You've lost quite a bit of weight and look a bit darker. Was it tough abroad?" Her eyes betrayed an unmistakable concern. "It's all right." Lin Mo replied vaguely, not wishing to delve into the sleepless nights spent in the lab, the tense negotiations in the materials black market, or the exhaustion of washing mountains of dishes in the restaurant kitchen. He glanced around the exquisite and warm bar. "This place is wonderful, even better than I imagined." His gaze returned to the display wall. "Did you set this up?" "Yes." Su Muqiu followed his gaze, her expression softening with deep nostalgia. "I thought it would be nice to keep some memories. All of Brother Ye's things were eventually given to me, instead of leaving them aside. It's better to display them here, as if they are still present." Her voice was soft, yet carried a heavy weight. Lin Mo silently nodded, feeling a tightness in his chest. "Ye Xiu?" he finally inquired, his voice somewhat dry. Su Muqiu's smile dimmed slightly, and she sighed softly. "He's still with Jia Shi, but the situation isn't good. Jia Shi's performance has severely declined in recent years, and the higher-ups have significant concerns about him." She paused, opting not to elaborate further, and continued, "He knows you're back and is quite happy about it. However, Jia Shi has been intensively training lately, so it might take him a few days to sneak out." Lin Mo understood, even while abroad. He had heard whispers of the discord between Ye Xiu and the Jia Shi management. The commercial wave sweeping through the Glory League seemed to be slowly pushing the pure-hearted champion, who once chased victory, toward the fringes. The business at Shiguang was steadier than expected. It opted not for the raucous nightlife of a nightclub, but rather resembled a serene bar with an air of literary charm. Regular patrons were mostly local office workers, artistic youths, and a few sharp-eyed gamers whose discussions were invariably centered around skill cooldowns and equipment attributes. Su Muqiu managed the bar with meticulous care, treating customers with warmth and politeness, and her occasional smiles exuded an inviting charm. Lin Mo quickly acclimated to the environment. Mastering the art of bartending, taking orders, and cleaning with remarkable speed and quiet efficiency, akin to the precision with which he maneuvered in silence. Most of the time, he simply stood behind the bar, silently polishing glasses, his gaze occasionally drifting to the silent display wall in the corner, or flickering with a subtle glimmer when the glory players engaged in spirited discussions. The palm-sized Wanxiang core, radiating a deep and multifaceted glow, hung discreetly around his neck. Warmed by his body heat, becoming a part of him, days flowed quietly like a stream. The joy of reunion was gradually sedimented beneath the mundane trivialities of daily life, while the deep-seated pain and unresolved knots remained temporarily sealed beneath the surface of busyness. Until that fateful night, in the deep autumn rain, biting cold descended upon the city without warning. It was not the catastrophic downpour of 4 years prior, but a persistent, cold, and penetrating autumn drizzle that pitter-pattered against the glass windows of Shiguang, weaving a blurred curtain of water in the warm yellow light outside. Approaching midnight, only 2 tables of patrons remained in the bar, engaged in hushed conversations. Su Muqiu was behind the bar reconciling accounts, while Lin Mo focused intently on polishing a crystal glass. Suddenly, the wind chime rang out in a flurry of chaotic sounds. The door was abruptly pushed open, and a gust of cold wind, laden with the scent of rain, rushed in. A man stood at the entrance, tall and imposing. He appeared disheveled and drenched. He had not brought an umbrella. His Jiashi team's iconic red and black jacket clung to him, dark in some areas and light in others, continuously dripping water and forming a small puddle at his feet. His hair was tousled against his forehead, droplets of water trailing down to his cheeks. A cigarette hung limply from his lips, unlit and sodden, drooping under the weight of the rain. Most striking was the translucent document pouch he carelessly grasped in his hand. Its edges crumpled, the outlines of several sheets barely discernible within. He lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion, neither anger nor sorrow, only an unfathomable weariness and a profound indifference, as if all strength had been utterly drained. Rainwater trickled down his sharply defined jawline, landing on his drenched uniform. His gaze pierced through the bar's hazy ambience, surpassing the astonished patrons at 2 tables, and settled squarely on Lin Mo and Su Muqiu behind the bar. That gaze was as tranquil as a still pond, yet it caused Lin Mo's heart to constrict violently. It was all too familiar. It mirrored the look he had seen 4 years prior in the hospital corridor when he had received that bloodied evidence pouch. A chilling, ominous premonition seized Lin Mo instantly. Su Muqiu gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief, filled with an overwhelming surge of panic. Lao Yi, her voice cracked sharply. Ye Xiu seemed oblivious. He stepped forward, his soaked shoes leaving distinct watermarks on the immaculate wooden floor. He approached the bar and, with a resounding thud, slapped the damp, curled papers onto the polished bar top. The sheets fanned out. The topmost page bore bold black characters. Contract termination agreement. Party A, Jiashi Electronic Sports Club. Party B, Ye Xiu, Ye Xiu. The glaring terms below were illuminated under the light. Upon mutual agreement, the labor contract is hereby terminated. Party B shall not, in any form, utilize the Ye Xiu account card or its associated characters and equipment from this day forth. Party B commits to refrain from participating in any professional activities that compete with Jiashi Club. The signatures at the bottom bore 2 names. One was a flamboyant scrawl belonging to Tao Xian. The other was Ye Xiu's familiar, somewhat languid signature, though the strokes appeared particularly heavy at this moment. Behind the bar, Su Muqiu's breath hitched, her complexion turning as pale as paper, her body swaying slightly as she instinctively grasped the bar's edge. Her eyes fixated on the agreement, as if she had encountered the most horrifying nightmare. For 4 years, she had cautiously safeguarded the remnants left by her brother. The bar named Shiguang, and the faintest flicker of hope in her heart. She had believed the worst days were behind her. Yet this frigid agreement pierced through the fragile calm like a poisoned dagger, brutally tearing apart the reality that lay beneath. Ye Xiu was a symbol of her brother's battles alongside Ye Xiu. It was the culmination of countless nights spent in their cramped attic. It was Ye Xiu's very soul. How could Jiashi dare? A torrent of rage and indescribable heartache overwhelmed Su Muqiu's reason. Tears erupted without warning, mingling with shock and despair, cascading down her pallid cheeks. She abruptly lifted her head to look at Ye Xiu, her lips trembling, yearning to question, to scream. Yet no words emerged, only broken sobs escaping her throat. Lin Mo stood beside Su Muqiu, feeling as though the blood in his veins had solidified in that instant, only to surge violently to his head seconds later. A cold fury ignited within him, as palpable as flames, instantly consuming his every limb. Each word on that agreement pierced his eyes like needles. Contract termination, account deprivation, prohibition from professional activities. Jiashi, Tao Xian, how dare you? Do you comprehend the significance of the 4 characters, Ye Xiu? It embodies Su Muqiu's dedication. It is Ye Xiu's life. It is the only ember that has not extinguished amidst a youth soaked in rain and blood. The understanding bestowed by talent surged within him with unprecedented intensity, penetrating Ye Xiu's unfathomable weariness and indifference, acutely sensing the turbulent waves of betrayal concealed beneath his calm facade, the humiliation of being cast aside, the excruciating pain of dreams being violently severed, and an abyssal void, as if everything had been lost once more. For years, he had journeyed far and wide, embedding all his pain and guilt into the myriad of experiences, striving to become stronger, to return and confront it all. Yet, just as he returned, without a moment to catch his breath, without a chance to truly act, his greatest fears had been thrust upon him in the most abrupt and merciless manner. Ye Xiu remained impassive. He even raised his hand, intending to remove the soaked cigarette from his lips, but his fingers felt somewhat stiff. He glanced at the weeping Su Muqiu, then at the furious Lin Mo, whose complexion had turned a deep shade of gray, his chest heaving violently, rage almost erupting from his eyes. Ye Xiu's lips curled slightly, as if attempting to form a familiar, sardonic smile. But that arc ultimately solidified into an expression of profound exhaustion and bitterness. He raised his hand to wipe the rain from his face, as if to erase some invisible burden. Then, with an almost nonchalant demeanor, tinged with a heart-wrenching fatigue, he addressed Lin Mo, whose face was now ashen, in a tone that seemed to imply a trivial request, as if merely asking for a glass of water. "Boss, may I have a drink on credit? And perhaps a place to rest? I truly have nowhere else to go." As his words fell, the bar was engulfed in silence. Only the patter of rain outside and Su Muqiu's stifled, intermittent sobs remained. Lin Mo gazed at Ye Xiu's face, blurred by the rain, fixating on the unfathomable weariness in his eyes and the trace of vulnerability he desperately tried to conceal. The fury and heartache within him churned violently, colliding until they were subdued by a heavier, more fervent force, an immense weight known as responsibility and protection. He inhaled sharply, the breath infused with the rich aroma of whiskey and the faint bitterness of soda from the bar. He did not look at the glaring agreement, nor did he utter any words of comfort or anger. He merely turned around, deftly retrieving a bottle of unlabeled amber liquid from the highest shelf of the liquor cabinet. This was his own concoction, aged in oak barrels brought back from North America, spicy and fiery, named Gu Tea. The thick glass tumbler landed with a crisp sound on the damp bar top in front of Ye Xiu. Lin picked up the bottle and uncorked it, releasing a rich aroma that instantly filled the air. With a steady wrist, he poured the amber liquid into the glass until it was brimming. The liquid shimmered under the light, exuding an alluring sheen. "There's plenty to drink." Lin's voice, although not loud, carried an unmistakable clarity and resolute strength, piercing through the sound of the rain and Su sobs, penetrating Ye Xiu's heavy shell of fatigue. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as tempered steel, piercing into the unfathomable depths of Ye Xiu's eyes, each word heavy with significance. "Stay as long as you wish." Ye Xiu stared at the glass, nearly overflowing with the potent liquor, and then glanced back at Lin. There was no sympathy or pity in Lin's gaze, only an almost burning, unwavering determination and protection. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Outside, the cold autumn rain continued its relentless assault on the glass. The damp contract termination agreement on the bar appeared as an unsightly scar under the warm yellow light. Ng's tears fell silently. Finally, Ye Xiu's stiff fingers moved, pulling the soaked cigarette from his mouth and carelessly tossing it into the wet stains on the bar. Without a hint of hesitation, he reached for the heavy glass of Gu Tea. The cold glass pressed against his palm, the amber liquid reflecting the bar's warm lights, mirroring his own weary and blurred silhouette. Chapter 12. Under currents and silver weapons, the amber Gu Tea gently swayed in the thick glass, refracting the warm light of the bar. The spicy, rich aroma permeated the air, bringing with it a burning warmth. Ye Xiu gripped the glass, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. He did not drink immediately, instead gazing down at the rippling liquid, as if it encapsulated his forcibly stripped past and an uncertain future. Lin stood behind the bar, silent. He picked up a clean cloth, methodically wiping the water stains surrounding the soaked contract termination agreement that Ye Xiu had placed on the bar. His movements were slow and meticulous, as if he were cleansing an untainted altar. The glaring document now resembled a cold gravestone, looming between the three of them. Ng's sobs gradually diminished into suppressed whimpers. She wiped her tears fiercely with the back of her hand, inhaled deeply, and forced her emotions back down. She approached Ye Xiu, avoiding the agreement, and gently took another dry towel, tenderly drying his dripping hair and neck. "Go take a hot shower and change into dry clothes." Her voice, still thick with nasal tones, carried an undeniable firmness, "or you'll catch a cold." why she seemed awakened from a frozen state by her actions and words. He lifted his gaze, sluggishly shifting from the glass to SMCH's tear-streaked, yet resolute face, then to LNM's silent, diligent motions. The unfathomable fatigue in his eyes appeared to yield slightly to this subtle warmth. He nodded ever so slightly, a vague sound escaping his throat. Lin set down the cloth, retrieving a clean towel and a brand new set of men's pajamas, still with the tags attached. Evidently prepared in anticipation of Ye Xiu's return. He handed them to SMCH, the innermost empty room upstairs, you know. The water heater is on. SMCH accepted the items and gently nudged Ye Xiu's arm. Let us go, old Y. He relinquished the untouched glass of goo tea, allowing SMCH to half support, half push him towards the narrow staircase leading to the second floor at the back of the bar. His drenched silhouette vanished around the corner of the stairway, the heavy sound of his footsteps gradually receding, ultimately muted by the closing of a door. The bar fell into complete silence, save for the incessant patter of the autumn rain outside, seemingly endless. Lin remained behind the bar. He picked up the glass of goo tea Ye Xiu had left behind, tilting his head back to consume the amber, fiery liquid in one gulp. The spiciness felt like flames, coursing from his throat to his stomach, oddly quelling the icy anger and sharp pain that churned within him. He approached the contract termination agreement, refraining from touching it, instead extending his index finger to gently tap the cold printed words of YYZHG. The sensation at his fingertip was the unique cold roughness of paper soaked by rainwater. The understanding gifted by his talent operated with an unprecedented, almost ruthless clarity at that moment. He perceived the cold calculations behind this agreement. Txun's relentless pursuit of commercial value, the complete denial of Ye Xiu's outdated tactics, the absolute declaration of control over the club. He sensed the turbulent undercurrents of power within the GSH management and their urgent desire to shed burdens. He could even foresee the tempest that would erupt upon the official announcement of Ye Xiu's termination, a cacophony of lamentation, mockery, and opportunistic eyes eager to seize the last vestiges of value from the once great god of battle or to trample him into the dust. A storm was imminent, and at its center lay the weary shell of a soul drained of spirit in the room above. Lin retracted his finger, his gaze settling into a calmness reminiscent of the deep sea before a storm. Anger and heartache were replaced by a deeper, cold, and urgent force yearning for release. The myriad experiences forged over 4 years represented not merely a weapon, but rather his fangs, capable of rending certain things asunder. Ye Xiu had returned, albeit in the most disheveled manner. Thus, the counterattack that belonged to them should commence. Yet, now was not the time to reveal their fangs. He swiftly rolled up the damp agreement and tucked it away deep within the innermost drawer of the bar, as if discarding a piece of decayed flesh into a refuse pile. He picked up the internal phone and dialed the number of the room upstairs. Muqiu. Ensure Lao Yi completes his bath and gets a good night's rest. Inform the duty staff downstairs that we are closing for the night. His voice regained its usual steadiness. On the other end, Su Muqiu responded softly, her voice tinged with a nasal tone. A few minutes later, the last 2 patrons of the bar left, their expressions marked by a hint of confusion as they settled their bills. The heavy glass door was adorned with a sign indicating a temporary closure, effectively blocking out the damp and chilly rain of the night, along with prying eyes. Lin Mo turned off most of the lights, leaving only a few warm yellow spotlights at the bar, enveloping him and the silent display wall in a gentle halo of light. He approached the display wall, his gaze resting on the core component of the Chance Umbrella, secured to an acrylic panel adorned with welding points and etches. This was the handiwork of Su Muqiu, brimming with brilliant ingenuity and the unique vigor of youth. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the warm, pulsating Wanxiang core beneath his shirt, which radiated a stable spectrum of 4 colors. The juxtaposition of cold and warmth, past and present, created a striking duality of sensation at his fingertips. The night had deepened. The sound of rain continued unabated, and silence reigned upstairs. Ye Xiu must truly be exhausted. Lin Mo did not seek rest. He walked to a well-equipped computer tucked in a corner of the bar, specially prepared by Su Muqiu for his convenience to occasionally check the news. He pressed the power button, and a soft blue light illuminated the screen. He did not log into any social media or news websites. Instead, he accessed a highly concealed encrypted folder that required multiple verifications to enter. Within the folder lay no games, but a plethora of intricate design blueprints, energy model calculation data streams, material property databases, and an independent program labeled Wanxiang System, which boasted an exceedingly simple interface yet exuded a cold technological aura. He launched the program. In the center of the screen, a complex and precise 3-dimensional model, composed of countless lines and light points, slowly rotated. This was the digital mapping of the core resting against his chest. Beside the model, a dense cascade of real-time data streams flowed, displaying the stable states of the four primordial energies within the core and their conversion efficiencies. Lin Mo's gaze did not linger on the core. Instead, he swiftly accessed another module of the program, a back-end monitoring application disguised as an ordinary network traffic analysis tool. He entered a series of complex commands, and in an instant, dozens of monitoring windows sprang forth, resembling satellite imagery, clearly depicting the real-time heat maps of player density at various key leveling points, dungeon entrances, and wilderness respawn areas within the 10th District of Glory's national server, alongside guild-influenced distribution markers and player movement analyses for critical transit nodes. This was a byproduct he had developed during his time working at the North American Chuanjia workshop, utilizing the workshop's vast data processing capabilities and his innate understanding. It was an almost cheating intelligence system, granting a godlike perspective over the dynamics of the online game. His fingers danced across the keyboard, bringing up the monitoring footage near the entrance to the Buried Bones dungeon in the 10th District. The screen displayed a red area, indicative of player density, fluctuating violently. Countless small dots representing players surged towards a specific coordinate point, indicating conflict. The frequency of combat was astonishingly high. Lin Mo's expression sharpened as he quickly zoomed in on the footage, simultaneously retrieving the movement records of the past half hour in conjunction with guild markers. His innate comprehension surged into action, deftly unraveling the vast data. Conflict core, near coordinate point, 3478, 2119. Conflict subject. Numerous players bearing the Jiao Wanqiao guild insignia were besieging a player without a guild marker, identified as Jun Mo Xiao. Battle intensity, extremely high. Jun Mo Xiao's movements were incredibly elusive, akin to a specter, utilizing a diverse array of skills that defied categorization. Yet, his attack efficiency was remarkable, each strike landing precisely during the attacker's skill transition gaps or movement blind spots, dancing atop the blade like a leisurely stroll, remarkably enduring the onslaught of dozens. The intent of Jiao Wanqiao was unmistakably clear. Employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers, they were determined to forcefully suppress Jun Mo Xiao near the resurrection point. Through relentless killings, they aimed to destroy the equipment on his person. The monitoring indicated that at least 3 pieces of equipment worn by Jun Mo Xiao had begun to glow an alarming red, one of which was a weapon. Jun Mo Xiao, Lin Mo whispered, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his lips, cold and sharp. Indeed, it was he. Only he could wield the theoretical obsolete class of a lone player in such dire straits, executing a form of combat that approached artistry, infused with a rich sense of mockery. Only he could provoke Jiashi Guild to mobilize such forces, shamelessly conducting a despicable hunt in the novice area. Tao Xian was intent on exterminating every last semblance of Ye Xiu's potential for resurgence. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. The screen's blue light reflected on his face, outlining cold, hard lines. The Wanxiang core against his chest seemed to sense its owner's chilling intent, the internal flow of the 4 colors accelerating, hinting at a growing heat. Without hesitation, his fingers flew over the keyboard, accessing the deep command interface of the Wanxiang system. Streams of complex data flowed like invisible threads through encrypted channels, silently infiltrating the underlying data stream of the 10th District's Glory national server. The system began high-speed calculations based on the current battlefield dynamics, player attributes, skill release patterns, and even server latency fluctuations. Moments later, a remarkably succinct command sequence, understandable only to Lin Mo, appeared in the center of the screen. It was neither a cheat nor direct interference. It resembled a micro-adjustment suggestion based on extreme data extrapolation, precisely targeting several critical nodes. Coordinate, 3482, 2115 in 3 seconds. The ground texture loading in this area will experience an anomalous stutter lasting 0.1 seconds, within the normal fluctuation range of the server. Coordinates, 3475, 2123 after 5 seconds. An exceedingly minute deviation in the shadow edge of a nearby dead tree model will manifest due to light and shadow rendering discrepancies within the siege sequence. The next initiation of Bongshan Jibai Quang Dao Ku 007 S Berserker will occur 0.5 seconds faster than the standard model, a remnant of the character's accelerated movement being magnified by the system's detection. This information, akin to ephemeral changes in the air that only the most adept predators can perceive on the battlefield, was grasped by Lin Mo as he picked up an antiquated mobile phone devoid of any smart features, limited to basic calls and text messages. He swiftly composed a message, a series of seemingly random coordinates and numerical combinations. The recipient's number belonged to Ye Xiu, whose old mobile phone was seldom turned off. A chime echoed in the silent bar, signaling the successful transmission of the message. Almost simultaneously, the green dot representing Jun Mo Xiao, surrounded by a multitude of red dots, suddenly moved. Its trajectory was no longer the previously intricate evasion, but had become exceedingly abrupt, even somewhat clumsy, as it lunged towards the first coordinate point, 3,482. 2115, as indicated by Lin Mo's instructions. In the instant Su Muqiu fell, 3 mages from the Jia dynasty unleashed their long-prepared Lai Yin Chongji simultaneously from his original standing position. The blazing pillars of fire surged upwards, but merely scorched the air. Meanwhile, the ground texture where Su Muqiu fell experienced a 1-second stutter, which in the eyes of the assailants seemed merely a stroke of luck as he stumbled, narrowly avoiding 2 incoming bingzai that grazed his scalp. Immediately thereafter, Su Muqiu, as if endowed with foresight, eschewed the conventional route of rolling to rise and instead awkwardly sidestepped, utilizing the minute shift in the dead tree's shadow detection to wedge half of his body into a visual blind spot. A dagger poised for a fatal strike, glimmering ominously, nearly grazed the back of his neck, but missed entirely. This unfathomable stroke of luck, reminiscent of clairvoyance, momentarily stalled the assault of the Jia dynasty players. In that fleeting moment of opportunity, Su Muqiu sprang into action, the weapon in his hand, an oddly shaped spear resembling the ribs of an umbrella, was thrust from an exceedingly tricky angle. The target was none other than the berserker of Quang Dao Ku 007. The timing was appallingly precise, exploiting the minuscule forward lean in the opponent's posture caused by the 0.5 seconds acceleration of Beng Shanji. With a soft sound, simulated game effect, the spear pierced perfectly into the exposed weakness beneath the ribcage of the berserker, resulting in a not particularly high but exceedingly glaring critical hit number. More importantly, the slight stiffness effect accompanying this strike disrupted the impending Beng Shanji that the berserker was about to execute. Damn it, what is happening? Quang Dao Ku 007 roared in frustration over the team channel. This guy is just too lucky, isn't he? Never mind. Keep pressing. His weapon is about to explode. A subtle disarray emerged in the formation of the Jia dynasty. Meanwhile, Su Muqiu, like a nimble fish, capitalized on this transient chaos and the opponent's momentary confusion, executing an uncanny arc with his peculiar weapon, instantaneously shifting its form. The umbrella unfurled, deflecting several remote bullets, while the tips of its ribs ejected a cloud of smoke. The white mist swiftly enveloped the area. As the Jia dynasty players scrambled to clear the smoke, Su Muqiu had already vanished from sight. On the surveillance screen, the green dot, like a specter, utilized the terrain and battlefield gaps provided by Lin Mo's directives, flickering several times before completely escaping the encirclement, disappearing into the depths of the complex map known as the burying ground. The dense red dots on the screen lost their target, swirling aimlessly as if toyed with. Akin to a bewildered pack of hyenas, Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long, silent breath. The tautness in his nerves relaxed, and a thin sheen of sweat broke out on his back. That brief span of mere seconds had drained his mental energy as though he had engaged in a high-intensity battle. He closed all monitoring windows and erased any traces of his operations. The computer screen reverted to its ordinary desktop wallpaper. Raising another glass of water prepared on the bar counter, he took a large sip, the icy liquid extinguishing the lingering warmth in his throat. His gaze drifted once more towards the staircase, his eyes deep with contemplation. This is merely the beginning, Lao Yi. Rest well. Our battlefield has only just commenced. Meanwhile, in the simple yet tidy guest room upstairs, Ye Xiu leaned against the headboard, his damp hair half dry, clad in a warm, dry pajama set. He held the old mobile phone in his hand, the screen displaying a recently received, peculiar text message. He stared at the series of coordinates and numbers, remaining silent for a few seconds. Then, he set the phone down and picked up the steaming cup of milk that Su Muqiu had brought him from the bedside table. He took a sip, the warm liquid sliding down his throat. Outside, the cold autumn rain pattered against the glass, producing a monotonous sound. In the darkness, the corners of Ye Xiu's mouth subtly curled upward, a faint smile tinged with weariness, a hint of amusement, and a rekindled warmth reminiscent of a campfire after being drenched by the frigid rain. He switched off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness, with only the sound of the rain outside, pattering incessantly, as if it would never cease. Chapter 13. The Resonance of All Things on the Screen. The flow heat map, near the entrance of the burial ground dungeon in Hu NGL's 10th district, has returned to tranquility. The dense clusters of red dots, representing players of the Ji dynasty, receded like a retreating tide, leaving only the solitary green point signifying Ye Xiu, which glided ghost-like through the intricate depths of the map, eventually halting at a remote coordinate marked as an abandoned mine. The coast is clear. He shut down the monitoring program and erased all traces of his actions, allowing the screen to revert to a profound starry wallpaper. The taut nerves relaxed. accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fatigue and an ineffable exhilaration. Those fleeting seconds of data manipulation felt akin to walking a tightrope on the edge of a precipice, draining far more energy than an intense battle. His innate understanding was pushed to its limits, and now a dull throb pulsed at his temples, as if countless tiny needles stirred within his skull. He lifted the now cold cup of water from the bar, tilting his head back to gulp it down. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, bringing a sharp, awakening sensation. His gaze unwittingly drifted towards the staircase. The upper floor remained shrouded in silence. No light seeping through the cracks of the door. Why, she must have fallen into a deep slumber, like a machine that has exhausted all its energy. Perhaps it is for the best. He needs to rest. The real storm lies ahead. Lin rose from his seat and approached the display wall. The warm yellow light softly enveloped the core component of the Qi NJSN, firmly fixed on the acrylic panel. Each welding mark and subtle groove seemed to retain the warmth of SM Qi's fingertips and the echoes of youthful vigor. His fingers instinctively brushed against the thin fabric of his shirt, where the Wanxiang core, the size of a pigeon's egg and radiating a deep, stable four-color halo, pressed against his skin, emanating a warm, pulsating energy. The cold and the warm, the past and the present. The sense of regret and rebirth, two entirely different forces converged at his fingertips, clashing within his heart, stirring up a silent roar. He needed to take action. He needed to imbue this quiet night, saturated with rain and betrayal, with a powerful resonance that belonged solely to them. He needed to personally ascertain whether the fangs forged in solitude over the past 4 years were sharp enough to tear through the looming shadows. L's gaze steadied, akin to quenched steel. He turned and walked to the high-end computer specially configured for Hu NGL in the corner of the bar, pressing the power button. The host fan emitted a low hum, and the ethereal blue light flickered back to life. He refrained from logging into his MRN account. Laden with too many old memories, logging in now might attract unwanted attention. Instead, he opened the character creation interface. His fingertips hovered momentarily over the keyboard before a name. Imbued with a kind of resolute intent and declaration, surged into his mind. Character name. Xiang S. in Lu class. The mouse glided over several classic figures on the initial screen. Ultimately, it settled upon the image of a battle mage wielding a spear, standing tall and proud. He clicked confirm. The login location was selected. Hu NGL's 10th district, deep within the burial ground. Precisely at the abandoned mine where Ye Xiu was currently concealed. The dark mine scene unfurled on the screen. Damp rock walls dripped with water, and decaying wooden frames creaked in the chilling wind. The air was thick with the sense of sulfur and dust. A figure stood silently in the shadows of the mine's entrance, none other than the newly created Xiang S. in Lu. Clad in the system's basic starter gear, the spear in hand was rudimentary, yet the character model exuded a calm and restrained demeanor. L's gaze swept deeper into the mine. Enhanced by his innate understanding, he could distinctly sense a figure at the end of a passageway, nearly blending into the environment. Xiu. The latter had evidently sensed this uninvited guest, yet made no move, akin to a crouching leopard. Lin controlled Xiang S. in Lu, neither advancing nor speaking. He simply walked to a relatively open space in the center of the mine, strewn with rubble. Then, he opened the character's equipment panel, hovering the mouse over the weapon slot. He inhaled deeply, focusing his mind. The Wanxiang core seemed to respond to his summons. The internal four-color halo surged in speed, transmitting a searing energy to his fingertips. Talent fully activated. His consciousness intertwined with the game character, linking to the underlying equipment data stream of the server. Equipment editor, exclusive to Wanxiang core, initiated. Permission check passed. Core energy path stable. Weapon form simulation loading on the screen. The novice spear in Xiang S. in Lu. S hand was instantly enveloped by a soft yet profound four-color glow. The light swirled, writhing like a living entity, reconstructing. In the background data layer, imperceptible to the game character, a silent yet thrilling forge was unfolding. Ln's comprehension fused the efficiency of an engineer with that of an alchemist, precisely guiding the material properties simulated by the data stream. Constructing according to the design blueprint imprinted deep within his soul. Spear form. This was the most fundamental, familiar, and necessary form for the current environment. The core energy path prioritized a stable output of the battle mage's fiery combat aura. Structural reinforcement. Simulate the frenzied resilience of Thunderclap Gold. Wind element path guidance. Simulate the injection of Wind Whispergrass as a stable medium, preheating the Ghostly Array rune base. The power of the Ghostly Array serves as a reserve energy source, ready to switch forms at any time. Countless intricate data commands, under the guidance of Lnm's intention and talent, meshed and operated at high speed like precise gears. The underlying data flow of the server was cleverly redirected, reorganized, bypassing conventional equipment synthesis rules, conducting an unprecedented instantaneous silver weapon construction directly on N Xing S in Lu S character data. This process was perilous. The slightest data conflict or backlash from server rules could result in construction failure or even character data anomalies. Beads of sweat formed on M's forehead. Yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, fixated on the cascading background data flow on the screen, his fingers unconsciously typing rapid auxiliary commands on the keyboard. Time passed, second by second. Within the cavern, only the sound of dripping water and the low hum of the computer fan could be heard. At last, the system announced. Weapon form construction completed. Stability test passed. System determination, unknown silver weapon, unnamed, physical attack power. Attribute anomaly, exceeding novice weapon category, additional attributes, strength. Attack speed, lightning attribute attack enhancement, slight wind attribute acceleration, attribute anomaly, exceeding norms. The screen displayed the four-colored radiance enveloping Wanxiang Sinluo as it abruptly converged. A brand new war spear materialized in the character's grasp. It exhibited a profound and restrained dark silver hue, its shaft not straight, but possessing a streamlined curve reminiscent of a living spine, exuding a palpable sense of strength. The surface was adorned with intricate, esoteric engravings akin to circuit boards or ancient runes. The spearhead, rather than conforming to traditional diamond shapes, was composed of three blades as delicate as cicada wings, interwoven in a spiral formation, shimmering with a ghostly blue electric glow. The tip emanated a deep red radiance, akin to solidified magma, exuding a chilling sharpness and an aura of destruction. Near the grip of the spear, a ring of small gemstones, radiating a soft azure light, wind breath grass energy nodes, was embedded. At the spear's end rested an unassuming circular base, inscribed with profound purple runes, ghost array rune interface. Currently in a dim state, the entire spear lacked any ostentatious visual effects yet exuded an inherent, heavy essence imbued with terrifying power. This stood in stark contrast to the whimsical Jun Mo Xiao and his similarly unique, yet carefree, Chance Umbrella, creating a distinctly different aesthetic. Wanxiang Chutai, spear form. Lin Mo silently contemplated, bestowing a name upon this weapon prototype that transcended time and space, materialized from data streams. He maneuvered, Wanxiang Sinluo, flicking his wrist, causing the dark silver spear tip to trace a cold arc through the air. The runes along the shaft glimmered, accompanied by a faint hum of electric currents and nearly inaudible whispers of wind. He then turned towards the passage where Jun Mo Xiao was concealed deep within the cavern. Without typing or speaking, he simply controlled his character, angling the spear tip of Wanxiang Chutai towards the ground, adopting the most fundamental preparatory stance for the battle mage skill, Tianji. The action was steady, conveying a silent invitation to battle. The deep red glimmer at the spear tip, amidst the cavern's darkness, resembled the gaze of a bloodthirsty beast, firmly locking onto the opponent lurking in the shadows. Deep within the cavern, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The sound of dripping water seemed to halt. Moments later, from the shadows, the figure sporting Jun Mo Xiao slowly emerged. His equipment was equally tattered, durability hanging by a thread. The Chance umbrella in his hand maintained its spear form, the tip slightly drooping, the canopy half open, resembling a languid traveler yet radiating a concealed vigilance. He halted 10 paces from Wanxiang Sinluo, his character model's face obscured in the default shadow of the system, rendering his expression indistinguishable. No dialogue, no probing. In the next moment, Jun Mo Xiao moved. His motion was sudden, akin to a specter. The tip of the umbrella spear shot upwards, unleashing a swift, long ya that tore through the air, aimed directly at the throat of Wanxiang Sinluo. Swift, fierce, precise, embodying Ye Xiu's signature aura of deadly simplicity. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. The comprehension bestowed by his talent surged forth. He could discern the trajectory of that cold gleam piercing through the air, could sense the intensity of the fighting energy coalescing at the spear tip. He could even anticipate at least 3 subsequent variations concealed within this longya. Retreat was not an option. Evasion was impossible. This was the first true test of the weapon in combat, a genuine inquiry into the culmination of his 4 years of forging. Wanxiang Sinluo reacted almost simultaneously with the opponent's movement. Not a block, not a dodge. Instead, facing that deadly cold gleam, the Wanxiang Chutai in his grasp emitted a low, rumbling hum, the dark silver shaft's runes igniting in a blaze of crimson light. The deep red glow at the spear tip surged dramatically. Tianji, the same foundational skill, yet faster, more cunning in its angle. The spear tip ripped through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, arriving before Jun Mo Xiao, Su's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. An attack that was destined to save the day. A crisp, metallic clang resonated throughout the tranquil cavern. The two extraordinary weapons collided for the first time. Sparks flew. A powerful recoil surged along the spear shaft. Lin Mo felt a tingling in his wrist. On the screen, Wanxiang-Sunluo's health bar flickered imperceptibly. Such formidable strength. Truly deserving of the Chance Umbrella. Truly worthy of Ye Xiu. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Xiao evidently felt the impact as well. His forward momentum abruptly halted, the character slightly leaning back. Opportunity. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. His fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Wanxiang-Sunluo, propelled by the recoil, spun smoothly like a top. The Wanxiang Chutai traced a perfect crescent arc. The spear's crimson light swirled, the wind element nodes glowing intensely. Yuan Wu Gun, a forceful area of effect push. The dark silver shaft, accompanied by a howling wind, swept fiercely towards Jun Mo Xiao's lower body. The timing, angle, and force were exquisitely calculated, precisely when the opponent's old strength had faded, and their new strength had yet to arise, their center of gravity unstable. It seemed destined to strike. In an instant, Jun Mo Xiao's Chance Umbrella shifted forms. The canopy unfurled with a swift motion. Like a steel lotus blooming in an instant, it flawlessly intercepted the sweeping war spear. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The canopy trembled violently. Jun Mo Xiao was pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force, leaving clear marks upon the ground. The canopy even bore faint scratches. The health bar dipped once more. Lin Mo's heart jolted. Such rapid reflexes. Such an exquisite block by the umbrella. Was this the profound essence of the scattered Chance Umbrella? Before he could pursue further, Jun Mo Xiao's counterattack arrived like a tempest. As the umbrella was swiftly retracted, the tip of its framework suddenly emitted a dense cloud of smoke. The white mist rapidly enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility. Lin Mo's heart quivered. His innate understanding surged to its zenith. Though his vision was deprived, his perception magnified infinitely. He could sense the subtle disturbances in the air within the smoke and hear the almost imperceptible footsteps of the opponent advancing. To the left, 3 o'clock direction, a swift thrust was approaching. The target aimed directly at his side. Wanxiang-Sunluo acted without hesitation, executing a sidestep. The dark silver spear, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, sliced through the air with a sharp sound, as he countered with a longya strike aimed at the anticipated position. A miss? No, it was a feint. The adversary had executed a remarkably lifelike ruse within the smoke. The true lethal strike was from behind. A chilling presence, akin to a noose tightening around his throat, suddenly enveloped the nape of his neck. The assassin's skill Gaoho. In a flash, Lin Mo had no time to ponder. He relied solely on instinct and the extreme foresight granted by his talent. He maneuvered Wanxiang-Sunluo into an extreme, shou-shun operation, his body lunging forward as though losing balance. Simultaneously, the tip of the Wanxiang Chuqin spear flicked backward. With a whoosh, the cold glint of the dagger grazed the back of Wanxiang-Sunluo, igniting a spark. The spear's flick also grazed Jun Mo Xiao's side, stripping away the last vestige of his blood. The two characters passed each other, collapsing to the ground, their health bars dwindling to the final sliver of red. Danger loomed. As the smoke gradually dispersed, in the center of the cavern, Wanxiang-Sunluo and Jun Mo Xiao were mere steps apart, each rising from the ground, weapons in hand. Standing off at a distance, the cavern resonated solely with the sound of dripping water and the heavy breaths of the two characters. No further attacks ensued. The brief yet perilous skirmish abruptly ceased. The Jun Mo Xiao character resumed the umbrella spear form of the Chance Umbrella, casually leaning it against the ground. The character model hid in the shadows, rendering expression unreadable. Yet, Lin Mo could sense a sharp gaze, as if capable of piercing through the screen. Firmly fixated on the dark silver spear in Wanxiang-Sunluo's grasp, adorned with peculiar runes. Silence enveloped the cavern. The air felt as if it had solidified. Moments later, a languid, slightly hoarse voice, yet profoundly familiar, resonated through the nearby channel, clearly reaching Lin Mo's ears. TSK. It's been years, and your shabby toy finally resembles something. Are you not going to invite me up for a look? As the voice faded, Jun Mo Xiao casually waved a hand, then turned, shouldering the Chance Umbrella, his figure fading into the deeper darkness of the cavern, vanishing from sight. Lin Mo sat before the computer, gradually leaning back against the chair. On the screen, Wanxiang-Sunluo stood still in the expansive cavern, holding the Wanxiang Chuqin. The adrenaline rush from the earlier confrontation began to wane, replaced by a profound weariness and a sense of resolution. He lowered his gaze to his hands. His fingertips still seemed to linger with the tactile memory of the keyboard during the extreme operation and the intangible recoil from the core of Wanxiang. The warm metallic core in his chest pulsed steadily, akin to a slumbering star that had just awakened, emanating its first rays of light. Did he win or lose? Neither mattered. What was important was that the fangs of Wanxiang had, for the first time, truly and unreservedly revealed themselves. Moreover, they had been seen clearly by the one who ought to witness them. He raised his gaze, peering past the bar towards the staircase leading to the second floor. That tightly shut door, unbeknownst to him, had quietly opened a crack. Behind the crack lay darkness, yet Lin Mo could distinctly feel a gaze directed from there, calmly resting upon him and upon the computer screen before him. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. He picked up the intercom on the bar and dialed the number upstairs. Hello. The voice on the other end belonged to Ye Xiu, still carrying a hint of hoarseness, devoid of emotion. Are you sober now? Lin Mo's tone was calm, laced with a barely perceptible ease. Ye Xiu acknowledged, pausing for a moment. I just had a dream. What was it about? A hint of amusement tinged Ye Xiu's voice. Someone was wielding a fire stick, bullying children in the novice village. Lin Mo chuckled silently, his fingertips gently tapping the cool surface of the table. A fire stick? That's too rudimentary. I have a freshly crafted one here. It looks decent, though it's a bit heavy. Want to come up and take a look? There was silence on the phone for a few seconds. Then came the sound of a chair being moved, followed by Ye Xiu's ever-lazy tone. All right. I'll be waiting. Chapter 14. The initial sharpness of Fang's the busy tone echoed distinctly in the quiet bar as Lin Mo hung up the phone, his fingertips still retaining the cool touch of the plastic casing. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze traversing the warm yellow light, landing on the slightly ajar door of the room on the second floor. In the darkness beyond the door, that calm, yet piercing gaze seemed to remain unwavering. A few minutes later, slow, steady footsteps echoed from the wooden staircase. Unhurried, imbued with Ye Xiu's unique rhythm, as if he would never fully awaken. He was descending, clad in the deep gray loungewear Lin Mo had prepared, his hair still damp and tousled across his forehead. His face bore the pallor of insufficient sleep, yet his eyes, under the warm light of the bar, had shed the hollow fatigue of the rainy night, reconstituting a profound calm, hidden yet deep as an ancient well. He held that old mobile phone in his hand. Ye Xiu approached the bar, pulling out a high stool to sit down. His gaze swept over Lin Mo's computer screen, which still displayed Wanxiang Sunluo, standing with the dark silver spear in the cavern. He said nothing, merely extended his hand towards Lin Mo, understanding the gesture. Lin Mo pushed the bottle of self-brewed Guizhong towards him, followed by a clean glass. The amber liquid poured into the glass, its rich aroma wafting through the air once more. Ye Xiu lifted his cup, refraining from immediate consumption, instead bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff, his gaze resting on Lin Mo's face with a hint of inquisitive amusement. Has the fire stick been upgraded? Lin Mo remained silent, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the keyboard. The character attribute panel for Wanxiang Sunluo illuminated the screen, the weapon slot prominently displaying Wanxiang Chutai, spear form. A series of extraordinary attribute values, even punctuated by question marks,
were clearly presented. Ye Xiu's eyes lingered on the screen for a full 10 seconds, though his expression showed no significant change, maintaining his usual languid demeanor.
The depths of his profound gaze seemed to be operating like a sophisticated instrument, deciphering the terrifying potential represented by each anomalous value. Physical attack power, strength enhancement, speed enhancement, additional lightning attribute augmentation, and a subtle wind attribute acceleration. All of these exceeded the current level, even surpassing the realm of conventional silver weapons. Not to mention the latent, unactivated ghost formation runes and the energy nodes of the wind breath grass hinted at in the weapon's description, suggesting boundless possibilities. With a soft, ambiguous sigh, Ye Xiu set down his cup, tapping his fingers unconsciously against the cool rim, producing a notable sound. Has the backend data been altered? A slight adjustment within the rules. Lin Mo's voice was calm, imbued with a sense of technical certainty, explaining how they exploited server fluctuations, model determination errors, and residual traces of player actions. These lawful loopholes, to guide the data flow into instantaneous reconstruction. Essentially, it remained an item permissible within the game's rules, merely birthed through a clever process, akin to the form switching of the Chance Umbrella, utilizing the underlying logic of the equipment editor. He paused, adding, of course, the risks are substantial. The operator's sensitivity requirements are exceedingly high. A slight miscalculation could lead to character data collapse. Ye Xiu raised his cup and took a sip. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly, as if savoring the drink while digesting the information contained in Lin Mo's words. A slight adjustment within the rules, guiding data flow for instantaneous reconstruction? A high demand for sensitivity? This sounds almost like a fantastical tale. Yet, the dark silver spear emanating a chilling aura on the screen, alongside the brief but perilous confrontation in the mine, served as irrefutable evidence. The boy who once toiled away in the attic with scraps of copper and iron had, in 4 years abroad, forged such a weapon capable of defying logic. His so-called talent seemed to be far more formidable than Ye Xiu had ever imagined. But at what cost? Ye Xiu set down his cup, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Lin Mo. Such adjustments could not possibly come without a price. Server backlash? Character anomalies? Or is it? His eyes fell on Lin Mo's somewhat pale face. To yourself? Lin Mo paused in silence, raising a hand to rub his still throbbing temple. Intense comprehension and deduction in a short time place a significant strain on the mind. It's akin to overclocking, necessitating a cool-down period. He did not deny the cost, yet his tone remained flat, as though stating an objective fact. Ye Xiu scrutinized him intently for a moment before refraining from further inquiry. He redirected his gaze to the screen displaying Wanxiang Chutai, his fingers gently tapping the bar top, creating a rhythmic sound. The item is indeed remarkable. Ye Xiu spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a peculiar cadence. Alas, it is born at an inopportune time. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean? Leaning languidly against the back of his chair, Ye Xiu's gaze, however, sharpened as it swept across the rain-drenched streets outside the bar. As if he could penetrate the curtain of rain to see the eyes lurking in the shadows. Jia has just cast me out. The account card for Ye Xiu has been confiscated. Tao Xian now resembles a cat, whose tail has been stepped on. His nerves are frayed. Any slight disturbance, especially any related to me, will be scrutinized under a magnifying glass. A hint of cold mockery lingered at the corners of his mouth. This fire stick of yours makes quite a commotion, with attributes so outrageous. If it were to appear even a few times in District 10, what do you think Tao Xian would deduce upon seeing the data? Lin Mo instantly grasped the implication. To possess a treasure is to invite disaster. An attribute anomaly, clearly exceeding the norm for a novice weapon, emerging at such a sensitive moment following Ye Xiu's expulsion from Jia, could easily be interpreted by Tao Xian as evidence of Ye Xiu amassing strength in secret, preparing for a counterattack. Given Tao Xian's temperament and desire for control, he would go to any lengths to eliminate this threat in its infancy. Consequently, Wanxiang Sunluo would face a more frenzied and reckless pursuit than that which Jun Mo Xiao had previously endured, with the intention not merely to suppress, but to utterly annihilate the account and weapon. What should we do? Lin Mo's voice grew somber. He had not anticipated that the weapon's brilliance would attract such a colossal latent threat before it had even truly revealed itself. Should we conceal it? Conceal it? Ye Xiu scoffed as if he had heard a jest. A fine blade should not be left to rust. It is meant to cut. He lifted his cup, downing the remainder of the fiery liquid in one gulp, the warmth dispelling the chill of the rainy night, rendering his gaze even sharper and brighter. Since it will draw attention, let them gaze upon it all they wish. Lin Mo's expression sharpened. Ye Xiu set down his empty cup, his fingers tracing an invisible battlefield on the bar top. Jun Mo Xiao is currently a piece of rotten meat, attracting flies. Whether it be Jiao Wangchao or any other guild seeking a bargain, all attention is fixed upon me. He turned to Lin Mo, the playful curve of his lips deepening. Your Wanxiang Sunluo, no matter how outrageous its attributes, is still merely a solitary account without a guild or backing. In the eyes of those major guilds, it is at most a hard bone to gnaw on, or a rare material worth the effort to shatter. In an instant, Lin Mo comprehended Ye Xiu's intention, an open strategy masking a covert maneuver. Allow Jun Mo Xiao to continue attracting the full firepower of Jia and other major guilds, bearing the greatest burden. Meanwhile, Wanxiang Sunluo would utilize this chaotic cover to develop discreetly, accumulating strength, and at a critical moment, become a hidden Fang capable of delivering a fatal blow. I require time, Lin Mo stated solemnly. Wanxiang Chutai is merely the embryonic form of its spear configuration. The wind attribute pathway has only just stabilized. The ghost formation rune interface remains inactive, and other forms are still in their infancy. The core stability and energy conversion efficiency also demand refinement through real combat. Now, it remains far from sufficient. Time. Ye Xiu chuckled, a smile imbued with a nearly reckless confidence. Rest assured, with me leading the charge, there will be no shortage of excitement. He picked up the old mobile phone resting on the bar, its screen illuminating to reveal the world channel of Glory's 10th district, currently inundated with various bounty notices regarding Jun Mo Xiao, a flurry of coordinates and rewards filling the screen. Look at how enthusiastic they are. Lin Mo observed the frantically scrolling messages on the screen, his brow furrowing. Merely evading and enduring is not a viable strategy. We require resources, an abundance of resources. Equipment, materials, skill points, especially high-level materials, to enhance one's xiang and sustain your scattered thousand-machine umbrella as consumption. Relying on scavenging and opportunism is but a drop in the bucket. This is the most pressing issue. Without robust logistical support, Even the sharpest fangs will wear down amidst endless depletion, particularly in the 10th district, where advanced resources are monopolized by major guilds. The survival space for independent players is severely constricted. Ye Xiu's languor dissipated slightly as he rubbed the edge of his phone, his gaze growing profound and incisive, akin to a chess master seeking a breakthrough on the board. The resource monopoly in the new district is the lifeblood of the major guilds, their most formidable stronghold. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet imbued with a calmness that revealed an understanding of the underlying essence. But even the sturdiest fortress has its cracks, especially when they expend all their energy hunting down a piece of carrion. He lifted his gaze to meet Lin Mo's, a glimmer of cunning shining in his eyes. Have you heard of fishing in troubled waters? Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. You mean the wild map? Ye Xiu articulated 4 words, casting out a bait. Every wild map refresh in the new district is a battleground fiercely contested by the major guilds, deploying heavy forces and clashing violently. Typically, we independent players would find it difficult to approach. Yet now, he gestured to the frenzied bounty information on his phone, stating that to hunt him down, the Jia dynasty would allocate at least half of its elite forces. Other major guilds, like Batu and Lan Shigo, although envious, would prefer to witness Jia sure bleed out continuously rather than mobilize their entire strength as they once did. He paused, his tone calculatingly cold. As one side loses, the other gains. The intensity of the contest will wane, and the vulnerabilities in their defenses will expand. More importantly, all attention will be drawn to Jun Mo Xiao, the carrion that attracts them all. At this moment, Ye Xiu's gaze fixed upon Lin Mo, as though sharpening a blade poised to be drawn. It is time for your hidden fang to come into play. The target? Lin Mo responded succinctly, his eyes sharpening. The comprehension bestowed by his talent began to whirl into high gear, simulating various possible battlefield scenarios. The Frost Forest. Ye Xiu pulled up the map of the 10th district, his finger resting on a snow-covered area, set to refresh in half an hour, where the level 35 wild map Frost, which Cecilia awaited. His finger traced a winding route on the screen. Joshua's main force would be drawn to the burial ground nearby. Batu, situated closest, would undoubtedly organize a major assault first. Lan Shigu, adept at flanking support, might seek opportunities on the side. The people from Zhongqiaotang are rather slippery and will likely observe first. Our goal is not the first kill. That would be too conspicuous. Ye Xiu's finger finally settled on a nondescript spot at the edge of the Frost Forest, marked as the ice cracks. Cecilia possesses an annoying trait. Her summoned elite Frost Guardians have a low probability of dropping a material known as Ice Soul Crystal upon death. This item is a top-tier material for enhancing ice attribute equipment and formations, with a high market value. More importantly, it is small in size and unobtrusive. Amidst the chaos of battle, it can easily be overlooked. He turned to Lin Mo, his gaze resolute and unyielding. You will control Wanxiang Sun Luo, infiltrating the vicinity of the ice cracks in advance. Utilize your instincts and the power of this fire stick at the peak of the chaos. When all eyes are drawn elsewhere, our sole target is to hunt down the solitary elite Frost Guardian. Before anyone can react, seize the Ice Soul Crystal. Act swiftly, accurately, ruthlessly, retrieve it, and flee immediately, without lingering, to hunt elite monsters and snatch rare materials. Right under the noses of the elite teams from several major guilds, we shall seize what is theirs. This plan is audacious. The risks are exceedingly high. Once exposed, Wanxiang Sun Luo will face a more terrifying encirclement than Jun Mo Xiao. Yet, the rewards are equally alluring. The Ice Soul Crystal is critical for Lin Mo to stabilize the ice attribute pathway of the Wanxiang core, and may even be one of the key materials for activating the Frost Ghost formation in the future. Lin Mo's eyes met Ye Xiu's in the air. There was no questioning, no retreating. Only a chilling tacit understanding and a burgeoning eagerness passed silently between them. Coordinates. Lin Mo's hand rested on the keyboard and mouse. Ye Xiu relayed a precise series of coordinates, while simultaneously picking up his phone. I will make an appearance at the burial ground to stir the pot. With a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he added, let us see if I can lure a few more fish to help alleviate some of your pressure. Understood. Lin Mo responded, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Wanxiang Sun Luo's character instantly vanished from the abandoned mine, returning to the main city via a teleportation scroll, then speeding towards the Frost Forest. Ye Xiu logged into Jun Mo Xiao as well, deliberately appearing ostentatiously at a conspicuous coordinate point on the outskirts of the burial ground. He even intentionally sent a message in the area channel. Hey, Jia Dynasty folks, still around? Your spirit is commendable. Care for a few more rounds? I'm right here at coordinates, waiting for you. Smoking emoji. The moment the message was sent, it ignited the area channel. The Jia Dynasty players, already prowling like hounds in the vicinity, erupted in chaos. Countless red dots representing enemy players surged toward the coordinates Ye Xiu had announced, like sharks scenting blood. Jun Mo Xiao. He is here. Surround him. Do not let him escape. This time, we must take him down. The chaos erupted instantaneously. In the frost forest, at the edge of the ice cracks, Wanxiang Luo lay concealed like a ghost woven into an illusion, hidden behind a massive rock encrusted with thick ice spikes. The frigid air seemed to seep through the screen. In the distance, the resounding shouts of battle and the explosive sounds of skills became increasingly discernible. The colossal frost witch, Sei Si Liya, wielded her icy staff, summoning a storm of ice shards and howling blizzards, fiercely engaging the main force of the Ba-Tu Guild in intense combat. Players from the Lan Shigu moved like agile fish, darting along the edges of the battlefield, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The entire battleground resembled a monumental meat grinder. Lin Mo's gaze was as precise as a sniper's scope, penetrating the chaotic scene to focus intently on several summoned elite Frost Guardians patrolling the fringes of the battlefield, tasked with reconnaissance and disruption. His innate understanding of the battlefield was fully awakened. The situation unfolded in his mind like a clear sand table. He could sense the strength of every energy fluctuation, predict the trajectories of skill releases, and even perceive the subtle flaws in the patrol routes of the elite Guardians. An opportunity presented itself. One Frost Guardian had just completed a wide-area ice ring and was momentarily immobilized due to skill cooldown. Its patrol route fortuitously led it away from the core of the main battlefield, drawing closer to the lurking position of Wanxiang Luo behind a rock. Now was the time. Wanxiang Luo sprang into action, akin to a crouching cheetah leaping from its concealment. There was no flamboyant display of skills, only the most straightforward and lethal advance. The dark silver tip of the Wanxiang Chu Ti spear ignited with a profound crimson glow, accompanied by the piercing shriek of a tearing cold wind. Rapid charge. Heaven strike. The spear tip struck with unparalleled precision at the most vulnerable point of the Frost Guardian's energy core. A tremendous critical hit erupted. The Frost Guardian's health plummeted by a third in an instant. It let out a furious roar, swinging its icy crystal claws in retaliation. Yet, Wanxiang Luo showed no signs of hesitation. With a fluid sidestep, avoiding the claws while the spear's runes blazed with intense crimson light, Dragon's Tooth pierced through. The spear, charged with the power of thunder, left multiple gaping wounds on the Frost Guardian's body. The Frost Guardian became momentarily stunned. Wanxiang Luo leaped into the air, the war spear tracing a perfect arc as it executed rondo. The immense force slammed the colossal Frost Guardian into the adjacent ice wall. Boom. The ice wall shattered. The Frost Guardian's health dwindled to the brink. Its massive form disintegrated into crystalline shards. A piece of crystal, exuding an extreme chill and as translucent as diamond, ice soul crystal, fell to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed. From the sudden ambush to the acquisition of the treasure, it took no more than 5 seconds. It was precise and clean, devoid of any unnecessary movements, not even attracting the attention of nearby patrolling guardians. Wanxiang Luo did not linger, darting like a specter to the point of the fallen treasure, swiftly collecting it. Upon grasping the ice soul crystal, a bone-chilling cold seemed to penetrate through the screen. Success. Lin Mo maneuvered his character without hesitation, turning towards the deeper recesses of the frost forest, moving away from the main battlefield. His figure rapidly vanished into the swirling snow and fog. Almost immediately after, Wanxiang Luo disappeared. Several outer players from Ba-Tu, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene, only to find the dissipating crystalline shards and an empty ground. Damn, the elite monster was stolen. Who did it? How could they be so fast? I didn't see clearly. It seemed like a battle mage wielding a spear. The puzzled murmurs were drowned out by the increasingly intense roar of battle from afar. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Buried Bones area, Jun Mo Xiao darted left and right amidst the relentless pursuit of dozens of Jia Wang dynasty players. Like a butterfly flitting through flowers, the thousand mechanisms umbrella in his hand shifted forms unpredictably, sometimes blocking, sometimes counterattacking, each strike landing precisely in the gaps of his assailants, causing chaos and furious exclamations. Block him. Don't let him escape. Damn, is this guy made of mud? Heal. Keep up with the healing. He just took one down. Ye Xiu, with a virtual cigarette in his mouth, game expression, danced on the edge of a knife while glancing at a recently posted cryptic message in the team channel consisting solely of a string of numbers. The numbers indicated the successful acquisition of the Ice Soul Crystal. A smirk of amusement deepened on his lips. TSK, quite efficient. His gaze swept over the frenzied Jia Wang dynasty players swarming around him, his expression sharpening, cold and predatory. The warm-up is over. It's time to add some spice. Chapter 15. Fangs intertwined deep within the frost forest, the howling winds and snow resembled ghostly wails. The figure of Wanxiang Luo melded into the snowy veil. swiftly navigating through the jagged ice pillars and thick snowdrifts. Behind him, the frantic shouts of several outer players from Batu were swiftly torn apart and swallowed by the raging winds. Clutching the recently plundered ice soul crystal, the bone-chilling cold transmitted clearly through the character's data stream to Lin Mo's nerve endings, delivering a thrilling sensation of icy triumph. His innate understanding remained in a heightened state, the pulse at his temples throbbing, yet his spirit soared with exhilaration. The first real-world plunder, precisely snatched from amidst the chaos of several major guilds, validated Ye Xiu's plan and demonstrated the lethal capability of Wanxiang Chu Ti, a weapon hidden with fangs. Striking deadly from the shadows, he quickly stored the ice soul crystal in his character's inventory, maneuvering Wanxiang Sin Luo in a wide arc to evade potential pursuit, finally settling at a concealed entrance to an ice cave shrouded by a massive ice waterfall. This was his pre-selected temporary safe spot. Opening the map, he switched to the area where Ye Xiu was located in the Buried Bones region. The green dot representing Jun Mo Shao was now at the eye of the storm, surrounded by a myriad of red dots representing Jia Wang dynasty players in frenzied pursuit. The heat map indicated that the intensity of the battle there had reached an astonishing peak. Ye Xiu had fulfilled his promise, drawing all the firepower. Lin Mo did not log out of the game immediately. He accessed the back-end monitoring of the Nexying system, focusing his gaze on a secondary battlefield at the periphery of the burial ground. An elite squad from the Ji dynasty was attempting to leverage the terrain to corner Ye Xiu into a narrow canyon dead end. Despite Ye Xiu's exquisite movements displayed on the screen, the organized encirclement and the crossfire suppression from ranged classes severely limited his evasion space, resulting in a steady decline of his health points. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. His fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, invoking deep system commands. His understanding of his innate talents sharpened, instantly analyzing the delayed loading of terrain textures, residual energy from skill releases, and the habitual attack rhythms of the distant output classes, a sharpshooter and an elemental mage. Within moments, a concise sequence of commands was generated. Coordinates, 1892. 754. The sharpshooter, DNWXF007, will experience a 0.15-second ground texture stutter at the moment of his next Reborn skill release, normal server fluctuation. Coordinates, 1901. 748. The elemental mage, being who ZHG. S next, Li YNCH, Ing J fire pillar will exhibit an extremely slight spatial deviation at its energy convergence point, light and shadow rendering error. In the encirclement, the berserker, KISHNF, responsible for the flank, will initiate his CH Ing L Ing CJ with a delay of 0.8 seconds compared to the standard model. The system captured and amplified the character's action delay. This information was akin to precisely marked sniper points in the dark. Lin Mo picked up the old mobile phone, composing a message containing a numerical coordinate combination that only Ye Xiu could decipher, and sent it. Ding. The message was successfully dispatched. Almost instantaneously, on the monitoring screen, Ye Xiu, cornered, intuitively abandoned the perilous attempt to break through the front. He executed an extreme backward leap, his body gliding along the ground as if weightless, narrowly evading two intersecting bullet chains. His landing point aligned perfectly with Lin Mo's first designated coordinate. At the moment he touched down, the ground texture beneath sharpshooter DNWXF007 experienced that 0.15-second stutter, a nearly imperceptible delay amidst the fierce battle, yet causing his character model to stumble ever so slightly, destabilizing his center of gravity. The Ruan skill he had been charging faltered abruptly. It was this millisecond difference. Ye Xiu swiftly transitioned the form of his chi NJSN, the canopy unfurled, acting as a shield to block the incoming ice spikes. Simultaneously, the tip of the umbrella suddenly released a rapidly spinning mechanical rotor, gun form. Poo. 3 bullets shot out in a triangular formation. The target was not the stumbling sharpshooter, but rather the elemental mage, Being who was in the midst of chanting, Li YNCH Ing J. The timing was exquisitely precise, exploiting the fleeting gap in the mage's chant rhythm caused by the minute deviation at the energy convergence point. The bullets accurately struck the mage's throat. Critical hit. The chant was abruptly interrupted. The fire pillar sputtered. Damn it. Being who ZHG roared in the team channel. Realizing the dire situation, the berserker, KISHNF, immediately activated CH Ing L Ing CJ, attempting to disrupt Ye Xiu's combo. However, his skill initiation was delayed by that 0.8 seconds. For a player of Ye Xiu's caliber, this minuscule interval represented the boundary between life and death. Ye Xiu seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, performing a smooth side roll, and the Chance transformed once more. The umbrella spear striking back at an astonishing angle. Clang. The heavy impact sounded as the spear expertly parried the berserker's forceful charge. The immense force pushed Ye Xiu back half a step, yet successfully nullified the lethal blow. Utilizing the recoil, Ye Xiu slipped through the narrow gap between the berserker and the recently steadied sharpshooter like an eel. He instantly escaped the encirclement. Damn it. He slipped away again. This guy is just too lucky, right? What just happened? Why did my skill stutter? The elite squad of the Ji dynasty erupted into chaos and curses, helplessly watching Ye Xiu flicker and vanish into the depths of the intricate map. In the icy cave, Lin Mo observed the rapidly retreating green light on the monitoring screen, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He leaned back against the cold chair, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, suppressing the dizziness resulting from the intense use of his talents. His fingertips were icy, yet his palms were slightly sweaty. This remote support felt like walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff, exerting immense strain on his mind. However, the results were immediate. His phone vibrated. A text from Ye Xiu, containing just a few numbers, signified a safe escape. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. The interplay of fangs and claws felt long overdue. He controlled Nexi and Lu to sit quietly in the icy cave, beginning to restore his character's state. Simultaneously, he opened the character warehouse and retrieved an ice crystal exuding a chilling aura. His understanding of his innate abilities sharpened once more. Akin to a precise scanner, analyzing the pure and ferocious ice elemental energy structure contained within. The equipment editor interface of the Nexi system unfolded in his mind. He imported the energy model of the ice crystal, simulating and connecting it with the ice attribute pathways of the Nexi core, optimizing energy conduction paths and calculating the compatibility of rune bases as countless complex data streams collided and fused at the level of consciousness. A headache began to creep back. Yet Lin Mo's eyes grew ever brighter. The plunder of the Frost Forest was merely the beginning. He required more top-tier materials to nourish this emerging beast. In the following days, the 10th district became a whirlwind of intrigue. Ye Xiu emerged as a magnetic force, irresistibly drawing the attention of the Ji dynasty and other major guilds, such as BQXNGT, LNXG, and ZHCOTing, that came rushing in response. He emerges and vanishes like a phantom, sometimes appearing at a training spot to wreak havoc. At other times infiltrating dungeon entrances to create chaos, and yet again testing the edges of wild map respawns with reckless abandon, epitomizing the tactics of a disruptor. Each appearance is accompanied by the frenzied pursuit of the Jia Wang dynasty elite team and the friction between major guilds vying for kills or interference rights. Meanwhile, Wanxiang Sunluo transforms into a hunter lurking in the shadows. Under the near-cheating surveillance of the Wanxiang system battlefield and the precise intelligence provided by Ye Xiu, he strikes like a surgeon's scalpel, repeatedly penetrating the most intense and vulnerable edges of guild brawls. During the contest for the Abyss Lord in the Land of Wandering, he slips into the battlefield like a specter, capitalizing on the chaos to swiftly eliminate a lone elite assassin from the Lanchi Pavilion attempting to collect the geomantic purple crystal, seizing the materials before vanishing instantaneously. In the tumult of the lava behemoth in the Flame Canyon, he withstands the overwhelming firepower of the Batu Guild, deftly navigating the terrain and predicting movements to pilfer the just-fallen heart of Blazing Sun from the corpse of a Zhong Chaotang herbalist. In the chaotic zone at the outskirts of Sin City, he even swoops down like a vulture amidst the fierce clash between the Lanchi Pavilion and Ba Chi Xiong 2 teams, brazenly snatching away a valuable piece of shadow magic cloth before the astonished eyes of many. Each strike is executed with the precision of a thunderbolt, swift, accurate, and ruthless, with a singular focus on material acquisition, never lingering in combat. After each successful theft, he melds with the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Wanxiang Sunluo, akin to a mysterious specter, begins to circulate quietly within the circles of high-tier players in District 10. Lacking a guild background and a fixed team, his operating style is sharp and enigmatic, particularly adept at precisely infiltrating chaotic battles to seize rare materials and retreat unscathed. The uniquely designed, seemingly extraordinarily powerful dark silver spear he wields has also piqued the curiosity and speculation of the observant. However, due to his exceedingly covert actions, targeting only the overlooked, small-sized top-tier materials amidst the chaos, and never partaking in first-kill competitions, his threat level remains considerably lower in the eyes of large guilds like Jiashi than that of the persistent Jun Mo Shao. He resembles a cunning and avaricious vulture, scavenging the remnants of a battlefield dominated by colossal beasts. Though detestable, he does not yet warrant the deployment of significant forces against him. In a small room on the second floor of the Shiguang Bar, smoke swirls around. Ye Xiu, cigarette in hand, this time truly lit, leans against the back of his chair, squinting at the computer screen displaying the Glory Forum's District 10 section. It is rife with various denunciations of Jun Mo Shao, reward posts, and heated exchanges between guilds accusing each other of interference in their encirclements. Occasionally, discussions about the mysterious material raider, Wanxiang Sunluo, emerge, only to be quickly drowned out by the flood of vitriol directed at Jun Mo Shao. The effect is quite satisfactory. Ye Xiu exhales a smoke ring, his voice raspy from a night of wakefulness. You, this vulture, are doing quite well. He glances at Lin Mo, who is also focused on the screen before him. Displayed on Lin Mo's screen is the back-end interface of the Wanxiang system, clearly listing the spoils of the past few days. Ice Crystal, 1, Geomantic Purple Crystal 2. Heart of Blazing Sun, 1, Shadow Magic Cloth, 3, along with a dozen other second-tier, yet equally precious rare materials. Not enough, Lin Mo states calmly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. The core wind attribute pathway has stabilized. The ice crystal can preliminarily activate the ice attribute pathway. However, the energy conversion efficiency limit of Wanxiang requires at least 2 more core materials to break through its bottleneck. The explosive power of the gunpowder form needs the molten core to stabilize the energy furnace, while the rune base of the ghost array form requires the void core to support spatial runes. Quite the appetite, Ye Xiu remarks, flicking the ash from his cigarette. The molten core has a very low drop rate from the level 55 wild map lava lord. The void core, even more so, is a unique drop from the final void devourer in the 60-level dungeon, the void corridor. Each of these items, in the new zone, is worth a fortune, enough to purchase half of Shiguang. He pauses, his gaze sharpening. Moreover, it's not just us eyeing these items, especially the void core. It is essential for crafting top-tier spatial silver weapons and array ghost weapons. Zhou Zikai from the Luanhui Guild needs it for his Huanghua and Sui Shuang to break through their limits. Zhang Xinjie from Batu is reportedly also searching for spatial stabilization materials for his priest silver weapon, the reverse light cross star. Wang Jiesher from Zhong Chaodang may not have a use for his extinction star, but hoarding is certainly their forte. Lin Mo remains silent, aware that Ye Xiu speaks the truth. The next target is the real tough nut to crack, no longer the vulture scavenging on the periphery, but rather delving into the lairs of the colossal beasts to seize the most delectable prey. The risks will escalate exponentially. The Void Corridor dungeon opens for its first kill contest 3 days from now. Ye Xiu pulls up the game calendar. All the main teams from top guilds like Luanhui, Batu, Lanyu, and Zhong Chaodang will surely mobilize. Jia Shi, eager to restore its reputation, will undoubtedly deploy significant forces as well. At that time, it will transform into the largest and most chaotic slaughterhouse in District 10. He turns to Lin Mo, his gaze as sharp as tempered steel. The allure of this foul piece of meat, Jun Mo Shao, will significantly diminish in the face of a genuine top-tier dungeon first kill. Attempting to fish in troubled waters will be much more challenging. Furthermore, your Wanxiang Sunluo has been making quite frequent appearances lately. Although the extraordinary attributes have been attributed to sheer luck in acquiring a superb weapon, appearing in such circumstances again would lead even a fool to suspect something is amiss. Lin Mo meets Ye Xiu's gaze, his eyes calm as a deep pool. What is your plan? Ye Xiu extinguishes his cigarette, leaning slightly forward, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. The plan is to have no plan. Lin Mo frowns slightly. Ye Xiu's lips curl into a nearly mischievous, yet confident smile. In such a chaotic battle, any so-called plan is utterly useless. The situation is ever-changing, relying entirely on on-the-spot reactions and a bit of luck. His gaze rests on Lin Mo. Imbued with a unique trust and anticipation, your instincts are the greatest variable. I require you to perceive the chaos with your unique insight, as you did previously in the mine, and to discern the singular gap through which the void core may be obtained. He paused briefly, adding, of course, I shall endeavor to stir the waters even murkier, keeping those who seek the first kill, those eager to seize materials, and those intent on vengeance too preoccupied to raise their heads. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment. The understanding bestowed by his talent rapidly simulated the environment of the Void Corridor dungeon in his mind, considering potential mechanisms, the tactical styles of various guilds, and how to uncover a glimmer of hope amidst such a tumultuous melee. Countless variables clashed in a frenzy, and a dull headache began to creep in, yet a cold, exhilarating sense of challenge surged alongside. He slowly nodded, his voice resonating with a metallic quality. Understood. 3 days later, in the deep of night, at the entrance to the newly opened Void Corridor dungeon in Zone 10 of Glory. At this moment, this place was no longer a mere game map, but a boiling battlefield, imbued with the scent of gunpowder. Before the massive, rift-like entrance to the dungeon, throngs of people gathered. The elite teams of various guilds stood distinctly apart, each occupying advantageous terrain, the air thick with a palpable tension. The Reincarnation Guild, clad entirely in silver-white uniforms, formed a rigid formation akin to a cold machine. Zhou Zikai, controlling the sharpshooter, one-shot piercing cloud, stood at the forefront, silent as the weapon itself, emanating an invisible sense of oppression. The Battle Map Guild, centered around berserkers and priests, boasted a formation as solid as a mountain. Han Wenqing's Desert Lone Smoke stood as a steadfast pillar, while Zhang Xinji's priest, stone unmoving, was tightly protected at the center of the formation. The Blue Rain Guild's formation was relatively loose and agile, with swordsmen and warlocks darting among them. Huang Xiaotian's Night Rain Sound Annoyance bombarded the public channel with a torrent of banter, while Yu Wenzhou's Socksayer stood quietly in the rear, the tip of his staff gleaming with a ghostly blue light. The formation of the Herbal Hall was most peculiar, with magic scholars hovering low on their brooms, resembling vultures poised to strike. Wang Jieshir's Wang Bu Lu Xing flickered like a magician, his figure elusive. The Jiashir Guild had the largest number of members, yet their morale appeared somewhat diminished, with Tao Xian personally overseeing the battle, and Lu Hao's Dark Without Daylight standing grimly at the front. Countless small guilds and individual players were squeezed into the outer regions like a tide, attempting to find opportunities in the narrow gaps. The air was thick with an invisible haze of gunpowder, and the impending battle was palpable, hundreds of yards from the entrance, in a shadowy corner distorted by a vast rift in space. Wenqing's Lu blended into the background like a statue, lying in wait, clad in inconspicuous dark gray leather armor and shrouded with a black veil. Only the dark silver, rune-etched tip of the spear, Wenqing revealed a hint of deep red glow in the shadows, reminiscent of a lurking beast's eye. Lin Mo's breathing was exceedingly light. He summoned his innate understanding to an unprecedented intensity. The battlefield before him transformed from a chaotic throng into a mosaic of flowing data and streams of information. He could sense the powerful energy waves emanating from the core figures of various guilds, could detect the minuscule energy gaps during formation shifts, and could anticipate the accelerated heartbeats of certain players due to their heightened tension, the subtle changes in the action frequency of game character models. His vision sharpened like that of a hawk, piercing through the layers of shadows, fixating on the core area of the dungeon entrance, the most likely point for items to drop upon the demise of the Void Devourer. It was also the vortex of the storm. Seconds ticked by. The countdown to the dungeon's opening reached 0. Buzz. The massive spatial light curtain erupted into blinding brilliance. The dungeon entrance officially opened. Charge. The first kill is ours. Block them. In an instant, it was as if a long-dormant volcano erupted. The thunderous cries of battle, the explosive sounds of skills, and the furious shouts of commanders converged into a tempestuous sea. Countless players surged towards the dungeon entrance like a flood breaching its banks. The elite teams of various guilds collided like a torrent of steel. The dazzling effects of skills instantaneously illuminated the night sky. Frost, flames, sword energy, holy light, shadows, various energies clashed violently, annihilating one another. The scene descended into utter chaos. Lin Mo's heartbeat resonated like a war drum. His capacity for understanding, under the tremendous deluge of information, surged to a breaking point. Pain throbbed in his head, yet he compelled himself to maintain absolute calm. His gaze became an exquisitely precise probe, scanning the tumultuous battlefield with frantic intensity. Now is the moment. At the peak of the chaos, the Reincarnation Guild, leveraging Zhou Zikai's terrifying burst power from one-shot piercing cloud, forcefully tore through a corner of the interlaced defenses of Jiashir and Battle Map. As an elite squad of top assassins and sharpshooters, like a dagger, surged towards the dungeon entrance under the cover of one-shot piercing cloud's ranged fire. Their objective was crystal clear. At all costs, seize the initiative to enter and establish an advantage. Just as the Reincarnation's dagger squad was about to break through the light curtain, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A figure, like a specter, suddenly dashed from a cleverly concealed visual blind spot obscured by massive debris. The weapon in hand was neither a traditional spear nor a sword, but a uniquely designed parasol spear with menacing ribs. Jun Mo Xiao. His timing and angle of appearance were impeccable, coinciding precisely with the moment when the Reincarnation Dagger Squad's momentum peaked. Their formation elongated, and their rear fire support was momentarily obstructed by the chaotic battlefield. Scatter, a top assassin known as Shadow Strike, reacted swiftly within the Reincarnation Squad, urgently issuing a warning in the public channel. But it was already too late. Jun Mo Xiao's Thousand Machine Parasol instantly shifted forms. The parasol sprang open like a massive shield, precisely blocking several incoming sniper bullets aimed at the rear of the Reincarnation Squad. Simultaneously, the tips of the ribs erupted in a dense flashbang. The blinding light erupted instantaneously. Caught off guard, the reincarnation members were momentarily blinded by a stark, white flash. Damn, it's Jun Mo Xiao. Stop him. The command channel of reincarnation fell into disarray. The infiltration plan was thrown into chaos. And in the split second when the blinding light erupted, capturing everyone's attention, Lin Mo made his move. Lurking in the shadows, W Nexi Ing S Nlu commenced its silent and stealthy advance akin to a predatory cheetah. Its target was not the chaotic entrants or the elite masters, but rather the mechanist squad stationed at the rear side of the Reincarnation Guild, tasked with protecting the priests and providing ranged fire support. This position experienced a fleeting moment of chaos and distraction due to Ye Xiu's raid and the interference of flashbangs. The innate understanding of talent locked onto one mechanist known as Chu Xn. At that moment, he had just summoned 2 self-destructing robots and was preparing to engage in the fray, leaving himself vulnerable as his summoned entities were detached. With a burst of speed, W Nexi Ing S Nlu accelerated to its utmost limit, its silhouette blurring into an afterimage. The tip of the W Nexi Ing CHT spear glowed with a fierce red radiance, and the elemental node of wind shone brilliantly. The speed reached its zenith. An enemy assault. CHUNZHXN's teammates spotted the ghostly figure surging towards them and cried out in horror. But it was too late. W Nexi Ing S Nlu materialized before CHUNZHXN as if it had teleported. The dark silver spear emitted a piercing wail that rent the fabric of space, lacking any extravagant skills, merely executing the simplest and most brutal thrust. A culmination of its entire strength and velocity. Normal attack. The tip's profound red glow pierced through the mechanist's fragile cloth armor with deadly precision, penetrating deep into its energy core. A massive critical damage number, bolstered by lightning enhancements, erupted. CHUNZHXN could not even emit a cry of despair as his health was instantly depleted, his body dissipating into a flash of white light. A peculiar crystal, radiating an enigmatic glow and warping the surrounding light like a miniature black hole, the void core, fell from the spot where he once stood. A single lethal strike. A successful heist. The void core, the command channel of reincarnation, erupted in chaos. Even more shocked and enraged than when Ye Xiu had launched his assault. Stop that battle mage. Kill him. Retrieve the item. The surrounding players of reincarnation were instantly blinded by rage. Countless skills erupted towards W Nexi Ing S Nlu, who had just collected the void core and had yet to escape. Lin Mo's gaze was as cold as steel. The understanding brought forth by his talent surged to its peak in this life-or-death moment. He could perceive each incoming skill trajectory. He sensed the sequence and area of energy bursts. He maneuvered W Nexi Ing S Nlu without flinching or dodging, even charging into the densest firepower, and thrust the W Nexi Ing CHT fiercely into the ground. The runes along the spear's shaft ignited with a deep purple luminescence. The demonic array rune interface at the spear's tail emitted a powerful spatial fluctuation. W Nexi Ing CHT, demonic array form, pseudo, void anchor point. A miniature, distorted purple rune array resembling a spatial rift unfurled, centered around the spear embedded in the ground. Although merely a simulation of the demonic array form and far from the true might of a demonic formation, the immense spatial repulsion generated at the moment of release distorted the first wave of incoming skills, diverting their paths. This granted W Nexi Ing S Nlu a precious 5 seconds of invulnerability. Seizing this 5 seconds, W Nexi Ing S Nlu forcefully withdrew the spear, retreating swiftly as if propelled by spatial repulsion. Simultaneously, he hurled the recently acquired void core towards the most chaotic and densely packed area of the battlefield, where reincarnation and BT's main forces were engaged in fierce combat. The alluringly glowing void core traced a dark parabolic arc through the air, instantly captivating countless greedy eyes. The void core. Over there. Quick, seize it. The players of reincarnation, who had been besieging W Nexi Ing S Nlu, along with nearby guild members, were entirely captivated by the premier material soaring towards the heart of the struggle. Countless individuals surged like sharks sensing blood, frantically diving towards the crystal. The scene erupted into further chaos. Meanwhile, W Nexi Ing S Nlu exploited the immense turmoil and the residual force of spatial repulsion, flickering like a specter, utilizing the terrain and the tumultuous crowd as cover to swiftly extricate himself from the encirclement, vanishing into the surrounding darkness without a trace. Damn it! An enraged roar erupted from the command channel of reincarnation. They had been outwitted. The players of BT also realized the situation, but it was too late. The core of the melee had spiraled out of control due to the thrown void core. Nearby the dungeon entrance, Ye Xiu who had just disrupted the reincarnation formation using flashbangs and was now besieged by several furious reincarnation elites, caught a glimpse of the void core soaring towards the center of the melee, as well as the figure of W. Nexi Ing S. Nlu successfully escaping. Deflecting a vicious strike with his 1,000 Machines umbrella, Ye Xiu executed a nimble roll, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his mouth, unseen in the shadows. Well done. Chapter 16. Embers and Morning Star. The tumultuous chaos at the entrance of the void corridor resonated like a colossal stone cast into a lake, sending ripples that swiftly spread throughout the entirety of the 10th district, even attracting the attention of the higher echelons of the Glory Alliance. The top-tier material, the Void Core, was seized under the gaze of many by the mysterious battle mage, W. Nexi Ing S. Nlu, eventually thrown into the heart of the fray like a hot potato, igniting a fierce and nearly bloodthirsty conflict between the elites of reincarnation and BT. Ultimately, the fate of the crystal, emblematic of supreme spatial power, became a riddle akin to a Rashomon. Some claimed it was snatched away by a reincarnation assassin amidst the chaos. Others asserted that a BT berserker cleaved it into a spatial rift, while more outlandish tales spoke of it being consumed by the remnants of the Void Devourer. Regardless of the truth, W. Nexi Ing S. Nlu, who overnight ascended from a mysterious vulture to a tempestuous specter, was now thoroughly exposed on the hunting lists of various guilds. The elusive style, the lethal efficiency, and the enigmatic nature of the dark silver spear, which seemingly unleashed spatial abilities at the critical moment, have become the subjects of fervent analysis by the intelligence departments of various guilds. However, within the eye of the storm, in a small room on the second floor of Shiguangjiuba, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the outside world. The windows were tightly shut, and heavy curtains blocked out the city's clamor and prying eyes. The air was thick with a faint scent of tobacco, the rich aroma of whiskey, and a subtle, almost imperceptible mixture of metal and energy crystal. Lin Mo reclined on an old sofa, his complexion paler than usual, with deep shadows of fatigue under his eyes and a dull ache at his temples. The intense and prolonged use of his abilities, especially during the overwhelming torrent of information in the Void Corridor, had drained his mental capacity far beyond his expectations. He held a cup of warm water, sipping it gently. Ye Xiu lounged casually in a computer chair, his feet propped on a nearby cluttered box, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Surrounded by swirling smoke, he gazed with keen interest at a peculiar crystal, the size of a pigeon egg, that warped the surrounding light like a miniature black hole. The mysterious glow illuminated his face, revealing a playful smile. TSK, those fellows from the Reincarnation Guild must be furious. Ye Xiu flicked the ash from his cigarette. His tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. I wonder if Zhou Kai's poker face will crack a smile. Su Muqiu sat on a small stool nearby, a book open on her lap, yet her gaze remained fixed on the void core on Ye Xiu's screen and Lin Mo's weary visage. She rose to refill Lin Mo's cup with hot water, speaking softly. Lin Mo, you don't look well. Would you like to rest for a bit? I'm fine. Just need a moment, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head, his voice slightly hoarse. His eyes too were drawn to the void core on Ye Xiu's screen, yet deep within them flickered a glimmer of insatiable hunger. The spatial power contained within this crystal was the key to activating the ghost formation of the W Nexi Ing XNL, establishing a stable rune base. The item was in hand, but trouble loomed large. Reincarnation, Bantu, and even Jashur were all fixated on the W Nexi Ing SNL. In District 10, the account for W Nexi Ing SNL must remain dormant for now. His tone bore a hint of regret. This account, a culmination of 4 years of hard work, was just beginning to shine, yet now it must vanish into the shadows once more. It's just an account. Ye Xiu waved dismissively, passing the void core to Lin Mo. Out with the old, in with the new. It's time for a change of flavor. He picked up a blank glory account card from the table, spinning it deftly between his fingers. The name Jun Mo Shao was now infamous, bright enough to attract every fly, while also concealing certain truths. Lin Mo gazed at the crystal emitting a chilling spatial aura, sensing the terrifying power within, capable of tearing apart reality, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He understood Ye Xiu's intention. Jun Mo Shao would become the most conspicuous target, a beacon for firepower, while newfound strength would quietly develop under its glow, or rather, its notoriety. A new weapon form required time and a more conducive environment. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the void core and looked at Ye Xiu. This place is insufficient. Ye Xiu exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze becoming profound. I know. Shiguang is too small and too conspicuous. We need a more secluded and liberated space. He paused, scanning the cluttered little room before his eyes settled outside, toward a location where they could truly unleash their potential and begin their scavenging in earnest. He stood up and approached the window, pulling back a corner of the heavy curtain. Outside, the city's neon lights blurred into a mesmerizing haze in the post-rain humidity. His gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of buildings, fixed on a specific direction. Tomorrow, I'll take you somewhere. Ye Xiu's voice carried a calm finality. To meet someone, and also to check out our new base. Lin Mo and Su Muqiu exchanged a glance, each reflecting a shared understanding and anticipation. The following afternoon, the rain had ceased. The sky remained overcast, and the damp streets reflected a cold light. Ye Xiu, unusually dressed in relatively clean clothes, though still wrinkled, led Lin Mo through several relatively quiet streets, twisting and turning until they arrived at the edge of an older residential area. A building with a somewhat weathered exterior and a large neon sign came into view. Xingxi Network Club. The enormous sign flickered with garish red and blue lights. The words Network Club standing out prominently. A few electric bikes were parked at the entrance, and shadows moved within the glass doors. Faint sounds of keyboard clattering and excited gaming shouts could be heard. A mixture of cigarette smoke, instant noodles, and machine cooling aromas wafted towards them. An internet CAF? A base? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ye Xiu. Ye Xiu displayed little expression, merely pushing open the slightly heavy glass door. A chime announced their entrance. Instantly, a more potent, distinctive scent of the internet CAF enveloped them. The lighting was dim, and rows of computer screens emitted a soft glow. Many patrons were present, mostly concentrated in the gaming area, their expressions focused as their fingers danced across keyboards. The air was thick with the smells of smoke, sweat, and a blend of cheap perfume and instant noodle seasoning. Behind the reception desk sat a young woman, engrossed in her phone, her chestnut hair tied back in a ponytail, projecting a neat and tidy appearance. Well, what a rare visitor. A voice, sharp yet teasing, rang out. The woman behind the desk lifted her head, revealing a face that wasn't stunning but was quite pleasing to the eye. Her bright eyes filled with curiosity and straightforwardness. It was Chengua. Her gaze swept over Ye Xiu before landing on Lin Mo, whose tranquil demeanor and piercing gaze sparked evident intrigue. And who might this be? Lin Mo. A friend. Ye Xiu replied succinctly, gesturing to Lin Mo and then to Chengua. Chengua, the owner. Owner, nice to meet you. Lin Mo nodded slightly, his tone steady. Hello. Hello. Chengua immediately rose, her face breaking into a warm smile, exuding enthusiasm. Clearly taken aback by Ye Xiu bringing a friend, her curiosity was palpable. Lao Yi. This fellow rarely brings friends to my humble abode. Come, sit down. Would you like something to drink? Cola? Iced black tea? Her gaze drifted to a small refrigerator in the corner of the bar. No need to trouble yourself, boss lady, Lin Mo said politely. Don't be so formal. Treat it like your own home. Chengua waved her hand, then turned to Ye Xiu with a hint of teasing in her tone. I must say, Lao Yi, your friend appears much more reliable than you. Unlike you, who spends all day in a corner playing games. Ye Xiu was already immune to such remarks, merely offering a lazy smile without responding, his eyes scanning the various corners of the internet CF like a radar. Eventually, his gaze settled on a relatively quiet area near the corner. Are those machines by the window often used? Ye Xiu casually inquired. Chengua followed his gaze. Oh, that area? It's a bit out of the way, and the screens are somewhat outdated. Usually, only a few undemanding customers who seek tranquility use them occasionally. What's the matter? Are you thinking of changing spots? Do you find it noisy here? She placed her hands on her hips, feigning a stern expression. It's quieter over there, Ye Xiu replied nonchalantly, avoiding your nagging, boss lady. Hey, you heartless one. Chengua pretended to strike him. Ye Xiu swiftly dodged, maintaining that infuriatingly lazy smile, but his eyes quickly signaled Lin Mo to follow. Ignoring Chengua's playful assault, he made his way directly to the corner by the window. Lin Mo understood, offering Chengua an apologetic smile before following suit. The corner indeed had dimmer lighting and poorer air circulation, filled with a faint scent of dust. Several old monitors sat heavily on the table, their keyboards glistening with oil. However, this spot was discreet, distanced from the main pathways and the cacophony of the gaming area. Through the dust-covered window, one could glimpse the quiet walls of the back alley, creating a relatively independent little space. Ye Xiu pulled out a chair, casually sitting down, his fingers brushing over the dusty tabletop, leaving clear marks. He looked at Lin Mo, the casual demeanor fading from his eyes, replaced by a pure, tactical calm. What do you think? The place may be shabby, but it's sufficiently chaotic and inconspicuous. The boss lady is quite nice, carefree, and without ulterior motives. Most importantly, he gestured to those old machines. No one here will care what you're tinkering with on the computer. Lin Mo surveyed this small, worn yet vibrant corner. The unique noise of the internet CAF served as a background ambience, creating a peculiar sense of concealment. He approached the window, wiping away the thick dust with his fingers. Observing the mottled walls of the back alley, a long-lost feeling of freedom, tinged with a touch of the roguish spirit, surged within him. Here, There was none of the suffocating commercial atmosphere and constraints of Jiashi, nor the quietude that required careful maintenance at Shiguang. This place held only the primal clamor and vitality, belonging to the very foundation of glory. Very well, Lin Mo turned to Ye Xiu. A barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a sharp sense of agreement in his expression, sufficiently chaotic, sufficiently free, just like in our earlier years. Ye Xiu smiled in return, a hint of nostalgia in his smile, yet more so a sense of ease at finding a new starting point. Then it settled. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his backside. I'll go speak to the boss lady. In the following days, the most secluded corner of Xing Xian Network CAF became the new stronghold for Ye Xiu and Lin Mo. Ye Xiu continued to stir up trouble under the alias Jun Mo Xiao in District 10, mastering the art of chaos, drawing the ire and fire of major guilds. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, using a brand new account devoid of any historical records, created an inconspicuous secondary character, logging into the game discreetly to familiarize himself with the environment. While focusing his main efforts on the deep upgrade of the Wanxiang core, he no longer needed to tread cautiously as he had at Shiguang. Under the cover of the bustling corner of the internet CAF, he could immerse himself more deeply in his own world. The size of a pigeon's egg, the Wanxiang core radiated a profound four-color aura as he carefully placed it on a specially designed miniature energy sensing base connected to the computer interface. Lin Mo donned noise-canceling headphones, isolating himself from the external clamor. His consciousness plunged into the depths of the Wanxiang system's interface. The screen no longer displayed the game visuals of glory, but rather a torrent of complex data flows and three-dimensional energy models that swirled like a waterfall. His innate understanding was pushed to its limits. He guided the pure and turbulent spatial power of the Void Core, meticulously etching it into the reserved area of the Wanxiang core, akin to a neural node's ghostly rune base. Each infusion of energy and construction of the rune circuit carried immense risks. A slight misstep could lead to a catastrophic disruption of spatial power, capable of tearing apart the entire core structure. Time slipped away in heightened concentration. Sweat soaked Lin Mo's temples, his temples throbbed, and intense headaches surged like tides. Yet the light in his eyes grew brighter and sharper. On the screen, within the three-dimensional model representing the Wanxiang core, the originally dim, deep purple pathways symbolizing the power of the ghostly formations were gradually illuminated, expanded, and reinforced by the strength of the Void Core. Countless intricate runes, embodying the principles of space, began to form and flow along the pathways. A new, cold power, imbued with a sense of spatial tearing, began to stabilize within the core. Simultaneously, the overall structure of the core underwent subtle, yet critical adjustments. The four elemental powers, the blazing red of the battle mage, the explosive orange of the gunner, the sharp green of the swordsman, and the deep purple of the formation ghost, flowed more smoothly under the harmonization and stabilization of spatial power. Their conflicts further diminished, and the overall stability and energy conversion efficiency steadily improved. This was a slow and arduous process, akin to meticulously sculpting a priceless work of art, allowing no room for error. Yet, each successful rune construction and each stable energy flow brought immense satisfaction and a sense of power, uncertain how long it had been. When Lin Mo finally completed the solidification of a key energy circuit, he sighed deeply and removed his headphones, only to find that the sky outside had completely darkened. In the brightly lit internet CAF, bustling with the lively chatter of patrons, it was the peak hour of occupancy. He leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, savoring the sensation of exhaustion that followed a mental drain, accompanied by a lingering, needle-like pain in his head. Yet, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a faint, weary smile of satisfaction. It was done. The foundational runic circuit of the ghost formation at the heart of the Wanxiang core had been initially activated. The spatial power had been successfully anchored. Core stability increased by 15. Energy conversion efficiency improved by 8. Although a long journey remained before achieving the complete ghost formation. This was undeniably a significant leap forward. He opened his eyes and turned to observe Ye Xiu, who was still stirring up chaos in District 10, provoking an avalanche of curses in the public channel. Ye Xiu, cigarette in mouth, smoking banned in the CAF? Not here, the corner is a lawless zone. Deftly controlled, Ye Xiu to toy with a group of GWing CHO players at the outskirts of the burial grounds. His movements fluid and imbued with a beguiling nonchalance. Lin M's gaze drifted past Ye Xiu's shoulder, landing upon the somewhat raucous hall of the CAF. A myriad of players, some exhilarated, others frustrated, or intently fixated on their screens, were immersed in the world of glory. This was the starting point of dreams, and also a refuge for the disheartened. At that moment, the wind chimes at the entrance of the CAF emitted a crisp tinkle. A figure pushed the door open. It was a girl, very young, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her shoulder-length black hair cascaded smoothly, with a hint of natural waves at the ends. She donned a well-tailored cream-colored knit sweater and light blue jeans, her stature upright and gait composed, exuding an elegance cultivated by good upbringing. Her features were exquisitely delicate. Her complexion fair and fine, resembling high-quality porcelain. Most striking were her eyes, clear and bright, akin to obsidian immersed in icy water, calm yet emanating an indescribable sense of detachment, as if she held little interest in anything. Clutching a paper bag emblazoned with the logo of a prestigious piano brand, she walked directly to the cash register. Goo. Her voice was cool and melodious, like the sound of jade striking against jade, laced with a hint of natural intimacy. Ah, are you? What brings you here? Upon seeing her, Xiu immediately stood up in delight, her face beaming with joy, completely shedding the fierceness she had displayed towards Ye Xiu, leaving only pure happiness. She bypassed the counter and affectionately grasped the girl's hand. Weren't you supposed to attend that master's piano lesson today? It was cancelled. The girl, Tang are you, bore a neutral expression. Her tone flat as if discussing someone else's affairs. The teacher had something come up. She handed the paper bag to Xiu, casually mentioning, I brought you the new chestnut cake. Wow. Are you? You're the best. Xiu exclaimed, her eyes crescent-shaped with glee. I'm just about to get hungry. Come, sit over here. She tugged at Tang are you, heading towards the small sofa behind the cash register where she usually took her breaks. No need, Goo. I'll just sit for a while and leave. Tang are you gently extricated her hand from Xiu's grip, her gaze casually sweeping across the lively CAF. Her eyes passed over the boisterous players, the smoke-filled air, the greasy keyboards, and the flickering screens, her expression tranquil and unperturbed, as if observing a silent play that had nothing to do with her. Ultimately, her gaze inadvertently settled on a dimly lit corner at the back of the CAF. In that corner, only two machines glowed with light. One was occupied by a man, cigarette in mouth, hair slightly disheveled, wholly engrossed in tapping the keyboard, Ye Xiu. The other was occupied by a man clad in a dark coat. His back to the hall, seemingly focused on his own operations, Lin Mo. The silhouette of the latter sat upright, his shoulders steady, exuding a tranquil and reserved aura that contrasted sharply with the surrounding clamor. Tang are you's gaze lingered on that serene figure for about half a second. Just half a second. Her expression remained placid, devoid of curiosity or inquiry, only a trace of an almost imperceptible pause, akin to observing a uniquely designed still life. Then, she withdrew her gaze, as if the two individuals in that corner were no different from any other machine or patron within the CF. I'll wait over there for the driver. Tang are you indicated a booth near the entrance, relatively clean and quiet. Oh, that spot seems so lonely. Xiu attempted to persuade. This is just fine. Tang are you's tone carried an undeniable calmness as she stepped toward the booth. She elegantly seated herself, retrieving a thick book with a complex musical score on the cover from her bag, quietly flipping it open to read. Instantly, an invisible realm of tranquility enveloped her, isolating her from the din of the CAF. Sunlight filtered through the glass door, dancing upon her silky hair, yet failing to dissipate the innate, icy serenity that surrounded her. In the corner, Ye Xiu appeared oblivious to the commotion at the entrance, remaining focused on maneuvering Xiu against his opponents, though the lazy smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to deepen slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, with his back to the hall, felt an almost imperceptible pause in his fingers gripping the mouse at the moment Tang are you's gaze swept past. The innate sensitivity bestowed by talent allowed him to distinctly sense the fleeting nature of that gaze. It was calm and faint, as gentle as a breeze gliding over the water's surface, yet possessed a peculiar penetrating quality, as if it could effortlessly brush aside all the superficial clamor. He did not turn around. He merely tilted his face slightly, catching a glimpse of the quiet figure engrossed in her book through the screen's reflection. A finely sculpted profile, a straight nose, and a gaze that was both focused and detached. A girl seemingly existing in a realm entirely separate from glory and this raucous internet CAF. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, refocusing on the slowly rotating Nexi core model on the screen, the deep purple light within growing ever more concentrated. A storm raged in the realm of the game, fangs sharpened in the shadows. Meanwhile, in a corner of reality, a morning star, incongruous with its surroundings, quietly ascended, radiating a chill reminiscent of a mountain spring. Her trajectory appeared far from intersecting with this battlefield filled with fervor and gunpowder. Chapter 17. The frigid keys and the fiery spear. The cacophony of the Xinhui internet CAF resembles an everlasting soundtrack, with the mingling sense of smoke and instant noodles. The rhythmic clatter of keyboards and the excited or frustrated shouts of players coalescing into a unique and tumultuous energy field. In the dimly lit corner at the farthest reaches of the CAF, This commotion seems to be separated by an invisible barrier. Lin Mo sits quietly at his computer, his back turned to the bustling hall. The ethereal blue glow of the screen reflects on his somewhat pale profile, with beads of perspiration forming at his temples. Wearing heavy noise-canceling headphones, he isolates himself from the external clamor, fully immersing his mind into the abyss of data within the Wanxiang system. His consciousness acts as a precise probe, cautiously navigating through the newly constructed, intricate runic circuit of the ghost formation within the core of Wanxiang, calibrating it meticulously. The spatial force emanating from the core feels like a wild stallion. Each guidance, each solidification of the energy circuit, is accompanied by immense mental fatigue and a piercing headache akin to needles pricking inside his skull. The core model slowly rotates on the screen, with the purple pathways representing the ghost formation's power gradually becoming clearer and more stable, exuding a chilling sense of spatial rift. Yet, there remains a precarious distance to the true application in actual combat. With unwavering focus, his fingertips unconsciously tap out auxiliary commands on the keyboard, akin to plucking invisible strings, adjusting the fragile and perilous energy balance within the core. Each successful stabilization of the circuit brings a fleeting, icy sense of satisfaction. Beside him, Ye Xiu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, engages in the chaotic battlefield at the outskirts of the 10th District's bone burial grounds. Jun Mo Xiao flits like a butterfly among the encircling players of the Jia dynasty, deftly maneuvering through their pursuit, the Thousand Machines umbrella shifting unpredictably. Each block and counterattack carries a thick layer of mockery, provoking an outburst of curses in the regional channel. He appears at ease, even somewhat indifferent, as if the battle before him is merely a game to pass the time. Closer to the entrance, in a booth near the cash register, Tang Rou sits quietly, like an island amidst the clamor of the CAF. Sunlight filters through the glass door, dancing on her smooth black hair, yet fails to dispel the aura of icy clarity surrounding her. A hefty music score lies open on her lap, its complex notes resembling an alien script. Yet her gaze does not rest upon it. Her long, dense eyelashes cast a shadow over her obsidian-like eyes, obscuring the emotions within. Her fingertips unconsciously rest at the edge of the score, pale, slender, and distinctly articulated. They are hands born for the piano, yet now they curl slightly, revealing a barely perceptible stiffness. The recent brief skirmish, as trivial as childish play, has stirred subtle but undeniable ripples in her heart. She has lost. The defeat was utterly predictable, baffling in its simplicity. That seemingly carefree, perpetually drowsy network administrator, in merely 20 seconds, employed 3 of the most basic skills, whose names she could hardly recall, to bring her meticulously controlled character crashing down in the arena. The sensation is neither anger nor frustration, but a chilling suffocation, as if crushed by an absolute force. It is reminiscent of her first attempt to tackle Chopin's revolutionary etude. The helplessness and loss of control conveyed through her fingertips. This feeling is foreign, so unfamiliar that it piques her interest. Ro, try this chestnut cake. It's absolutely delicious. Chun Guo's cheerful voice shatters the tranquility around Tang Rou as she approaches, holding a delicate plate of cake and a cup of hot milk tea. She presents the plate to Tang Rou with a flourish, urging her not to dwell on the complicated script and to relax. Tang Rou lifts her gaze, her clear eyes meeting Chun Guo's vibrant face, then drifting to the plate, emitting a sweet aroma. A faint smile tugs at the corners of her mouth, a subtle acknowledgement. Thank you, Guo. Her voice remains melodious and soothing, devoid of tumult. Why be so polite with me? Chun Guo plops down beside her, cheerfully popping a small piece of cake into her mouth, squinting in satisfaction as she mumbles, by the way, how did it go playing with old Ye? He didn't bully you, did he? He is quite the crafty player, and a bit of a rogue. No bullying. Tang Rou gently shakes her head, sipping the warm tea, the liquid gliding down her throat, imparting a flicker of warmth. Just lost. She pauses, seemingly weighing her words. Well hey, losing to old Ye is completely normal. Chun Guo dismisses with a wave of her hand, her expression suggesting that it is no big deal. Let me tell you, he is our CAF's prize gem. He is exceptional at gaming. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of. Come on, have some sweets, and you'll feel better. Tang Rou remains silent, quietly savoring the cake. The sweet flavor dissolves on her tongue, but cannot dispel the chill of discomfort within her. Once again, her gaze drifts toward the dim corner of the CAF. This time, her attention does not linger on Ye Xiu, but rather on the figure of Lin Mo, who remains seated with his back to the hall, his posture upright. Since her entrance, he has maintained that stance, engrossed in the screen before him, without even the slightest hint of unnecessary movement. He resembles a silent statue, or a taut bow, harboring an unfired potential within. The brief duel with Ye Xiu seems to have had no impact on him. In the corner, Ye Xiu maneuvers Jun Mo Xiao, executing an audacious move to narrowly evade a barrage of intersecting magical arrows, countering with a sweeping flourish that sends an overly aggressive swordsman flying. He casts a glance at the intensely focused Lin Mo beside him, then follows the direction of Lin Mo's profile to spot Tang Rou quietly enjoying her cake in the booth. A subtle smirk dances at the corners of Ye Xiu's mouth, the cigarette between his lips rising slightly, revealing a hint of playful amusement. His fingers dance over the keyboard, striking a few keys. Suddenly forsaking his immediate objective, Jun Mo Xiao swaggered toward an inconspicuous coordinate at the edge of the battlefield, wielding the Qianji San. There, a rogue player named Bao Ziru Qin was being relentlessly pursued by two players from the Jia dynasty, his health precariously low. "Hey, friend over there, lend a hand," Jun Mo Xiao called out in the regional channel. At the same moment, the Qianji San in his hand instantly transformed into its gun form, and a series of bullets accurately struck the pursuers, drawing their ire. Bao Ziru Qin paused momentarily, then reacted as though grasping a lifeline. "Big brother, help," he cried, rolling and crawling toward Jun Mo Xiao, under Ye Xiu's guidance. Jun Mo Xiao deftly kite the pursuers while simultaneously sending a party invitation to Bao Ziru Qin in the team channel. The two swiftly formed a temporary team, and under Ye Xiu's precise positioning and execution, they dispatched the two pursuers with ease. "Thank you, big brother. You are truly my savior," Bao Ziru Qin exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude and bowing repeatedly to Jun Mo Xiao. "No trouble at all," Jun Mo Xiao replied languidly, hoisting the Qianji San. "Follow me, and I shall lead you to some valuable loot." In the booth, Tang Rou observed the scene on Ye Xiu's screen. The player named Bao Ziru Qin exhibited clumsy maneuvers, lacking any semblance of strategic positioning, and spoke in a disjointed manner, exuding an air of a lower-tier delinquent. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly insignificant character that Ye Xiu had casually rescued and even chose to accompany. She found it incomprehensible. In her education and understanding, power, efficiency, and value were the metrics by which all were measured. Someone like Bao Ziru Qin was bound to be the dust discarded in the harsh competition. Why would a player of Ye Xiu's caliber squander time on him? Merely for amusement? Her gaze involuntarily drifted to the corner where Lin Mo sat. The man remained absorbed in another realm, indifferent to the happenings beyond the screen. He seemed singularly focused on the task at hand, his concentration bordering on obsessive purity. The concepts of power, value, and purity clashed and intertwined within Tang Rou's mind. She set down her empty milk tea cup, her fingertips unconsciously gliding over the smooth cup's surface. The chilling sensation reminded her of the spear that had pierced her character in the arena. At that moment, Lin Mo's fingers struck the final command key on the keyboard. The screen displayed the rapidly spinning Wanxiang core model, which abruptly froze. The intricate purple rune circuits within erupted in an unprecedented stable glow. A palpable sensation of spatial anchoring emanated from the screen. Success. The foundational rune circuit of the ghost formation was thoroughly stabilized. The spatial force was successfully anchored. Core stability increased by 20. Energy conversion efficiency boosted by 10. A wave of immense fatigue surged through Lin Mo, accompanied by a profound sense of achievement. He exhaled deeply and silently, as if shedding a colossal burden. Though a lingering headache persisted, a thrilling vitality surged within his spirit. He removed the heavy noise-canceling headphones, and the cacophony of the internet CAF flooded his ears, inducing a surreal sense of returning to reality. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes and rubbed his throbbing temples, attempting to alleviate the overwhelming pain. After a few moments, he slowly opened his eyes and instinctively glanced at Ye Xiu's screen, where Jun Mo Xiao was leading the rogue, Bao Ziru Qin, evading the pursuit of Jia dynasty players while simultaneously dispatching elite monsters along the way. The scene chaotic yet lively. A faint smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. This was quintessential Ye Xiu. Just then, a calm yet uniquely textured gaze fell upon his profile. Lin Mo sensed it acutely and slightly turned his head toward the booth. Tang Rou, having set aside her book at some point, was gazing at him with her clear, ice spring-like black eyes. Peering through the throngs of the internet CAF and swirling smoke, her expression tranquil and unwavering. There was no curiosity, no probing, no displeasure at being disturbed. Her gaze remained cool and detached, yet it bore an intense focus, as if he were not a mere person but rather a meticulously crafted instrument worthy of study. The penetrating quality of her gaze seemed to seek beyond his weary exterior, yearning to glimpse the sharp essence of his soul that had thrived in the realm of data. Lin Mo's gaze met hers for a fleeting moment, and time appeared to freeze. The din of the internet CAF faded into a blurred background. His expression was serene, tinged with the fatigue of having just emerged from intense labor, yet still radiating an unrefined brilliance. Tang Rou's eyes were clear and cold, yet beneath that frigid exterior lay a scarcely perceptible flame ignited by a profound focus, having once been subdued by absolute power. No words were exchanged. No expressions changed. Merely a fleeting exchange of glances, akin to the chilling touch of piano keys meeting a freshly forged dark silver spear, resonating in the tumultuous world like a genuine moment of silent collision. In the next moment, Tang Rou naturally averted her gaze, as if the previous connection had never occurred. She lowered her head once more, reopening the music sheet resting on her lap, her slender fingers gliding over the pages, producing a faint rustling sound. Sunlight outlined the delicate contours of her profile, rendering her as tranquil as a painting. Lin Mo also turned back, his gaze returning to the now stabilized Wanxiang core model emanating a deep purple light on his screen. The sensation of the keyboard still lingered on his fingertips, while the Wanxiang core pulsed warmly against his chest through the fabric of his clothing. A storm brewed in the gaming world, and the fangs sharpened in the shadows. Meanwhile, in a corner of reality, an icebound star seemed to have been quietly pried open by some pure force, revealing a slender fissure. The light that seeped through, was it cold, or was it ignited with fervor? Perhaps the answer lay within the next collision. Chapter 18. Beneath the ice spring, the cacophony of the internet CAF served as an unceasing backdrop, where the mingled scents of smoke, sweat, and instant noodles permeated the air, creating a unique and oppressive ambience. The dim light in the corner persisted, casting a faint glow on Lin Mo's slightly pallid face. The exhilarating sensation brought about by the stabilization of the ghost formation's basic circuit had faded, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue that penetrated to the very marrow, alongside a residual dull ache in his skull akin to the thud of a blunt instrument. He leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, fingertips pressing firmly against his throbbing temples, attempting to quell the discomfort. Upon removing his headphones, the din of the CAF surged into his ears, the clattering of keyboards, the excited shouts of players, and a triumphant cry of 5 kills. From a distant corner, these sounds pricked at his overstimulated nerves like a multitude of fine needles. He yearned for tranquility, even if only for a fleeting moment. Rising with a somewhat stiff motion, Lin Mo avoided glancing at Ye Xiu, who was still stirring up a storm in Zone 10, nor did he acknowledge Chun Gua and Tang Rou's soft conversation at the cashier's counter. He strode through the slightly crowded aisle towards the inconspicuous narrow passage leading to the restroom at the back of the CAF. Pushing open the heavy fire door, imbued with the scent of disinfectant, he found the noise considerably muffled. The passage was dimly lit, with only the green exit sign casting a ghostly glow. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant and the dampness of humidity. Approaching the sink, he turned on the faucet. The icy water gushed forth with a loud rush. He cupped his hands and splashed the frigid water onto his face. The biting cold sent a shiver down his spine, reviving his muddled mind somewhat. Raising his head, he gazed into the mirror, observing his damp visage marked by evident fatigue and a lingering sharpness. Water droplets cascaded down his jawline, splattering against the cold stainless steel rim of the sink. His innate perceptiveness had not entirely subsided. It continued to function like a low-powered engine, passively absorbing the surrounding information, the sonic frequency of water striking the basin, the subtle changes in the concentration of disinfectant molecules in the air, even the distant sounds of flushing and footsteps from the adjacent men's restroom. These fragments of information were automatically parsed and categorized within his mind, creating a persistent, subtle neural burden. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, striving to force these chaotic perceptions back to the depths of his consciousness. At this moment, all he sought was a brief void. Just then, the fire door at the other end of the passage was gently pushed open. Light streamed through the crack, outlining a tall, slender figure. Tang Rou stepped inside. She did not glance at Lin Mo, as if he were merely an inconsequential object in the passage. Her gaze calmly swept over the sink before she proceeded directly towards the door of the adjacent women's restroom. Her footsteps were light, nearly soundless, moving with an elegance that seemed discordant with the CAF's clamor. The crisp scent of her presence, reminiscent of pine needles after snow, swiftly diluted the acrid odor of disinfectant. Lin Mo remained with his eyes closed, cupping a second handful of cold water to splash onto his face. The sound of the flowing water masked most subtle noises. Yet his perceptive gift instantly seized upon more information. Her breathing was steady and prolonged, imbued with a sense of rigorously trained control. The refreshing aroma surrounding her seemed to emanate from a subtle fragrance of fur, mingled with her own clean essence. The barely perceptible friction as her fingertips brushed against the fire door's metal handle produced an almost imperceptible sound. These sensations flowed into his awareness uncontrollably, like mercury spilling onto a surface. He frowned slightly, forcibly severing this meaningless analysis, redirecting his focus onto the chilling touch of the water. As Tang Rou reached the entrance to the women's restroom, she extended her hand to push the door open. Her movements were fluid and natural, devoid of any hesitation. Just as she was about to step inside, her foot paused ever so slightly. It was an imperceptible delay, akin to a feather landing softly. Her gaze, seemingly by chance, fleetingly brushed over the figure of the man cupping water before the sink, his back dampened. That look remained tranquil, like a deep pool, yet in that brief, unnoticed moment, beneath the surface of that deep water, a trace of a subtle, indescribable ripple seemed to pass. Not curiosity, nor inquiry, but rather a form of confirmation. A confirmation of a pure source of focus that existed beyond her awareness. This pause lasted for less than a tenth of a second. The next moment, she pushed the door and disappeared behind it. The fire door closed softly, cutting off the view and the refreshing aura. In the passage, only the sound of running water and Lin Mo's own breaths remained. Slowly, he opened his eyes, observing the trails of water streaming down his face in the mirror. The sensation from earlier was remarkably vivid. His gift did not deceive him. Her pause, her gaze, and the fleeting ripple beneath the depths were indelibly etched in his perception. This girl was astute. Beneath her calm exterior, there seemed to lie something frozen, quietly awakening. He turned off the faucet, casually wiping the water from his face with his sleeve. The cold sensation invigorated him somewhat, yet the dull ache in his skull remained obstinately persistent. He required rest, genuine rest. While a breakthrough in weapon form was undoubtedly significant, excessive mental strain would only yield counterproductive results. Lin Mo pushed open the fire door and returned to the clamor of the internet CAF. Instead of immediately heading back to his corner seat, he approached the cashier's counter. Chen Guo was busy organizing accounts, and upon seeing Lin Mo, she instantly brightened. Lin Mo? What's the matter? Would you like something to drink? Or are you hungry? I still have half a chestnut cake. No, thank you, boss lady, Lin Mo interrupted, his voice carrying a subtle rasp and fatigue. I have something to attend to. I'll be heading back now. He paused, adding, please let Lao Yi know. You're leaving already? Chen Guo seemed surprised, glancing at the time. All right, be careful on your way. I'll tell Lao Yi later. Noticing Lin Mo's visibly poor complexion, she expressed concern. You don't look well. Are you too tired? Make sure to rest properly. Thank you, boss lady. Lin Mo nodded, turning to walk toward the entrance of the internet CAF. His movements remained steady, each step measured. Yet his silhouette betrayed an unmistakable heaviness of weariness. He resembled a weapon recently forged under intense heat, still radiating warmth yet in dire need of cooling. As he passed the booth area, Lin Mo's gaze did not intentionally shift, yet the corner of his eye caught the image of a quiet figure immersed in a book. Tang Ro had her head lowered, her silky black hair cascading down to obscure her profile. Her fingertips lingered on a particular page of the sheet music. Seemingly untouched for a considerable time, sunlight filtered through the glass, dancing upon her fair fingertips. She appeared utterly engrossed in her own world, oblivious to Lin Mo's departure. Lin Mo averted his gaze and pushed open the heavy glass door of the internet CAF. The brisk air, mingled with the city's clamor, invigorated him. He swiftly merged into the flow of pedestrians, his figure soon disappearing from sight. In a corner, Ye Xiu controlled Jun Mo Xiao, executing a flamboyant maneuver to narrowly evade an incoming frostbolt, countering with a swift palm strike that sent the ambushing elemental mage flying. He took a moment to glance at the adjacent empty seat, then raised his eyes towards the cash register where Lin Mo was conversing with Chen Guo, finally letting his gaze drift to the quietly reading Tang Ro. The cigarette but dangling from his lips slightly curled upward, revealing a faint, knowing smile. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Jun Mo Xiao abruptly abandoned the ongoing skirmish, swaggering towards the battlefield's edge while typing in the regional chat. To all members of the Jia dynasty, my performance is lacking today, so I shall take my leave. We shall battle another day. Smoking while waving goodbye emoji. This left a group of Jia dynasty players fuming yet powerless in the chaotic aftermath. Ye Xiu exited the game and removed his headphones. The cacophony of the internet CAF enveloped him instantly. He stretched, his joints emitting a soft crack. Then, he stood up and ambled towards the cash register. Boss lady, a can of ice-cold cola, please. Ye Xiu lazily leaned against the counter. Get it yourself. It's in the fridge. Chen Guo replied without looking up, busy organizing receipts, her tone somewhat irritable. Then, recalling something, she added, oh right. Lin Mo said he had something to attend to and left early. Just thought I'd let you know. Oh, Ye Xiu acknowledged, pulling open the small fridge's door, retrieving a can of cola, and popping it open with a satisfying sound before tilting his head back for a hearty gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat, refreshing him. He smacked his lips and glanced towards the booth, casually inquiring, is that Miss Tang still engrossed in her reading? I hope I didn't disturb her. She is not that delicate. Chen Guo shot Ye Xiu an exasperated look, her tone protective. She is quietly reading, unlike you, making a ruckus like a monkey. After a pause, she leaned closer to Ye Xiu, lowering her voice with a hint of gossip. Hey Lao Yi, do you think Ro has some feelings for Lin Mo? I think I saw her look up at him when he was leaving, even if just for a moment. Ye Xiu sipped his cola, saying nothing, but the playful glint in his eyes deepened. He leisurely strolled over to the booth, standing a few steps away against the wall. Observing the engrossed Tang Rou, Miss Tang, Ye Xiu's voice, tinged with the coolness of his icy drink, lazily floated over. Is the book captivating? Tang Rou halted the motion of turning the pages. She did not raise her head immediately, merely letting her long eyelashes flutter slightly. After a few seconds, she slowly lifted her face, her gaze as clear as a mountain spring, resting on Ye Xiu's face, calm and unruffled. Is there something you need, Mr. Yi? Her voice remained cool, devoid of discernible emotion. Ye Xiu smiled, casually shaking the can of cola in his fingers. Nothing of great importance. I merely noticed that Miss Tang seems to harbor an interest in glory. His eyes swept over the sheet music sprawled before her, returning to her face with a hint of insight. The match earlier was quite decent, wasn't he it? Tang Rou's gaze did not waver. She met Ye Xiu's eyes with calmness. She closed the sheet music resting on her lap, producing a soft clap. Instead of answering Ye Xiu's query, she posed a seemingly unrelated question. That person from earlier, tilting her head slightly, her eyes flickering to the vacant seat where Lin Mo had sat. Is he very strong? Her question was direct, devoid of any embellishment. Without mentioning Lin Mo's name, she referred to him simply as that person. Her tone as composed, as if inquiring about an object's characteristics. A flicker of perceptible insight crossed Ye Xiu's eyes. He took a sip of cola, responding leisurely, strong? Well, how to put it? He deliberately elongated his tone, as if pondering. In the game, speed, awareness, and powerful gear can all be considered strength. However, he shifted his focus, his gaze sharpening and landing on Tang Rou's face. True strength lies in knowing what one desires and being able to wield one's resources in a manner that others cannot replicate. His gaze swept over Tang Rou's delicate, long fingers resting on the sheet music, just like playing the piano. Some can play the notes flawlessly, that's called proficiency. But some can infuse their soul into the music, that's true skill. Ye Xiu's words fell like pebbles into a deep pool. Tang Rou's previously tranquil gaze began to ripple ever so slightly. Her eyes instinctively glanced at her hands, her fingertips curling subconsciously, as if feeling the cold touch of a virtual spear. Soul, she murmured the word softly, her voice almost inaudible. Then, she raised her eyes. Looking once more at Ye Xiu, her gaze seemingly concealing something profound that was settling within her. Mr. Yi, Tang Rou's voice remained cool, yet now bore an unprecedented clarity. A sharpness akin to a hidden current beneath the ice. The earlier match was not representative. She stood, gathering her sheet music and bag. Her movements remaining graceful, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Same time tomorrow. Please prepare your account card. With that, she did not glance back at Ye Xiu nor acknowledge Chun Guo's astonished look, striding confidently towards the exit of the internet CAF. The glass door swung open. A solitary figure melding into the neon shadows of the city beyond, fading from view. Ye Xiu leaned against the wall, watching the direction in which Tang Rou had vanished. A playful smile finally unfurled on his lips, tinged with a hint of cunning and a buried anticipation. He tilted his head back and downed the remaining soda in one gulp. The icy liquid ignited a long dormant flame within him, sending a shiver down his throat. He murmured to himself, tossing the empty can with precision into a trash bin several meters away. Indeed, beneath the surface of the icy spring, there lay a fire. He turned his gaze towards Lin Mo's vacant seat, scanning the variety of players engrossed in their gaming worlds, before returning his focus to the computer screen displaying the audacious character, Jun Mo Xiao. The voice of the scavenger team's Ye Xiu was soft yet imbued with a sense of resolution and rekindled ambition. It was time for a reorganization. Chapter 19. The first flame of ice on the second floor of Shiguang Bar. Heavy curtains shielded the interior from the city's light pollution, leaving only a warm yellow desk lamp to cast a gentle glow over a cluttered workspace adorned with professional books and scattered drafts. Lin Mo reclined in a high-backed chair, unconsciously pressing his fingers against his still throbbing temples, his eyes closed in a moment of respite. The mental burden wrought by overexertion of his talents felt like a heavy lead weight pressing upon his nerves, each thought eliciting a subtle pain. Outside, the gentle patter of night rain tapped against the glass, its rhythmic sound oddly soothing. He craved this tranquility to cool the swirling data streams and lingering shadows of spatial runes in his mind. Yet, this serenity was short-lived. Buzz. The phone resting on the corner of the desk lit up, its vibrations resonating sharply in the stillness. Lin Mo opened his eyes, fatigue evident in the bloodshot whites. He reached for the phone, seeing Ye Xiu's name flickering on the screen. Hello, Lin Mo answered, his voice hoarse from emerging from deep contemplation. Ah, you're still alive? Ye Xiu's signature voice, laced with a touch of languor, came through, accompanied by the faint sounds of keyboard clattering and indistinct game effects. I thought that wretched stone had swallowed you whole. Is there something you need? Lin Mo replied succinctly, ignoring the teasing tone. He knew Ye Xiu wouldn't call in the middle of the night without a purpose. Yes, Ye Xiu's tone shifted to a more serious register. Tomorrow morning. At Xin, come early. Bring some solid goods. Solid goods? Lin Mo instantly grasped the implication. This referred to the top-tier materials he had acquired from the North American Creation Workshop or through the special channels of the Wanxiang system. Ye Xiu's sudden request could only signify one thing. Jun Mo Xiao, Chance Umbrella, or perhaps Lin Mo's own Wanxiang, required critical enhancements. Moreover, it likely had something to do with the girl, who, like the icy spring, had ignited a flicker of flame within him. Understood, Lin Mo responded, refraining from further inquiries. Ye Xiu had his reasons for withholding information. The call ended. Lin Mo placed the phone down, his gaze drifting to the Wanxiang core on his desk. The size of a pigeon's egg, swirling with a deep and stable four-color glow. The dark purple light paths represented a nascent stabilization of the ghostly array's spatial power. Akin to a slumbering beast, he needed strength, greater strength, for the impending storm and to safeguard the fragile connections he had started to rebuild. He stood up and walked towards an inconspicuous metallic safe tucked away in the corner of the room. The following morning, the rain had eased slightly. Though the sky remained overcast, Lin Mo carried an unassuming black briefcase containing the solid goods requested by Ye Xiu and his complete set of Wanxiang connection devices. Arriving punctually at the Xin Network Club, the morning atmosphere in the Internet CAF felt considerably colder than at night. With only a handful of overnight patrons dozing off at their desks, the air thick with the remnants of stale smoke and instant noodles. Behind the cash register, Chun Guo yawned, bleary-eyed as she organized the accounts. Lin Mo? Up so early? Chun Guo exclaimed upon seeing him, her gaze quickly shifting to the briefcase in his hand. What have you brought? Moving house. Just some tools, Lin Mo replied vaguely, his eyes scanning the familiar dim corner of the CF. Ye Xiu was already there. Unlike his usual routine of logging into the game, he leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, seemingly taking a short nap. Upon hearing footsteps, he lazily opened one eye, glancing at the briefcase in Lin Mo's grasp. You've arrived? Ye Xiu's voice was tinged with the remnants of sleep. Yes. Lin Mo placed the briefcase gently on the floor beside his chair, moving slowly. Did you bring the items? I did. Good. Ye Xiu yawned and closed his eyes again. Just wait. The show is about to begin. Lin Mo refrained from further conversation, pulling out his chair to sit down. He did not immediately open the briefcase or connect the devices. Instead, he sat quietly, closing his eyes to meditate, regulating his breathing to restore his mental calm. The early morning in the Internet CAF possessed a peculiar tranquility, broken only by the low hum of an old air conditioner in the corner. Time flowed slowly in the silence. As the clock approached 10, patrons began to trickle into the CAF, filling the space with the sounds of chatter and keyboard clattering. Just then, the wind chime at the entrance rang out with a crisp chime. A figure stepped through the door. Tang Ro. She was still clad in a well-tailored cream-colored knit top and light blue jeans, her posture elegant and her stride composed. Her shoulder-length black hair fell gracefully, the ends curling naturally. Her complexion appeared even fairer than the previous day, a hint of faint dark circles under her eyes resembling a delicate flaw on a meticulously crafted porcelain piece, adding an air of fragile authenticity rather than detracting from her beauty. Yet, her obsidian-like eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness beneath the clear, icy spring, as if a deep blue flame was silently flickering, imbued with an almost obsessive focus that had settled after a sleepless night. Without hesitation or pleasantries, her gaze traversed past Chun Guo, who had just opened her mouth to greet her, and swept over the eclectic mix of customers in the CF. Honing in on the man in the dim corner, leaning against his chair, cigarette in mouth, eyes closed in repose, Ye Xiu. Tang Ro strode through the somewhat crowded corridor, her high heels clicking sharply against the tiled floor with a crisp and steady cadence, each step exuding an undeniable resolve. She arrived at the corner where Ye Xiu and Lin Mo were situated, halting before the empty seat beside Ye Xiu. The refreshing aura she brought instantly diluted the lingering scent of smoke and dust in the corner. Ye Xiu seemed roused by the sound of her footsteps. Leisurely opening his eyes, exhaling the unlit cigarette from his mouth, and revealing a playful, knowing smile. Ah, Miss Tang, you are quite punctual. Tang Ro did not respond to his banter. Her gaze calmly swept over Ye Xiu, briefly glancing at Lin Mo, who was meditating with his eyes closed, as if he were merely an inconsequential ornament in the corner. Then, she gently placed the exquisite handbag adorned with a piano brand on the empty table. Her movements graceful, yet imbued with the solemnity of a warrior laying down her burdens. From the handbag, she produced a brand new, unopened Glory account card box, along with an equally pristine, ergonomically designed professional gaming mouse. Her actions were deliberate and unhurried as she unwrapped the packaging, extracted the account card, and inserted it into the computer's main unit, powering the machine on. The entire process was enveloped in silence, yet it emanated a chilling, restrained sense of combat readiness. The system booted, logging into Glory's 10th district. The character creation interface appeared. Tang Rou's fingers hovered over the keyboard, pausing momentarily. Her gaze fell upon the character naming bar. And a fleeting glimmer, sharp as the shattering of ice shards, flickered in her clear eyes. Her fingertips descended, striking the keys. Character name, Han Yen Ro, class, Battle Mage. She clicked confirm. On the screen, a female battle mage wielding a spear, her posture upright and commanding, emerged. Her long hair was tied back, her eyes sharp, radiating an aura of youthful defiance. Let us begin. Tang Rou's voice resonated, still cool yet akin to a tempered blade, brimming with unwavering determination. She did not glance at Ye Xiu, her focus firmly locked onto the freshly birthed Han Yen Ro on her screen. Ye Xiu chuckled softly and said nothing further. Logging into his own Jun Mo Xiao, the two swiftly entered the arena, establishing a room and setting the mode to adjust arena, balancing character levels and equipment disparities. With the map designated as arena, combat erupted instantaneously. The same three fundamental skills, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, and Falling Blossom Palm were unleashed. The flow of battle was as fluid as water, executed with textbook precision. Ye Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao transformed into an insurmountable wall of size. Each strike meticulously intercepting Han Yen Ro's intentions, every block seemingly prophetic, and each counterattack slicing through Han Yen Ro's hastily erected defenses with surgical precision. On the screen, Han Yen Ro's health plummeted like an avalanche. Her movements were visibly inexperienced and stiff. Faced with Ye Xiu's rhythm of attacks and predictions, she appeared flustered, akin to a toddler attempting to challenge a 100-meter dash. Damn it, down again. This female battle mage's skills are abysmal. The opponent is a master. Look at that weapon switching. Undoubtedly a genius. Beauty, give it up. You cannot win. A few early risers, drawn by the commotion, gathered nearby to spectate, their comments unfiltered as they reached Tang Rou's ears. Some expressed regret, others scoffed, and some merely observed for entertainment. Tang Rou remained unfazed. Her exquisite face bore no expression. Her lips pressed into a cold, straight line. Only her dark eyes, fixed intently on the screen, burned with an ever-increasing intensity. That flame was neither anger nor embarrassment, but a pure, almost soul-consuming obstinacy that erupted from being repeatedly crushed by absolute power. She controlled Han Yen Ro, charging forth from the respawn point time and again. Her movements grew faster, increasingly reckless. Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, Rond. She no longer attempted to comprehend Ye Xiu's rhythm or intricate predictions. Instead, she poured all her spirit, all her will, and all her defiance into each keystroke. The speed of her fingers on the keyboard accelerated, nearly leaving afterimages. Those hands, once graceful in playing Chopin's nocturnes, now struck the cheap keyboard with a near self-destructive fervor, akin to wielding a burning iron. Bang, bang, bang. The keyboard groaned under the strain. Yet, the speed at which Han Yen Ro fell did not wane. 20 seconds, 18 seconds, 15 seconds. Each time she was defeated, the intervals grew shorter. With each assault, she surged forward with greater speed and a desperate momentum. Her maneuvers remained riddled with flaws, easily penetrated and dismantled by Ye Xiu. However, the cold, burning resolve within her radiated through the screen, scorching the air like tangible flames. On the other side of the corner, Lin Mo had opened his eyes at some point. He did not observe the screens of Ye Xiu and Tang Rou, nor did he heed the surrounding chatter. His attention was fixed on Tang Rou's hands, furiously pounding the keyboard. Her fingers, pale and slender, showed signs of strain, tips slightly reddened from the exertion. Each strike resonated with immense force, as if she aimed to pierce through the keyboard. The movements were devoid of elegance, filled with clumsiness and primal strength, creating a stark contrast to her naturally cool and graceful demeanor. Yet, through Lin Mo's perceptive understanding, he discerned more than mere surface clumsiness and frenzy. He could perceive the subtle acceleration of neural signal transmission behind each keystroke. He sensed her instinctive corrections of timing and character control with each successive failure. He could see that although she could not comprehend Ye Xiu's predictions, she was attempting, in the most primal manner, to forcefully shatter that wall of size through her extreme acceleration. Her spirit was intensely focused, like a blazing torch. With each fall, that flame not only did not extinguish, but was instead stoked by her defiance and obstinacy, growing ever more fervent. This profound focus and unwavering willpower, nearly igniting one's very soul, are rare sights for Lin Mo. He had witnessed it in but a select few individuals, such as Su Muqiu, who once rode a battered bicycle through torrential rain towards the Design Institute, or in himself, tirelessly toiling through sleepless nights in a North American workshop. solely to calibrate an energy node. His innate understanding of talent allowed him to sense, albeit faintly, that with each keystroke, Tang Rou seemed to leave behind fragments of a certain rhythm. This was not the cadence required for a glorious operation. Rather, it resembled the lingering resonance of piano keys that had been forcibly shattered and reassembled. This peculiar sensation flitted away as swiftly as it had come. At that moment, Han Yenro surged forth from the resurrection point once more. This time, her speed was even greater. Almost instantaneously upon landing, her spear surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Aimed directly at Jun Mo Xiao's chest, there was no embellishment, only pure velocity and strength. Ye Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao seemed taken aback by this relentless barrage, each strike more rapid than the last. Instinctively, he switched his Qianji San to spear mode to block. Clang! The spear tip clashed against the umbrella's ribs, sending sparks flying. This time, Han Yenro did not falter under the immediate impact. Her character's body swayed violently, her health plummeting, yet she withstood that tremendous force. Her fingers erupted into a blur upon the keyboard, and in a moment of rigidity, she forcibly interrupted the recoil with an awkward yet timely side roll. Whoosh! The spear tip of Jun Mo Xiao, thrust forward, narrowly missed the tips of Han Yenro's hair as she rolled away. Though she would be taken down the very next second due to unbalanced operations and low health by a simple attack from Ye Xiu. Transforming into a wisp of white light, she had held her ground for 12 seconds this time. Furthermore, she had evaded Ye Xiu's determined follow-up strike. The corner of the internet CAF fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at the screen where Han Yenro's white light had vanished. Chenghua, standing behind the counter with a cloth in hand, forgot her task, staring blankly in Tang Rou's direction. Ye Xiu's movements controlling Jun Mo Xiao paused for half a second, a flicker of subtle surprise and amusement crossing his eyes as he beheld the empty spear tip. Tang Rou sat at her computer, her chest rising and falling. Breath slightly hurried from the extreme exertion moments prior. She gazed at the grayish failure message on her screen, then glanced down at her trembling hand. The tips reddened from overexertion. There was no sense of defeat or regret. In her clear, ice spring-like black eyes, the flames that once burned fiercely seemed to have tempered into a cooler, more resolute azure glow, akin to molten lava encased in frost. She slowly released her grip on the mouse, picked up the half-empty bottle of mineral water from the table, unscrewed the cap, and took a few small sips. The cold liquid slid down her throat, as if dousing the icy flame within her heart. Then, she resumed her grasp on the mouse. Her slender yet remarkably powerful fingers returned to the keyboard. Her gaze refocused on Han Yenro's resurrection point on the screen. Calm, yet bearing a silent declaration, to continue. In another corner, Lin Mo withdrew his gaze from Tang Rou's hands. He leaned down, opening the black briefcase at his feet. Inside, various rare materials gleamed with an unusual luster, neatly arranged alongside a pigeon egg-sized metallic core connected by data cables. He extracted the core and carefully placed it on a specially designed micro-energy sensing pedestal beside the computer. A profound four-colored halo illuminated the dim corner. He donned noise-canceling headphones, isolating himself from the clamor of the internet CAF and the chilling clatter of the keyboard next door. His fingers poised over the keyboard, his gaze sharpened and tranquil. The ice spring was ablaze, and his fangs were poised to unsheath once more, ready to test their edge in the crucible of battle. Chapter 20. The resonance of ice flame and fangs. The cacophony of Xiong Xi and internet CAF resembled an unrelenting tide of background sound. In the depths of a shadowy corner, two computer screens emitted distinctly contrasting auras. To the left, Tang Rou controlled Han Yenro, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, repeatedly charging towards the wall of size constructed by Ye Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao. The keyboard beneath her fingers produced urgent, heavy strikes, resembling a frenzied drumbeat bordering on self-destruction. Her complexion had grown paler than in the morning, beads of sweat forming at her temples and trickling down her finely sculpted jawline. Deep within her obsidian eyes, the icy spring had long since reached a boil, the azure flames roaring fiercely, incinerating all external commentary, fatigue, and feelings of defeat, leaving only the purest, soul-consuming tenacity born from relentless pressure. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. With each fall, the intervals grew shorter by mere milliseconds. Her maneuvers remained riddled with flaws, easily pierced through, dismantled, and defeated by Ye Xiu. Yet that icy burning will, akin to tangible flames, scorched the air through the screen. Each assault came with greater speed and a desperate fervor. Her fingers danced upon the inexpensive keyboard, leaving behind phantoms, the tips flushed and trembling from overexertion, as if they might snap at any moment. Those hands, meant to weave the elegance of Chopin's nocturnes, now gripped a blazing iron. hammering against the iron wall of fate on this rough battlefield. To the right, Lin Mo, adorned with heavy noise-canceling headphones, shut himself off from the icy and fiery clash next door, as well as the entire din of the internet CAF. His world consisted solely of the Azure data streams cascading on the screen and the slowly rotating core model before him. The icy crystal exuded an extreme chill, guided by understanding, transforming into countless precise energy chisels, cautiously etching into the core's internal pathways reserved for ice attributes. Each etching was accompanied by immense mental fatigue and a piercing headache akin to ice drills. His talent was being pushed to the utmost limits, and his rapidly functioning cognitive core resonated like an overclocked engine, emitting a hum of overload. On the screen, the ethereal blue pathway representing the ice attribute is gradually illuminated, expanded, and fortified. Countless intricate runes, embodying the essence of frost, are generated and circulate within this luminous path. A brand new, chilling force, imbued with the essence of freezing all things, begins to stabilize and gestate within the core. This phenomenon resonates peculiarly with the deep purple pathway, symbolizing the spatial power of the ghostly formation beside it. Lin Mo's complexion is even paler than Tang Rou's. Beads of sweat saturate his temples, and his temples throb with each heartbeat, each breath tugging at the sharp pain deep within his nerves. Yet, the light in his eyes is exceptionally sharp, akin to a hawk locking onto its prey amid a snowstorm. His fingers unconsciously strike the auxiliary commands on the keyboard, executing movements with precision and stability, reminiscent of a finely tuned machine. The two starkly different primal forces of ice and spatial power struggle to find a balance within the core of myriad phenomena. The excruciating chill brought forth by the ice crystal resonates oddly with the frigid air of the void's core, guided by talent, beginning to elicit a strange harmony. At that moment, a muffled thud reverberates from the next room, followed by the sharp sound of the keyboard being struck forcefully. Tang Rou slams her fist onto the table, not out of anger, but due to the uncontrollable aftermath of pushing her body to its limits. Her character, Han Yanro, has once again succumbed beneath Jun Mo Xiao's umbrella spear. This time, she managed to hold out for 7 seconds, a duration that might seem laughably brief to others. Yet it signifies a monumental stride, wrenched from Ye Xiu through sheer willpower akin to burning one's soul. An overwhelming wave of exhaustion crashes over her like a tsunami. Her body leans uncontrollably forward, hands gripping the table's edge as she gasps for breath, her slender spine trembling slightly. Sweat drips from her hair's tips onto the keyboard, staining it with dark marks. She bows her head, long hair cascading to conceal her expression, leaving only her heaving shoulders to silently narrate the dual exhaustion of body and spirit. Ye Xiu halts his movements, controlling Jun Mo Xiao. He observes the fading white light of Han Yanro on the screen, then glances at the nearly exhausted Tang Rou beside him. The habitual lazy smile on his face vanishes, replaced by a profound, almost solemn scrutiny. After a few seconds of silence, he picks up a bottle of mineral water from the table, twists open the cap, and extends it toward Tang Rou. "Are you all right?" Ye Xiu's voice, though not loud, carries a peculiar penetrating quality. Tang Rou does not immediately reach for it. She remains braced against the table, her rapid breaths gradually calming. After a few moments, she slowly raises her head. Sweat dampens the strands of hair at her forehead, sticking to her pale skin. Her gaze appears somewhat unfocused. Yet the azure flame deep within her pupils has not extinguished. Instead, it has settled into an even colder, more refined hardness, akin to the sheen of ancient ice. She extends her hand, unwavering, and firmly accepts the bottle of water. The cold plastic alleviates the searing pain in her knuckles. She tilts her head back, taking small but resolute sips of water. The icy liquid glides down her throat like a balm, seemingly nurturing the eternal flame of ice within her heart. Then, she sets the bottle down, not looking at Ye Xiu or her gray screen. Her gaze, as if drawn by an invisible magnet, slowly and laboriously shifts toward Lin Mo, who is immersed in his own world, adorned with heavy headphones. Her vision is somewhat blurred, the intense mental strain causing everything before her to appear double. Yet, she distinctly sees the swirling core model within the azure cascade of data on Lin Mo's screen, his pale face devoid of color. The beads of sweat rolling down his brow, his tightly pressed lips, and slightly furrowed brows. An extraordinary sense of resonance, akin to a faint current, pierces through Tang Rou's weary body and chaotic consciousness. She perceives the same burning spirit, the same disregard for all else, the same resoluteness to collide with despair's barriers using one's very soul. Only the methods differ. She attempts to shatter the iron wall with primal speed and strength, while he reconstructs the rules at a microscopic level, forging fangs capable of tearing through the barriers with an understanding that transcends common sense. The flames burning beneath the icy spring and the fangs forged within the sea of data, at this moment, transcend the invisible barrier, creating their first silent yet immensely powerful resonance. Tang Rou's dazed expression suddenly sharpens. The accumulated ice flame seems to be infused with new fuel, surging upward dramatically. An indescribable impulse, akin to a seed breaking through the earth, begins to grow wildly within the depths of her frozen heart. She abruptly turns her head away from Lin Mo, locking her gaze fiercely on Han Yenro's resurrection point on her screen. A stronger power, imbued with a certain understanding, surges forth from the depths of her soul, instantly dispelling her fatigue. Again, Tang Rou's voice is hoarse yet resolute, as if severing steel with determination. She reclaims the mouse. Her hands, which had trembled from exhaustion mere moments ago, now steady as a rock. Her fingertips reconnect with the keyboard. Ye Xiu observes the rekindled flame in Tang Rou's eyes, even more fervent than before, and glances at Lin Mo, still enmeshed in the storm of data. A faint smile tugs at the corners of his mouth, infused with understanding and concealed admiration. Proceed, Ye Xiu responds, controlling Jun Mo Xiao, once again assuming a battle stance. In another corner, Lin Mo remains oblivious to the unfolding events around him. His entire focus is immersed in the microscopic battlefield where ice and space intertwine within the core of myriad phenomena. The power of the ice crystal has been guided to its utmost limit. Within the core, the ethereal blue pathway representing the ice attribute is fully connected. Countless frost runes illuminate the pathway like stars, circulating. A terrifying chill, capable of freezing souls, clearly transmits through the data stream to the tips of Lin Mo's nerves. Simultaneously, the deep purple pathway representing the spatial power of the ghostly formation beside it seems to be provoked by the ice power, erupting with intense spatial fluctuations. The two cold yet potent primal forces collide fiercely within the confined space of the core, compressing against one another. The core model trembles violently, with minute data cracks appearing along its edges. The intense clash reverberated within Lin Mo's psyche, akin to two colossal icebergs colliding violently within his mind. With a muffled grunt, Lin Mo's body tensed abruptly, beads of sweat transforming into a cold sheen upon his brow. A searing headache pierced through him, as if countless ice picks were simultaneously thrust into his skull. The periphery of his vision began to fill with vast flurries of snowflakes, heralding the tumult of conflict and irreconcilable discord. The power of frost yearned for ultimate solidity and freeze, while the force of space pursued distortion and rupture. A natural repulsion existed between these two elemental forces at their foundational rules. His innate understanding surged into overdrive, endeavoring to locate that minuscule balance point. Countless energy models raced through his mind, collapsing and reconstructing in rapid succession. The mental burden escalated to a critical threshold. Lin Mo could almost perceive the core of his thoughts lamenting under the unbearable strain. What to do? To forcibly suppress, it would only lead to a catastrophic structural collapse. Abandoning the path of frost would signify a total forfeiture of his previous efforts. At this moment of dire urgency, the cold yet fervent tapping of a keyboard next door pierced through the thick noise-canceling headphones, faint, yet strikingly clear to Lin Mo's ears. Thud, thud, thud. Each keystroke resonated with a reckless determination, a raw purity that ignited the soul, a fierce resolve to carve a path even in absolute adversity. This sound struck like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, slicing through Lin Mo's chaotic thoughts. The powers of ice and space, must they not harmonize? Could they not coexist? Perhaps even elevate one another? A notion, bordering on madness yet glimmering with a thread of hope, illuminated Lin Mo's nearly overloaded mind like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The ultimate solidity of frost, could it not freeze space itself? The tearing and twisting of space, could it not provide an unparalleled catalyst for the explosive potential of frost? Not harmony, but fusion. With space as the framework and frost as the blade, he envisioned crafting a chilling edge that could freeze the void. His innate understanding erupted with unprecedented intensity, discarding all previous pathways that sought equilibrium. Instead, he simulated an entirely new and destructively potent energy structure, compressing the power of frost to its utmost limits, injecting it into the microscopic fissures torn apart by the force of space. At the cost of spatial instability, he sought to unleash an instantaneous release of Frost's overwhelming freezing power. Countless complex data instructions materialized under Lin Mo's mental guidance. Like the most fervent alchemist, he forcefully directed the conflicting elemental forces towards a cataclysmic point of fusion. On the screen, the tremors of the Wanxiang core model reached their zenith. Ethereal blue and violet lights flickered and intertwined wildly, as cracks expanded rapidly along the core's edge, seemingly on the verge of total disintegration. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, his gums almost oozing blood. He disregarded the excruciating pain threatening to tear him apart and the swirling snowflakes in his vision. All his will, all his strength, coalesced into that final command at his fingertips. Condense. A surge of energy swept across the screen, the frenetic glow abruptly converging. The tremors of the core model ceased instantaneously. Within the core, at the juncture of the ethereal blue and violet nodes, a brand new, minuscule yet remarkably stable runic structure emerged. It resembled a miniature, constantly rotating frost vortex, at its center a profound space singularity, perpetually tearing and reconstituting itself. The power of frost was compressed to its limit around this spatial singularity, forming a ring of ice crystals radiating an absolute zero chill. Each rupture of the space singularity injected chaotic energy into this icy ring, intensifying the freezing essence to a more concentrated and destructive degree. The messages flashing on the screen declared the completion of the Frost Pathway's core node construction, with stability checks passing under critical conditions. The energy fusion mode of spatial singularity compressing frost explosion had theoretically been validated, though warnings surfaced about the extreme instability of this form, presenting severe overload and self-destruction risks. The screen displayed a green confirmation alongside glaring red alerts, intertwining ominously. It was done. Though merely a theoretical prototype, fraught with catastrophic risks, this chilling edge that could freeze the void had finally been forged. Its first glimmer of brilliance emerging through sheer audacity. A wave of immense fatigue engulfed Lin Mo as he slumped back against his chair, feeling as though all strength had been siphoned from him. The world around him darkened, and the relentless throbbing in his head crashed over him like a tide, nearly consuming him. His back was drenched in icy perspiration, clinging uncomfortably. Trembling, he removed the heavy noise-canceling headphones. The rhythmic tapping of the keyboard next door resounded like the drums of victory, clear in his ears. Thud, thud, thud. This time, he discerned the rhythm. It was not merely a release of brute force. Within that reckless cadence lay a familiar melody, reminiscent of the accelerating chords in a climactic piano composition. He struggled to turn his head. Tang Rou remained engrossed in battle, her, Han Yen Rou, narrowly skimming past Jun Mo Xiao's spear tip with a perilous slide. Although she would soon be taken down by Ye Xiu's counterattack, she managed to hold her ground for 6.5 seconds this time. Her fingers danced across the keyboard with astonishing speed, the movements imbued with raw power, yet beneath that ferocity lay an ineffable fluidity. As if pearls were strung together by invisible threads, Lin Mo's gaze fixated on her flying fingertips. The understanding bestowed by his talent, in this state of extreme fatigue, captured a rhythm that transcended sight, the rhythm of her keystrokes, the intervals between presses. The rise and fall of her fingers resonated faintly, yet undeniably, with the very energy structure model he had just constructed in his mind, generating an almost imperceptible, yet real, frequency of resonance. The rhythm of the ice flames blaze intertwined with the frequency of the fangs took a profound turn at this very moment. In the dim corner of a bustling internet CAF, where both individuals found themselves at the limits of mental and physical endurance, they transcended an invisible boundary, generating a second, deeper resonance. Tang Rou seemed to sense something. In the instant another character fell, she commanded Han Yen Rou to surge forth from the resurrection point. Her movements swifter than before. As the spear thrust forward, her fingertips traced an extraordinarily unique trajectory across the keyboard. Simultaneously, Lin Mo experienced a flash of inspiration in his mind. Almost instinctively, he suppressed an intense headache and a feeling of collapse, his fingers executing an intricate combination of commands on the keyboard. Buzz. On the screen, the newly constructed spatial singularity compressed the frost explosion rune structure, suddenly illuminating with a blinding cerulean glow. A simulated limit-defying force of frost instantaneously surged into the character data of Wanxiang Luo. Under Lin Mo's control, Wanxiang Luo seemed to move with uncanny precision towards a preset virtual post in the arena, thrusting forth what appeared to be an unremarkable spear. The spear's tip, shrouded in a deep crimson light, was swiftly enveloped by an icy blue frost. A terrifying chill, visible to the naked eye and accompanied by ripples of spatial distortion, erupted like an invisible shockwave. Crack. The virtual post suffered no physical impact, yet in the moment the chill passed, it, and a small surrounding space, was utterly frozen, transformed into a bizarre ice sculpture emanating a ghostly blue light, riddled with spatial cracks. In the next second, the ice sculpture and the frozen space disintegrated silently into fine icy dust, akin to shattered glass. Simulation attack completed. Target completely annihilated. Energy output peak. Exceeded theoretical value by 15. Core stability critical. Warning. It was a success, yet it was also the limit. Darkness suddenly enveloped Lin Mo's vision. A violent dizziness and a pain in his skull akin to an explosion swallowed him whole. He could no longer sustain himself, his body uncontrollably pitching forward. his forehead crashing heavily against the cold computer desk. Thud. The dull sound of impact rang out sharply amid the clatter of keystrokes, plunging the entire CAF corner into a profound silence. Tang Rou's control over Han Yen-ro froze abruptly, her fingertips hovering above the keyboard. Her icy battle intent abruptly halted in shock. She turned her head sharply, her clear, ice spring-like black eyes reflecting the still figure of Lin Mo. The man who had always been as silent as a rock, now pale, his forehead pressed heavily against the cold surface, utterly motionless. Sweat-drenched black hair clung disheveled to his temples, darkening a small patch with moisture. He resembled a statue from which the soul had been instantaneously extracted, leaving only a hollow shell. Ye Xiu's reaction was even swifter. At the sound of the collision, he halted his control over Jun Mo Xiao instantly. His eyes, typically tinged with a hint of languor, now shone with unprecedented sharpness, akin to a drawn blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully shoved the keyboard aside, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. He leaped to Lin Mo's side, his movements swift as the wind. Lin Mo? Ye Xiu's voice was low and urgent, laden with an unmistakable commanding tone, as his fingers reached towards Lin Mo's neck. He felt a faint but distinct pulse, the rhythm alarmingly rapid. Like an engine on the verge of losing control. Ye Xiu's taut nerves relaxed slightly, yet his expression remained grim. He quickly checked Lin Mo's pupils, weak but reactive, then touched his icy forehead and the nape of his neck damp with cold sweat. What happened? Chun Guo's voice, tinged with panic, came from the direction of the cashier's counter as she rushed over, clearly alarmed by the commotion. It's fine. Boss lady, lend a hand. Ye Xiu replied without looking up, his tone resolute and commanding. Help me lift him up. Seeing Lin Mo's condition, Chun Guo turned pale, but upon hearing Ye Xiu's steady voice, she suppressed her panic and hurriedly moved to assist. Together, they carefully hoisted Lin Mo's limp body from the chair. He felt entirely devoid of strength, his head drooping feebly against Ye Xiu's shoulder, with rapid and faint breaths. What is wrong with him? Chun Guo's voice trembled. Overexertion of the mind has led to exhaustion. Ye Xiu succinctly assessed, his familiarity with such a state evident. During past training sessions at Jiashi, he and Su Muqiu had experienced similar fatigue after days of relentless study on the Qianji-san. However, Lin Mo's condition appeared far more severe. His pale complexion and weak pulse signaled a dangerously overextended limit. Guogua, help me call a car. To the nearest hospital. Ye Xiu instructed quickly while supporting Lin Mo. All right. Chun Guo nodded in a fluster, promptly pulling out her phone. A cool, slightly strained voice broke through the tension. Tang Rou had risen at some point, standing a few steps away. Her complexion mirrored Lin Mo's pallor, the once burning ice flames now extinguished, leaving only shock and a hint of barely perceptible concern. Her gaze was fixated on Lin Mo's lifeless face, then shifted to Ye Xiu, as if she wished to speak but found herself at a loss for words. In her obsidian-like eyes, Lin Mo's figure was no longer a blurred background, but a companion seemingly drawn into the abyss by her reckless blaze. Leave this to me. Ye Xiu glanced at Tang Rou, his expression sharp and complex, offering no further explanations. You should rest. His tone bore an unassailable decisiveness, and he immediately averted his gaze from her, directing his full attention to Lin Mo. Chun Guo's taxi quickly arrived at the entrance. Ye Xiu and Chun Guo worked together to lift Lin Mo out of the internet CAF and into the back seat. Ye Xiu followed suit, allowing Lin Mo to lean against him, one hand supporting him while the other retrieved his phone. Hello? Mucheng. It's me. As the call connected, Ye Xiu's voice was low yet remarkably clear. Lin Mo is experiencing some issues. He has collapsed and is being taken to the emergency department of the city hospital. If it's convenient for you, please bring some money. We have just arrived, and the situation is still unclear. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Mu Cheng's voice, which was trembling despite her effort to remain composed. Okay, I'll be there right away. There were no unnecessary inquiries, only resolute action. The taxi sped through the afternoon traffic. The atmosphere within the vehicle was stifling. Lin Mo leaned against Ye Xiu's shoulder, his breathing rapid and faint, his forehead burning with fever while cold sweat continuously beaded on his skin. Ye Xiu furrowed his brow, fingers resting on Lin Mo's wrist. Feeling the chaotic and racing pulse, he could sense Lin Mo's body trembling slightly and uncontrollably, as if his soul were fiercely battling in an unknown dimension. Talent. Ye Xiu silently repeated this word in his mind, his gaze solemn. He had witnessed Lin Mo's nearly prophetic maneuvers in the game Glory, and was vaguely aware that Lin Mo was engrossed in something that demanded immense mental exertion. However, he never anticipated that the backlash from this talent would be so severe, so perilous. This was not merely a case of overexertion. It resembled a collapse of the mental realm itself. Outside the window, the cityscape whirled by in a blur. Yet Ye Xiu's gaze penetrated the glass, as if he could see the young man from years ago. who had stayed up late in a cramped attic with Su Muqiu, their eyes red from arguing over blueprints for their dreams. Lin Mo's current condition bore a striking resemblance to that of Su Muqiu after countless sleepless nights, exhausted over crucial parameters for the Chance Umbrella. But it was more severe, more alarming. All this turmoil was for that damned yet irreplaceable thing. Ye Xiu took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. He pulled out his phone, accessed the contacts, and scrolled through several names. Wei Chun, an old acquaintance with connections to various dubious doctors. Xiao Yifan, a meticulous child. Reliable for errands. Luo Ji, a high achiever, perhaps knowledgeable in medical principles. He swiftly composed a few messages. Succinct and clear, Lin Mo is in urgent need of medical attention at the city hospital's emergency department. If possible, please bring some cash and essential items, towels, water, thin blankets. Ye Xiu. The message was sent, akin to stones cast upon the dark surface of a lake. He was uncertain who would respond or when. But it was his habit, his responsibility, to cast a net in anticipation of any eventuality. In the emergency hall of the city hospital, the familiar scent of disinfectant and the cacophony of chaos enveloped him. Ye Xiu and Chun Guo rushed Lin Mo inside, instantly capturing the attention of the nurses. Pre-examination triage, blood pressure readings, and temperature checks revealed Lin Mo's blood pressure was low, temperature high, heart rate alarmingly rapid, and consciousness dimmed, with only a weak response to bright light. The nurses swiftly diagnosed it as an acute collapse of unknown origin accompanied by altered consciousness, promptly moving him to the observation area adjacent to the resuscitation room and connecting him to a heart monitor. On the screen, the green line representing his heart rate fluctuated wildly, accompanied by urgent alarms. The doctor arrived promptly, performing quick checks on the pupils, listening to heart and lung sounds, and inquiring about medical history. Does he have any underlying conditions? Epilepsy? Heart disease? Is he on any medication? The doctor spoke rapidly. No. He has always been in good health. Ye Xiu replied immediately, his tone firm. He has been working on something mentally taxing and has hardly rested for several days. The doctor glanced at Ye Xiu, then at the frantic numbers on the monitor and the pale, sweating Lin Mo on the bed. His brow furrowing. Acute stress reaction due to severe mental strain and excessive fatigue, with extreme sympathetic nervous system excitement. First, stabilize his vital signs, administer oxygen. Intravenous fluids to correct dehydration and electrolyte imbalance, and provide sedation. Perform blood tests. Examine the head to rule out organic lesions. With the orders issued, the nurses sprang into action. An oxygen tube was inserted into Lin Mo's nostrils, and cold liquid flowed through the fore into his veins. A sedative was gradually administered. Watching the needle pierce Lin Mo's skin, Ye Xiu's fists clenched unconsciously by his side. He understood this was necessary. Yet witnessing Lin Mo lose control and succumb to the situation filled him with an indescribable heaviness, nearly suffocating him. This feeling was hauntingly reminiscent of that cold, rainy night 4 years ago. Old Yi, a voice tinged with tears and urgency, called from behind. Ye Xiu turned sharply. Mu Cheng rushed over, breathless, her face pale and dotted with fine beads of sweat. Clutching a bulging canvas bag, evidently hastily packed, her gaze darted past Ye Xiu, locking onto the unconscious Lin Mo on the bed. Her usually warm eyes now brimmed with overwhelming fear and disbelief. Lin Mo? Mu Cheng's voice caught in her throat, tears welling up and threatening to spill. She dashed to the bedside, gazing at Lin Mo's pale face, the glaring red mark on his forehead from the internet CAF. His hair and clothes drenched in sweat, and the cold machines connected to him, the frantic heart rate line on the screen. A wave of panic, like icy tendrils, constricted around her heart, making it nearly impossible to breathe. It had been 4 years. She thought the worst days were behind them. She believed that after her brother's departure, at least Ye Xiu and Lin Mo would still be there. She clung to the remnants of hope, carefully maintaining this fragile peace. But why? Why did misfortune always shadow her? Why did those around her have to endure such suffering? Doctor, how is he? Mu Cheng grasped a nearby nurse's arm, her voice tinged with desperation and tears. Family, please remain calm. The doctor is attending to him. The nurse winced at her grip, frowning as she attempted to reassure her. Mu Cheng. Ye Xiu's deep voice resonated, filled with undeniable authority. He stepped forward, gently yet firmly pulling Su Muqiu away from the nurse, cradling her trembling form in his arms, one hand resting on her heaving shoulder. Calm down. Listen to the doctor. He will be fine. His voice, though not loud, carried a peculiar calming power that pierced through the chaos. Su Muqiu lifted her gaze, her tear-blurred vision landing on Ye Xiu's face, which was etched with exhaustion yet radiated an unwavering resolve. In the depths of his fathomless eyes, the usual laziness and playfulness had vanished, replaced by a tranquility and protectiveness akin to solid rock. This gaze acted like a faint glimmer, dispelling the tumultuous fear and despair churning within Su Muqiu's heart. She took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the flood of tears, and nodded vigorously, her voice thick with emotion, releasing her grip on the nurse. She tightly grasped Ye Xiu's sleeve, as if it were her sole anchor. Her eyes returned to Lin Mo on the hospital bed, filled with concern. Yet the earlier sense of impending collapse had dissipated. She stood silently beside Ye Xiu, like a small tree striving to stand tall amidst the storm. The sedative began to take effect. Lin Mo's rapid breaths gradually steadied, and his body ceased to tremble violently. The erratic heart rate on the monitor began to decline, and although still elevated, the alarm finally ceased. His furrowed brow appeared to relax slightly, sinking into a deeper slumber. The doctor observed the monitor's readings and breathed a sigh of relief, though his expression remained grave. He is temporarily stable. However, the brain damage caused by extreme fatigue and heightened tension cannot be overlooked. He needs to be hospitalized for observation and further examination. Who are the family members? Please follow me to complete the paperwork. I am his friend, Ye Xiu replied immediately, patting Su Muqiu's hand. Muqiu, stay here and watch over him. Su Muqiu nodded earnestly, her gaze never leaving Lin Mo's face. Ye Xiu followed the doctor out of the observation area. Su Muqiu approached the bedside. Cautiously using the clean towel she had brought to gently wipe the cold sweat from Lin Mo's forehead and neck. Her movements were light and tender, imbued with an almost reverent caution, as if afraid of disturbing his weary soul. Gazing at Lin Mo's pale, tranquil face, Su Muqiu's nose tinged with a sense of sorrow. But she bit down hard on her lower lip, forcing back her tears. She could not cry. Lao Yi needed her to remain steadfast here. Lin Mo needed peace. At that moment, the curtain of the observation area was lifted. An elderly man, donned in a wrinkled suit, with greasy hair and a toothpick in his mouth, yet eyes sparkling with mischief, peeked in. It was Ye Xiu. Instantly, he spotted Lin Mo on the bed and Su Muqiu standing nearby. Damn, is it really that serious? Ye Xiu whispered, rushing over. Observing Lin Mo, the playful demeanor on his face vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. He pulled out a thick envelope from his pocket and thrust it into Su Muqiu's hands. Here, girl. Take this. Medical expenses. If it's not enough, just let me know. He then retrieved a thermos from another pocket, filled with freshly brewed ginseng tea. Should we give him a couple of sips? Forget it. Let's wait until he wakes up. His eyes, however, were filled with concern. Shortly after, a young man wearing glasses, looking scholarly yet tense, entered. Xiao Yifan. He carried a bag filled with freshly purchased towels, a thermos, bottled water, and some basic toiletries. Sister Muqiu. Brother Yi asked me to bring some things over, Xiao Yifan said softly, placing the bag on the bedside table and gazing anxiously at Lin Mo. Is Senior Lin okay? Temporarily stable, Su Muqiu replied, accepting the items with a hoarse voice. Thank you. Then, a youthful boy, exuding academic charm and slightly out of breath, rushed in, clutching several thick medical books. Brother Yi asked me to see if I could help. I've researched a bit about neurogenic fatigue and excessive stress. Luo Ji adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the monitor's data with a furrowed brow, as if racing to solve a puzzle. The small observation area quickly filled with these individuals. Ye Xiu's rugged concern, Xiao Yifan's meticulousness, Luo Ji's academic inquiry, and Su Muqiu's silent vigil. People of varying ages and backgrounds were united by an invisible bond in this sterile, antiseptic space. All for the same person. When Ye Xiu returned after completing the paperwork, he was met with this scene. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the still slumbering Lin Mo, then over Su Muqiu, whose eyes were red and swollen, yet held a semblance of composure, and finally, the concerned faces of Ye Xiu, Xiao Yifan, and Luo Ji. A surge of complex emotions welled within him. Heaviness, exhaustion, worry, but beneath this weighty undercurrent, a subtle warmth and strength seemed to blossom. He approached the bedside, his eyes resting on Lin Mo's serene face. Lin Mo's breathing had become considerably steadier, yet his pallor remained alarmingly ashen, his brow slightly knitted in unconscious tension, as if still grappling with some unseen force in his dreams. Ye Xiu extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the thin fabric of Lin Mo's hospital gown, clearly sensing the faint pulse of a metallic core, the size of a pigeon egg, pressing against his skin. This pulse carried an extraordinary warmth, reminiscent of a slumbering star's heartbeat, unwilling to be extinguished. Lao Yi, have the formalities been completed? Ye Xiu inquired, leaning closer and lowering his voice. Ye Xiu nodded, his gaze fixed on Lin Mo observation in the hospital, awaiting detailed examination results. What on earth is he up to? Ye Xiu couldn't help but ask, his eyes brimming with confusion and concern. How did he end up like this? Ye Xiu fell silent for a moment. Memories of the frenetic keystrokes in the internet CAF, the cascading blue data streams on Lin Mo's screen, and the final image of the virtual wooden stake vanishing under simulated attacks flashed through his mind. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Infused with a weary understanding, he is sharpening a knife. A knife capable of piercing the heavens. He's been grinding it so fiercely that he has become the whetstone himself. As his words lingered in the air, the small observation area fell into silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor. A steadfast reminder of life's enduring struggle. Tears finally escaped Su Muqiu's control, silently cascading down and staining the white sheet that covered Lin Mo, creating darkened spots. She clutched Lin Mo's hand, which lacked in four, her fingers trembling slightly in their coldness. Wei Chen clicked his tongue, pondering what to say, but ultimately just sighed heavily and patted Ye Xiu's shoulder. Xiao Yifan quietly unscrewed the thermos he brought, pouring a cup of warm water and placing it on the bedside table. Luo Ji adjusted his glasses and quickly flipped through the medical book in his hands, his brow furrowing deeper. Ye Xiu stood by the bed like a silent rock. Outside the window, the daylight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting a play of light and shadow across his face. He gazed at Lin Mo, who lay in slumber on the hospital bed, observing the faint pulsation of the Wanxiang core that could still be felt through his clothing. A storm brewed in the gaming world, while the fangs of reality lay momentarily subdued by its heavy blows. Yet Ye Xiu understood that when this blade was drawn once more, its edge would inevitably tear apart all obstacles. Chapter 22. The Keys of Chaos in the Observation Area of the City Hospital. The persistent scent of disinfectant hung in the air, mingling with the monotonous and rhythmic ticking of the ECG monitor, forming a lullaby that nearly lulled one to sleep. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the heavy blinds, casting slender beams that fell upon Lin Mo's pallid face, accentuating his sharp features. Over 30 hours had passed since he was rushed to the hospital in a comatose state. Su Muqiu sat in a plastic chair beside the bed, her body slightly leaning forward, one hand tightly grasping Lin Mo's forefree hand. Her palm radiated warmth, tinged with a slight sheen of sweat, as if she sought to warm his cold hand with her own heat. In her other hand, she held a towel, painstakingly wiping the cold sweat that continuously oozed from Lin Mo's forehead. Her movements were gentle and tender, imbued with a near-reverent caution, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, which were heavy with unshakable fatigue and worry. She scarcely closed her eyes, dark circles forming beneath them, her delicate face appearing worn and sorrowful. Yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Lin Mo's face, as if she were guarding a flickering flame that could extinguish at any moment. "Child, you should take a break." Wei Chen's voice emerged with unusual softness as he entered, holding a thermos filled with freshly made millet porridge. "I'll keep watch here. You must take care of yourself, or you'll wear yourself out." Su Muqiu gently shook her head, her voice hoarse. "Uncle Wei, I'm fine. I want to stay with him." Her fingertips unconsciously caressed the back of Lin Mo's cold hand, as if trying to convey a measure of strength. Wei Chen sighed, refraining from further persuasion. He placed the thermos on the bedside table and pulled up a chair for himself, pulling out a cigarette and contemplating lighting it before irritably putting it back. He stared at Lin Mo, who lay oblivious, his expression complex. This boy, typically so reserved, could be infuriatingly stubborn when he chose to be. Xiao Yifan and Luo Ji had visited several times, delivering essentials or quietly discussing the potential for nerve recovery based on Luo Ji's research, but more often, they simply kept silent company. Ye Xiu leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes closed, appearing as though he were asleep. Yet Su Muqiu knew he was not. He was merely conserving his energy, akin to a dormant beast poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstance. His very presence served as an anchor in this stifling environment. Time crawled slowly through the oppressive silence. On the hospital bed, Lin Mo's consciousness languished in an endless, bizarre chaos. Here, there was no time, no space. Only the frenzied whirl of kaleidoscopic images, intersecting skill effects from the battlefield of glory, the cold data streams cascading from the equipment editor, the chaotic throng at the entrance to the void corridor dungeon, the bone-chilling winds deep within the frost forest, and finally, in those last moments, the catastrophic light unleashed from the collision of frost and spatial power within the Wanxiang core, on the brink of collapse. Countless fragmented images, shrill noises, searing pain, and a tumult of cold and heat intertwined, surged like a violent tide, relentlessly battering and tearing at his fragile consciousness. He felt as though he were a drowning man caught in a deep-sea vortex, every attempt to struggle upward thwarted by the stronger undercurrents dragging him deeper into the abyss. The pain within his head was akin to millions of steel needles stirring inside his skull. Each moment of understanding his talent's passive scanning felt like a rending of his soul. Struggling, sinking, and struggling again, his consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse, just as this consciousness seemed poised to be wholly consumed by chaos. A voice pierced through the oppressive darkness like sunlight breaking through thick ice. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. It was the sound of a piano, clear, stable, imbued with an undeniable rhythmic cadence. It was neither the skill sound effects of glory nor the low hum of the server's currents. This sound emerged from reality. With a peculiar penetrating power, it reached the very depths of his awareness. The notes flowed like a crystal-clear spring, yet harbored an inherent strength akin to surging magma. They struck precisely at the rhythmic points of chaos, like an invisible comb untangling the frenzied currents of energy. Lin Mo's fragmented consciousness seemed to be guided by this piano sound, gradually extricating itself from the violent whirlpool, following the distinct rhythm. The chaotic fragments began to realign and recombine in the presence of the piano sound. The once wildly swirling images gradually slowed, and the harsh noises were soothed by the melody. The intense headache receded like a tide, still present but no longer a destructive force. The comprehension brought by his talent, under the guidance of this rhythmic piano sound, ceased to be an uncontrollable passive scan and began to attempt understanding the essence of the sound itself. He could sense the power and control contained within the fingertips striking the keys. He could perceive the intervals between the notes, precise to the millisecond. He could analyze the underlying emotions hidden beneath the seemingly stable melody, akin to the currents lurking beneath the ice. This rhythm felt so familiar. Where had he experienced it before? Consciousness resurfaced like a sunken ship being salvaged, slowly rising towards the radiant surface of the sea. Amidst the chaotic darkness, indistinct outlines began to take shape. Was that the stark white ceiling of the hospital? Or the light filtering through the slats of the blinds? And the increasingly clear, stable, and rhythmic sound of beeping? Was it the sound of the ECG monitor? The sound of reality? Lin Mo's eyelids trembled with an overwhelming heaviness. His eyelashes fluttered like the damp wings of a butterfly, struggling to move. Lin Mo. A hoarse voice filled with immense surprise and uncertainty rang out beside him. It was Su Muqiu. Immediately, he felt a tighter grip on his hand, accompanied by a tremor of emotion. More voices surged into his ears. He is awake. Damn, this kid is finally stirring. Call the doctor. It was Wei Chun, Xiao Fan, and Ye Xiu, their voices low and urgent. Lin Mo summoned every ounce of strength and finally lifted the heavy veil of his eyelids. His vision was a blur, as if shrouded in thick mist. The glaring light instinctively made him want to shut his eyes, but he was firmly anchored by Su Muqiu's tearful calls and the warmth radiating from her hand. Within the indistinct scene, Su Muqiu's tear-streaked face, brimming with worry and joy, gradually came into focus. Her eyes were red and swollen, yet they shone with an astonishing brightness, as if filled with the starlight of the entire universe. Lin Mo's throat felt as parched as sandpaper, and he managed to rasp out a hoarse syllable. Water. Quickly. Water. Su Muqiu hurriedly released his hand and fumbled to retrieve a thermos from the bedside table. Wei Chun moved even faster, snatching the cup, twisting off the lid, and handing it to him. Warm water with a straw was carefully brought to Lin Mo's lips. The cool liquid slid down his scorched throat, bringing a sense of comfort akin to the long-awaited rain after a drought. He greedily sipped, as his consciousness, like a parched riverbed, was gradually revitalized. The scene before him finally sharpened into clarity. Su Muqiu's tear-stained face radiated immense joy. Wei Chen's stubbly face was etched with concern. Xiao Fan wore a tense yet relieved expression. Luo Ji adjusted his glasses, embodying scholarly inquiry, and standing at the foot of the bed, arms crossed. Ye Xiu silently observed him. Ye Xiu's expression revealed little emotion, still bearing that languid demeanor, yet within his unfathomable eyes swirled a complexity of feelings, heavy fatigue, a sense of relief, and a hidden, almost fearful scrutiny. When his gaze settled on Lin Mo's face, Lin Mo distinctly felt the weight of that look, as if Ye Xiu were confirming whether a precious treasure lost and found was intact. How do you feel? Ye Xiu's voice emerged, raspy from sleep, yet remarkably steady. Lin Mo opened his mouth. His throat remained dry and painful, so he could only slightly shake his head, indicating he was all right. His gaze instinctively scanned the hospital room, seemingly searching for something. The melody that had previously pulled him from the abyss had vanished. Was it an illusion? His gaze eventually landed on his chest. Beneath the hospital gown, the size of a pigeon's egg, the Wanxiang core pressed against his skin. At this moment, it pulsated with a peculiar warmth. No longer the cold metallic sensation, but a rhythmical thrum reminiscent of a living entity. The frequency of this pulsation seemed to faintly resonate with the lingering echoes of the melody that had awakened him. Lin Mo's pupils constricted suddenly. The comprehension bestowed by his talent sharply focused on the core before him. He could distinctly sense the transformations within. The frost and spatial power that had once teetered on the brink of collapse and forced fusion now formed an extraordinarily fragile, dynamic balance. The azure frost runes and the deep purple spatial runes resonated within the core at a peculiar frequency, as if plucked by invisible strings. Although the stability of the core remained precarious, the sense of catastrophic conflict had significantly diminished. It was as if the penetrating melody had not only untangled his consciousness, but had also, in an incomprehensible manner, organized the chaotic energy within the core. How could this be possible? The immense shock left Lin Mo momentarily speechless. He abruptly turned to Ye Xiu, his eyes filled with incredulous inquiry. Ye Xiu seemed to decipher the tumultuous waves within Lin Mo's gaze. He slowly lowered his crossed arms and approached the bedside, leaning over Lin Mo. His gaze was sharp as a blade, as if seeking to penetrate Lin Mo's pupils and glimpse the storm he had just experienced within his consciousness. Did you hear the melody? Ye Xiu's voice was low, audible only to Lin Mo. With great effort, Lin Mo managed to nod, the pain in his throat preventing him from uttering a sound. Ye Xiu remained silent for a few seconds. His gaze swept over the slight bulge beneath Lin Mo's hospital gown, then lifted to glance outside the room, towards the direction of the Xinhui Internet CAF. His expression deepened, illuminated by a complex glimmer of insight. It was Tang Rou. Ye Xiu's voice carried a peculiar rhythm, as if stating a predetermined yet enigmatic fact. She was practicing at the CAF. Practicing. In that noisy, smoke-filled environment brimming with the clatter of keyboards? Practicing. Lin Mo's mind flashed with the image of Tang Rou's fair, slender fingers, each joint distinctly defined, hands that should dance upon a Steinway piano, now madly striking the greasy keys of the CAF's keyboard. That cold, burning will, that reckless determination, and the powerful melody that had just pulled him back from the abyss. His talent's understanding crystallized with unprecedented clarity, instantaneously overlapping two seemingly unrelated scenes. The rhythm of those frantic keystrokes, the precise descent of the piano keys, the soul-burning focus, the undercurrents surging beneath the icy spring. An inexplicable epiphany cleaved through Lin Mo's chaotic thoughts like lightning. It was her. It was her pure and ultimate will and strength that pierced through the barriers of space, using the melody as a medium to resonate with his consciousness. Teetering on the brink of collapse, and the violent energy of the Wanxian core, creating a connection that transcended physical laws. This resonance acted like a resilient rope, pulling him back from the precipice of destruction. Just like an invisible tuner, it momentarily soothed the two unruly forces within the core of Wanxian. Lin Mo's breathing suddenly became hurried, his chest rising and falling violently, causing the infusion tube to sway slightly. He gazed at Ye Xiu, his eyes filled with profound shock and an indescribable sense of destiny. Ye Xiu observed the turbulent waves in Lin Mo's eyes, the corners of his mouth curving ever so slightly upwards. That smile was faint, tinged with a hint of fatigue, a touch of understanding, and an ineffable admiration. He offered no explanation and posed no further inquiries. Instead, he extended his hand and gently patted Lin Mo's shoulder, the one devoid of the infusion. The gesture was light, yet carried the weight of 1,000 promises, reverberating silently. At that moment, the door to the hospital room creaked open. A doctor and nurse clad in white coats entered, prepared to conduct routine examinations and inquiries. It's good that you've awakened. Your vital signs are basically stable. The doctor glanced at the data on the monitor, visibly relieved, though his expression remained serious. However, young man, you have overexerted yourself. The brain is a delicate instrument, not forged from iron. You must rest. Absolute rest. For at least a week, you are forbidden to touch a computer. No complex thoughts allowed. Do you understand? The doctor's stern admonitions echoed throughout the ward. Su Muqiu nodded repeatedly, and Wei Chun patted his chest, assuring that he would keep an eye on the young man. Xiao Yifan and Luo Ji wore serious expressions as well. Leaning against the pillows, Lin Mo listened to the doctor's reprimands, feeling the peculiar warmth pulsating from the Wanxian core in his chest, resonating with the echoes of a melody. The chaotic pain had not entirely dissipated, and the sense of physical weakness still weighed heavily upon him. Yet deep within his consciousness, the realm belonging to the understanding of his talent, refined by the melody, was clearer and steadier than ever. He could distinctly sense the fragile balance within the core, capturing the subtle frequencies resonating between frost and spatial forces. A week? Rest? Perhaps that is precisely what he needed. Not cessation, but sedimentation. Like a weapon forged, it requires tempering to possess greater resilience and sharpness. He slowly inhaled, laboriously drawing a breath. The cool oxygen filled his lungs, delivering a slight sting of reality. Then, with an almost imperceptible yet resolute nod, he acknowledged Su Muqiu, who looked worried beside the bed, and Ye Xiu, whose gaze was sharp. The storm had momentarily calmed. The fangs were silently tempered. Beneath the icy spring, the melody that burned within had quietly become an invisible bond connecting chaos and clarity. Chapter 23. Prelude in stillness. On the windowsill of a single patient room at the city hospital, a pot of green philodendrons stretched its glossy leaves under the afternoon sun, infusing the space, laden with the scent of disinfectant, with a hint of vitality. Sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the pristine floor. Lin Mo reclined on the hospital bed, supported by two soft pillows. His complexion remained pale, but compared to the previous days of ashen hues, there was at least a semblance of life. The weariness in his eyes was thick, like a persistent cold mist. Yet the sharpness lurking within them glinted like a well-polished blade, shining with an undeniable cold light beneath his frail exterior. He held a pencil in his hand, the tips of his fingers slightly pale from the pressure. Before him lay not medical records nor prescriptions, but a thick stack of blank sketch paper, its edges slightly curled from handling. The paper bore no intricate weapon schematics or energy circuit calculations, only seemingly chaotic yet unique symbols formed by dots and lines. They varied in density and length, resembling a lost musical score, akin to coordinates on a star map. His movements were deliberate, each stroke of the pencil imbued with the gravity of contemplation. The pencil tip glided across the paper, producing a soft rustle, reminiscent of silkworms devouring mulberry leaves. The understanding brought forth by his talent had not quieted. Rather, during the mandated rest imposed by the doctor, it functioned like a probe submerged in the depths of the ocean, operating in a more introspective and macrocosmic manner. He could sense the faint warmth pulsing from the Wanxiang core in his chest. This pulsation carried a peculiar rhythm, no longer the violent clash between frost and spatial force, but a fragile, dynamic equilibrium. This balance was akin to walking a tightrope over an abyss, where the slightest misstep could lead to utter ruin. Yet it contained a heart-stirring power of destruction and rebirth. His pencil sketched on the paper. The combination of points and lines was not mere doodling. Each point corresponded to the location of an energy node within the core, while each line represented the paths and intensity of energy flow between the nodes. He endeavored to record the vague, perceptual rhythm of balance in the most intuitive manner possible. This documentation was not intended for immediate application. Rather, it resembled a sedimentation, a retrospective and refinement of the previous chaotic fusion. The door to the ward was gently pushed open. Su Muqiu entered, carrying a thermos of food. Her complexion had improved significantly compared to the previous days. Although faint shadows still lingered beneath her eyes, her spirit was evidently lifted. Noticing Lin Mo engrossed in his drawing, she refrained from interrupting, gently placing the thermos on the bedside table before moving to the window to tenderly water the philodendron. Lin Mo, it's time to eat. After completing her task, she approached the bedside, her voice soft and warm, graced with a smile. Today, I made chicken soup. It's very light. Lin Mo slowly lifted his head, shifting his gaze from the symbols on the paper to Su Muqiu's face. He attempted to smile reassuringly, but the pallor of his complexion rendered the gesture somewhat feeble. He nodded, setting down the pencil and accepting the bowl she offered him. The chicken soup was warm, its aroma delicate. He sipped it slowly, the warm liquid gliding down his throat, bringing a measure of comforting warmth. The sensation of weakness still clung to him, each swallow tugging at the delicate threads of fatigue, yet the clarity that had emerged from the melody within him steadfastly supported him. Do you feel a bit better? Su Muqiu sat by the bedside, watching Lin Mo sip the soup, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Mo responded softly, his voice still hoarse yet significantly clearer. An improvement indeed. He paused momentarily, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over the paper filled with symbols, his mind unable to quiet. Su Muqiu followed his line of sight, observing the incomprehensible dots and lines on the paper, her expression devoid of confusion, filled instead with understanding. She was acutely aware of Lin Mo and Ye Xiu's unwavering dedication to glory, their relentless obsession with what others deemed mere scraps. With a gentle sigh, tinged with a hint of reproach, she remarked, "The doctor advised rest and not to dwell on complex matters. Isn't this a contradiction in itself?" Lin Mo remained silent for a moment, refraining from defending himself. He understood Su Muqiu's concerns. Setting down the bowl of soup, his fingertips unconsciously caressed the rough texture of the paper. "It's not about thinking," he murmured, as if explaining himself or perhaps talking to himself. "It's about feeling. Like the wind, like water, it just flows in. There's no stopping it." Su Muqiu observed the lingering sharpness in his eyes and a near-obsessive focus. Her heart tinged with a bittersweet ache. She reached out, gently placing her warm, soft hand over the back of his hand that was free from the fore. "Then let it flow," she spoke softly, her voice imbued with a peculiar soothing strength. "But don't force it, nor chase it. Just let it pass like listening to music, all right?" The mention of music stirred something within Lin Mo, as if a delicate string of his heart had been plucked. In an instant, he was engulfed by the powerful, rhythmic sound of a piano that pulled him back from the chaos. Beneath the cold keys lay a pure will capable of channeling wild energy. He turned his hand and gently grasped Su Muqiu's cool fingers, offering no words but a firm, slow nod. A silent promise passed between their fingertips. Meanwhile, the clamor of the Xingxin internet CAF seemed somewhat subdued in the ambiguous afternoon hours. Most machines stood empty. with only a few nocturnal patrons sprawled on tables, snoring intermittently. The air was thick with the scent of stale smoke and instant noodles. In a corner, Tang Rou sat quietly. She had not logged into Glory, and the screen did not display sheet music. Instead, an open electronic book lay before her, detailing basic combat mage skills and combo techniques. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen, her expression focused and serene, akin to an ice-covered lake. Her slender, pale fingers hovered above the greasy keyboard, slightly curled, as if simulating some operational trajectory in her mind. Ye Xiu occupied the machine next to hers, his screen displaying the interface of District 10 with Jun Mo Xiao, idly idling in the safe zone of the main city. He held an unlit cigarette between his lips, tilting his head as he curiously observed Tang Rou. "Understand what you're looking at?" he asked, his voice laced with the remnants of sleep. Tang Rou did not divert her gaze from the screen. She merely shook her head minutely before nodding. Her tone remained cool. "I comprehend the principles, but the feeling is different." She paused, seemingly searching for the right words. "It's like understanding the equation 112, yet not knowing how to utilize it to bake a delicious cake." Ye Xiu chuckled, his laughter abruptly turning into a cough due to the smoke. "Cough. Your analogy is quite apartment. Merely observing the theory is insufficient for mastering this. It requires practice, a connection with your hands, and the experience of taking hits." He gestured towards his screen displaying Jun Mo Xiao. "Shall we play a few more rounds? I guarantee you will learn, and as for tuition, well, you can cover today's internet fee." Tang Rou finally turned her head, her cold gaze landing on Ye Xiu's face, which was filled with an air of unreliability. She said nothing, but her expression clearly conveyed, "Do you think I would fall for that?" Feeling embarrassed, Ye Xiu rubbed his nose and shifted the topic. "Well, reading is also quite beneficial. However, merely reading won't suffice. You must practice. The keyboard and mouse are your weapons. You need to familiarize yourself with their nuances." Tang Rou's gaze returned to her fingers hovering above the keyboard. She fell silent for a few moments before making a gesture that even made Ye Xiu raise an eyebrow. She closed the electronic book window and opened a music player on her desktop. Without plugging in headphones, she selected the only track in her playlist, Chopin's Revolutionary Etude. The fervent and tempestuous piano melody surged forth from the computer speakers, shattering the lethargy and gloom of the internet's AF. The left-hand octaves crashed like war drums, exuding a sense of unstoppable power. Several drowsy patrons were jolted awake, looking around in bewilderment. Ignoring the external reactions, Tang Rou repositioned her fingers on the keyboard. This time, her gaze did not remain on the screen but slightly lowered, focusing on her dancing fingertips. Her fingers began to glide across the keyboard, not striking, but caressing, as if lovingly touching the most cherished keys. Her fingertips danced across different regions of the keyboard, movements light and swift, imbued with a unique sense of rhythm. Her body swayed gently in time with the stirring melody in her mind, shoulders relaxed, arms moving fluidly, as if she were not on the greasy keyboard of an internet CAF but on the polished keys of a Steinway piano. The keyboard emitted a crisp, continuous sound, akin to raindrops pattering. This sound was no longer the heavy thuds of brute force, but a more precise, coherent, and rhythmically resonant lightness. The languor on Ye Xiu's face vanished. He straightened, his gaze sharpening like that of an eagle, intently watching Tang Rou's fingers dance across the keyboard. He could clearly see that Tang Rou's fingertips were not flailing randomly. Each gentle touch landed precisely on the keys corresponding to basic combat mage skills like Tianji, Longya, and Luo Huazhong. Her movements adapted to the tempestuous rhythm of Revolutionary Etude. As the furious octaves of her left hand descended, her 3 fingers swept across the simulation skill key area like a phantom. As the soaring melody of her right hand ascended, her fingers accurately landed on the directional and perspective control keys. Her wrists, arms, and even her entire upper body moved in harmonious rhythm with the music and the simulated combat actions in her mind. This was no longer an awkward imitation. This was an entirely new performance, a seamless integration of the rhythm, cadence, and power of music, fully internalized and expressed through the gaming control devices. She instinctively wields her body to perform a symphony belonging to the battle mage. The melody of the music crescendos with fervor, reaching its zenith. Tang Rou's fingertips move with increasing speed and fluidity. The rapid keystrokes meld into a singular sound, akin to a tempestuous storm. With her eyes gently closed, her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows in the light, her serene visage furrowed in concentration, embodying an unwavering focus. In the depths of her ice-like gaze, it seems as though flames burned silently, propelling every leap of her fingers. Ye Xiu held his breath, envisioning a peerless swordsman, alone, wielding a branch as a sword, practicing a transcendent sword technique that would soon astonish the world. Though he held no sword, the rhythm, the essence, and the deep-seated focus and strength began to reveal themselves. As the final, resounding chord of revolution etude echoed in the somewhat empty internet CF, Tang Rou's dancing fingertips abruptly halted. She slowly opened her eyes. The flames within her clear eyes had not extinguished but instead settled into a colder, more refined brilliance, lowering her gaze to her slightly warm fingertips. She then looked up at Ye Xiu, whose expression was a mixture of complexity. There was no boastfulness, no inquiries. Her gaze was as tranquil as the sea after a storm, concealing the turbulent currents beneath that hinted at the tempest she had just endured. Tang Rou's voice remained cool, yet imbued with an unprecedented certainty, like a spring emerging from beneath ice. In a hospital room at the First Municipal Hospital, Lin Mo reclined against his pillow, eyes closed in repose. The occasional chirping of birds from outside accentuated the tranquility within the room. Su Muqiu had fallen asleep in the accompanying chair beside him, her breathing steady. The core of myriad manifestations on his chest pulsated steadily and warmly, its rhythm akin to a silent beat. Suddenly, an extremely faint yet profoundly clear sensation of resonance pierced through the calm of the hospital room, transcending the barrier of flesh to reach the deepest recesses of Lin Mo's consciousness. This feeling was eerily familiar. It was the lingering resonance of the piano, the echo of a will burning coldly. Yet this time, it seemed even clearer, more concrete, as if accompanied by a rhythm of practice. Lin Mo's eyes shot open. The weariness in his gaze was instantly ignited by a sharp light. Almost instinctively, he grasped the stack of sketch paper filled with symbols and a pencil beside his bed. His innate understanding was awakened with unprecedented clarity. No longer merely passive perception, it transformed into an active scanning and capturing, akin to radar. He could distinctly sense the source of the resonance emanating from the direction of Xingxin. He could discern the rhythmic keystrokes and variations of force inherent in the resonance, which belonged to the foundational skills of a battle mage. He could even subtly analyze the fervent yet precise force behind that rhythm, reminiscent of the revolution etude. This sensation harmonized perfectly with the resonance frequency of the frost and spatial powers within the core of myriad manifestations. Inspiration erupted like a volcano. The previous blockages dissolved instantly. Lin Mo's fingers trembled with excitement. The pencil tip struck the paper with fervor. He no longer sketched points and lines. He drew rapidly. No longer were there vague energy nodes, but rather a clear weapon design. A brand new spear began to take shape on the paper. The shaft was no longer a simple streamlined form. It was intricately designed into a spiral structure resembling crystallized ice, its surface adorned with fine, spatial fissures. The spearhead transformed from the traditional three-blade configuration into a minuscule vortex of ice, emanating a ghostly blue glow, perpetually rotating. At the vortex's center, a profound black gleam, akin to a spatial singularity, flickered in and out of view. Beside the weapon structure, Lin Mo annotated the energy flow paths with hasty yet precise strokes. The frost power did not uniformly cover the spear shaft. Instead, it was compressed to its limits, spiraling around the spearhead's minuscule spatial singularity. Each subtle wave of rupture from the spatial singularity infused the frost star ring with ferocious energy. Frost form advancement concept, spatial singularity ice soul star ring. Energy guidance path. Eruption principle, spatial rupture waves amplifying frost particle energy levels. Theoretical power. Stability, extremely low, requires special energy guidance techniques and synchronization of the user's mental state. The pencil tip moved swiftly across the paper, the scratching sound resonating sharply in the silent hospital room. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed astonishingly, as if all his weakness had been incinerated by this sudden surge of inspiration. Serenity does not equate to stagnation. Beneath the chaotic abyss, the melodies of the icy spring and the forging of fangs resonated quietly with an unfathomable frequency. A brand new overture, capable of freezing the void, had inscribed its first note upon the silent pages. Chapter 24. Ice Soul Star Ring. This is a playful creation of mine, written out of boredom. Please do not overthink it while reading. Depending on the circumstances, I will complete this novel within this month. Thank you for your readership. The faint sounds of keystrokes had yet to fully dissipate. As the final chords of revolution etude continued to tremble in the air, Tang Rou withdrew her hands from the keyboard. Her fingertips still tingling and warm from the rapid touches, a sensation both strange and unfamiliar, akin to having just tamed a fierce young beast. The pulse of its vigor lingering on her fingertips. She raised her gaze to Ye Xiu. In her clear eyes, the ice began to melt, revealing an almost fervent certainty beneath. It feels so much better. Ye Xiu remained silent, merely casting a deep glance at her. His expression as complex as one assessing a freshly washed raw gem, where underlying clarity could not be concealed by its rough exterior. He held a cigarette that had yet to be lit, mumbling an indistinct response, his gaze inevitably returning to her hands, which seemed to possess an inherent rhythm. The languor of the afternoon in the internet CF was thoroughly disrupted by the recent performance, as several startled patrons, still bleary-eyed, turned to glance in their direction, murmuring in hushed tones about the commotion. At that moment, a head peeked out from behind the bar. Chen Gua, rubbing her eyes, was evidently jolted from her slumber by the sudden sound of the piano, her expression one of confusion. What happened? Who turned on the sound system? It's deafening. Her words were abruptly cut off as her gaze fell upon Tang Rou, then shifted to the vacant screen and keyboard before finally settling on Ye Xiu's rare expression, one that was intriguingly animated. Rou, Chen Gua's voice, tinged with the raspy remnants of sleep, carried an unmistakable bewilderment. Tang Rou simply met her gaze with calmness, took a sip from the cup by her side, as if she were not the one who had just stirred up a tempest upon the keyboard. In the single-occupancy ward of the city's first hospital, absolute silence enveloped the room like the depths of the ocean. Su Muqiu was soundly asleep in the chair, her breathing shallow and even. Outside the window, faint birdsong occasionally drifted by, further accentuating the stillness within, where even the fall of a pin could be heard. The afternoon sun shifted, casting elongated, distorted shadows of the Venetian blinds across the thin blanket covering Lin Mo. With his eyes closed, he seemed to be lost in a tranquil repose. However, the core of Wanxiang, pressed against his skin, resembled a miniature star awakened from slumber, pulsating with an entirely different rhythm. The previous fragile balance was replaced by a vibrant resonance. It was as if a precise tuning fork had been struck by an invisible mallet, and within the core, the chilling frost and the profound emptiness of space began to clash and rub against one another, liberated from their previous stalemate by an external frequency, igniting a fervent, exploratory collision. The sensation was not merely sound. It was a sharp tremor that detonated directly at the nerve endings. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. The last remnants of fatigue within him were utterly shattered and incinerated by this sudden upheaval, replaced by a molten brightness akin to lava. The source was as clear as a lighthouse in the night. The direction of Xing, Xin. It was that way. What resonated was not merely the piano's sound, but something more profound, the rhythm of flowing power. The trajectory driven by will. The frequency, precisely controlled under cold combustion. His innate comprehension, awakened with unprecedented clarity, transformed from passive perception into an invisible net that actively and greedily captured every ripple of resonance penetrating through space. He could discern the simulated swift arc of the celestial strike within the resonance, the precise eruption of the dragon tooth puncturing. The tidal force propelled by the falling flower palm. They surged like an electric current, instantly linking all his previous ambiguous deductions regarding energy nodes and pathways. Blockage? It crumbled with a thunderous crash. Inspiration burst forth like molten lava, suppressed for eons, finding its sole outlet. Lin Mo sprang upright. The movement tugged at his chest wound, a sharp pain momentarily clouding his vision, stifling a groan that he bit down hard to suppress. Ignoring the agony, he seized the thick stack of sketch paper adorned with bizarre symbols and the finely sharpened pencil from the bedside table. The pencil's tip struck the paper with fervor. This time, it was no longer a haphazard arrangement of dots and lines. It was not merely an abstract depiction of rhythm. The pencil raced across the paper, slicing and delineating with an almost convulsive intensity and heart-stopping precision. A clear, cold, and future-forward weapon schematic rapidly took form on the coarse surface. The spear shaft, no longer resembling any traditional weapon's streamlined design. It was conceived as a dazzling spiral ice crystal column, seemingly condensed from absolute zero. Its surface was not smooth but riddled with countless deep, intricate grooves, as if space had been violently torn apart, leaving behind dark, hollow channels. These grooves were not mere decoration. They twisted and coiled, adhering to a certain cold mathematical beauty, forming natural conduits for high-speed energy flow. The spear tip, the sharp triple-pronged point of a traditional spear, was utterly discarded. In its stead was an exceedingly small, yet pulsating with an unsettling azure glow, rapidly spinning frost vortex. The edges of the vortex were sharp enough to slice through sight, while at its very center, a singularity so deep it seemed capable of devouring all light flickered into view. It was not a physical entity, but a space fissure, forcibly anchored and compressed to its utmost limits. Beside this tumultuous core structure, Lin Mo's scrawl was chaotic, resembling a frantic scribble, yet it bore a chilling, undeniable precision, frantically marking the pathways of energy flow and the principles of eruption. Frost form advancement concept, spatial singularity ice spirit star ring, core drive, extreme compression of frost particle flow, star ring, encircling the spatial singularity, energy guidance, spatial singularity's spontaneous tier wave, infusing the star ring, particle energy level transition, destructive power geometrically multiplied, eruption mode, singularity tier wave frequency resonating and superimposing with star ring particle flow. Releasing ice spirit nova, theoretical power, the writing blurred by a few quickly spreading drops of dark red liquid. Stability, extremely low, double underlined in red, requiring the user's mental force to highly synchronize with the singularity S-tier frequency. The scratching noise of the pencil on paper reverberated within the silent ward. Magnified infinitely, akin to the gasps of a dying beast, imbued with reckless madness. Lin Mo's body was taut like a drawn bow, veins on his temples bulging, beads of cold sweat trickling down his pale cheeks. His fingers gripped the pencil so tightly that they turned white, trembling violently, as if they could snap the fragile wooden shaft at any moment. Each stroke of the pencil felt like a forced extraction of his dwindling life force. A wave of warm, metallic sweetness surged up his throat. He bit down hard on his jaw. Yet a few strands of dark red blood uncontrollably seeped from the corners of his tightly pressed lips, dripping onto the pristine paper, blooming into glaring stains beside the cold lines and annotations. The Wanxiang core in his chest throbbed violently, burning as if it were a red-hot branding iron. The frost and spatial forces clashed and tore within him, each collision bringing a rending pain. Yet the light in his eyes burned even more fiercely, more frantically. That luminescence pierced through his frail form, transcending the stark bloodstains at his mouth, leaving nothing but a singular, sacrificial focus on understanding and creation. Lin Mo. A low cry, laced with terror and sleepiness, shattered the suffocating atmosphere of the ward. Su Muqiu was jolted awake by the heavy, labored breathing akin to a broken bellows, and the jarring sound of a pen scraping against paper. She abruptly sat up in the companion chair, her drowsy gaze replaced by sheer horror as she beheld Lin Mo's condition. He appeared as if he had just been pulled from water, his hospital gown drenched in cold sweat, clinging to his back and outlining his gaunt scapulae. The blood trailing down from the corner of his mouth was a gruesome sight against his pallid skin. His hand, clutching the pencil, continued to frantically sketch and smear on the blood-stained paper with a manic, spasmodic intensity. His eyes, bright yet hollow, seemed to have descended into another realm, composed of icy lines and chaotic energy. Lin Mo, stop. Please stop. Su Muqiu's voice trembled with anguish as she rushed to the bedside, attempting to grasp his violently trembling wrist, veins bulging. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with Lin Mo's skin, a faint, peculiar sound, like ice cracking, coincided with a fleeting yet intensely concentrated azure light that erupted from the tip of his frantically dancing pencil. The blue glow vanished as quickly as it appeared, as fleeting as an illusion. Yet Su Muqiu's outstretched hand distinctly felt a chilling wave of frost, which surged up her fingers, sending a shiver through her body, freezing her in mid-motion. Almost simultaneously with the flash of blue, Lin Mo's body, taut with tension, suddenly stiffened. The fiery light in his eyes extinguished abruptly, as if struck by an invisible hammer. His grip on the pencil slackened, and the bloodied pen fell with a thud onto the paper, soaked in blood and sweat. Then, he toppled backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the piled pillows with a dull thud. Lin Mo. Su Muqiu's heart-wrenching scream tore through the silence of the ward. She lunged forward, her trembling fingers desperately seeking his neck, finding it cold and clammy with sweat, the faint pulse almost rendering her limp. She abruptly lifted her tear-streaked face toward the ward's entrance, summoning every ounce of strength to scream, "Doctor! Nurse! Someone please!" The ward was left with only the monotonous beeping of machines and Su Muqiu's unrestrained, shattered sobs. The afternoon sun continued to filter through the Venetian blinds, illuminating the floating dust motes in the air, as well as the bedside table where a blood-soaked, frantically scrawled paper lay. On that paper, the weapon known as the Kongjian cheating Bingpa Xinghuan, with its azure vortex and profound singularity, emitted a silent, frigid glow upon the blood-stained pages. It lay there quietly, like a freshly birthed, bloodied instrument of destruction, the first resounding note of a prelude to frozen voids. Outside, the city remained tumultuous, oblivious to the fact that within this ward, a Fong capable of tearing apart the existing order was quietly gestating amidst pain and madness. Chapter 25. Fainting again, Su Muqiu's heart-rending cry rippled through the cold air of the corridor like a stone thrown into water, creating a chaotic disturbance. The hurried and disordered footsteps grew closer, as figures in white coats burst through the ward door, swept in by a whirlwind of disinfectant and anxiety. "Clear the way, quickly." The attending physician's face was ashen as he roughly pushed past the nearly incapacitated Su Muqiu, rushing to the bedside. The nurses swiftly gathered, their trained movements leaving behind blurred traces as they connected electrodes to the heart monitor, placed an oxygen mask, and prepared intravenous injections. The cold, mechanical beeping of instruments instantly dominated the atmosphere, becoming the sole ruler of the ward. Su Muqiu found herself pressed against the wall, her back against the cold surface. Barely managing to support her weakening body, she clamped her hands over her mouth, her nails digging into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Tears blurred her vision, allowing her to only catch glimpses of the doctor's furrowed brow, the nurse's tense profiles, and the heart monitor's erratically fluctuating line that suddenly grew weak and slow. Each flicker of green light, signaling a heartbeat, felt like a heavy hammer striking her heart. Lin Mo lay lifelessly against the pillows, his complexion a deathly gray, the dark red stain at the corner of his mouth resembling the most malicious curse. Blood pressure dropping. Heart rate too slow. Prepare atropine. Establish a second intravenous line. The cold commands echoed throughout the ward. Su Muqiu's world spun in disarray, leaving only the piercing sounds of the machines and the taut backs of the medical staff in her sight. She dared not look away, yet her gaze felt inescapably drawn. Regret coiled around her heart like a poisonous vine. Why had she fallen asleep? Why hadn't she noticed his distress sooner? That cursed paper. That damn pencil. Her vision uncontrollably swept over to the bedside table. The bloody drawing lay there, quietly, like a sacrificial offering just completed. The azure vortex, profound singularity, and icy lines of annotation, stained by dark red blood, emitted an almost eerie, chilling sheen. It contrasted starkly with Lin Mo's pale visage, creating a hellish tableau. It was the source. An unprecedented, destructive impulse surged within Su Muqiu. She wanted to rush forward and shred that damned drawing to pieces. This object had nearly cost Lin Mo his life. It was like a devil's contract, draining his vitality. Just as her fingertips trembled with exertion, on the verge of action, the heart monitor emitted a suffocatingly slow alarm, suddenly replaced by a stronger, more rhythmic beeping. On the screen, the previously faint line that had nearly flattened surged upwards suddenly. Then again, though still weak, it fought to beat once more. It flickered like a spark igniting in the darkness. Blood pressure stabilizing. Heart rate returning. Sinus rhythm. The taut atmosphere relaxed, akin to a bowstring released. The doctor's furrowed brow eased slightly, yet his gaze remained as grave as iron, swiftly issuing further medical orders. The nurses continued their rapid movements, yet the frantic urgency of life and death had lessened. Su Muqiu's legs gave way, and she slid down the cold wall to the ground. The metallic sweetness and suffocating sensation that had lodged in her throat surged forth, manifesting as uncontrollable, violent coughs and silent tears. She curled up in the corner, her shoulders shaking violently, as all her fears, regrets, despair, and the overwhelming shock of what had been lost and found surged forth at once. She bit down hard on her hand to stifle any sound, only managing to suppress her sobs deep within her throat. The doctor, having dealt with the most urgent situations, straightened up and removed his stethoscope. Finally noticing Su Muqiu huddled in the corner, he let out a weary sigh, rubbed his temples, and crouched down before her. "Miss Su." The doctor's voice was hoarse from excessive tension, yet he tried to maintain a calm demeanor to stabilize the moment. Su Muqiu suddenly lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, her eyes reflecting the desperation of a drowning person clinging to a piece of driftwood. What about him? Why did he overexert himself? The dual collapse of his mental and physical state. The doctor's tone shifted abruptly to one of severity, laden with undeniable reproach. What is the current state of his body? It's even more fragile than after a major surgery. His energy system cannot withstand any disturbance. He pointed to the blood-stained blueprint on the bedside table, his gaze sharp as a knife. That situation was caused by an extreme concentration of mental energy, leading to an energy backlash. His body is like a glass lamp filled with cracks, incapable of withstanding another internal explosion. If it happens again, even a deity would be unable to save him. Each word pierced Su Muqiu's heart like ice picks, leaving her trembling with cold. That blueprint, she stammered, her voice quivering uncontrollably. The doctor cast a glance at the cold and eerie weapon design, his brow furrowed even tighter, his eyes betraying confusion and disgust. Burn it, or lock it away. Whatever it takes. He must never touch it again. He needs absolute rest, a complete cessation of mental activity. Any form of deep thought is poison for him right now. Do you understand? I understand. Su Muqiu nodded vigorously, tears falling heavily onto the floor. After the doctor provided a few more monitoring points and medication instructions, he left with the nurse. The ward fell into a profound silence, broken only by the monotonous beeping of the machines and Su Muqiu's suppressed, intermittent sobs. She sat on the floor for a long time, until the cold seeped through her thin clothing into her bones, before struggling to rise with the support of the wall. Her legs remained weak, each step feeling as if she were treading on cotton. She staggered to the bedside, her trembling hand gently brushing the damp hair from Lin Mo's forehead, soaked in cold sweat. His body was chillingly cold, his breath weak and rapid, and even in his unconscious state, his brow was furrowed in pain. Ultimately, her gaze could not help but fall upon the blood-stained blueprint. The cold lines, the dark blue vortex, and the light-absorbing singularity beside the blood-stained markings labeled theoretical power and stability, extremely low, seemed to carry an allure and mockery from the abyss. The doctor's stern warning echoed in her ears. Burn it. Lock it away. It is poison. Su Muqiu's hand reached for the blueprint, her fingertips twitching from the internal struggle. Burning it will end everything. Lin Mo will no longer be tempted by it. He won tea. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the cold surface of the paper, a faint, agonized groan escaped Lin Mo's lips in his unconscious state, piercing her hesitation like a tiny needle. Her movements froze. Would burning it truly resolve the issue? This blueprint was a manifestation of Lin Mo's life, his talent, and his obsessions. If she burned it, when he awoke and discovered that the inspiration he had desperately clung to had turned to ashes, would that blow be more fatal than his physical injuries? A more terrifying thought, like a cold serpent, crept up her spine. Even if she burned this paper, the spear named Bingpa Xinghuan, that frenzied and icy conception, would it simply vanish from Lin Mo's mind? It had already been birthed. Like a seed forcibly embedded into his soul. Erasing the paper that bore it would only cause the unexpressed obsessions and inspirations to clash violently within his already fragile mental realm, leading to a backlash. Su Muqiu abruptly withdrew her hand, as if scalded by the icy glare of the blueprint. She gazed at Lin Mo's pale, pained face, then at the blood-stained blueprint. The immense conflict and fear nearly tearing her apart. Ultimately, she made a decision so difficult that it left her feeling cold all over. She did not burn the blueprint. She approached the bedside table, her trembling fingers nearly out of control, and carefully, avoiding looking at the cold lines and glaring bloodstains, began to fold the bloodstained blueprint piece by piece. Her movements were gentle, as if folding a fragile sheet of ice. Then, she opened the bottom drawer of the bedside table, where lay Lin Mo's old coat, stained with blood from when he was admitted. She tucked the folded blueprint deep into the innermost pocket of that coat, as if burying an ominous curse along with that frenzied memory into a lightless abyss. Having completed this, she felt as though all her strength had been drained, collapsing wearily onto the chair beside the bed. She clasped Lin Mo's hand that was not receiving for fluids, still cold, tightly within her equally cold palms, as if trying to warm him with her body heat. Dispelling the ominous chill brought by the blueprint, Lin Mo, she pressed her face gently against his icy hand, her tears silently soaking through. Please, get better soon. Don't think about those things anymore, I beg you. Her whispered pleas, in the cold ward filled only with the sounds of machines, were as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. Outside, the last rays of the setting sun vanished completely, and the heavy darkness of night, like ink, silently consumed the entire city. The stark white lights of the ward flickered on, enveloping everything in an unreal and suffocating silence. Only the steady green dot on the heart monitor faintly proved that life still persisted. Deep within that blood-stained old coat, on the forcibly sealed blueprint, the azure whirlpool of the spear tip and the profound singularity seemed to emit a faint yet tenacious cold light in the darkness. It resembled a ghost forcibly submerged beneath the water's surface, temporarily dormant but far from extinguished. Beneath the tranquil exterior, the overture of the frozen void was merely interrupted at a minor segment. Chapter 26. Xingxi Network. Outside, the sun sank below the horizon, and the night enveloped the city like ink. The stark white lights of the hospital room flickered on, casting an unreal silence over everything. Only the steady green dot on the heart monitor faintly testified to the slow recovery of life. Xingxi Network Club. The lingering chords of revolutionary etude seemed to still tremble upon the greasy keyboard. Tang Rou withdrew her hand, hovering in midair, her fingertips tingling with the residual warmth of swift touches, akin to completing an intricate series of rapid maneuvers, the echoes of skills lingering at her fingertips. She raised her gaze to Ye Xiu, her clear eyes thawing as a fervent certainty surged beneath the melted ice. She felt much better. Ye Xiu remained silent, merely casting a deep glance at her, his expression complex, as if assessing a rare material that had just emerged, its attributes unknown yet brimming with potential. He held a cigarette that had not been lit, mumbling indistinctly, yet his gaze involuntarily returned to her hands, which seemed to possess an innate ability to correct operations. The afternoon lethargy in the internet CAF was thoroughly disrupted by her earlier keyboard performance, as several drowsy patrons stirred, murmuring their confusion. What is going on? Who turned on the speakers? It's so noisy. Chunguo rubbed her eyes and peeked out from behind the bar, her words faltering mid-sentence as her gaze swept over Tang Rou, the blank screen, the keyboard, and Ye Xiu's face, which bore an expression full of intrigue. Rou. Her voice carried the raspy sound of just waking and an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. Tang Rou calmly met her gaze, taking a sip from the water cup at the edge of the table, as if she had not just conjured a storm of skills on the keyboard. Ye Xiu diverted his gaze, reclining back in his chair, while the character, Jun Mo Xiao, remained idle in the safety zone, mindlessly performing the system's standby actions. He exhaled an imaginary smoke ring, his languid voice breaking the silence. Boss, could you fetch a glass of ice water for our Royi? She needs to soothe her throat after playing a glorious etude. It's quite taxing. Chen Gua shot him a glare, but still turned to pour water. Ye Xiu's gaze drifted back to Tang Rou, her fingers still hovering above the keyboard, seemingly savoring the performance they had just executed. A flicker of subtle brilliance crossing his eyes. He casually tapped his greasy keyboard, producing a light clattering sound. Hand speed, he suddenly spoke. His voice low yet piercing through the background noise of the internet CAF. How high was the peak of that prelude? The number of operations per minute. One of the hard indicators of a glory player's prowess. Tang Rou paused, clearly caught off guard by Ye Xiu's inquiry. She glanced down at her fingers, recalling the fluidity of her movements, as if they had seamlessly transitioned between piano keys and skill buttons, her cool voice tinged with uncertainty. I didn't calculate it specifically, but it felt faster and more stable than before. She used the word stable rather than fast or fierce, a significant improvement in itself. Previously, her operations resembled frantic keyboard smashing. A faint smile crept upon Ye Xiu's lips, as if he had spotted some intriguing data. Stability is a good thing. Glory is not merely a fighting game won by quick fingers. He paused, shifting his tone to one of gentle persuasion. However, simply playing alone won't suffice. The true piece must be performed on the battlefield, against a lively opponent. That is where the excitement lies. He clicked his mouse, and Jun Mo Xiao instantly exited its idle state, the Chance Umbrella making a soft sound as it transformed into spear form, the tip angled toward the ground, exuding a sense of eager anticipation. How about it, Royi? Ye Xiu held the unlit cigarette, his voice laced with teasing mirth. Shall we venture into the arena? Consider it a practice for your new finger techniques. The tuition fee for today's instant noodles is on you, right? Tang Rou's cool gaze settled on Ye Xiu's face, which was replete with deceptive charm. She said nothing, but her eyes clearly conveyed the sentiment. I want to fall into the same trap twice. Yet this time, beneath her vigilance lay a flicker of eager excitement ignited by the exhilarating performance. She no longer looked at her ebook but redirected her attention to her fingers poised above the keyboard, as if feeling the rhythm that had yet to completely dissipate. She neither accepted nor declined. Instead, she drank the ice water Chen Gua brought, and then gently placed her fingertips on the greasy keyboard, producing a crisp sound. That sound resonated like a silent declaration of war, or a signal heralding the commencement of a new movement. Ye Xiu smiled, clicked his mouse, and the figure of Jun Mo Xiao instantly vanished from the safety zone, teleporting towards the arena. He understood that this obstinate girl, so wonderfully stubborn, had been firmly captivated by the unique path of glory she had discovered for herself. The remarkable talent she had just displayed, intertwining musical rhythm with her operations, hinted to him, the glory textbook, of an extraordinary potential brimming with possibilities. The calm was merely superficial. Whether in the hospital room suffused with the scent of disinfectant or the internet CAF filled with the aroma of instant noodles, the overture of glory that belonged to them had quietly pressed the play button in unnoticed corners. The ensuing movement was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 27. Resonance of Finger Rhythms and the Void in the corner of the Xingxin Internet CAF, after Tang Rou's fingertips struck the keyboard with a crisp sound. The air seemed to tighten momentarily under an invisible force. The greasy keyboard, dim screen, and the commonplace surroundings of cheap plastic chairs could not conceal the resolute rhythm contained within that striking sound. The mischievous smile on Ye Xiu's lips deepened. He refrained from further banter, clicking his mouse. The figure of Jun Mo Xiao swiftly disappeared from the main city's safety zone, and the next moment, an invitation window for the arena room appeared precisely on Tang Rou's screen. The room name was provocatively titled, Tuition Fee. Instant noodles are plenty. Tang Rou's cool, serene gaze swept across the name of the room, her eyes betraying not a single ripple of emotion, as though she beheld the system's default arena room 001. She did not even move the mouse to click accept. Instead, her fingertips glided effortlessly over several keys on the keyboard, specifically the arrow keys and the enter key, much like a pianist gracefully traversing a lively scale to accept an invitation. The character loaded seamlessly. As the screen flashed, the battle mage, Han Yenro, appeared on one side of the arena, wielding a standard spear. Opposite her, Jun Mo Xiao brandished the ever-changing Qi NJSN, the tip of the umbrella slanting downward, his posture so relaxed it seemed as though he had come for a leisurely stroll rather than a fight. The customary rule was to unleash one's skills freely. Ye Xiu's voice came through the headphones, tinged with nonchalance, inviting her to showcase her new finger techniques and demonstrate what melody she could conjure. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jun Mo Xiao made his move. There was no warning, no preliminary gesture. He glided across the ground like a specter, and with a crisp sound, the Chance transformed into spear form. Its tip aimed directly at Han Yenro's lower body. It was the battle mage's most fundamental skill, the dragon tooth. The speed was astonishing, and the angle was cunning, far surpassing the demonstrations seen in the novice village tutorial. Had it been the previous Tang Rou, she would have either failed to react and taken the hit or clumsily pounded the keyboard in a frantic attempt to block or evade, her movements inevitably stiff and awkward. But at this moment, Tang Rou's eyes became as tranquil as a frozen lake, reflecting the chilling light of the spear tip rushing towards her on the screen. Her body remained relaxed, her shoulders sinking, arms suspended in the air, while her 10 fingers danced upon the keyboard as if endowed with independent life. There was no heavy pounding, only a series of delicate, fluid sounds, akin to raindrops tapping on banana leaves. The rhythm bore an uncanny sense of cadence, swift yet orderly, urgent yet calm. Her left ring and pinky fingers glided over the arrow keys as Han Yenrou executed a minuscule, nearly physics-defying sidestep, skillfully evading the lethal dragon tooth. The spear tip barely grazed Han Yenrou's side. Simultaneously, her right index and middle fingers struck the skill key for Sky Strike with precision and swiftness as the dragon tooth missed. Buzz! The spear in Han Yenrou's hand transformed into a swift, silvery arc, rising fiercely to strike at Jun Mo Xiao's slightly leaning body. The timing was impeccable, as if measured with a ruler. Oh! Ye Xiu emitted a brief, surprised sound. With a flick of his wrist, Jun Mo Xiao swiftly withdrew the spear to block. Clang! The metallic clash echoed throughout the arena. Jun Mo Xiao was momentarily pushed back by the precision of the Sky Strike. Beautiful! Chen Guo, who was secretly observing from a distance, could not help but exclaim, though she could not comprehend the intricate tactics. The fluidity of the evasion and counterattack starkly contrasted with Tang Rou's previous rigid style. Yet Tang Rou seemed oblivious. Her entire focus had immersed itself in the dance of her fingertips and the rhythm of the character on the screen. The micro-movement that had just evaded the dragon tooth resonated in her mind, reminiscent of a rapid descending and sudden rebounding left-hand scale from Guming Lian Shichu. The arc produced by the Sky Strike perfectly matched a powerful ascending leap in the melody of her right hand. Her maneuvers were no longer merely about executing skills. They had transformed into an expression of the intangible rhythm of battle that resided in her mind. The keyboard became her piano keys, and the skills were her musical notes. In the instant, Jun Mo Xiao leaned back. The laziness in Ye Xiu's eyes vanished, replaced by the sharp gleam of a hunter spotting rare prey. His fingers flew over the keyboard and mouse, creating afterimages. Jun Mo Xiao's backward posture abruptly halted, the Chance in morphing into gun form. The dark muzzle instantly spitting forth a searing tongue of fire. Floating bullet. He aimed to interrupt Tang Rou's potential combo initiation. The bullet whistled. Tang Rou's pupils constricted slightly, the flames on the screen reflecting on her cool visage. She remained unperturbed, her mind swiftly transitioning from the fervent Guming to another piece she knew by heart. A segment of a practice piece with a faster, more fragmented rhythm. Her finger movements on the keyboard adapted accordingly, shifting from sweeping gestures to extremely rapid, precise taps and short slides, akin to a pianist executing intricate trills and embellishments. Under Tang Rou's control, Han Yenrou executed a maneuver that even made Ye Xiu's gaze sharpen. She neither retreated nor braced herself. Instead, she faced the incoming floating bullet, her body swaying in an astonishingly subtle, high-frequency lateral motion, as if navigating through a downpour of raindrops. The bullet's trajectory grazed her clothing and hair, failing to connect. Falling flower palm. In the fleeting moment as the last bullet whizzed by, Tang Rou silently chanted in her heart. The heel of her right hand, imbued with a blend of softness and strength, struck the corresponding area on the keyboard with force. Whoosh! Han Yenrou unleashed a powerful left palm strike. A surge of force erupted explosively, hurtling towards Jun Mo Xiao, who had just finished shooting, his movements not yet fully retracted. The timing and angle of this palm strike were nothing short of perfect. It was a textbook counterattack. However, Jun Mo Xiao's figure blurred at the moment the palm wind approached. Shadow clone technique. The true Jun Mo Xiao had already appeared at Han Yenrou's side and rear. The Chance in transforming back into spear form, emitting a piercing shriek as it swept in a powerful arc toward her waist. This was Ye Xiu's true killing move. So fast, so cunning. This was beyond the speed and trickery that a novice could handle. Chen Guo's heart leaped into her throat. Tang Rou's screen was instantly filled with Jun Mo Xiao's figure. A tremendous sense of crisis washed over her like ice water. Her mind barely had time to process the intricacies of Ye Xiu's maneuvers, yet her body's instinct. The battle instinct rooted in the rhythm of music that had just been awakened, reacted before her consciousness could catch up. Her fingers, almost instinctively predicting the rhythm of the impending blow, erupted into the fastest speed since the battle began, just moments before the sweeping arc of the staff arrived. No longer a gentle caress, but a series of rapid, intense strikes akin to the relentless fire of a machine gun. The ring finger of the left hand frantically clicked the backward key, while the thumb and middle finger of the right hand executed a flurry of precise keystrokes on the jump and evasion buttons, each timing impeccably down to the millisecond. At this critical juncture, Han Yinro made a desperate yet effective maneuver. She suddenly crouched, performing an evasion, using the momentum to roll backward. The action was awkward and the posture ungraceful, yet it narrowly allowed the lethal spinning staff to graze past her back. The gust of wind it created even caused Han Yinro's health bar to tremble slightly, although she did not completely evade the damage zone and lost a sliver of health. The core attack was successfully dodged. Chen Gui gasped in astonishment. Was such a reaction truly humanly possible? Ye Xiu's gaze transformed entirely, no longer scrutinizing or guiding, but filled with a sense of wondrous discovery akin to unearthing a new continent. In that fleeting moment, Tang Rou's explosive maneuvers had undoubtedly escalated to a terrifying level. More critically, it was her instinctive evasive choice, driven by a sense of rhythm in a desperate situation. This was no mere display of speed or skill. It was a formidable talent that integrated rhythm into the very nerves of combat. How intriguing, Ye Xiu murmured to himself, nearly dropping the cigarette he held. He observed the screen where Han Yinro, though rolling out in a disheveled manner, her health bar slightly diminished, maintained a gaze that was still icy and composed. It was as if he beheld a piece of rough jade being sculpted by its own unique rhythm. Her maneuvers were still crude, the transitions stiff, and her understanding of skills quite superficial, yet the potential of internalizing musical rhythm as a combat instinct was palpable. He set aside any remnants of playful demeanor. The sounds of the mouse and keyboard suddenly transformed into a steady, oppressive cadence. Jun Mo Zhao's figure vanished once more, like a relentless shadow, unleashing even fiercer and more cunning assaults upon Han Yinro, akin to a torrential storm. He wished to witness what limits this rough gem could achieve under true pressure. In the arena, shadows danced as skills echoed and the keystrokes intertwined. Tang Rou bit her lip, beads of sweat forming along her cool brow. Her fingertips danced rapidly across the keyboard, sometimes flowing as smoothly as playing a zither, at other times striking with the urgency of a life-or-death struggle. She was grappling to find her rhythm in a challenging practice piece titled Glory, composed personally by Ye Xiu. Each perilous evade and each desperate counterattack etched deeper rhythmic imprints into her bodily instincts. Beneath the serene ice spring, turbulent undercurrents surged fiercely, scouring the riverbed towards an unknown height. In the single-occupancy ward of the city hospital, silence reigned. Only the rhythmic, faint beeping of the heart monitor persisted, like a metronome stubbornly marking the passage of time beneath the stark white lights. Su Muqiu leaned beside the bed, having succumbed to an overwhelming fatigue and tense exhaustion. Drifting into a deep slumber, one of her hands remained tightly clasped around Lin Mo's hand, which was devoid of infor, as if it were the sole anchor tethering his lifeline. Tear stains lingered on her cheeks, and even in sleep, her brows were tightly knitted, bearing an invisible weight. Lin Mo remained ensnared in a profound coma. His pallor was ghastly from blood loss, his lips cracked, breathing shallow and rapid. A thin blanket covered his chest, where the skin-adhering Wanxiang core pulsed with a rhythm even fainter than before, concealed beneath his garments. The frost and spatial energy, under the dual suppression of the sedative forcibly administered by the doctors and the body's protective mechanisms, descended into a deeper stasis, akin to frozen magma. An absolute stillness enveloped the room. Even the city's din outside was muffled by thick glass and curtains, leaving only the cold whispers of the instruments within the ward. Suddenly, Lin Mo's hand, held by Su Muqiu and connected to N4, twitched ever so slightly, the movement so minute it was nearly imperceptible, failing to elicit any fluctuation on the heart monitor. Then, a deeper sensation, emanating from the soul rather than the body, pierced through the haze of medication and unconsciousness. A hum. It was not a sound, but an exceedingly faint yet exceptionally clear resonance acting directly upon the core of consciousness, like a decoded signal from a distant starfield. It carried the familiar, chilling echoes of a burning will, along with a ferocious, precise rhythm of combat. The source, still in the direction of Xing Xin, clearer and more specific than before, as if accompanied by the piercing cry of a spear cutting through the wind and the explosive roar of energy. On the hospital bed, beneath Lin Mo's tightly shut eyelids, his eyes began to move rapidly and chaotically, as though witnessing a silent yet fierce battle. His breathing quickened, his chest rising slightly, pulling at his wounds, and his brows twisted in pain even in unconsciousness. A suppressed groan, as if squeezed from the depths of his soul, escaped from his cracked lips. This subtle motion stirred Su Muqiu from her light slumber. She abruptly lifted her head, the remnants of sleep instantly dispelled by fear. Lin Mo go? She saw Lin Mo's pained expression, felt the hand she held growing cold with sweat, even his fingertips trembling slightly. Doctor! Doctor! Su Muqiu's heart plummeted, almost crawling towards the call button in desperation. Just then, something even more bizarre occurred. A small, exceedingly faint, azure glow unexpectedly materialized near the position of the Wanxiang core on his chest, beneath the thin blanket. The glow flickered like a breath, exuding a bone-chilling aura. More astonishingly, the transparent fluid in the fore connected to the back of his hand seemed to slow in its flow. Upon closer inspection, a layer of frost, thin as a cicada's wing and nearly transparent, had formed inside the tubing near the needle. This frost was visibly creeping upward at an incredibly slow pace. Su Muqiu let out a sharp gasp, her face turning pale. She suddenly remembered something, her terrified gaze darting towards the bottom drawer of the bedside cabinet, where the old jacket containing the blood-stained blueprint lay hidden. In the crevice of the drawer, an exceedingly faint yet eerily azure cold light emerged, flickering in and out like a breath. It seemed as though something resided deep within the drawer, resonating silently and perilously with the core of myriad phenomena nestled in Lin Mo's chest, separated only by the barriers of space and matter. The tranquil hospital room was suddenly enveloped by a chill emanating from an unknown dimension. The prelude to a frozen void did not cease with interruption. The lurking specter was awakening, attempting to breach the barriers of reality and reconnect the severed resonance. Su Muqiu's pupils dilated in terror as she froze in place, her gaze fixed on the frost creeping through the infusion tube and the ghostly light seeping from the crevice of the drawer, as if witnessing an impending, silent catastrophe. Chapter 28, Resonance and Reversion to Unconsciousness, Prelude and Tranquility, continued Part 4. Su Muqiu's scream lodged in her throat, morphing into a voiceless terror. She remained paralyzed, her pupils wide with extreme fright, fixated on the bizarrely intertwined scene before her. On the hospital bed, Lin Mo writhed in agony, his hand she held cold and clammy, fingers twitching uncontrollably. Beneath the thin blanket, a faint azure halo pulsated at his chest, flickering weakly yet stubbornly like a dying heart. More alarmingly, the transparent infusion tube, near the needle's edge, bore a layer of frost as thin as a cicada's wing, visibly creeping upward with a slow yet deliberate pace. The icy white line slithered over the scale, akin to a waking venomous serpent greedily siphoning the life-sustaining warmth of the medication. All signs pointed to the drawer located at the bottom of the bedside cabinet. From its crevice, a similarly azure, cold, and ominous glow emerged, flickering like a breath. It seemed not to conceal a mere piece of paper, but rather a disturbed beast radiating an absolute zero chill. That drawing. The doctor's warning pierced her mind like an ice pick. He must never touch it again. It is poison. It is a backlash. Fear wrapped around Su Muqiu's heart and limbs like a frigid vine, nearly suffocating her, rendering her immobile. She gazed at Lin Mo's pained visage, the spreading frost, the ghostly light emanating from the drawer's crevice, torn between two colossal contradictions. Should she rush forward to destroy the drawing, or immediately call for a doctor? Destroy the drawing. At once. Immediately. This thought, imbued with a destructive impulse, propelled her to move her leaden legs, staggering toward the drawer that radiated an ominous blue light. Just as her fingertips were about to grasp the drawer handle, a resounding hum erupted. A resonance, far stronger, colder, and accompanied by a tearing sensation, unexpectedly burst forth from the faint azure halo beneath Lin Mo's blanket, as if in vehement protest against Su Muqiu's actions. A soft pop echoed, reminiscent of an ice needle piercing thin ice. Within the infusion tube, the creeping frost surged upward with alarming speed, instantly freezing a larger segment of the lumen. The transparent ice crystals refracted a blinding chill under the light, halting the flow of medication entirely. No. Su Muqiu let out a desperate cry, her hand reaching toward the drawer freezing midair. Destroying the drawing might provoke a more terrifying backlash. This thought, like a cold shackle, instantaneously paralyzed her movements. She abruptly turned, disregarding everything, and lunged for the call button, slamming it with all her strength. The piercing ring resonated throughout the hospital room and corridor in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the door to the room burst open. The attending physician, flanked by two nurses, stormed in like a whirlwind. They had evidently been on high alert. What happened? The doctor immediately spotted the dazzling ice crystals within the infusion tube, his expression shifting drastically. He darted to the bedside, swiftly probing Lin Mo's carotid artery while commanding sharply, "Quick! Check the venous access. Prepare warm saline for flushing. Cardiac monitoring." The nurses moved with astonishing speed. One quickly closed the infusion device's adjustment valve, while the other deftly readied a warm saline syringe and a new infusion tube. The doctor fixated on the cardiac monitor screen, where the previously rhythmic waveform, after that intense resonance, exhibited alarming, erratic fluctuations. Blood pressure is dropping. Body temperature is too low. Get a warming blanket. The hospital room fell into a taut frenzy. The nurses cautiously attempted to flush the frozen infusion tube with warm saline, but the ice crystals proved remarkably stubborn, only slightly melting the outer layer. The doctor made a decisive call. Remove it. Establish a new venous access immediately. Quick. A sharp pain seemed to cause Lin Mo's unconscious body to convulse violently, emitting a muffled groan of agony. Su Muqiu found herself cornered, her back pressed against the cold wall, as if only this could support her faltering body. She witnessed the medical personnel racing against death, observed Lin Mo struggling in pain, and the discarded infusion tube, pulled off and thrown into the disposal tray, still encrusted with ice, overwhelmed her with a profound sense of helplessness and guilt, like a tsunami engulfing her. She bit down hard on her lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth, tears streaming silently in a frantic rush. It was all her fault. She had failed to decisively destroy that damned drawing. She had harbored a sliver of hope, hiding it away. She had harmed Lin Mo. A new venous access was quickly established on the back of Lin Mo's other hand. The warm medication flowed anew into his icy veins. The warming blanket covered his body. The erratic waveform on the cardiac monitor, under the influence of potent medication and external intervention, slowly began to stabilize, albeit still weak. The doctor straightened, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his face darkened with gravity. He abruptly turned, his piercing gaze locking onto Su Muqiu, pale and teetering in the corner. In his eyes, there was no reproach, only an icy and solemn understanding of the situation. Miss Su. The doctor's voice was deep and hoarse, laced with suppressed fury and undeniable authority. I believe we need to have a serious discussion. Now. He motioned for the nurses to continue close monitoring, then strode purposefully towards Su Muqiu, his towering figure exuding immense pressure. Come with me. The tone left no room for refusal. Su Muqiu resembled a soulless marionette, mechanically trailing behind the doctor as they exited the ward. Arriving at a desolate corner at the end of the corridor, the frigid glow of the stark fluorescent lights enveloped them, casting elongated, oppressive shadows. The doctor pivoted, arms crossed, his gaze dissecting Su Muqiu with the precision of a scalpel. Tell me, what transpired just now? That alarming drop in body temperature, the bizarre freezing of the foreline, and the violent fluctuations in the patient's energy system. Do not feign ignorance. What did you witness before the foreline froze? What actions did you take? His inquiries fell upon Su Muqiu's taut nerves like a barrage of projectiles. Her lips quivered, overwhelming fear and guilt threatening to unravel her composure, tears cascading anew. I thought if I hid it from him, she stammered, her fingers unconsciously gesturing towards the direction of the ward, the blueprint, the light from the drawer. Despite her incoherent utterances, the doctor evidently grasped the crux of the matter, the blueprint, the light from the drawer. His expression sharpened, turning dangerously intense, as if affirming the worst of suspicions. That weapon design? You concealed it within the ward. His voice escalated, laden with incredulous anger. Miss Su, I explicitly warned you. That item is the source of his mental instability and energy backlash. Like an unstable nuclear reactor core. You left it in such proximity to him? You are endangering his life. The term endanger struck Su Muqiu like a heavy hammer, rendering her vision dark as she nearly collapsed. I thought hiding it would prevent him from seeing it, she sobbed, attempting to justify herself, yet discovering her reasons utterly feeble before the harshness of reality. You thought. The doctor interrupted her sharply, his voice trembling with fury. The patient's mental perception far exceeds your imagination, especially in his comatose state. When his subconscious is active, that blueprint encapsulates his utmost obsessions and perilous concepts, akin to a mental bomb. Its mere existence resonates with the energy core within him. You locked it in a drawer? What difference does that make from placing a bomb beneath his pillow? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his swirling rage. But his gaze turned colder and more resolute. Miss Su, I care not for your reasons for retaining that blueprint. Now, at once, hand it over to me. Or, before my eyes, destroy it completely. There is no second option. He extended his palm upward, issuing an undeniable command. Now. Su Muqiu trembled violently, akin to the last leaf clinging to a branch in the autumn wind. The doctor's words shattered her final shred of hope. She regarded his outstretched hand, a symbol of absolute authority and righteous choice, and through the walls, she seemed to glimpse Lin Mo's pale, anguished face in the ward. To surrender or to destroy, what would happen if Lin Mo awoke to find the object he clung to for life had vanished? Yet, if she neither surrendered nor destroyed it, the next resonance could truly spell disaster for him. Immense pain and despair clawed at her soul like two monstrous hands. She quivered, gradually raising her hand. Pointing towards the ward, her voice fragmented and barely coherent. It's at the bottom of the drawer, in an old coat pocket. The doctor ceased speaking, turning on his heel and striding back into the ward with urgency. Su Muqiu felt as if all her strength had been drained. Sliding down the cold wall to the floor, burying her face deep in her knees, her suppressed sobs echoing despairingly in the empty corridor. Inside the ward, the doctor moved with purpose, heading straight for the bedside table. He yanked open the bottom drawer with force, retrieving the blood-stained old coat. His fingers probed into the inner pocket, and indeed, he felt a folded piece of hard paper with a chilling texture. Without hesitation, he extracted the blueprint. The moment it was exposed to the air, a faint, ethereal blue glow flickered from the paper, as if bidding a final farewell to the dim halo emanating from Lin Mo's chest beneath the thin blanket. The doctor's face turned ashen, ignoring the peculiar lines and symbols on the blueprint, as if he held the most detestable of contaminants. He strode purposefully to the corner of the ward where a medical waste bin stood, specifically designed for the disposal of sharp instruments and contaminants. No. Su Muqiu burst into the room just in time to witness this moment, letting out a heart-wrenching cry as she lunged forward. But it was too late. The doctor, expressionless and resolute, swiftly thrust the blood-stained blueprint, radiating an ominous chill, deep into the bin, and with a resounding clang, he forcefully sealed the heavy metal lid. It was as if he had sealed a Pandora's box, cutting off a gaze emerging from the abyss. The instant the blueprint was cast into the bin, Lin Mo's furrowed brow seemed to relax ever so slightly. Beneath the blanket, the ethereal blue halo flickered weakly, as if expending its last vestiges of strength, before finally succumbing to silence. The pulsation of life in his chest returned to a more subdued, profound stillness. In the ward, only the monotonous beeping of the machines remained, alongside Su Muqiu's broken sobs as she knelt beside the trash bin, utterly crushed. The once quiet ward felt as though nothing had transpired. Only the cold metal surface of the bin seemed to retain an unshakable chill, a remnant of the void that had been frozen in time. The prelude to an unsettling silence was forcibly halted by the weight of reality. The price paid was a blood-stained blueprint, and a gaping void forcibly carved from the depths of a soul. Chapter 29. Ice strings and embers. The heavy metal lid of the medical waste bin fell with a resounding clang, its echo piercing the stillness of the ward like a dissonant note, marking the conclusion of an absurd and perilous ritual. Su Muqiu knelt on the cold floor, her forehead pressed against the equally frigid metal wall of the bin, her shoulders silently heaving. The tears had long run dry, leaving only a deep, oppressive sobbing from the depths of her throat, akin to the dying wail of a wounded creature. The blood-stained blueprint within the bin felt less like paper and more like a piece of flesh, violently excised from Lin Mo's heart, callously discarded amidst the filth. On the hospital bed, Lin Mo's breath seemed even more feeble than before. The faint azure glow emanating from his chest had completely extinguished, as if the last ember of his vitality had been extinguished. The steady yet weak beeping of the machine was the only cold echo in this space, a testament to the continuation of life. After completing the final examination, the doctor confirmed that the violent energy fluctuations within Lin Mo had temporarily subsided following the removal of the charts, and he wearily straightened up. He looked at Su Muqiu, who was kneeling on the ground, his gaze complex. After the anger faded, only a heavy sense of helplessness and a hint of barely perceptible compassion remained. "Miss Su." His voice was hoarse and fatigued. "I can understand your feelings, but you must realize that some things, by their very existence, are lethal poison to him at this moment. It is not inspiration, it is a curse." He paused, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "From now on, there will be 24-hour specialized care. Except for necessary medical examinations, no one is permitted to stimulate him in any way, especially on a mental level. What he requires is absolute silence, allowing both his body and soul to enter a profound slumber." After instructing the nurse, he cast one last glance at the trash can, as if it concealed some unsettling source of plague, before departing with heavy steps. The door to the ward gently closed, cutting off the light and sound from the corridor, as if it had siphoned away the last vestige of strength from Su Muqiu. She maintained her kneeling position for a long, long time. Only when her legs grew numb and lost feeling did she struggle to support herself on the edge of the bed, inching towards the chair beside it. She once again grasped Lin Mo's hand, which was free of 4 drips. His hand remained icy, his fingertips no longer twitching, yet it felt like a jade stone stripped of all vitality. She pressed her cheek against the back of his hand, drawing no warmth, only a chilling silence. "I'm sorry, Lin Mo. I'm sorry," she murmured, her voice dry and hoarse, laden with endless remorse and confusion. She did not know whether what she had done was right or wrong. Destroying the charts felt akin to strangling a part of his soul. Preserving them, however, nearly cost him his life. This paradox, unsolvable, tightened around her like a cold noose, making it difficult for her to breathe. Outside the window, the night was thick as ink, while the stark white light in the ward illuminated everything, revealing Su Muqiu's ashen face. She resembled a loyal yet despairing gravekeeper, guarding this body that had been forcefully paused, preserving the stillness akin to stagnant water. Time lost its significance, each second elongated into a torment. She dared not close her eyes, fearing to miss even the slightest change in him, and was even more terrified of the dreadful azure glow and frost reappearing. In the silence, the monotonous beeping of the heart monitor sounded like a slow countdown. In the Xinxin Network Club, the arena, Jun Mo Xiao's figure moved like a specter, the Chance Umbrella transforming in his hands. Each shape shift leaving behind a trail of deadly afterimages. The spear's thrust, sharp as the dragon's teeth, was barely blocked when the umbrella instantly expanded into a shield, its thud echoing ominously as it struck Han Yenro, who had just found her footing. Too fast, too dense. The angles were utterly lethal. Ye Xiu completely abandoned any pretense of guidance and testing. The oppressive sensation and variability of the scattered attacks crashed upon Tang Rou like towering waves, one after another. Tang Rou bit her lip tightly, her cold gaze fixated on the dazzling figure on the screen. Beads of sweat trickled down her taut cheek, yet she remained oblivious. Her world had narrowed down to the frantic dance of her fingertips on the greasy keyboard, along with the rhythm of the revolution etude that had been accelerated and distorted, yet still fiercely supported her. The sound of the keyboard transformed from a melodious flow into short, rapid bursts, akin to a torrential downpour battering a tin roof. Her actions per minute had soared to heights unattainable for the average player. Her left hand frantically clicked in a high-frequency, small-scale manner within the directional key area, while Han Yenro executed extreme maneuvers that almost defied the laws of physics, dodging, sliding, crouching, and even using evasive maneuvers for inexplicably small but rapid teleports. Each time, she narrowly grazed the edge of her skills, causing Chengua, watching from the sidelines, to break out in cold sweat, hardly daring to breathe. Her right hand moved at a phantom-like speed in the skill key area, just as the arc of the heavenly strike was about to rise for a counterattack. The cold gleam of the dragon's tooth was already aimed at Jun Mo Xiao's potential displacement point. Yet Ye Xiu's maneuvers seemed to predict the future. Jun Mo Xiao always managed to adopt even more bizarre and improbable stances to block, evade, or disrupt her combos with the Chance Umbrella's astonishing transformations. Falling Flower Palm. Tang Rou silently chanted within her heart, seizing an extremely brief moment of Jun Mo Xiao's gun form's slight rigidity, her right palm descending with resolute force. The powerful gust propelled forward. The timing and angle were impeccable. This was the first genuine opportunity she had grasped since the battle began. However, just as the gust was about to make contact, Jun Mo Xiao's figure blurred again. Shadow clone technique. The real body appeared like a teleportation in Han Yenro's visual blind spot, the Chance Umbrella transforming into a ninja knife form. The cold blade gleaming ominously as it silently and swiftly aimed for Han Yenro's throat. Too fast, too sinister. It completely exceeded the reaction limits of a novice. Chengua. She gasped in shock. Tang Rou's pupils constricted to the extreme. The blade light on the screen rapidly magnified in her eyes. Her mind went blank, leaving no time to contemplate any operational commands. Yet her fingers, in that moment of mental suspension, followed the primal instincts honed through countless iterations of the revolution etude. Erupting with energy, it was an operation that completely abandoned thought, purely driven by muscle memory and rhythm. Her left hand's ring and middle fingers executed an almost convulsive cross-click on the directional keys at an unimaginable frequency and angle. Simultaneously, her right thumb and middle finger tapped the jump and evade keys in a flash. The body of Han Yenro executed an exceedingly bizarre maneuver in the moment just before the blade reached her throat. Her upper body arched back violently as if it were broken, an extreme backward leap to brace herself, while her left heel pushed off the ground at an astonishing angle, a subtle adjustment in direction. The entire figure seemed to be tugged by an invisible string, gliding backward in a manner that defied the laws of physics, narrowly evading the lethal glint of the blade that grazed her nose. The sharp shriek of the blade slicing through the air was jarring. Han Yenro's health bar plummeted sharply. A faint crimson line appeared at her throat. Although she was not instantly slain, she suffered a graze from the edge of the skill. Yet, she had survived. She executed a maneuver so difficult that even Ye Xiu raised an eyebrow. An ungraceful yet undeniably effective combination of extreme bracing and deft evasion, akin to a lazy donkey rolling. Impressive, Ye Xiu exclaimed, his voice laced with unabashed admiration. He did not marvel at the action itself, but rather at what it represented, a near-instinctual combat intuition driven by a sense of rhythm. This transcended mere technique. It was a gift, a talent that intertwined sensation with the very essence of one's being. Jun Mo Xiao's offensive momentarily paused. Tang Rou was breathing heavily, her forehead damp with sweat. The explosive moment just passed had nearly drained her mental and physical reserves. On the screen, Han Yenro was awkwardly half-kneeling. Her health bar diminished, yet the cold gaze bestowed upon her by the system, characteristic of a battle mage, seemed to merge with Tang Rou's own eyes, igniting an unwavering flame of determination. She did not immediately command her character to rise. Instead, she lowered her eyelashes slightly, observing her trembling fingertips, which were quivering from the tension of high-speed maneuvers upon the greasy keyboard. The memory of that life-and-death evasion resonated in her mind, reminiscent of the heavy, oppressive low notes before the climax of Revolution Etude, abruptly launching into a frenetic high passage with the right hand. The heavy oppression corresponded to the buildup of extreme bracing, while the explosive high notes mirrored the incredible gliding motion. Music was her combat intuition. The keyboard was her weapon. She inhaled slowly, suppressing the turmoil of her blood and the tremors of her fingertips. When her gaze returned to the screen, the flames within burned colder and more concentrated. She maneuvered, Han Yenro, to rise slowly, her spear angled towards the ground, its tip vibrating slightly, emitting a low hum, as though gathering strength for the next storm. Ye Xiu observed the figure on the screen, though battered and with a diminished health bar, exuding an intensified aura as if forged in fire. The corners of his lips curled into a genuine smile, filled with anticipation. He no longer rushed to attack. Jun Mo Xiao, bearing the Chance Umbrella, adopted a relaxed posture. Yet his gaze remained sharp as that of an eagle. Not bad. His languid voice came through the headphones. This finger technique has a hint of the honor of a pianist. Shall we continue? Tang Rou did not respond. In answer, Han Yenro's spear suddenly struck the ground, and she launched forward like an arrow released from its bow, propelled by an unyielding momentum, initiating a charge. This time, her trajectory was no longer a straight line, but instead featured peculiar, almost melodic, subtle shifts in direction, akin to the leaps of musical notes. The sound of keystrokes reverberated once more, steadier and more aggressive than before. Beneath the serene surface of the icy spring, turbulent undercurrents finally found their own course, surging forward. In the single-occupancy room of City 1 Hospital, an oppressive silence reigned, absolute silence. Even the rhythmic beeping of the machine seemed absorbed by this heavy quiet, rendering it nearly inaudible. Su Muqiu leaned against the back of her chair, her eyelids heavy as if laden with lead. The continuous strain of heightened tension and emotional upheaval had pushed her body to the brink of collapse. She forced her eyes open, her gaze fixed firmly on Lin Mo's pale face, unwilling to allow even a moment of relaxation. Lin Mo remained ensnared in boundless darkness, the medication and his body's protective mechanisms dragging him into a deeper state of unconsciousness, isolating him from the external world. The core of the myriad forms on his chest remained silent, like a piece of cold, stubborn iron. The blueprint that had incited disaster, along with the madness it harbored, seemed entirely sealed away by that frigid metallic refuse bin, cut off from the world. Time flowed silently. Outside the window, the sky transitioned from a thick, inky blackness to a faint, ashen pallor, heralding the arrival of yet another dawn. The lights in the hospital room appeared even dimmer. In the depths of this silence before dawn, a faint, distant sensation, as if transmitted across billions of light years, inexplicably penetrated the heavy barriers of medication and unconsciousness, gently brushing against the deepest recesses of Lin Mo's awareness. It was neither sound nor image, but a feeling, a familiar, icy, yet burning while pulsating with rapid rhythm. It carried the piercing shriek of a spear slicing through the air, the explosive resonance of skill connections, and a rhythm that had been refined under immense pressure, growing clearer and more fluid with each iteration. It was the embers of that melody. It was the cold, burning while rehearsing, battling. The source remained in the direction of Xing Xin. It was clearer and more distilled than before, like a solitary lamp in the darkness, repeatedly polished to shine brighter. Upon the hospital bed, beneath Lin Mo's tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs began to move violently and chaotically, as if witnessing a silent yet intensely fierce battle. His breathing suddenly became rapid and erratic, his chest heaving violently. Although the movements were slight, they tugged at his wounds, causing his brows to furrow painfully in his stupor. A suppressed groan, as if squeezed from the depths of his soul, escaped through the cracks of his dry lips. This commotion instantly roused the drowsy Su Muqiu. She sprang up as if jolted by electricity, her heart racing. Lin Mo go. Fear gripped her instantly. She glanced anxiously at the infusion tube. Thankfully, it bore no frost. Then she quickly looked at Lin Mo's chest beneath the thin blanket. There was no eerie blue glow. She exhaled slightly. Yet Lin Mo's pained expression and rapid breathing tightened her heart once more. Trembling, she reached for the call button. Just then, Lin Mo's hand, which was affixed with a catheter, suddenly clenched tightly. His fist turned pale as the knuckles whitened, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged ominously. The soft tube of the catheter was being pulled with tremendous force, causing the intravenous stand to tremble slightly. Lin Mo, don't move. Don't exert yourself. Su Muqiu cried out in terror, rushing over to try to restrain his hand, yet fearing that she might inadvertently harm him. Lin Mo's struggles did not cease. His body began to writhe uncontrollably on the hospital bed, the movements growing increasingly frantic as guttural sounds escaped his throat, reminiscent of a trapped beast's low roar. It was as if he were engaged in a desperate battle with some invisible entity in the abyss of unconsciousness. The agony and struggle of that fight were vividly reflected in his physique. Doctor! Nurse! Hurry! Su Muqiu's desperate cries once more shattered the silence of the ward. Medical personnel rushed back in. A tranquilizer was swiftly injected into Lin Mo's vein. The violent thrashing gradually subsided under the potent effects of the drug. His body slumped once more, and his breathing slowly stabilized, yet his brow remained tightly knitted, as if he had sunk deeper into a quagmire teeming with nightmares. After the doctor's examination, his expression turned grave. He glanced at Su Muqiu, whose face had turned ghostly pale and whose spirit seemed to be waning. His gaze sharp as a knife, the resonance has deepened. His voice bore a chilling certainty, even though the diagram had been removed, severing the direct connection. His profound perception and yearning for that rhythm and power had forged a solid pathway within his psyche. It was as if he were searching for an apt metaphor, like a radar set to receive a specific frequency. As long as that particular signal source continued to emit, he could never truly block it out. He pointed at Lin Mo, whose brows remained furrowed in pain even under the influence of the medication. That signal source is still in Xing Exine, isn't it? The one playing the piano? A chill enveloped Su Muqiu, as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. She gazed at Lin Mo's pale and pained visage, and it felt as if she could penetrate the walls, catching a glimpse of the cool figure in the corner of the Xing Exine Internet CAF, stirring a tempest upon the keyboard. She understood then. Destroying the diagram merely severed the tangible medium. However, the intangible resonance between Lin Mo and the cold piano sound, the rhythm of battle, had already been etched like a brand deep into his soul and the core of all phenomena. As long as Tang Rou continued to play her glory practice piece, still engaged in combat, this resonant signal would never cease. The tranquil recovery became a mere luxury. The prelude that froze the void had not truly halted. It had merely transformed, morphing into invisible strings that transcended spatial barriers, one end tied to Tang Rou's leaping fingertips, the other tightly constricting Lin Mo's soul on the verge of shattering. The embers had not yet cooled, and the icy strings were taut. Chapter 30. Broken strings and choices. The cold metallic shell of the medical waste bin reflected the stark white light of the ward, resembling a silent tombstone, entombing the bloodstained diagram and burying Su Muqiu's last shred of hope. She slumped at the edge of a chair, her back pressed against the frigid seat, drawing no warmth whatsoever. The doctor's heavy words before departing pierced her mind like an ice pick. That signal source is still in Xing Exine, isn't it? The one playing the piano? As long as that specific signal source continued to emit, he could never truly be shielded. Her gaze mechanically shifted to the hospital bed. Under the influence of the powerful sedative, Lin Mo had temporarily distanced himself from the torment of struggle, sinking into a deeper, more unsettling calm. His complexion was ashen from blood loss, his breathing faint yet regular, yet his brow remained tightly locked, as if entangled in invisible nightmares within the abyss of unconsciousness. The medication in the intravenous tube flowed quietly, and beneath the thin blanket on his chest, the core of all phenomena lay silent, cold as a stone. The diagram had been physically destroyed, yet the intangible string that connected Lin Mo's nearly shattered soul to the cold will that continued to burn in a corner of Xing Exine remained taut, silently transmitting a deadly resonance. Su Muqiu felt an unprecedented chill and powerlessness that penetrated to her very bones. It was as if she stood on the edge of a vast, invisible whirlpool, helplessly watching Lin Mo being drawn into the abyss, unable to find any rope to grasp. Destroying the diagram merely pulled the visible fuse, yet that deeply rooted trigger on a spiritual level continued to smolder, leading to an unknown and far more terrifying explosion point. Xing Exine's Tang Rou, the girl with a cool demeanor and stubborn gaze, whose piano notes and battle rhythms flowed from her fingertips, had become Lin Mo's greatest lifeline in this moment. This realization was so absurd that it nearly made Su Muqiu laugh. Yet it was also so bitter that it brought tears to her eyes. What was she to do? Rush back to Xing Exine and implore Tang Rou to cease the game? To stop playing the piano? To halt that damned glory practice piece? How could that be possible? And on what grounds? Despair surged like a cold tide, crashing wave after wave against the dam of her reason. She could only clutch Lin Mo's cold hand tightly, as if this were the only bond tethering him to this world, futilely battling against the chill that emanated from the void with her insignificant warmth. Xing Xin Internet CAF. Arena Room. Tuition. Instant noodles unlimited. The intense light and shadow effects had long since calmed. On the screen, the battle mage, Han Yenro, knelt on the ground. Propped up by her spear, with her health bar reduced to a nearly imperceptible sliver of red, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Xiao stood nearby, wielding the Chance Umbrella, his health bar virtually intact, his posture still carrying an air of languid ease. The outcome was unequivocal. Yet the atmosphere in that corner of the Internet CAF was imbued with a distinctly different aura. There was no despair from the defeated, nor was there the clamor of the victorious. Tang Rou leaned against the back of her chair, breathing heavily. Her cool cheeks flushed from the rapidity of her actions and intense concentration, and the strands of hair on her forehead, damp with sweat, clung to her smooth skin. Her hands trembled slightly, hovering above the greasy keyboard, her fingertips still tingling with the heat and numbness from her recent tempestuous maneuvers. She had lost utterly. The depleting health bar of her character was the most direct proof. Yet, her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. It was a gaze so weary yet replaced by an even stronger light, sharp and resilient like diamond. Within her, there was no shadow of failure, only a nearly burning, icy thrill and unwavering focus. The recent battle, utterly dominated by Ye Xiu, was not a setback for her, but rather an unprecedented baptism. Each frame of Ye Xiu's astonishing siren rapid-fire tactics, every extreme evasion and counterattack she executed through her sense of rhythm in dire straits, were etched deeply into her neural pathways and muscle memory like the clearest of imprints. The melody of Guming Lian Shichu seemed to have merged into her very blood, manifesting as an instinct in her fingertips. She felt her mastery over the keyboard. Her comprehension of the character's movements and her perception of the battle's rhythm had ascended to a new, ineffable realm. Well? Ye Xiu's voice shattered the silence as he removed his headphones, holding a cigarette that had yet to be lit, tilting his head to observe Tang Rou. His gaze held no mockery, only a profound inquiry and a subtle hint of appreciation. Was this tuition worth just a few bowls of instant noodles? Tang Rou inhaled slowly, calming her racing blood. She did not respond immediately, instead lowering her gaze to her slightly trembling fingertips. Then she lifted her eyes, her clear gaze locking onto Ye Xiu's. Her voice hoarse yet remarkably resolute. Worth it. A single word, delivered with unyielding conviction. Ye Xiu smiled, not with his usual lazy, slightly provoking grin, but with a genuine expression of discovery, filled with anticipation. Your peak hand speed has conservatively exceeded 400, he stated. But it's not just about speed, he added, pointing to his temple. That sense of rhythm is innate. Tang Rou's expression remained unperturbed, as if Ye Xiu had merely stated a common fact. She redirected her attention to the screen, where Han Yenro knelt, observing the nearly invisible health bar, and calmly inquired, "When will I defeat you?" Chenghua, who had been anxiously watching from the side, nearly choked on her drink upon hearing this, coughing violently. Defeating Ye Xiu? The honor textbook? What kind of thought process does this girl possess? Ye Xiu was similarly taken aback by the almost audacious question, laughing so hard his shoulders shook, nearly dropping his cigarette. Cough, I admire your ambition. But, Rou Yi, one must eat a meal one bite at a time, and walk a path step by step. Let's set a small goal first, like surviving 3 minutes under my hand. Tang Rou did not smile, but pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. All right. It was as if she were affirming a task about to be accomplished. At that moment, Ye Xiu's old-fashioned phone, resting on the greasy table, suddenly vibrated. The screen illuminating with a name, Su Muqiu. Ye Xiu's smile instantly faded. He picked up the phone, glanced at the name flickering on the screen, then looked up at Han Yenro, alarming health bar, and Tang Rou's still piercing gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. I need to take this call. He stood and walked toward the relatively quiet fire escape of the Internet CAF. Chenghua watched Ye Xiu's departing figure, then turned to Tang Rou, who seemed still immersed in the aftermath of the recent battle, intensely focused on her fingers, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped her heart. The call from Su Muqiu at this moment, in conjunction with Lin Mo's condition in the hospital, sent a chill of ominous premonition creeping up her spine. The fire escape was suffused with a faint scent of smoke and dust. Ye Xiu pressed the answer button. On the other end, there was no immediate sound. Only the stifled, subtle breaths, heavy as if burdened by an immense weight. Muqiu. Ye Xiu's voice was notably subdued, carrying an uncommon steadiness. Su Muqiu's voice finally emerged, dry and hoarse, laden with a heavy nasal tone, and an undeniable weariness and fear, reminiscent of a taut string on the verge of snapping. Lin Mo has had another episode. Ye Xiu's heart sank. What happened? Is it serious? He instinctively glanced back through the glass door of the CAF, observing Tang Rou, who was focused on her fingers, unconsciously tracing patterns in the air as if still rehearsing some maneuver. The documents were forcibly destroyed by the doctor and thrown into the medical waste bin. Su Muqiu's voice conveyed immense pain and confusion, yet it was futile. Ye Xiu was helpless. Her emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. The doctor said it's resonance. A deeper resonance. Lin Mo's spirit is like a radar set to a signal. As long as that signal exists, he cannot block it. He will be tormented until... Her words faltered, leaving only the sound of her stifled, broken sobs resonating through the receiver, striking Ye Xiu's heart with clarity. Signal. Resonance. Ye Xiu's gaze fixated on Tang Rou. Her fingertips moved unconsciously, the lingering cold flame of battle still present in her eyes. And the sharp aura she exuded, akin to a sword just drawn from its sheath after intense confrontation. All of this radiated a powerful presence. To an ordinary person, this was mere focus. But to Lin Mo, whose consciousness was acutely sensitive, it might represent a potentially lethal signal. That signal. Ye Xiu's voice was low and grave, almost as if stating an established fact. It's Tang Rou's actions, isn't it? That unique sense of rhythm? On the other end, the sobbing momentarily ceased, followed by Su Muqiu's desperate confirmation. Yes. The doctor speculated that as long as she continues performing those high-intensity maneuvers with that special rhythm, Lin Mo will. Ye Xiu fell silent. In the dim light of the fire escape, he held a cigarette that had yet to be lit. His eyes sharp as an eagle, weighing his options swiftly. On one side was Lin Mo, whose life hung by a thread, tormented by the invisible signal. On the other was Tang Rou, who had just exhibited astonishing talent in battle and was fiercely drawn into the world of glory. This was a seemingly unsolvable deadlock. To make Tang Rou stop, that would be akin to breaking the wings of a fledgling eager to soar through the skies. Her innate talent for infusing musical rhythm into combat was a rare treasure indeed. Lin Mo's life was at stake. Ye Xiu and Su Muqiu's voices trembled with tears, saturated with helplessness. What should I do? What can I possibly do? Ye Xiu took a deep breath, the scent of tobacco mingling with the dust filling his lungs. Forcing his chaotic thoughts to settle, he made a resolute decision. Muqing, listen, his voice was unusually steady, imbued with an undeniable strength. Stay calm. What Lin Mo needs most right now is stability. The doctors will handle it. He paused, casting his gaze back toward the corner of the internet CAF. Leave it to me. I will manage this. Just give me some time. Do you have a plan? Su Muqiu's voice held a flicker of faint hope. Yes, Ye Xiu replied, not elaborating on the specifics of his plan, but offering her a reassuring response. Trust me. What you need to do now is to stay by his side and remain composed. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xiu stood still for a few seconds before shoving the device back into his pocket. He rubbed his brow. The habitual nonchalance on his face vanished, replaced by a rare seriousness and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. He pushed open the door to the internet CAF and returned to that corner. Chen Gua anxiously observed Tang Rou, glancing back at Ye Xiu, her words caught in her throat. Tang Rou seemed to sense the subtle shift in atmosphere, lifting her gaze. Her cool, clear eyes resting on Ye Xiu's face, filled with a hint of inquiry. Ye Xiu pulled out a chair and sat down, not looking at the screen, but rather locking eyes with Tang Rou. His gaze was calm, yet possessed a penetrating power. Xiao Tang, he began, his voice low yet distinct, cutting through the background noise of the CAF. There is a situation we need to discuss. Tang Rou regarded him silently, her posture straightening a fraction, the sharpness in her eyes softening slightly, replaced by increased focus. You played exceptionally well just now, Ye Xiu affirmed, then shifted the tone of his voice to one of utmost seriousness. However, it has resulted in some unforeseen side effects. Side effects? Tang Rou's brow furrowed slightly. Yes. Ye Xiu nodded, avoiding circumlocution but choosing his words with extreme caution. Do you remember Lin Mo? The one from the hospital? Tang Rou's eyes flickered, and she nodded. His condition is quite unique. Ye Xiu carefully selected his words. He possesses some unstable energy within him. Your actions, particularly your unique ability to blend musical rhythm into combat, seem to have caused some form of interference or resonance that we cannot fully comprehend. He opted for the terms interference and resonance, which were vague yet pointed. Resonance? Tang Rou echoed, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her cool gaze, yet accompanied by a keen insight. Like frequency resonance? Ye Xiu was somewhat surprised by her quick understanding and nodded. You could interpret it that way. This resonance is a lethal burden on his current physical and mental state. We just received news from the hospital that he has once again suffered a severe energy backlash due to this resonance, and the situation is perilous. He did not conceal the gravity of the matter. Tang Rou fell silent. Her calm expression betrayed little emotional fluctuation, yet her fingers, resting on the keyboard, subtly curled. She recalled Lin Mo's pale face and the almost burning intensity in his eyes as he focused on his drawings before losing consciousness. She did not fully grasp the energy and resonance Ye Xiu spoke of, but she understood the crux of the matter. Her actions, her battles, her glorious practice piece were harming a person lying in a hospital bed, potentially jeopardizing his very life. Chen Guo, listening nearby, felt a chill run down her spine and could not help but interject. What? What should we do? Ro. Ye Xiu raised his hand, signaling Chen Guo to remain calm, his gaze still locked on Tang Ro. The doctor's recommendation is to temporarily isolate the source of the signal. He paused, his voice low and clear. This means you must temporarily stop performing those high-intensity, highly focused operations that carry your unique rhythmic flair and glory. At least until Lin Mo is out of danger. The air seemed to solidify. Stop the newly discovered gateway to a new world. Stop the performance that made her soul tremble in exhilaration. Tang Ro's body tensed imperceptibly for a moment. She lowered her gaze, fixating on her fingers poised above the keyboard, as if they were destined to dance there. The tips still retained the sensation and warmth of the recent keystrokes, and the melody of the revolution etude resonated in her mind. The clamor of the internet CAF, the flickering light of the screens, and the greasy feel of the keyboard, all this faded into the distance, becoming blurred and indistinct. Only Ye Xiu's heavy words, representing the harsh reality, fell upon her heart like a cold shackle. She slowly raised her eyes, her clear gaze meeting Ye Xiu's profound stare. Within those depths, there was no retreat, no anger, only an almost frozen calmness, and beneath that calm, a tumultuous undercurrent surged. Stop. Her voice was soft, yet rang clear and cold like ice droplets falling onto a jade plate. For how long? The strings had been broken. The choice was imminent. Beneath the tranquil spring, a turbulent current crashed against the icy dam. The symphony of glory was forced to confront an unwelcome pause. Chapter 31. The silent resting note. Ye Xiu's words, "I need you to temporarily stop," fell like a cold damper, abruptly freezing the fervent storm of glory that had just ignited in the corner of the internet CAF. The air was still. The greasy scent of the keyboard, the fluorescent glow of the screens, and the shouts of gamers in the background. All the mundane sounds stretched into the distance, becoming vague, leaving only the echoes of Ye Xiu's words and Tang Ro's sudden, tense silence. Chen Guo gaped, glancing between Ye Xiu's grave expression and Tang Ro's suddenly frozen profile, a chill creeping up her spine. She instinctively wanted to say something to ease the tension, but found her throat constricted, unable to utter a single word. Tang Ro lowered her head, her gaze resting on her fingers, slightly curled above the keyboard. The tips still felt the lingering heat of rapid keystrokes, as if the passionate echoes of the revolution etude surged beneath her skin. Just moments ago, these hands were conjuring a tempest upon the keyboard, repeatedly pushing the boundaries under the suffocating pressure exerted by Ye Xiu, reaching an unprecedented battle intuition that infused rhythm into her very bones. That sensation was akin to dancing on the precipice of an abyss, perilous yet captivating, every nerve ablaze, every cell proclaiming this was what she longed for, her battlefield. Now, must it cease? Because her performance, her battle, was inadvertently inflicting harm upon another? A person lying in a hospital, teetering on the brink of life and death? Absurd. Cold. Cruel. She slowly lifted her head, her clear gaze resembling two fathomless icy pools, tranquil without a ripple, reflecting Ye Xiu's solemn countenance. Beneath that calmness lay a surging undercurrent, a tempest abruptly forced into submission. Cease? Her voice resonated, not loud, yet like an ice pick striking the solid air, so clear it made Chen Guo's heart shiver. How long? There were no inquiries, no anger, only a near-cruel calmness, confirming an unavoidable deadline. Ye Xiu gazed into her eyes, frozen in tranquility, and silently sighed. This girl's tenacity and focus far exceeded his expectations. He understood the agony of suddenly being stripped of one's weapon, especially for a genius who had just glimpsed the doorway to a new world. Yet he had no alternative. Uncertain, Ye Xiu's voice was low and sincere, devoid of any pretense, contingent upon Lin Mo's condition. It could be days, or perhaps weeks, until the doctor confirmed that his internal energy system had stabilized, capable of isolating or withstanding this resonance. He used the term resonance, a concept Tang Ro could grasp. Days, weeks, in the realm of glory. Days and weeks could create a vast chasm, especially for a novice just embarking on their journey, in dire need of extensive practice to solidify and elevate their skills. Halting high-intensity operations meant a loss of tactile familiarity, a forfeiture of the rhythm they had painstakingly discovered, signifying stagnation. The hands resting on Tang Ro's knees tightened imperceptibly, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. She lowered her gaze once more, her long lashes casting small shadows in the light, obscuring the tumult of emotions roiling beneath. Chen Guo finally regained her voice, filled with urgency and concern. Ye Xiu, this is so unfair to Ro. She has just begun. Ye Xiu interrupted Chen Guo. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Tang Rou, imbued with a rare gravitas. I know, this is indeed unfair to Xiao Tang, but Lin Mo's life cannot afford to wait. He paused, his tone growing more somber. Moreover, this is not merely a matter of fairness. If we allow this resonance to persist, the consequences are beyond what any of us can bear. He referred to Lin Mo's potential demise and the more dreadful chain reactions that could arise from the unknown backlash of energy. The clamor of the internet CF seemed to be enveloped by an invisible barrier in that moment, leaving only the heavy breaths of the three individuals in the corner. Tang Rou remained silent, resembling an ice sculpture. Time appeared to elongate, each second laden with oppressive weight. At last, Tang Rou lifted her head once more. The frost upon her visage had not melted. Her gaze remained cool and placid, yet the flame burning deep within seemed forcibly suppressed, settling into a harder, more restrained texture. She did not look at Ye Xiu, nor at Chunghua, but her eyes transcended them, gazing towards the heavy night beyond the CAF's window. Fine. She uttered a single word, clear, cold, devoid of any ripples, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, evoking no splash, only a profound sense of descent. Chungua's heart tightened sharply. That single fine was more painful than any cries or inquiries. She understood Tang Rou all too well. Beneath that calm exterior lay a simmering resentment and repression, hotter than lava. Ye Xiu regarded her with a complex expression, nodding slightly. Thank you. This expression of gratitude was equally weighty. However, Tang Rou's voice rang out once more, her gaze retracting from the window, refocusing on Ye Xiu's face. Her stare was sharp like an ice pick, piercing through Ye Xiu's facade. Halting high-intensity operations does not equate to ceasing thought. Ye Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Glory. Tang Rou's words flowed steadily, each syllable falling like ice beads, not merely about quick fingers. She lightly tapped her smooth forehead, indicating that this too required practice. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ye Xiu's eyes, swiftly transforming into understanding and deeper admiration. He comprehended. This girl's resilience far exceeded his imagination. She was not yielding. She was seeking a new battlefield. In the dire straits of being abruptly cut off, she chose to transfer her battle into the realm of silence. Of course, Ye Xiu's solemnity lessened somewhat, donning his characteristic, slightly languid smile once more, yet his gaze remained exceedingly earnest. The world of glory, its theories, tactics, maps, occupational characteristics, and skill mechanics, was far more expansive than the confines of the keyboard. There were countless cerebral challenges to tackle. He pointed to his head. Once this is honed, when you can return to the keyboard, your hands will follow your mind seamlessly. This is what we call accumulating strength for a sudden outburst. Tang Rou did not smile. She simply nodded calmly, as if confirming a new training regimen. What materials are needed? Her inquiry was direct and efficient. Leave that to me. Ye Xiu thumped his chest, regaining a semblance of his usual unreliable demeanor. Here, I have no shortage of Glory's martial arts manuals. From foundational encyclopedias to classic match analyses from the professional league. Everything is at your disposal. I guarantee your mind will train just as hard as your hands. Chunghua watched the interaction between the two, her heavy heart lightening slightly. Though the situation remained dire, at least Rou had not given up. She was fighting in her own way. This filled her with both heartache and pride. So, what about Rou now? Chunghua turned her gaze towards Tang Rou. I will return to my room. Tang Rou stood up, her movements crisp and decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. She did not glance back at the computer screen, nor linger over the greasy keyboard. As if the very thing that had once ignited her soul had now transformed into a forbidden zone to be avoided. She picked up her water cup and a small bag from the table, nodding slightly to Chunghua and Ye Xiu before turning towards the staff rest area at the back of the internet CAF, her figure upright and cool, much like a snow pine standing proudly in the cold wind. Chunghua watched her disappear behind the door leading to the rest area, letting out a long, troubled sigh before turning to Ye Xiu. Is this really the only way? This is her only option at present. Ye Xiu picked up the unlit cigarette again, his gaze directed towards the direction in which Tang Rou had departed, a hint of imperceptible gravity in his expression. Moreover, it may not be entirely detrimental for her. Glory has never been a game that one could conquer solely through speed. The apex competitors, he tapped his temple, are the true essence of this realm. Forcing her to pause and reassess might compel her to confront a deeper level earlier than anticipated. He hesitated, his voice lowering. As for Lin Mo, let us hope this silence can afford him some time. At the city's first hospital, in a solitary ward, silence reigned, deeper and more suffocating than before. Su Muqiu held Lin Mo's cold hand, resembling a lifeless statue devoid of soul. Ye Xiu's phone call offered her a flicker of hope. Yet in the face of the harsh reality, his words appeared utterly impotent. Under the influence of a potent sedative, Lin Mo seemed to have sunk to the deepest ocean floor. There was no painful struggle, no rapid breaths. Even his brow appeared to relax slightly. However, this was not a sign of recovery, but rather a deeper, unsettling calm, a vitality forcefully suppressed by medication, dragging the soul into an endless abyss of silence. The waveform on the heart monitor was almost a straight line, with only the faintest fluctuations indicating that life was still clinging on. The fluid flowed silently, as if nourishing a dream that had yet to awaken. Su Muqiu's gaze fell vacantly upon Lin Mo's pallid face, Ye Xiu's words echoing in her mind, mingling with the doctor's cold assessments regarding the solidified pathways and signal sources. Could Tang Ro, that girl whose fingertips could channel a cold burning will, truly bring herself to halt? What methods could Ye Xiu employ to make her stop? Even if she did, when would this deathly silence surrounding Lin Mo, akin to a formatted void, ever see an end? Despair seeped in like icy seawater, gradually engulfing her mouth and nose, inducing a suffocating pain. She could scarcely envision what Lin Mo would be like upon awakening. If he could awaken at all, would he become a shell of his former self, stripped of all brilliance? Or would he emerge hollow, a fragment of his soul forcibly excised? At that moment, a faint, distant sensation reverberated through Su Muqiu's highly sensitive nerve endings, akin to the final ripples caused by a stone cast into a deep pool. This sensation was reminiscent of a deadly resonance. Yet this time, it was entirely different. The previous resonance had surged like a violent current, imbued with the essence of tearing and destruction, sharply impacting Lin Mo's body and evoking intense pain and backlash. This time, however, the feeling was so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, like the last flicker of a candle in the wind. More importantly, the ferocious rhythm of battle that once accompanied Tang Ro's icy will had vanished. In its stead was a peculiar sense of silence, a tranquility that enveloped everything post-storm, akin to the lingering warmth dissipating from an engine that had been forcibly shut down. This lingering silence brushed against the depths of Lin Mo's dormant consciousness like the softest feather. On the hospital bed, Lin Mo's seemingly icebound body shivered ever so slightly, not from painful convulsions, but rather as if awakened from the deepest slumber by a distant, almost imperceptible sound. His eyelids, having remained utterly still for an extended duration, painstakingly opened a minuscule gap barely visible to the naked eye. Behind that fissure, there was no longer the torment of rolling eyes in a state of coma, but an unfathomable darkness, reminiscent of the cosmos in its infancy. Yet in the depths of that chaos, an exceedingly faint flicker of consciousness, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing, flickered to life with tremendous effort and slowness, akin to igniting a feeble spark in the absolute zero of an icy abyss. Su Muqiu's breath caught in her throat. Her eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the minuscule slit of Lin Mo's opened eye, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She dared not move, nor utter a sound, even hesitating to breathe deeply, fearful of disturbing that fragile glimmer of revival. Lin Mo's lips moved slightly, cracked and parched, releasing a sound so faint it was nearly inaudible, resembling a sigh. That voice, fragmented yet clear, penetrated Su Muqiu's ears. Is it quiet? Is it quiet? Has that lethal string snapped? Or has it merely been pressed to a pause? Tears surged forth from Su Muqiu unexpectedly. She clamped her mouth shut to stifle her cries. Yet her body trembled violently from the overwhelming impact and indescribable emotions. She gazed at the precious flicker of consciousness beneath Lin Mo's eyelid, observing his cracked lips, as if she could hear the soul struggling to return from the edge of the abyss, exhaling its first breath back into the world. The silence finally fell, a pause in the storm. But beneath the frozen depths, could that flicker of consciousness endure the long, cold night and reignite the flame of life? No one could say. The faint light of hope intertwined with the heavy unknown cast a long, poignant shadow within that ward suffused with the scent of antiseptic. Chapter 32. The ember reignited. Is it quiet? The fragmented sound, delicate as a gossamer thread, pierced through Su Muqiu's fraying nerves like a heated needle. She clamped her mouth shut, her nails digging into the soft flesh of her cheeks as she struggled to contain the scream of joy and terror that threatened to erupt from her throat. Her body trembled violently from the overwhelming shock, tears cascading forth, instantly blurring her vision. Is it quiet? Has that invisible, lethal string binding Lin Mo's soul snapped? Or has it merely been forcibly halted? She dared not blink, nor breathe, with all her senses intensely focused on the long silent figure lying on the hospital bed. Lin Mo's eyelids parted just enough to reveal a gaze that was unfocused, shrouded in a veil of grayish haze, as if she were observing the world through a thick frosted glass. Yet, deep within that haze, a flicker of consciousness, feeble as a candle flickering in the wind, struggled and swayed against the encroaching darkness. Lin Mo go? Su Muqiu's voice trembled uncontrollably, laced with tears, barely above a whisper. Fearing to disperse that fragile glimmer of light, there was no response. Lin Mo's lips moved again with the slightest effort, this time producing no sound at all. His body, concealed beneath the thin blanket, twitched weakly. The movement was minuscule, yet it tugged at the wound on his chest, further creasing his brow, which had already been tightly knit in unconscious distress, eliciting a barely audible sound akin to the whimper of a wounded beast. This sound, however, struck Su Muqiu's heart like a celestial melody. It was not the previous agonized howl of a soul being torn apart, but rather a genuine reaction born of corporeal pain. This signified that his consciousness was returning. He was reawakening to the world, even if it meant enduring suffering. Doctor, nurse. Su Muqiu could no longer contain herself, her voice breaking as she shouted, rushing frantically towards the emergency call bell on the wall, summoning every ounce of strength to strike it. The shrill bell shattered the suffocating silence of the ward once more. In the employee lounge of Xingxi Network Club, the cramped room housed only a single bed, an old wardrobe, and a small desk. The air was thick with the scent of worn bedding and dust, isolating it from the clamor of the internet CAF outside. The harsh glow of energy-saving lights poured from the ceiling, illuminating the floating dust motes in the air, as well as the figure sitting upright at the desk. Tang Rou sat at the desk, not before a score or a computer, but rather a hefty volume adorned with the emblem of the Glory Professional Alliance, titled A Comprehensive Review of Classic Matches in the Glory Professional League, Season 10. The pages were pristine, exuding the scent of fresh ink. Beside it lay a few equally new booklets, in-depth analysis of battle mage skills, glory map topography and tactical applications, and fundamental combo principles and practical variants. She sat rigidly, her shoulders and neck taut, resembling a bowstring pulled to its limit. Her icy gaze fell upon the open pages, dense with textual analysis, skill icon breakdowns, and complex tactical diagrams resembling an arcane script. Her fingertips, rather than mindlessly gliding over the desk as usual, gripped a pen tightly, her knuckles whitening from the force. The pen tip hovered above the page, yet it lingered, refusing to descend. Cease operations. Halt the performance that resonated with her very soul. She had promised. She had to follow through. Yet the tumultuous, recently awakened blood of battle surged within her, like a torrential flood forcibly restrained, crashing and roaring in every limb. In her mind, fragments of the revolution etude echoed violently, each reverberation accompanied by the heart-stopping visuals of the arena. Ye Xiu's ghostly quick strikes, her own extreme evasions driven by rhythm, culminating in the perilous moment when the blade grazed her throat. The sensation of being on the brink of one's limits. The power that erupted from merging rhythm with her very essence was akin to a potent venom, igniting a yearning in every cell of her being, a longing to once more caress the keyboard, a yearning to plunge back into the eye of the storm. She abruptly closed her eyes, her long lashes quivering violently, inhaling deeply as if to force down the restless surge within her chest. When she reopened her eyes, the flames swirling within were forcefully suppressed, leaving only a frozen, almost masochistic focus. She compelled her gaze to fixate on the cold words and diagrams on the page. Fulu Longxiang, correction of determination range, initial stiffness of 0. 3 seconds in a state of invulnerability, capable of withstanding control skills. The optimal follow-up angle for pursuit is. Each cold term, each intricate mechanism, felt like heavy shackles attempting to confine the battle scenes and the burning melody racing through her mind. She read with excruciating slowness, every word akin to chewing gravel. Her fingers, clutching the pen, trembled slightly from excessive pressure, leaving a tiny, expanding ink blot on the page. This was 1,000 times more tedious than the most grueling piano practice, more suffocating than facing Ye Xiu's swift strikes. The world of glory lay before her, forcibly stripped of its exhilarating, blood-pumping exterior, revealing its cold, complex essence, akin to the intricate gears of a precision instrument. The silence of battle proved to be so agonizing. It was as if a hawk, yearning to soar through the skies, had been cruelly confined within an impenetrable iron cage. Just then, the lounge door was gently pushed ajar. Chunghua peeked in, her face etched with concern. Ro, are you all right? Would you like some water? Or perhaps a snack? She held a cup of water and a packet of biscuits in her hands. Tang Rou did not turn around, maintaining her rigid posture, her gaze firmly fixed on the page. After several seconds, she slowly shook her head, her voice dry and taut. No, thank you, Guogua. Chunghua observed her straightened back, visibly tense, and her fingers gripping the pen until they turned pale. Her heart ached, nearly bringing her to tears. She gently placed the water and biscuits on the small cabinet by the door, wishing to utter some comforting words, yet realizing that any language felt utterly inadequate in that moment. Silently, she retreated, softly closing the door behind her. The gentle click of the door echoed sharply in the confined space. Tang Rou's taut shoulders momentarily sagged. Suddenly, she slammed the pen onto the desk. The dull thud resonated. The ink from the pen tip splattered onto the page, creating a glaring blotch. She closed her eyes, her chest heaving violently. For the first time, a fierce struggle and pain appeared on her pale face, almost grotesque. Suddenly, she lifted her hands, not to grasp a book, but to tightly cover her ears. It was as if she sought to block out the relentless, fervent piano roars and the explosive sounds of skills echoing in her mind, akin to a malevolent incantation. Stop. It must stop. For the sake of the person lying in the hospital, possibly on the brink of death due to her actions, an unprecedented, icy sense of powerlessness and immense sacrifice surged within her, like a torrent of icy water mingled with molten lava, crashing down upon her heart. She maintained her ear-covering stance, her body trembling slightly, resembling a bamboo on the verge of breaking amidst a tempest. In the single-patient room of the city hospital, after a brief chaos, the ward was once again enveloped in a tense tranquility. However, this time, the air was not solely filled with the despairing silence of death, but also bore the faintest current of hope. After completing the examination, the doctor removed his stethoscope, his expression grave yet tinged with a subtle surprise and confusion. He glanced at Su Muqiu, who stood vigil by the bedside, her eyes swollen yet unwaveringly fixed on Lin Mo. The vital signs had stabilized temporarily, showing slight improvement. The doctor's words were extremely cautious. There were signs of consciousness returning, albeit very faint and fragile. It was akin to a shattered glass lantern barely reassembling. Any disturbance could cause it to shatter entirely once more. He pointed to Lin Mo's eyes, still tightly shut with only a sliver of a gap, and to his pale, cracked lips that occasionally moved involuntarily. He was in a remarkably unique state of shallow consciousness recovery. He could perceive certain strong external stimuli, such as sounds and touches, but was unable to respond effectively. His thoughts were ensnared in the deepest fog, chaotic, sluggish, and incoherent. More importantly, the doctor paused, his gaze sharp as it swept across the ward. As though alert to an invisible threat, the energy core within him had fallen into an unprecedented silence due to the previous violent backlash and medication suppression. This represented a form of self-protection, yet was exceedingly perilous. Any strong, specific disturbance could trigger catastrophic consequences. Therefore, absolute, complete rest was imperative, not just physically, but mentally. He must not be allowed to contemplate any complex matters. He must be shielded from any severe emotional upheaval. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Su Muqiu nodded vigorously, as if grasping a solitary lifeline. The doctor provided a few more instructions regarding medication and observation points, leaving the nurse to continue monitoring, before departing with a heavy heart laden with doubts. He could not explain why Lin Mo showed signs of consciousness recovery after the signal source seemed to be severed. It contradicted his previous assessments. Yet, it was a fact that the patient's condition had slightly improved. He could only attribute it to the effects of the medication and Lin Mo's indomitable vitality. In the ward, only the rhythmic beeping of the machines and their extremely faint, nearly inaudible breaths remained. Su Muqiu cautiously approached the bedside, as if nearing a priceless yet exceedingly fragile porcelain artifact. She extended her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly, and gently moistened Lin Mo's chapped lips with a damp cotton swab. The soft touch seemed to transmit to the depths of his chaotic consciousness. As the swab was removed, Lin Mo's lips faintly moved once more. This time, Su Muqiu held her breath, leaning closer to his lips. A faint, indistinct syllable escaped, reminiscent of a sigh. Cold. Su Muqiu's heart tightened sharply. She immediately glanced at the thin blanket and thermal cover draped over Lin Mo, carefully checking his forehead with the back of her hand. His temperature was normal, even slightly lower than usual due to low metabolism. It was not a physical cold. It was the absolute, deathly chill emanating from the core of silence. Do not fear. Lin Mo, do not fear. Su Muqiu's voice trembled, yet she endeavored to keep it gentle and steady, like a soothing lullaby to a frightened child. She grasped his hand, which was free of intravenous lines, enveloping his cold fingertips with her warm palm, attempting to impart a trace of warmth. I am here. I am here, she repeated softly yet resolutely, like a lighthouse in the dark, striving to guide the consciousness lost amidst the chaotic fog. Beneath the narrow slits of Lin Mo's eyelids, that chaos seemed to ripple ever so slightly. The flicker of consciousness. Upon sensing the warmth enveloping his fingertips and the gentle, yet unwavering voice, appeared to draw in a faint strength, swaying as if stabilizing just a tad. The hand held by Su Muqiu responded ever so slightly, laboriously squeezing back. The force was as delicate as a feather brushing against skin, yet it distinctly transmitted to Su Muqiu's palm. Although it lasted but a fleeting moment, that fragile strength dissipated once more, his fingers returning to their soft, powerless state. Yet this minuscule, unconscious response struck Su Muqiu like a thunderclap, shattering her defenses with overwhelming joy and deeper heartache, tears surging forth once again. She buried her face in the cold back of Lin Mo's hand, her shoulders heaving violently, the suppressed sobs echoing in the silent ward, a desperate yet hopeful resonance. The embers, at long last, struggled to rekindle a flicker of light. Yet this spark was so faint, so precarious. Would it survive the protracted cold night? Could it withstand the lethal chill lurking within the depths of silence? No one knew. All Su Muqiu could do was exert every ounce of her strength, using her warmth and protection to sustain this fragile ember, creating a small, precarious sanctuary against the storm. In the serene ward, the tug-of-war between hope and despair entered a more heart-wrenching and prolonged phase of silence. Chapter 33. The Spark Tactics. Su Muqiu pressed her cheek against Lin Mo's cold hand, her warm tears silently spreading, soaking the skin where their bodies met. The muffled sob that escaped her lips was an anguished cry of her soul, burdened by an overwhelming amalgamation of fear, despair, guilt, and, at this very moment, unbridled joy. However, at the pinnacle of this torment, her fingertips felt a faint movement in the cold, soft hand of Lin Mo, cradled within her palm. It was not an involuntary spasm, but a deliberate, albeit feeble, attempt at a response, a subtle gesture akin to a trembling thread reaching out from the abyss. The force was so slight that it could easily be overlooked, yet it struck Su Muqiu's nearly shattered heart like a thunderclap, tearing through the darkness. She abruptly lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes fixated incredulously on Lin Mo's hand. Her heart raced violently within her chest, creating a cacophony that resonated in her ears. This was not a figment of her imagination. That fleeting motion had indeed occurred. Though brief and frail, it was a genuine acknowledgement. An unconscious reply from the edge of a chaotic void. Lin Mo gu. Su Muqiu's voice quivered with disbelief and immense hope as she tightened her grip on his hand, doing so with utmost care, as if cradling a flickering spark that could extinguish at any moment. You heard me, didn't you? You can feel me, right? The figure on the hospital bed remained motionless, his eyes barely parting to reveal a minuscule slit, the pupils clouded and unfocused. His breathing was still faint and steady, as if that momentary gesture had drained all the strength he had just summoned. Yet, Su Muqiu's heart ignited like dry grass, catching fire from that tiny spark, radiating unprecedented warmth and light. She ceased her tears, all fear and despair momentarily dispelled by this sudden glimmer of hope. Carefully, she adjusted her position to draw closer, enveloping Lin Mo's icy hand with her own warm palms, wrapping it tenderly and securely. Her hands transmitted a continuous flow of warmth. Her gaze unwaveringly locked onto his pale and silent face, capturing every subtle change. I am here, Lin Mo gu. I have always been, she began to whisper repeatedly, her voice soft as a feather, yet imbued with the steadfastness of a rock. Don't be afraid of the cold. I will warm you. It's okay to rest. I will be here waiting for you to awaken. Time flowed silently as she kept her vigil. Outside, the sky shifted from deep gray to the pale light of dawn, while the stark fluorescent light in the hospital room seemed even chillier. The rhythmic beeping of the machines transformed from a countdown to death into a backdrop of life stubbornly persevering. Su Muqiu spoke tirelessly, recounting amusing anecdotes from their first encounters to the daily happenings at Xingxin Internet Cafe, even sharing trivial musings. She no longer sought a reply, but persistently etched the mark of existence in this desolate expanse of consciousness with her voice and warmth. Finally, as the first rays of dawn struggled to penetrate through the curtain's seams and fell upon Lin Mo's bloodless face, his eyelids slowly lifted a fraction. It remained a mere slit, yet this time, the chaos beneath appeared to stir ever so slightly, as if the still waters had been disturbed. Almost immediately, his cracked lips began to move again with greater effort than before, producing a faint, raspy sound reminiscent of sandpaper. Who is cold? The fragmented voice, lighter than a mosquito's buzz, pierced through Su Muqiu's heightened awareness. Who? Cold. He was inquiring about who. He was affirming her presence. He was sensing the chill. A wave of immense joy washed over Su Muqiu like a warm spring, momentarily overwhelming her. Struggling to suppress the urge to weep once more, she leaned closer, her voice becoming even softer, laced with a soothing smile. It's me, Muqiu. Lin Mo gu. I am here with you. Are you cold? Let me warm you. She tightened her grip on his hand, the warmth radiating from her palm seemingly intensifying. With her other hand, she gently brushed aside the damp hair clinging to his forehead due to cold sweat. Beneath the slit of Lin Mo's eyelids, the chaos seemed to ripple once more. This time, it felt as though a faint glimmer of light attempted to penetrate the thick, gray haze. The fingers that Su Muqiu held in her grasp curled ever so slightly, as if yearning to reciprocate the gesture. Yet, the force was so delicate it was nearly imperceptible, resembling an unconscious tremor at the fingertips. Nevertheless, Su Muqiu could sense it distinctly. It was no longer merely the chill of death. Within that faint curling and trembling lay a whisper of attachment, perhaps a confirmation and yearning for the source of warmth. The embers of a dying spark, with great difficulty, began to reignite, swaying steadily in the protective warmth of her presence, though still fragile and at risk of extinguishing at any moment. It was undeniably alight and beginning to reach out to the world around it. In the Xingxin Internet Cafe, early morning arrived. The clamor of the CAF had yet to fully awaken, with only a few overnight patrons slumped over their tables in slumber. The air was thick with the lingering sense of stale smoke, instant noodles, and a peculiar mix of cleaning agents. The door to the staff lounge creaked open gently, revealing Tang Rou, her complexion still pale and the shadows beneath her eyes hinting at fatigue, yet her gaze was sharp and tranquil, as if cleansed by a cold spring. She clutched a hefty volume titled The Classic Battles of the Glory Professional League, within which lay several notes densely scribbled with annotations and symbols. Chenghua, seated behind the bar and stifling a yawn, perked up upon seeing Tang Rou emerge, her concern evident as she approached cautiously. Rou, you haven't slept? You look a bit off. Do you want to rest a little longer? Tang Rou shook her head and placed the book on the counter. No need. I can't sleep. Her voice was calm, revealing little emotion. Whereas Ye Xiu, that guy, Chenghua replied, gesturing upstairs, went up to the attic early this morning. Acting all mysterious, carrying a bunch of random things, claiming he was going to set up some tactical simulation. He told me not to disturb him. Worry creased Tang Rou's brow as she lowered her voice. Are you really okay? Can you focus on that book? Her gaze swept over the hefty volume resting on the bar, a complex ripple passing through her cold eyes. Last night, in the sanctuary of the lounge, she grappled with the relentless battle melodies echoing in her mind, and the primal desires coursing through her body, a torment known only to her. It was an experience bordering on self-inflicted anguish. Yet, ultimately, her frozen rationality triumphed over her boiling blood. She emerged victorious, at least in her actions, having mastered herself. She responded with a single, powerful word. Grasping a book, she retreated to a relatively quiet corner, drawing out a chair to sit. She refrained from opening her computer or touching the keyboard and mouse, instead spreading her book and notes before her. Her gaze serenely immersed in the tactical ocean constructed of words, charts, and cold logic. Chenghua observed her upright figure with a sigh. She could perceive the immense power suppressed beneath that soft, calm exterior, akin to a volcano forcibly encased in ice. Just then, the door of the Internet CAF swung open. Ye Xiu descended from the loft, clutching several scribbled sheets of draft paper, his face marked by the fatigue of a sleepless night. Yet his eyes shone with an unusual brightness, as if he had discovered a new world. He immediately spotted Tang Rou in the corner, as well as Chenghua, who appeared anxious at the bar. He strode over, slapping the draft papers onto the bar, producing a light thud. Boss, Xiaotang. Ye Xiu's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement, laced with an almost imperceptible gravity. I have a solution. A solution? What kind of solution? Chenghua was taken aback. Tang Rou also lifted her gaze from the pages, her clear eyes turning towards Ye Xiu, filled with inquiry. Ye Xiu licked his cracked lips, pointing at the chaotic lines and annotations on the draft paper. The signal issue from Lin Mo's side originates from Xiaotang's unique ability to integrate musical rhythm into her combat instincts, correct? This rhythmic quality resembles a specific mental frequency that can penetrate space and resonate directly with Lin Mo's unstable core. Both Chenghua and Tang Rou nodded. Previously, we considered having Xiaotang completely silence her high-intensity operations, which carry her unique frequency, cutting off the signal source. Ye Xiu's finger pressed heavily on the draft paper. This tactic would be effective, at least temporarily stabilizing Lin Mo's condition and showing signs of consciousness recovery. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze deepening. This is ultimately a palliative measure. Moreover, it would require a tremendous sacrifice and suppression from Xiaotang. Her talent would be buried. Then what can we do? Chenghua inquired urgently. Change the frequency. Ye Xiu's eyes sparkled with intensity. Or, in other words, add a filter to her frequency. A filter? Tang Rou frowned slightly, an evident look of confusion gracing her otherwise serene face. Yes. Ye Xiu seized a pen and swiftly sketched overlapping waveforms on the draft paper. Your combat rhythm currently resembles a solo piece, with a clear melody and distinct characteristics, making the signal strong and easily received and resonated with. But what if we superimpose a complex grid-like symbol over one of these waveforms? What if we shroud your operations in a layer of tactical fog? Tactical fog? Tang Rou echoed. Precisely. It means we obscure your operational intent, making it less overtly conveyed through rhythm. Ye Xiu's excitement grew as he elaborated. By employing a plethora of complex tactical predictions, feints, and rhythm deceptions, each of your movements should embody multiple possibilities. Transform your attack rhythm from a singular melodic line into an unpredictable haze filled with traps and disguises. He pointed at another hasty weapon structure outline on the draft paper. Consider the weapon Lin Mo previously designed. The Frost Star ring encircling the spatial singularity with a complex and variable energy flow path. This is, in itself, an extremely intricate and dynamic fog structure. If Xiaotang, your operational rhythm could mimic this dynamic, variable, and deceptive complex structure, then the mental frequency you emit would become exceedingly intricate, difficult to capture, and even interfere with and cancel each other out. It would be as if we layered countless disruptors and camouflage nets over your unique signal right at the source. Ye Xiu observed the somewhat bewildered expressions on Tang Rou and Chun Guo's faces and rephrased it more simply. In essence, it means you should fight dirtier. Be more cunning. Make it so your opponent, specifically referring to the core within Lin Mo, cannot fathom your next move. Render it unable to lock onto your distinct, clear combat rhythm. All it should perceive is a cacophony of chaotic noise. Within Tang Rou's cool gaze, beneath the icy veneer, two fervent flames suddenly ignited. Ye Xiu's words cleaved through the fog before her like lightning. Ceasing operations was a painful suppression, whereas altering the operational mode transformed that suppression into a new battlefield. It transmuted her suffering and sacrifice into a higher form of combat. Interference, camouflage, noise, she whispered, her fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. As the furious melody of revolution etude began to deconstruct, reassemble, and integrate into a myriad of possibilities and deceptive pauses. Indeed, Ye Xiu smacked the bar decisively. As long as you can accomplish this, let your operations no longer be a relentless charge, but morph into a labyrinth of deceptive twists. Then, the signal you emit will no longer be a clear resonance source for Lin Mo, but rather an incomprehensible background noise. If the interference is substantial enough, it may even completely mask that fatal resonance. He gazed at Tang Rou, his eyes ablaze with immense expectation and challenge. This is not solely for Lin Mo. It is, in itself, a path to a higher realm of glory. Top-tier competitors are never mere brutes who charge headlong into battle. Tactical masters, kings of control, who among them does not master deception and rhythm to the utmost? Xiaotang, your talent, combined with this fog tactic, holds boundless potential. Chun Guo listened in astonishment. Although many of the terms eluded her understanding, the fervent confidence and immense possibilities in Ye Xiu's words stirred her excitement. So, can Rou continue training? It won't affect Lin Mo? In theory, yes. Ye Xiu nodded. But the prerequisite is that Xiaotang, you must truly grasp this fog rhythm. This is more challenging than merely pursuing extreme operations. It requires a deeper comprehension of tactics, psychology, and rhythm control. It necessitates extensive practice and real combat refinement. I can learn. Tang Rou's voice rang out, cold yet imbued with a resolute sharpness and yearning akin to the breaking of ice. She closed the frosty tome of strategies before her, her gaze intensely fixed on Ye Xiu, signaling the commencement of their endeavor. Ye Xiu grinned widely, his smile radiating the thrill of discovery and the anticipation of a worthy opponent. All right, boss lady, prepare a quiet booth for us, and fetch me some paper and pens. Rou Yi, today we shall abstain from keyboards and engage in a tactical exercise on paper. The Starfire strategy quietly ignited. Beneath the calm pause, a unique battle unfolded. Wielding deception and noise as weapons, aimed at safeguarding the flickering flame of life, commencing in the corner of an internet CAF suffused with the aroma of instant noodles. In the small booth of the CAF, the air was thick with the scent of stale smoke and the noxious fumes of cheap materials. The pale glow of fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, illuminating a table strewn with draft papers. These sheets bore distorted maps, arrows, stick figures representing characters, and an array of indecipherable symbols and hasty annotations, reminiscent of remnants from a chaotic battle. Ye Xiu, cigarette dangling from his lips, tapped rhythmically on the table, the sound resonating steadily. His voice, hoarse from sleepless nights, remained remarkably clear, as if narrating a silent war. In the desolate land, amidst the stone columns of the mid-lane, assume you are a battle mage, while your opponent is a martial artist, highly mobile, and capable of explosive close-range attacks. You initiate with the Haolong Pajun, exuding confidence. Yet your intent is laid bare. He draws a bold arrow forward beside Tang Rou's stick figure and a curved line next to the opponent's figure, representing an evasion. And what ensues? The opponent deftly sidesteps, countering with a crushing fist to your face, disrupting your rhythm and leaving you at a disadvantage. Tang Rou sat opposite him, her posture straight, her icy gaze locked onto Ye Xiu's fingers and the cryptic symbols on the page. Her fingertips unconsciously traced the surface of the table, simulating the trajectory of operations as fragments of the melody from revolutionary practice were forcibly dismantled and rearranged in her mind. Now, introduce the fog. Ye Xiu's voice lowered, laced with an alluring temptation to delve deeper. Once again, commence with the Haolong Pajun, but this time, half a second before the initiation. Your left ring finger performs an exceedingly subtle, high-frequency triple tap on the left directional key. The amplitude must be minimal, quick as a tremor. He illustrated 3 minuscule, leftward undulating arrows in front of Tang Rou's figure. Simultaneously, the pressure applied to the Haolong Pajun should be 1/3 lighter than usual. This creates a minuscule leftward sway in your character's sprint, akin to a drunken stagger, a semblance of losing control. Remember, it is a trend, not an actual displacement. Ye Xiu's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Tang Rou's eyes. What does the opponent perceive? He sees you charging aggressively, yet in the moment of initiation, there's an odd leftward sway, and your sprint appears marginally slower than expected. What conclusions might he draw? He will instinctively believe you intend to change direction, or that you have made an error in your execution. His attention will be instantaneously diverted by this false signal. The timing and direction of his evasion will experience a minuscule, yet critical hesitation. He jabbed the pen towards the stick figure representing the opponent. In that fleeting moment of doubt, your true trajectory of the Haolong Pajun remains unchanged. The force erupts in the final instant. Bam! The pen strikes the paper, producing a crisp sound that catches him off guard. Even if he reacts, his blocking or evasion will inevitably become distorted. This opens the door for your subsequent combo. Tang Rou's breath quickened slightly. The scene described by Ye Xiu instantaneously materialized in her mind. No longer was it a straightforward charge. It transformed into a lethal dance entwined with deception and traps. Each minute operational detail morphed into a smokescreen to bewilder the opponent. The movements she simulated with her fingertips became increasingly subtle and intricate, as though she were playing a bizarre composition filled with rests and embellishments. Is this merely a feint? Chen Guo, listening from the side, could not help but murmur in confusion. A feint? Ye Xiu scoffed, shaking his head. No, boss lady. This is, in essence, an attack. It simply embeds noise within the rhythm of the assault to disrupt the opponent's judgment. This is the fog, concealing your true intentions beneath a multitude of seemingly ambiguous false signals. He seized another sheet of paper, swiftly sketching a simple waveform. Look, this represents Tang's original clear and strong battle rhythm signal, easily identifiable. Below, he drew a more complex waveform, filled with spikes and serrations. Fluctuating in amplitude, this is the result of adding fog. Chaotic, variable, and deceptive. Which do you think is easier for a specific receiver to lock onto and resonate with? The answer is evident. In Tang Rou's cold gaze, the ice melted entirely, igniting a fervent and focused flame. No longer a passive recipient, she became an active learner. Grasping the pen, she began annotating on Ye Xiu's map. Where could visual deception be created? Which skills release could incorporate illusory pre-action movements? How could environmental sound effects mask the subtle rhythm of her operations? Her mind raced with unprecedented speed, deconstructing and merging the cold tactical theories, intricate skill mechanics, and the essence of the fog imparted by Ye Xiu. Again, Ye Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately proposed a more complex battlefield scenario, the burial grounds. A narrow tomb corridor, under siege by distant artillery fire. How to approach with the fog. In the arena, facing a predictive magic scholar. How to deceive his reading with rhythm. During a team battle on the edge of observation. How to mislead the opponent's judgment of the main battlefield situation with seemingly meaningless movements and skill casts. The questions grew increasingly intricate, the battlefield environments more complex. Tang Rou felt as though she had been thrust into a high-pressure furnace, fine beads of sweat forming on her cool brow, her lips pressed into a straight line. Her brain operated at lightning speed, her simulated movements on the table growing faster and more bizarre, at times flicking like a serpent's tongue, at others gliding across a section like a pianist, sometimes pausing momentarily with apparent randomness. She no longer pursued speed and precision in her operations, but rather the essence of deception and transformation. How can one create the greatest sense of confusion with the slightest movements? How can one attack rhythm resemble the staggered gait of a drunken man, appearing chaotic yet harboring lethal intent? How can the originally stirring melody of Jeming Liangxic be deconstructed into myriad treacherous, disjointed notes? Halt! Ye Xiu suddenly commanded. Tang Rou's fingers froze instantly, as if a pause button had been pressed. She raised her head, looking at Ye Xiu in bewilderment. The rhythm was disrupted. Ye Xiu pointed at her previous simulated operation, remarking, "You were overly deliberate in creating noise. Chaos for chaos's sake ultimately sapped the rhythm of its inherent power and deceptive naturalness." He picked up a pen and drew a wavy line on the paper, declaring, "Mist is not mere disorder. It is dynamic balance. It is order amidst chaos." Just like in Lin Mo's earlier conception, where the frost star ring revolves around the spatial singularity, exhibiting that very dynamic equilibrium. It appears wildly chaotic, yet is constrained by a more intricate set of rules. Ye Xiu's words struck like a revelation. Tang Rou instantly comprehended. She had previously fixated on generating noise, each movement aimed at deception, which rendered her actions rigid and forced, stripping away the instinctual, effortless sense of rhythm. True Mist should seamlessly integrate deceptive maneuvers into her combat rhythm, becoming an intrinsic part of it. Just as the frost particles seemingly swirl chaotically around the singularity, they actually follow the precise guidance of tearing waves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. In her mind, the fragmented melody of Jimming Liangxic began to attempt reassembly, no longer chasing a coherent and stirring melody, but instead imbuing the erratic notes, abrupt pauses, and variations of intensity with tactical significance. Strong notes represent feints, weak notes signify build-up, leaps denote direction changes, and pauses serve as traps. Thus, the entire combat symphony transforms into a mist-laden symphony filled with enigmatic variations. When she opened her eyes again, her fingertips resumed their simulated movements on the table. The actions remained complex and varied, imbued with subtle tremors, pauses, and directional changes, yet the deliberate chaos had vanished, replaced by a fluid grace, accompanied by an unusual rhythm. Each movement seemed instinctual, yet left others grasping for its true intent. Ye Xiu observed her actions, a genuine smile of approval blossoming at the corners of his mouth. He seemed to witness a rare and exquisite gem being sculpted at an astonishing pace into remarkable patterns. Excellent. Ye Xiu's voice rang with excitement. Maintain this sensation. Remember, your rhythm is the domain on the battlefield. Within this domain, you are the sovereign. Every one of your movements is a part of the mist, disorienting your enemies and driving that damned receiver to madness. He abruptly stood up, his eyes aflame with the spirit of competition. No more armchair strategizing. Boss lady, fire up 2 machines. The arena. Ro Yi, let's see what you've got. Bring it out, and let me experience the quality of your mist firsthand. Amidst the calm interlude, the new battle trumpet blared, accompanied by the rhythmic clattering of the keyboard, heralding a mysterious and elusive mist. At the first municipal hospital, in a single patient room, the rhythmic beeping of machines echoed like a steady heartbeat. The curtains were drawn halfway, allowing the cool morning sunlight to spill in at an angle, casting warm patches of light on the polished floor. The scent of disinfectant in the air seemed to have lessened, replaced by a hint of freshness from the greenery outside. Su Muqiu delicately used a damp warm towel to gently wipe Lin Mo's cheeks and neck. Her movements were focused and tender, as if she were cradling the most precious of fragile items. Lin Mo lay quietly, his complexion still pale, yet compared to his previous lifelessness, there seemed to be a flicker of vitality. His eyes opened slightly wider than before, the chaotic gray mist in his pupils appearing to have lightened just a touch. Though still unfocused, they occasionally moved ever so slowly, as if striving to capture the light and blurred outlines around him. His lips no longer merely moved unconsciously. When Su Muqiu moistened his lips with a cotton swab, he instinctively and ever so slightly sucked at the moisture. Occasionally, faint, indistinct sounds escaped his throat. What filled Su Muqiu with overwhelming joy was when she held his hand tightly and softly called his name repeatedly. Lin Mo's cold hand would, albeit slowly and laboriously, attempt to return the grip. The force was still as weak as that of an infant, intermittent, yet every time distinctly transmitted to Su Muqiu's palm, bearing a heart-stirring response rooted in the essence of life. A spark was fiercely kindling, growing stronger. Su Muqiu's heart brimmed with immense hope and tenderness. She was no longer merely guarding against despair, but, like the most patient guide, gently led Lin Mo's consciousness, lost in the depths of chaos, back to the realm of reality through her voice, warmth, and meticulous care. Lin Mo, go. Look, the sun is out. She held his hand, pointing towards the warm light outside the window, her voice soft as if afraid to disturb the sunlight. It's very warm, isn't it? Once you feel better, I'll take you out to bask in the sun. Lin Mo's eyes moved ever so slowly, seemingly attempting to follow the direction of her finger. His cracked lips twitched slightly, and from his throat came a few indistinct syllables. Light. Yes, light. Su Muqiu's voice trembled with uncontainable excitement. It's sunlight. Warm sunlight. She picked up a cup from the bedside table and carefully fed him a small sip of warm water through a straw. Lin Mo's throat struggled to swallow, his brows slightly furrowing in pain. Yet this time he did not emit a sound of distress, only a faint hum. Take it slow. Su Muqiu gently caressed his chest, soothing him like a sick child. Just then, a nurse wheeled in a treatment cart, ready for the routine checkup and dressing change. Su Muqiu quickly stood up to make way. The nurse's movements were professional and swift. Yet when she lifted the thin blanket covering Lin Mo's chest to examine his wound and the bandage position of the Wanxiang core, Su Muqiu's heart momentarily leaped into her throat. As the bandage was removed, it revealed a wound that was healing well, free from redness or infection. The core, nestled against his skin, exhibited a profound, almost light-absorbing deep blue hue under the sunlight, its surface smooth and devoid of any energy fluctuations, tranquil as a true deep-sea sapphire. The nurse conducted a meticulous inspection, disinfected, and re-wrapped the wound, nodding at Su Muqiu. The the recovery was promising. Both body temperature and blood pressure were stable. She advised continued rest, cautioning against any emotional fluctuations or deep contemplation, her tone imbued with a rare lightness. Su Muqiu exhaled deeply, her anxious heart finally settling back into place. She resumed her position by the bedside, once again grasping Lin Mo's hand. Feeling the faint yet tangible warmth emanating from his palm and the exceedingly slow response of his grip, sunlight bathed their intertwined hands, enveloping the room in a gentle tranquility. As if they had survived a calamity, under the stimulus of the sunlight, Lin Mo's eyes appeared to flutter open slightly. Beneath the haze of confusion, a faint yet clearer glimmer emerged, akin to stars piercing through clouds, struggling and slowly illuminating. His unfocused gaze lingered on the ceiling, his lips moving ever so slightly. Su Muqiu held her breath, leaning in closer. The sound of music, faint and indistinct, resembling a dreamlike murmur, captured her full attention. Was it the sound of the piano? Did Lin Mo hear Tang Ro's playing? But Tang Ro had ceased her performance. Could it merely be a lingering auditory hallucination? Just as she was about to offer reassurance, she noticed Lin Mo's previously vacant stare seemed to faintly focus. Not on any specific object, but rather as though penetrating the veil of reality to glimpse some indistinct vision within his consciousness. The hand she held twitched imperceptibly at the fingertips, as if subconsciously mimicking some action or tracing some form. Following that, a soft yet discernible warmth began to permeate through the skin enveloping his palm, gradually spreading forth like a stream thawing in early spring. No longer was it the tumultuous heat of prior conflicts, nor the chilling silence of despair. Instead, it was a gentle, stable warmth, akin to starlight coalescing into a flow of radiance. This warmth, though faint, bore an unprecedented, reassuring vitality. It was a silent proclamation, signaling that the violent forces of frost and space within the core, having endured catastrophic clashes and prolonged silence, had finally discovered a fragile dynamic equilibrium. Guided not by external force, but by an internal will, Su Muqiu's pupils dilated in astonishment. She gazed at Lin Mo's face, which reflected confusion yet no longer pain. Feeling the gentle and resolute warmth emanating from the depths of the core through their clasped hands, tears brimmed in her eyes once more. But this time they were not tears of despair, but of joyous hope. The spark of life not only illuminated the path home, but also began to warm the icy hearth. In the quiet hospital room, the miracle of life and the faith in guardianship quietly ignited in the warmth of the sun. Chapter 35. The glimmer of homecoming. The sound of music, that faint, dreamlike murmur, suddenly seized Su Muqiu's entire being. The melody? Had Lin Mo, in the depths of his muddled consciousness, heard Tang Ro's piano? But Tang Ro had indeed stopped playing. Could it be a remnant of auditory hallucination? Was it the echo of a string forcibly pressed, vibrating deep within the soul? Just as she intended to soothe him, she was abruptly halted. On the hospital bed, Lin Mo's once vacant gaze, directed at the ceiling, appeared to contract ever so slightly. Like a lens struggling to focus in darkness, it seemed to lock onto some intangible focal point, not fixated on anything tangible in the room, but rather penetrating the barriers of reality, intently observing a vision that had suddenly emerged from the depths of consciousness. His hand, tightly enveloped in Su Muqiu's grasp, suddenly twitched with a delicate yet unmistakable clarity. This was not a painful spasm, but an instinctive motion imbued with strong intent, as if striving to grasp or outline something in the unseen air. Su Muqiu could distinctly feel his cold fingers moving within her palm. The movements were exceedingly slight, intermittent, yet they bore an undeniable trajectory. Points, lines, the embryonic structure of a complex circuit. It was the core energy guiding path of the design blueprint for the spatial singularity, known as the Bingpa Xinghuan, which had been discarded into a cold trash bin. Lin Mo? Su Muqiu's heart raced, panic flooding in like a chilling tide, overwhelming her previous joy. Was he about to succumb to that frantic reasoning once more? That destructive inferno fueled by his very life? Do not think about it, she shouted internally, her voice trembling with emotion, tightening her grip around Lin Mo's hand, desperately attempting to anchor him from the torrent of dangerous thoughts. Yet, the anticipated intense struggle and backlash of energy never came. Under Su Muqiu's alarmed gaze, Lin Mo's hand, which had been futilely tracing in her palm, abruptly ceased its movement. The twitching at his fingertips vanished, replaced by a soft, limp stillness. More strangely still, a clear, gentle, and stable warmth, akin to the thawing streams of early spring, began to flow unbidden through Lin Mo's palm, transmitting to Su Muqiu's enveloping hands. No longer did it bear the ferocious heat of conflict, nor the chilling silence of despair. Instead, it was an unprecedented warmth, brimming with vibrant life. The warmth enveloped them, much like a living entity, steadfastly and gradually permeating, dissipating the despairing chill that had lingered between their skin for days. Su Muqiu's pupils dilated slightly in shock. She abruptly lowered her gaze, fixating intently on Lin Mo's chest beneath the thin blanket, where the core of myriad phenomena lay, shrouded in bandages. No ethereal blue halo emerged, nor were there any signs of energy fluctuations. Yet, the source of warmth unmistakably emanated from that very spot. It was as though the dormant core, after enduring cataclysmic conflict and prolonged stasis, finally, under the spark of Lin Mo's awakening consciousness, struggled to establish a wholly new equilibrium. This was a delicate dynamic stability, no longer reliant on external forces to suppress, but rather guided by an inner will. The forces of frost and space no longer clashed violently. Instead, like the envisioned design on a blueprint, the frosty particles flowed gently around the profound spatial singularity, guided by an intangible frequency born from Lin Mo's awakening intent, slowly circulating and radiating a mild life energy. Dr. Su Muqiu's voice, shaken by the overwhelming impact, trembled with incredulous joy mingled with a trace of lingering fear as she nearly lunged for the call button. Her fingers quivered with excitement, pressing several times before it lit up. Nurses and doctors rushed in again, their tense demeanor habitual. However, as the doctor swiftly checked Lin Mo's vital signs, particularly touching the bandage on his chest and sensing the stable, gentle warmth emanating through it, the gravity etched on his face was instantly replaced by a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Is the body temperature stabilizing? The temperature in the core area is significantly higher than in other regions. The doctor scrutinized the steady data on the monitor, personally unwrapping a corner of the bandage to examine the core and wound closely. There was no redness or swelling, no signs of energy leakage, only a warm, jade-like touch and a consistent warmth. How is this possible? He murmured, his eyes filled with awe for the unknown. The energy system appeared to have entered a spontaneously unprecedented state of stability. He glanced at Su Muqiu, then at Lin Mo, who, though still weak, bore a hint of color in his face. His tone was imbued with an unprecedented solemnity and a flicker of uncertain hope. Miss Su, this may be a positive sign. An incomprehensible recovery mechanism within him has activated. Maintain quietude and close observation. Notify me immediately of any changes. The medical staff departed, filled with disbelief and a hint of exhilaration. The room was once again left with only the two of them. Su Muqiu, as if drained of energy, sank back into her chair, her back soaked in cold sweat. She gazed at Lin Mo's hand, no longer icy, but radiating gentle warmth. Feeling the steady source of life energy emanating from his chest, tears surged forth unexpectedly, cascading down her cheeks and falling onto their clasped hands, warming them both. These were not tears of fear or despair. They were tears of ecstasy, of survival, a profound release upon witnessing the glimmer of hope piercing through the long, wintry night. She tightened her grip on Lin Mo's hand, pressing her cheek against his palm, her voice choked yet filled with unprecedented strength. Lin Mo, do you feel it? It's warm, I senti it. Don't be afraid. We've made it through. We've made it. On the hospital bed, Lin Mo's eyelids seemed to struggle open a fraction. The chaotic gray shroud enveloping his gaze receded as if driven away by the sunlight and the warmth of life flowing through him, becoming noticeably lighter. A faint yet remarkably clear glimmer of consciousness emerged from the depths of chaos, akin to the dawn breaking through dense clouds, difficult yet resolutely shining. His gaze moved slowly, no longer unfocused and bewildered, but filled with a nascent sense of understanding and exploration. Gradually, inch by inch, it swept across the stark white ceiling, past the glaring fluorescent lights, and finally, with painstaking slowness, landed on Su Muqiu's tear-streaked face, which radiated immense joy. His lips began to move again, this time with a greater amplitude than before. His throat struggled to produce sound, but eventually, several extremely faint yet discernible syllables, reminiscent of gravel scraping, emerged with great difficulty. Su Muqiu. The three syllables articulated her name with utmost clarity. Su Muqiu's body jolted as if struck by a bolt of happiness. She lifted her head abruptly, her tear-filled eyes wide with disbelief, fixed intently on Lin Mo's gaze that at last reflected her image. Though still weak and dazed, it was indeed a conscious gaze, a recognition of her presence. It's me. It's me. Lin Mo. It's me. Su Muqiu. She could no longer contain herself, sobbing uncontrollably, gripping his hand tightly against her cheek, incoherently responding, "You're awake. You recognize me. This is wonderful. This is wonderful." Lin Mo's gaze lingered on her tear-streaked face, the faint light of awareness flickering with effort, struggling to coalesce. He seemed to attempt a reassuring smile by slightly curving his lips, yet his weakened muscles only allowed for the faintest bend. His throat emitted raspy sounds, reminiscent of a creaking wind instrument, as if gathering strength. After a considerable pause, he slowly and laboriously managed to utter a few words, his voice hoarse and dry yet imbued with an unmistakable, subtle assertiveness characteristic of Lin Mo water and the strategy. Water? Strategy? Su Muqiu, initially elated, quickly became flustered, grasping the water cup and straw with care to feed him. The warm liquid flowed down his parched throat, causing Lin Mo to wince in pain as he swallowed. Yet he persisted, sip by sip, as if savoring a long-awaited rain after a drought. Upon finishing the water, Su Muqiu's heart tightened at the mention of strategy. What strategy? How could he still be thinking of such things right after awakening? Did he perceive something? Perhaps he sensed the special tactical training with mist as a weapon that Tang Rou was undergoing under Ye Xiu's guidance at the Xingxin Internet Cafe. She gazed at Lin Mo, who, after finishing his drink, appeared slightly clearer, yet still bore the weight of profound fatigue and weakness. He refrained from inquiring further about tactics, instead attempting, with great slowness and difficulty, to once more grasp Su Muqiu's hand. Though the pressure was still faint, it was now more distinct and resolute. This time, the gesture conveyed not merely the instinctive response of life, but a confirmation of survival after calamity, a glimmer of reconnection to the world. The faint light of the homeward journey finally pierced through the lengthy darkness, illuminating his pale, yet no longer lifeless face. Su Muqiu held his hand tightly, feeling the warm flow of life and the faint response, as tears streamed silently down her cheeks, giving rise to her first heartfelt smile in days, filled with immense hope. The frozen abyss had passed, and thorns lay ahead on their path home. Yet this glimmer was sufficient to illuminate their courage to continue onward. Chapter 36. The symphony of noise. Warm water soothed his parched, burning throat, the act of swallowing tugging at the delicate nerve endings with sharp pain, causing Lin Mo's brow to instinctively furrow. Yet this pain was real, vibrant, a heavy anchor tethering his soul to the corporeal realm. The water cascaded down his esophagus, bringing a faint warmth that dispelled the lingering chill of his consciousness. Su Muqiu cautiously removed the cup, tenderly wiping the moisture from his lips with a warm towel. Her movements were focused and gentle, her gaze unwaveringly locked onto every subtle change in his expression. When Lin Mo's weak, yet clear gaze fell upon her once more, devoid of the previous confusion and haze, but rather imbued with a nascent clarity and affirmation, Su Muqiu's heart was enveloped in a tremendous warmth, allowing the tautness of her nerves to finally ease for a moment. "Are you feeling better?" she whispered softly, her voice trembling with the aftershocks of survival. Lin Mo nodded slowly, the slightest movement pulling at his frail body with exhaustion and pain, yet the faint glimmer in his eyes remained resilient. He did not look back at Su Muqiu. Instead, his gaze, filled with a near-obsessive focus, drifted painfully toward the stark, white ceiling of the ward. His eyes seemed to lack focus, as if penetrating through the barriers of steel and concrete, reaching for some distant, cacophonous place. His cracked lips moved slightly, emitting a hoarse sound barely audible. Noisy. Su Muqiu paused, startled. The ward was filled only with the rhythmic beeping of machines and her own breath. What noise could there be? But in the next instant, realization struck her like a lightning bolt. Her heart raced. Was the noise referring to Xingxin? Tang Rou. Lin Mo, what noise? She probed, her voice laced with barely perceptible tension. Could it be that the mist tactics had failed? Had the deadly resonance returned? Lin Mo did not respond immediately. He continued gazing at the ceiling, his brow furrowed in deep concentration as if straining to listen to some sound from the void that only he could perceive. The hand held by Su Muqiu once again transmitted an extremely faint, yet unmistakably clear rhythm. This time, it was not the outlines of weapon schematics, but rather a more complex, chaotic pulsation, like countless fragmented beats, striking erratically along the edges of a keyboard, like a malfunctioning radio, emitting a chaotic cacophony of static, like innumerable leaves thrashing wildly in a tempest. Chaotic, disorderly, filled with incomprehensible leaps, pauses, and unpredictable shifts in tone. It was in stark contrast to the clear, drum-like rhythm he had previously sensed, cold and burning like a blade drawn from its sheath. Chaotic, so chaotic, Lin Mo's lips moved again, his hoarse voice carrying an unprecedented confusion and a hint of a feeble exploratory desire. Chaotic? Traps? Cannot grasp? Su Muqiu's heart raced, not in pain, not in struggle, but in confusion, in exploration. Ye Xiu's mist tactics had worked. Tang Rou's rhythm, forcibly distorted, filled with deception and noise, no longer transmitted a clear source of resonance, but rather a background noise that was difficult to decipher and impossible to pinpoint. It enveloped Lin Mo's recently revived, radar-like sensitivity, obscuring any clear signal, leaving only a cacophony of chaos. Joy surged forth, overwhelming Su Muqiu's worries. She tightly grasped Lin Mo's hand, which conveyed the faint rhythm, her voice trembling with excitement. Yes, chaos is good. Lin Mo, that is noise. It is the noise that protects you. Don't try to grasp it. Let it be chaotic. Let it be noisy. That way, you will be safe. Lin Mo seemed to comprehend her meaning, yet also seemed not to. He remained immersed in the ocean of noise that only he could sense, his brow furrowed, his gaze focused to the point of being hollow. Yet within that focus, there was no longer the sense of impending collapse, but rather an odd solemnity, as if he were facing a complex riddle. He no longer attempted to sketch anything, merely allowing his fingertips to unconsciously, faintly follow the disordered pulsations, like a newborn child, curiously touching this noisy and unfamiliar new world. In the Xingxi Network Club, in the arena room, the sound of keystrokes transformed from the explosive clamor of a tempest to an eerie cacophony filled with countless minute prickles. The sounds were short, erratic, and utterly unpredictable, occasionally erupting densely in the skill key area, occasionally punctuating the directional keys with high-frequency taps, and at times bizarrely plunging into absolute stillness for mere tenths of a second. It was as if the operator's fingers were afflicted with severe Parkinson's, or like a precise instrument infected with chaotic viral code. On the screen, the battle mage, Han Yenro's movements also became exceedingly bizarre, a standard dragon tooth thrust. Yet just before the spear tip struck, the character's body executed an exceedingly strange, minuscule side slip, as swift as a twitch. The movements appeared stiff and distorted, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Immediately following, the intended connection to the skill Tianji was abruptly severed by an unexpected backward jump, disrupting the moment the skill's visual effects activated. The character seemed startled as it was thrust backward. In the next instant, the character exhibited frantic, high-frequency movements within a minuscule range, as though caught in a spasm, with actions so subtle they resembled a mere twitch. Opposite, Jun Mo Xiao held the Chance Umbrella, maintaining an appearance of languidness. Yet the gaze that pierced through the screen was as sharp as an eagle's, fixating intently on every bizarre transformation executed by Han Yenro. Ye Xiu refrained from unleashing a tempestuous assault as before. Instead, he assumed the role of the most patient of hunters, maneuvering Jun Mo Xiao around the periphery of the cacophony created by Han Yenro, engaging in careful probing and observation. A netizen, drawn in by the commotion, gaped at the screen, witnessing Han Yenro's erratic movements, unable to suppress a murmured exclamation. "Shut up!" Chun Gua shot him a glare, her fists clenched in anxiety. She could not comprehend the intricate tactics at play, but she could discern the abnormality in Tang Ro's control. The deliberate, awkward chaos she was creating tugged painfully at her heartstrings. This was not the style of Ro. This was a forced distortion of her true self. In the private booth, Tang Ro pressed her lips tightly together, beads of fine sweat dotting her cool forehead. Her fingers flew across the greasy keyboard with alarming speed. Yet the motions were fraught with a sense of internal conflict and tearing. In her mind, the once rousing and fluid melody of Guming Lian Shi Chu was utterly shattered and distorted. The powerful notes devolved into meaningless eruptions, while the softer tones became calculated pauses, and leaps turned into peculiar convulsions. She was forcefully embedding deceptive noises into the core of her combat instincts. Each meaningless tremor, every intentionally interrupted combo, and each counterintuitive direction change felt like a dull knife slicing through the combat intuition she had just begun to establish. The natural fluidity born of musical rhythm was completely obliterated, replaced by a suffocating, self-denying agony. Rhythm. Pay attention to the rhythm. Ye Xiu's voice resonated through her headphones, cold and near cruel. This isn't about aimless button mashing. Your noise must have purpose. It must serve the deception. That pause after your feint was too deliberate. Even a fool could tell you were waiting. Make it natural, as if you truly made a mistake, as if you were momentarily hindered, as if you changed your mind on the fly. Let it become a coherent part of your overall rhythm. Tang Ro's breath quickened suddenly. Ye Xiu's words struck her chaotic nerves like a chilling whip. Natural? Coherent? To seek authenticity within this self-created cacophony? This felt more suffocating than the most challenging piano piece. She bit her lip fiercely, the taste of iron flooding her mouth. The sharp pain forced her chaotic thoughts to coalesce for a fleeting moment. In her mind, Ye Xiu's earlier metaphor regarding dynamic balance flashed through like lightning, encircling the spatial singularity of the Frost Star Ring. It seemed wild and chaotic, yet it was constrained by intricate rules. Constraint. Rules. Order amidst chaos. She inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her body's instinctive resistance and tearing pain. Suddenly, her fingertips shifted. No longer were they flailing aimlessly to create disorder, but they began to imbue each noise with tactical significance. The minuscule, high-frequency sidestep transformed from blind twitching into a simulation of a hasty evasion, as if anticipating the opponent's predicted attack direction before the dragon tooth struck. The unexpected backward jump ceased to be a jarring interruption and instead masqueraded as a desperate reaction to being potentially forced back by the opponent's area of effect skill. The rapid text tremors were no longer spasms, but rather a portrayal of struggling to find a breakthrough under the opponent's suppressive fire. Her actions remained fraught with prickly noise, still chaotic and variable. Yet beneath this tumultuous exterior, a deeper, colder logic began to quietly construct itself. Every false signal, every rhythmic deception, started to be integrated into a larger tactical framework filled with traps. She was no longer creating chaos for chaos's sake, but was striving to become the master of this fog of noise. On the screen, Han Yenro's movements remained bizarrely distorted, but the sense of stiffness and deliberate awkwardness subtly diminished. Her mobility and skill usage began to take on an elusive, drunken-like quality of chaos that was difficult to decipher. Ye Xiu's pupils constricted sharply. He keenly detected this subtle shift. The probing steps of Chance Umbrella transformed into a sudden ferocity. The Chance Umbrella morphed into a spear-like form. The rondo staff slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed at the exposed flank of Han Yenro, revealed by her clumsy backward jump. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. The timing was impeccable, targeting the weak defensive point that Tang Rou had just created in her noise trap simulation. Had it been the previous Tang Rou, faced with this accurately predicted rondo staff, she would have either braced herself or been forced to rely on her extreme reflexes to evade, resulting in stiff, distorted movements, falling into a more significant passive state. However, this time, a cold glint erupted in Tang Rou's eyes. Beneath the chaotic noise, the forcibly constructed tactical logic activated in an instant. Her left pinky and ring fingers clicked the directional keys at an unimaginable frequency and angle, intercrossing twice in rapid succession. Simultaneously, her right index and middle fingers executed a swift slide from the jump key to the block key, lightly tapping the jump key before swiftly sliding to the block key. On the screen, Han Yenro's body was suddenly yanked as if pulled by invisible strings. Instead of attempting to block or evade the rondo staff as Ye Xiu predicted, she utilized the momentum from her backward jump to execute an even smaller, faster secondary backward jump, twisting her body mid-air. The spear in her hand thrust upward at an angle that defied the laws of physics, unexpectedly unleashing the low-tier airborne technique of the battle mage, Tianji. Yet this Tianji was initiated from a cunning position, with the timing perfectly aligned within the absolute gap between the rondo staff's sweep and the exhaustion of its previous force, before the new force had yet to manifest. The angle, timing, and trajectory were meticulously calculated, as if orchestrated by a supercomputer. This was not a hasty defensive maneuver born of desperation. Rather, it was a meticulously arranged, self-sacrificial, lethal countertrap. She cleverly leveraged the noise she created and her seemingly disheveled appearance to successfully lure Ye Xiu into a psychological blind spot of her design. What? Ye Xiu's pupils contracted in shock. Despite his vast experience, he could not have anticipated that Tang Rou would lay such a treacherous and cunning ambush amidst the chaotic rhythm of battle. The tip of the spear glinted coldly as it precisely struck the wrist of Chance Umbrella, which had been slightly elevated due to the force exerted by the Ruanwu staff. Although the damage was minimal, the floating effect of the Tianji skill was instantaneously activated. Chance Umbrella's body was momentarily halted by an unseen force. Although Ye Xiu, with his terrifying reflexes and skills, executed a flawless landing maneuver, preventing any airborne combo, he still suffered a slight loss of health. The arena fell into an eerie silence for a brief moment. Magnificent. Guo, filled with excitement, slammed her hands on the table and stood up, her voice rising in pitch. She could not comprehend the intricate tactical maneuvers, but she witnessed the outcome. Rou had struck. She had hit the monster, Ye Xiu. In the private box, Tang Rou gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down her temples. The momentary counterattack had nearly drained her of all mental and physical energy. Yet, her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. It was a cold ecstasy, a glimpse of a new realm forged through immense pain and chaos. She had succeeded. Within the self-created fog of noise, she had laid a trap and successfully hit her target. This was no longer a mere defensive noise, but a proactive offensive weapon. Ye Xiu gazed at the screen, where Han Yenro, despite a slight health loss, now emanated a fierce aura akin to rebirth through fire. He exhaled a breath of stale air, removing his headphones. The habitual nonchalance on his face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravitas and an unmistakable admiration. Impressive. He spoke into the microphone, his voice low and clear, uttering 2 words. This was not a mere formality. It was heartfelt recognition. The noise was beginning to take on a tactical quality. Shall we continue? Tang Rou remained silent. She took a slow, steady breath, suppressing the tumultuous surge of blood and the burning sensation in her fingertips. On screen, Han Yenro regained her stance. The spear held diagonally, its tip trembling subtly in the shifting light, as if silently proclaiming, this chaotic battlefield of noise would become her new domain. The symphony of keyboard noise once again erupted, more sinister and deadly in its variations. Chapter 37. Echoes of the return. The visual effects within the arena had yet to fully dissipate. On the screen, Han Yenro, leaning on her spear, bore a slight loss of health, yet her posture resembled a bloodied lone wolf, exuding a sharpness forged in chaos. Opposite her, Jun Mo Xiao leaned casually against the Chance Umbrella, yet Ye Xiu's gaze, reflected through the screen, was as sharp as a freshly honed blade. The air in the private box was thick with the scent of sweat and the faint aroma of burnt rubber from the rapid keystrokes. Tang Rou was panting heavily, her chest rising and falling, cool droplets of sweat rolling down her forehead. Her fingertips trembled slightly from the intense operation she had executed amidst the self-generated storm of noise, still tinged with a burning, tingling sensation. Yet, her eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. It was a cold ecstasy, a glimpse of a new realm forged through immense pain and chaos. The chaotic noise fog was no longer a prison. It was her hunting ground. Ye Xiu removed his headphones, the sound of his low, clear impressive still resonating in the private box. He turned to Tang Rou, his habitual nonchalance entirely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and an unmistakable admiration. The noise was beginning to take on a tactical quality. Shall we continue? His voice was infused with the thrill of a worthy opponent and deeper anticipation. Tang Rou did not respond immediately. She took a slow, steady breath, suppressing the tumult within her. On the screen, the tip of Han Yenrou's spear trembled slightly, as if silently asserting dominion. She poised her fingers above the greasy keyboard. The slight tremor not from fatigue, but from the emergence of a new, aggressive rhythm thriving amidst the chaos. Noise was her weapon. Chaos was her disguise. Let us proceed. Her cold voice carried an undeniable conviction. This time, it was not a defensive declaration, but an offensive proclamation. The symphony of keyboard noise surged forth again, more sinister and deadly in its variations. In the single patient room of City 1 Hospital, afternoon sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting a warm beam of light upon the floor, where motes of dust danced slowly in the light. The rhythmic beeping of the machines resembled the steady breath of life. Su Muqiu carefully brought a spoonful of warm rice porridge to Lin Mo's lips. His swallowing remained slow and laborious, each movement of his throat eliciting a flicker of pain, causing his brow to furrow instinctively. However, compared to the previous state of confusion, he now, though still displaying the frailty of someone recovering from a severe illness and a lingering sense of bewilderment, could weakly cooperate with the action of opening his mouth. His gaze no longer wandered aimlessly towards the ceiling, but explored the familiar furnishings of the room, gradually scanning over the green leaves of the pothose on the windowsill, the vase of fresh lilies on the bedside table, and finally resting upon Su Muqiu's focused and gentle face. Su Muqiu, with warmth in her eyes, felt a smile blossom within her, akin to spring waters melting the ice. She gently wiped away the rice residue from the corner of his mouth with a warm towel, urging him to take his time, not to rush. Lin Mo nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment before slowly drifting away. Settling on the azure sky, framed by the window, sunlight graced his pallid yet no longer lifeless face, casting a small shadow from his eyelashes. His hand, left outside the quilt by Su Muqiu and devoid of four fluids, lay limply over the edge of the bed, its fingertips curling and releasing in an almost imperceptible, erratic rhythm, as if grasping at something intangible in the void. At that moment, a faint yet extraordinarily clear sensation emerged, akin to a second stone cast into a serene lake, instantly shattering the tranquility of the ward and penetrating the depths of Lin Mo's consciousness. This time, it was not the previous violent, tearing resonance, nor the chaotic, elusive cacophony that followed. Instead, it was a novel and peculiar wave. The chaos remained, with countless fragmented, erratic beats still echoing in the emptiness. Jumps, pauses, and modulations filled the air with an incomprehensible prickling sensation. Yet, deep within this tumultuous sea of noise, a starkly different sense of cold, precise order emerged, like sharp reefs lurking beneath turbulent undercurrents, suddenly surfacing. It embodied a chilling, burning will, a tactical core that possessed the insight of everything and the mastery of the entire situation. This essence did not replace the noise. Rather, it acted as an invisible commander, deftly guiding each seemingly disordered current on the chaotic battlefield, weaving them into a lethal snare. The chaotic noise transformed from an obstacle into the perfect guise and vessel for this frigid will. Lin Mo's fingers, resting on the edge of the bed, suddenly stiffened. The faint rhythm of movement ceased instantaneously. His eyes, previously imbued with a hint of dazed awakening, abruptly contracted. That flicker of clarity was ignited by an overwhelming astonishment and resonance emerging from the depths of his soul. A suppressed, powerful groan escaped from the depths of his throat. His body tensed uncontrollably, pulling at his wounds, the excruciating pain causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Lin Mo Gu. Su Muqiu was terrified. her heart racing as the spoon in her hand clattered into the bowl. She rushed over to steady him, only to witness him suddenly widen his eyes. Those eyes, no longer weak and bewildered, now brimmed with an incredulous sharpness and an almost greedy insight. He fixated on a point in the void, as if piercing through space to witness another battlefield, where chaos and cold tactics intertwined in a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Mo's lips trembled violently, fragmented syllables bursting forth from his clenched jaw, infused with overwhelming excitement and agony, as the tactical core ignited within the noise. Su Muqiu's heart plummeted. The core? The tactical core? Burning within the noise. Had Ye Xiu's fog tactic failed? Did Tang Rou's innovative, cold tactical rhythm penetrate the noise's disguise, allowing Lin Mo to perceive it more clearly? Had it even triggered a stronger resonance? A profound panic gripped her heart like an icy hand. Instinctively, she reached for the call button. No, wait. Lin Mo struggled to articulate a few words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable urgency. His hand, resting on the bed's edge, shot up weakly yet resolutely, gripping Su Muqiu's wrist as she attempted to press the button. The pressure was slight, yet it radiated a scorching warmth and an almost obsessive focus. Su Muqiu's actions froze in an instant. She stared at Lin Mo in shock. His face was a blend of excruciating pain and a strange, near-burning excitement. He clutched her wrist tightly, his gaze still penetrating the void, as if enduring immense suffering while simultaneously feverishly absorbing some irresistible essence. Though painful, Lin Mo's breaths were rapid and disordered, his chest heaving violently, each breath pulling at his wounds with agonizing intensity, the veins at his temples throbbing, and cold sweat soaking his hairline. Yet his eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. Like dry tinder set ablaze, he intermittently uttered fragmented words, each like a searing iron. His hand gripping Su Muqiu's wrist dug deeply into her skin, transmitting a searing, almost convulsive strength. The core guided the noise, perfectly disguising it. His voice grew softer and more fragmented, as if he were exhausting every ounce of energy to capture and describe that peculiar perception piercing through space. The agony caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, his grip on Su Muqiu's hand gradually weakening. Lin Mo, stop. Please stop. Su Muqiu, witnessing his contorted face and that almost frenzied gleam in his eyes, felt a surge of terror alter her tone. She broke free from his feeble grasp and, disregarding everything, pressed the call button. The shrill ring instantly shattered the ward's tranquility. Doctors and nurses rushed in again. Seeing Lin Mo in agony, drenched in cold sweat, and gasping for breath, the doctor's expression changed dramatically. What happened? Wasn't he fine just a moment ago? He swiftly checked Lin Mo's vitals, rapid heartbeat, elevated blood pressure, and an abnormal rise in temperature. Curiously, the temperature from the previously dormant core location, although elevated, was remarkably stable, lacking the previously chaotic and violent heat, resembling instead a piece of jade being perpetually heated. The energy fluctuations were unusual yet stable. The doctor scrutinized the monitor's data, his brow furrowing in confusion. It was not a backlash, but rather seemed to be forcibly activated and guided by some intense mental activity. He suddenly turned to Su Muqiu, demanding to know what she had done or said. Su Muqiu, pale and incoherent, replied. He suddenly mentioned the core, the tactical core burning within the noise, saying it hurt, but also spoke of structural balance and deceptive traps. He seems to have sensed something. Perception? The doctor's gaze sharpened like a blade. Was it that signal source again? Hadn't they severed the noise? It is noise, but he said there was a core burning within the noise. Su Muqiu's voice trembled with a hint of tears. The doctor observed Lin Mo, who, despite his suffering, still bore that strange focus and excitement, and glanced at the stable yet rising core temperature data devoid of any signs of chaos. An absurd yet seemingly singularly rational explanation surfaced in his mind. The patient was not suffering from harmful energy backlash, but was, while enduring immense pain, mentally focused on deciphering an extraordinarily complex stream of information penetrating through space. The information stream stimulated his mind, forcibly activating and guiding the core of energy within him, maintaining a state of high load, yet stable operation amidst the throes of pain. Such a phenomenon was utterly unprecedented. A sedative was injected once again into Lin Mo's veins. The intense agony gradually subsided under the powerful influence of the medication. His tense body slackened, and his rapid breaths transformed into a steady rhythm. Yet, the peculiar glimmer ignited in the depths of his eyes did not extinguish completely. Rather, it settled into a deeper, more introspective ember, silently burning beneath his closed eyelids. The doctor observed Lin Mo, now lost in drug-induced slumber, and glanced at the pale, shaken Su Muqiu, weary fingers massaging his brow, his tone heavy with an unprecedented seriousness and uncertainty. The situation is quite complex. Both his body and mind are undergoing drastic changes that we cannot comprehend. As it stands, There is no immediate risk of the energy core spiraling out of control, but this high-intensity mental activity and energy operation is an immense burden on his recovery. It must be strictly regulated. Absolutely. He must not be subjected to any further intense stimuli, particularly those involving complex tactical logic. Otherwise, next time, his body may not endure. Su Muqiu nodded vigorously, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. She gazed at Lin Mo's brow, still slightly furrowed in sleep, as if she could still feel the heat and near-manic focus he had conveyed when he grasped her wrist earlier. Under the dim light of the return journey, thorns grew wild. The peculiar symphony, merging noise camouflage with a cold tactical core, pierced through space like a double-edged sword, presenting a lethal threat while simultaneously igniting the indelible embers deep within Lin Mo's soul. Would he descend into the abyss of destruction, or carve a path strewn with thorns never before traversed? None could say. Only the tightly knit brow and the embers settled in his eyes signified that this silent war was far from over. Chapter 38. Ice String Star Radiance. The ward was permeated with the distinct, slightly sweet, and cold scent of the potent sedative. Lin Mo was deeply ensnared in the drug-induced haze, breathing long and heavy, his brow furrowed, as if he were still traversing the perilous thicket in his dreams. The rhythmic beeping of the machines was the only echo in this deathly silence, marking the sluggish passage of time. Su Muqiu remained by the bedside, resembling a statue stripped of its soul. Her body was rigidly sunk into the chair, her vacant gaze fixed on Lin Mo's pale, silent face, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the contours of the prominent bones on his wrist. The shocking remark made by Ye Xiu just before hanging up resonated in her mind like a poisoned ice spike, embedding itself therein and bringing a chilling sense of dread and overwhelming dizziness. Lin Mo might not merely be a receiver. He is the processor. He is deciphering Xiaotang's tactical noise. Could he even be exploiting it in reverse? Deciphering? Exploiting in reverse? Processor? Each term was absurd enough to provoke laughter, yet so cold and cruel that it sent shivers down her spine. What did this imply? It signified that every agonizing distortion of self that Tang Rou endured in the Xinhui Internet Cafe, creating deceptive noise operations, had not formed a barrier against harm. Instead, it had morphed into a relentless barrage of poisoned arrows directed at Lin Mo. His nearly shattered soul and silent core were being compelled to undertake a harrowing analysis at the cost of his very life under this toxic downpour. This was no protection. It was, without a doubt, a more insidious and brutal form of murder. A profound fear and an inescapable sense of powerlessness surged through her, like icy tides crashing relentlessly against the crumbling dam of her sanity. What was she to do? Rush back to Xinhui immediately and forcibly terminate Tang Rou's training? Yet, Ye Xiu's grave tone and solitary assertion of hope shackled her movements like heavy chains. Must she merely watch as Lin Mo battled through pain and flames in search of a precarious equilibrium? Despair clung to her like thick tar, suffocating her breath. She slowly leaned down, gently resting her forehead against the cold back of Lin Mo's hand, as if seeking a thread of strength from the faint pulse within. Tears silently spread, carrying a burning warmth that soaked his pale skin. At that moment, a faint yet exceedingly clear sensation of vibration surged through, akin to ripples produced by a stone cast into a deep pool, penetrating the layers of drug-induced slumber and softly brushing against Su Muqiu's forehead pressed against Lin Mo's hand. This time, it was not any signal emanating from the direction of Xinhui that she had previously sensed. The source of this vibration lay beneath the very hand she was resting upon. Within Lin Mo's silent body, Su Muqiu abruptly raised her head, her pupils dilating in astonishment. She clearly observed Lin Mo's hand, the one her forehead had just touched, twitching ever so slightly, with an extraordinary and peculiar rhythm. It was not a painful spasm, but rather an almost instinctual, precisely directed movement. The tips of his index, middle, and ring fingers, as if guided by invisible threads, traced faintly yet intermittently through the air. He was unconsciously sketching something. The movements were as delicate as the fluttering wings of a dying butterfly, yet imbued with a disquieting focus and fluidity. Su Muqiu's heart raced wildly. She held her breath, her gaze fixed intently on those gently moving fingers. The trajectory of the sketch was so familiar, so terrifying. It was points, lines, the nascent form of an energy circuit. The most core, intricate, and perilous dynamic balance structure of the frost star ring entwined around the singularity, depicted in the design blueprint of the spear known as the Space Singularity Ice Soul Star Ring, which had been discarded into the cold medical waste bin. No, Lin Mo. Stop. Please, stop. Su Muqiu's soul nearly fled in terror. She cried out in a hoarse, tear-choked voice, her hands reaching out desperately to grasp Lin Mo's painting hand, attempting to halt this suicidal frenzy. However, just as her fingertips were about to make contact with his skin, a faint sound, akin to ice crystals suddenly condensing, pierced the air. A faint yet exquisitely condensed azure glow suddenly erupted from Lin Mo's fingertips, which traced intangible lines in the air, without any prior warning. The radiance flickered and vanished in an instant, as swift as an illusion. Yet, Su Muqiu, who had extended her hand, distinctly felt a bone-chilling coldness that surged up her fingertips, sending a shiver coursing through her body, leaving her motionless mid-air, almost simultaneously with the flash of blue light. Lin Mo's hand, which had been sketching in the void, abruptly halted. The movement at his fingertips ceased, becoming soft and feeble once more. Following this, a clearly discernible, gentle, and stable warmth, akin to the thawing streams of early spring, unexpectedly flowed through Lin Mo's palm and conveyed itself to Su Muqiu's suspended hand. This warmth mirrored the soothing essence emitted from his core upon regaining consciousness, perhaps even more stable and profound. Su Muqiu was rendered completely motionless. A torrent of astonishment and confusion crashed upon her heart, akin to icy water mingled with molten lava. What on earth was happening? Was this a frenzied extrapolation born from excruciating pain, or some unfathomable miracle? She abruptly lowered her gaze, fixating on the area beneath Lin Mo's thin blanket, where the core of myriad phenomena lay covered by gauze. No azure halo emanated from it, yet an indescribable, faint pulsation, reminiscent of celestial bodies in motion, distinctly penetrated through the layers of obstruction and reached her senses. It was no longer the previous frigid silence, nor the searing turmoil, but a profound, stable rhythm imbued with a burning will of cold. It seemed as though the dormant core had undergone a silent transformation the moment that fleeting azure light burst forth from his fingertips. Su Muqiu's breath halted. She felt as if an invisible force had pinned her in place, compelled to witness this incomprehensible scene unfold. Time appeared to elongate, with every second weighed down by an oppressive unknown. It was uncertain how long had passed, perhaps only a few seconds, yet it felt as interminable as a century. Lin Mo's tightly shut eyelids slowly parted, revealing a narrow slit. This time, the chaotic gray mist beneath them had noticeably thinned, as if swept away by a tempest. An unprecedented, nearly frigid clarity of light, akin to a cold star piercing through the clouds, flickered with great difficulty yet unwavering determination from the depths of that chaos. His gaze was no longer that of a newly awakened innocence, nor the wildness born of agony. It bore an extreme frailty reminiscent of someone recovering from a grave illness, intertwined with an almost inhuman tranquility that suggested an insight into profound mysteries. His lips moved slowly, the voice hoarse and dry, yet strikingly clear, each word falling like ice pearls upon a jade platter. Ice string connected. Ice string? Connected? A sudden heaviness gripped Su Muqiu's heart. Was the ice string a reference to Tang Rou's cold-burning will, or the core power within him that had just stabilized? Connected? Connected to what? A wave of terror surged through her once more. Was the bizarre azure light from earlier and the transformation of the core a sign of a deeper connection being established? Could it be that Lin Mo was? Lin Mo? What ice string? What connection? How do you feel? She urgently inquired, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Lin Mo seemed to have heard her. His gaze, imbued with cold clarity, sluggishly moved to rest upon Su Muqiu's face, which was etched with fear. The corners of his mouth barely lifted, attempting to form a reassuring expression, yet his frailty only allowed for a vague arc. He did not answer her question. Instead, his eyes, filled with an almost obsessive focus, painstakingly shifted towards the bedside table beside him. His lips moved again, uttering words even weaker, yet striking Su Muqiu like a thunderbolt. The drawing is there. The moment she heard the drawing, Su Muqiu felt her blood freeze. She abruptly followed Lin Mo's gaze to the bedside table, the bottom drawer, that old coat concealing the blood-stained blueprint. A chill surged from her feet straight to the crown of her head. The drawing? Did he sense it? While unconscious, after the transformation of the core? She recoiled her gaze as if scalded, turning to glance at Lin Mo once more, only to find his focus unwaveringly fixed on that drawer. The cold clarity in his eyes flickering violently, as though engaged in a final struggle against some invisible force. His hand, which had just transmitted warmth, weakly lifted, its fingertips pointing towards the drawer, the action feeble yet resolute. Take it out, he rasped, expending his last vestige of strength, the command fading into heavy breaths. He closed his eyes once more, as if the brief moment of lucidity and the directive had drained him of all his spirit. Yet, the stable pulsation emanating from beneath his thin blanket was clearer and more powerful than before. Su Muqiu stood frozen, as if turned to stone. A colossal dread and an irresistible command tore at her very soul. Take it out? The drawing that nearly cost him his life, deemed a curse by the doctors, which she had sealed with her own hands. From the narrow gap of the drawer, a faint yet eerily familiar azure light, echoing the pulsation of Lin Mo's core, flickered into view, almost like a breath. The ice string had been connected, the starshine faintly unfurling. At the end of the return journey lay an unfathomable abyss of the unknown, or perhaps a throne of thorns leading to rebirth. Su Muqiu gazed at the ominous azure glow, then at Lin Mo's furrowed brow in slumber and the steady pulsation of his core. The weight of her monumental choice tightened around her throat like a cold noose. Chapter 39. The glimmer of choice, the faint azure glow seeping from the crack of the drawer was akin to the silent gaze of an abyssal eye. Instantly freezing Su Muqiu's blood, Lin Mo's hand, once pointing towards the drawer and having exhausted its last strength, fell limply, sinking back into the deep slumber induced by the medication. Yet, the steady and powerful heartbeat emanating from his chest, akin to the celestial movements of the stars, relentlessly struck against Su Muqiu's precarious sanity like a drum. To retrieve it? To extract that blood-stained blueprint, deemed forbidden by doctors and regarded as a curse, which she had sealed deep within an old coat. Lin Mo's final hoarse command, imbued with an unyielding resolve and an almost obsessive insight, pierced through her thoughts. He had seen it. In the moment of core transformation, as a cold, azure glow erupted from his fingertips and consciousness briefly returned to clarity. He transcended the barriers of matter and beheld the location of that blueprint. It resonated inextricably with the newly stabilized core within him, pulsating with the rhythm of the stars. A profound terror, akin to frigid vines, constricted Su Muqiu's heart and limbs. The doctor's stern warning echoed in her ears, an absolute prohibition against any further contact. That was the source of backlash. The last instance, merely sensing the existence of the blueprint, had triggered the freezing of the four-line and a violent clash of energies. Now, with the core newly transformed and still in an extremely fragile state, retrieving the blueprint would be akin to tossing a lit match into a powder keg. Visions of destruction surged before her eyes. Lin Mo once again embroiled in a painful struggle, his core spiraling into chaos, the azure cold light tearing apart the hospital room. All efforts rendered futile. Yet, the steady and forceful pulse from Lin Mo's chest, the ephemeral yet graceful movement of his fingertips, and the brief moments of clarity reflected in his cold, burning gaze, all pointed towards a possibility she could not comprehend, yet which undeniably existed. This blueprint might not be a curse, but rather an essential key to his rebirth, a blueprint guiding the stellar pulsations of his newfound core. Would she adhere to the doctor's absolute prohibition, maintaining this illusory, fragile safety? Or would she heed Lin Mo's instinct, which wagered his life, to unlock this Pandora's box? Gambling for a sliver of hope. The conflict within her resembled two towering icebergs, crashing against her soul, grinding out chilling shards. She stood frozen at the bedside, her gaze fixed on the drawer emanating an ominous azure light, her body trembling under the immense pressure. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into a torturous agony. The rhythmic beeping of the machines mirrored death's cold countdown. The cold azure light from the drawer's crevice seemed to sense her inner turmoil, its flickering rhythm quickening imperceptibly. That glow, though faint, bore an obstinate, soul-piercing call. Su Muqiu abruptly closed her eyes. In her mind flashed Lin Mo's burning gaze as he focused intently on his drawings before his coma, the peculiar fluidity of the azure light erupting from his fingertips, and the current steady pulsation of the stellar rhythm within his chest. Finally, she fixated on the agonizing words he had just struggled to utter. Filled with immense pain yet insight, the ice thread connects, the ice thread connects, the blueprint. A surge of resolute, almost tragic power crashed through the dam of fear. She opened her eyes, the struggle and tears in her gaze replaced by an almost icy determination, no longer hesitating, like a warrior marching to the gallows. She staggered, yet resolutely approached the bedside table. Each step resonated with her vehement heartbeat. Her fingertips brushed against the cold metal drawer handle, and the azure light seemed to ignite into a searing heat. She yanked the drawer open. A heavy scent of disinfectant mingled with the dust of old garments assaulted her senses. The blood-stained old coat lay quietly at the bottom, like a forgotten relic. Su Muqiu's gaze, akin to a searchlight, instantly locked onto the inconspicuous pocket within the coat. The pocket's outline bulged slightly. A clearer, more concentrated azure light pulsed through the thin fabric, flickering steadily like a heartbeat. Su Muqiu's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. Trembling, she reached for the pocket. Her fingertips brushed the cold, coarse fabric, encountering the neatly folded edges of a hard paper within, emanating an astonishing chill. The icy touch coursed through her body like electricity. Drawing a deep breath, as if summoning all her courage, she abruptly pulled out the folded blueprint. Buzz. The moment the blueprint was exposed to the air, it erupted with an azure brilliance far more intense than that from the drawer's crevice. Cold, concentrated, with a sharpness that seemed to emanate from the depths of the cosmos. The light illuminated the dim corner of the bedside table and Su Muqiu's pale, terrified face. Simultaneously, on the hospital bed, Lin Mo, ensnared in a deep slumber, suddenly convulsed violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Beneath the thin blanket, the steady heartbeat of stars intensified abruptly. A low, grand hum, akin to the awakening roar of an ancient beast, resonated unexpectedly from deep within him, filling the entire hospital room. Lin Mo, Su Muqiu's anguished scream was drowned out by the overwhelming hum. She watched in terror as Lin Mo's body tensed uncontrollably, arching up. A sickly flush surged across his pale face. Beneath tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs spun wildly. A hoarse, suffocating cry escaped his throat. Destruction. Backlash. The most terrifying nightmare unfolded before her. In despair, Su Muqiu closed her eyes. The blueprint in her hands felt like a scorching iron, and she yearned to cast it away, to destroy it. Yet, at that precipice of annihilation, the blueprint tightly clutched in her grasp, bursting forth with blinding blue light. Projected a concentrated beam of azure light from its deep, swirling frost vortex and shadowy singularity pattern, piercing through space to illuminate the core beneath Lin Mo's thin blanket. Hiss! A sound akin to a searing iron plunging into ice water echoed. The frenzied, near uncontrollable heartbeat of Lin Mo's core and the immense humming within him were suddenly gripped by an invisible hand of absolute zero, freezing in an instant. The chaos ceased. He tensed his bow-like body, suddenly stiffening like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily back onto the bed. The sickly flush on his face rapidly faded, replaced by the pallor of blood loss. The suffocating rasp from his throat abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of heavy, labored breaths. Beneath tightly shut eyelids, the frantically moving eyeballs came to an abrupt halt, plunging into a profound silence. The oppressive, overwhelming hum in the hospital room vanished in an instant, leaving only the sharp alarms from the disturbed machines and Lin Mo's labored breaths. Su Muqiu was taken aback by this sudden transformation. She opened her eyes wide, incredulously gazing at the blueprint in her hand, where the ethereal blue beam projected onto Lin Mo's chest showed no signs of fading. Instead, it became more solid and stable, resembling a cold energy umbilical cord tightly connecting the blueprint to Lin Mo's core. The originally tumultuous blue light on the blueprint had also calmed considerably, pulsating rhythmically with the stabilized beam, as if it were breathing. What astonished her even more was the sensation of pulsation emanating from beneath the thin blanket covering Lin Mo's chest. It was no longer the chaotic tremors akin to the movement of stars, but a brand new, ineffable rhythm. Cold, like the heart of an ancient glacier, profound, like a cosmic singularity that devours all light, stable, like the eternal laws of celestial motion. Yet within this cold, deep, and stable core pulsation burned a willful fire, reclusive to the utmost, as if it could freeze the soul. The ethereal blue beam from the blueprint acted as the most precise guiding device, steadily injecting energy into Lin Mo's core, which pulsed with a new, powerful, and cold rhythm, seemingly greedily absorbing the blueprint's information and reversing the transformative power back into the blueprint through the beam. An unspoken, profound cycle was established between the two. The blueprint was no longer a passive vessel of information, but had become an extension and controller of core power. The core was no longer a chaotic energy source, but had transformed, under the blueprint's constraints, into a precisely burning, cold engine. The hospital door was suddenly flung open. Doctors and nurses, startled by the piercing alarm, rushed in with ashen faces. What happened? The doctor, witnessing Lin Mo's pale, gasping form and the chaotic data on the machines, demanded sharply, but the next moment, his gaze was firmly captured by the strange blueprint in Su Muqiu's hand, which emanated an eerie blue glow and projected a beam connecting Lin Mo's chest. What is that thing? Put it down. Su Muqiu, suddenly awakened from her stupor, instinctively wanted to discard the blueprint, severing the bizarre connection of the beam. Don't move. A hoarse yet authoritative voice, imbued with undeniable command, pierced through the chaos of the hospital room like an ice pick. On the hospital bed, Lin Mo had somehow opened his eyes once more. This time, his gaze was utterly different. All weakness, confusion, and suffering had vanished. In their stead was an unfathomable coldness, akin to the vacuum of space, and an absolute clarity that comprehended the rules of existence. Deep within his eyes, it seemed as if two clusters of ethereal blue starlight burned silently. His gaze transcended the flustered doctors and nurses, landing squarely on Su Muqiu, fixated on the blueprint that radiated a ghostly blue luminescence in her hand. Without moving his lips, a clear, cold voice, resonating with a metallic echo, reverberated directly in the hearts of Su Muqiu and everyone present, like a divine decree. Maintain the connection. This is the coordinate of the return journey. Chapter 40. The weaving of ice strings maintain the connection. This is the coordinate of the return journey. The cold, clear voice, resonating like metallic vibrations, did not travel through the air but pierced directly into the consciousness of everyone in the hospital room like an ice spear. Su Muqiu, the doctor. The nurses. All were as if pinned in place by an invisible force, their minds blank, with only the words bearing an otherworldly gravitas resonating deep within their souls. The stethoscope dropped from the doctor's hand with a clatter, the jarring metallic sound echoing hauntingly in the hushed hospital room. His face turned as pale as paper, his pupils constricting sharply in overwhelming shock and cognitive dissonance, fixated on the figure on the bed with open eyes. Was that still Lin Mo? His complexion remained as pale as parchment, lips cracked, exuding an aura of extreme weakness, as if recovering from a grave illness. Yet those eyes, an unfathomable coldness, as if frozen in a frigid abyss for eons. There was no anger, no pain, no human emotional fluctuations, only an absolute clarity akin to the vacuum of space and an overwhelming mastery over the rules of existence. Deep in his gaze, 2 points of ethereal blue starlight burned silently, reflecting the concentrated beam connecting to his chest and the blueprint in Su Muqiu's hand. Su Muqiu's voice trembled, overwhelmed by immense fear and an indescribable glimmer of hope. She looked at the blueprint pulsating with a lifelike ethereal blue glow, projecting a cold beam. Then back to Lin Mo's otherworldly eyes, feeling as if she held not merely paper, but a monolith bridging dimensions. Lin Mo's gaze slowly swept over the astonished doctors and nurses, his piercing, icy stare carrying the weight of 1,000 burdens, rendering them utterly silent, even their breaths suspended. His gaze finally returned to Su Muqiu, focusing on the blueprint in her hand. The energy is stable. The cold voice once again resonated in everyone's hearts, delivering a statement of fact with indifferent finality. The core restructuring is complete. As if to validate his words, the shrill alarms in the hospital room abruptly ceased. The chaotic waveforms on the ECG monitor were forcefully smoothed by an unseen hand, instantly restoring a steady and powerful rhythm. Blood pressure and blood oxygen levels simultaneously rose, stabilizing within safe ranges. Even more remarkably, the cold, deep, and stable pulsation emanating from Lin Mo's chest became clearer and stronger, imbued with a rhythm that sent shivers down one's spine. The ethereal blue beam connecting the blueprint to the core shimmered, flowing like a cold, energetic lifeblood, silently conveying that a new equilibrium had been established. The doctor gazed at the instrument data that had instantaneously returned to normal, feeling the suffocating inhuman pressure within the ward and the supernatural beam of light connecting everything. His lips trembled, and he found himself unable to utter a single word. This was entirely beyond the realm of his understanding. Science, medicine. In the face of this bizarre phenomenon, they appeared so pale and absurd. He pointed at the blueprints in Su Muqiu's hand and at Lin Mo, his voice hoarse and dry, asking, "What is this?" Lin Mo's icy gaze swept past him without a word. That look seemed to convey, "Mortal, there is no need to comprehend." He closed his eyes once more, not in a state of unconsciousness, but rather in a profound retreat, as if connecting with some grand existence. The burning azure starlight in his eyes faded, yet the inhuman chill and the steady pulsation of stars in his chest continued to envelop the ward like a tangible presence. Su Muqiu observed the blueprint in her hand, which pulsed steadily and emitted a ghostly blue light. She glanced again at Lin Mo, who lay on the bed, seemingly asleep, yet radiating an otherworldly aura. A wave of immense coldness and a sense of exhaustion after surviving a catastrophe washed over her. Her legs weakened, and she leaned against the cold wall to barely support her body, gasping for breath. Had she made the right bet? Had this strange connection truly stabilized Lin Mo's condition? Was this blueprint genuinely a coordinate, the key to an unknown return? Miss Su, the doctor, swallowed hard, her voice trembling with profound fear and confusion. "I've never encountered a situation like this. It has transcended the boundaries of medicine." Su Muqiu wearily closed her eyes, then slowly opened them, leaving only a near-numb determination in her gaze. She carefully adjusted the angle of the blueprint in her hand, ensuring that the ghostly blue beam was stably projected onto the core of Lin Mo's chest. The beam seemed to possess life, responding subtly with changes in intensity and flow as she made her delicate adjustments. "I do not know what this is." Su Muqiu's voice was hoarse yet calm, imbued with a sense of irrevocable resolve after burning her bridges. "But it is connecting him. It is stabilizing him. Doctor, please maintain the status quo. Observe, record, but do not attempt to interfere." The doctor, looking into Su Muqiu's eyes that radiated undeniable determination, glanced once more at Lin Mo, exuding an inhuman aura, and the peculiar beam of light. Finally, he despondently nodded in agreement. He signaled to the equally shaken nurse to reconnect the monitoring wires that had been dislodged. Retreating to a corner with his notebook, his hands trembling so much that he could barely write. This was no longer a mere treatment of a patient. It was a witness to the awakening ritual of some unknown existence. In the competitive arena of Xingxi Network Club, the cacophony of the keyboard abruptly ceased. The final crackling sound echoed, freezing, Han Yinro, actions in an exceedingly bizarre half-crouch. Sweat dripped from Tang Rou's cool jawline, splattering tiny droplets upon the greasy keyboard. She gasped violently, her chest heaving, yet her icy gaze burned with a frigid excitement akin to exhaustion after a battle. The earlier operation, executed within a self-induced storm of noise, had been a deadly strike, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, draining her of all spirit and stamina. The residual heat and slight pain from her fingertips, a consequence of rapid friction, remained, while the distorted fragment of Revolution Etude, filled with deceptive notes, echoed madly in her mind. Beautiful. Ye Xiu's voice came through the headset, brimming with unreserved admiration. That last trap was buried deep. The counterattack was ruthless. The noise has transformed into a weapon. Royi, how do you feel? What is the taste of this fog? Tang Rou did not respond immediately. She inhaled slowly, suppressing the tumult within her blood. The sensation of forcibly constructing a cold logic amidst chaotic noise, controlling the entire situation, felt like walking a tightrope over an abyss, dangerous yet mesmerizing. She lowered her gaze, observing her slightly trembling fingers, feeling the new connection forged between her fingertips and the keyboard after enduring painful adjustments, imbued with a deceptive quality. It hurts. She uttered a single word, her voice slightly hoarse yet strikingly clear. This pain stemmed from the tearing sensation of forcibly distorting her instincts, arising from the immense exhaustion following intense concentration. Yet, it was worth it. She lifted her gaze, her clear eyes penetrating the screen as if she could see the intrigued expression on Ye Xiu's face on the other side. Was it worth it? For the person lying in the hospital, possibly struggling because of her actions, and for the door she had personally pushed open, leading to a whole new realm of battle. Ye Xiu smiled, about to say something when a faint yet remarkably clear sensation, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil deep pool, unexpectedly penetrated Tang Rou's intensely focused mental barriers, sending ripples through her consciousness. It was neither sound nor image. It was a cold touch, a sensation of absolute rational scanning, as if an invisible yet razor-sharp gaze had instantaneously pierced through the barriers of space, landing precisely upon her. At the very moment she had completed an extreme operation, with her spirit and body resonating in delicate harmony, this sensation was cold, strange, yet it carried an ineffable familiarity. Was it the string that had been forcibly pressed? Was it Lin Mo? Tang Rou's body stiffened suddenly, her cool pupils constricted like needles. The slight tremor in her fingertips came to an abrupt halt, a profound sense of crisis, as if locked by an overwhelmingly high existence, doused her excitement like a bucket of ice water. What happened? Ye Xiu keenly detected the abnormal shift in Tang Rou's state, his voice immediately sobering. Tang Rou did not respond. All her senses were tightly locked onto that cold gaze penetrating the void. That gaze seemed devoid of malice, more like a pure, cold observation and analysis. It traversed her rapidly firing nerve endings, lingered on the tactical framework of noise she had just constructed, even attempting to touch the core melody of Revolution Etude that had been distorted in her mind. Ugh! Tang Rou let out a faint groan, cold sweat instantly beading on her forehead. This sensation was too bizarre. It felt as though she were stripped bare and laid upon an autopsy table. Her mental instincts generated an intense rejection. The recently constructed, deceitful haze of noise surged violently, twisting and contorting like a startled beast raising its spines, striving to repel the frigid invasion. At that moment, a chilling gaze seemingly grasped some critical information, pinpointing with remarkable precision a flaw hidden within her tumultuous cacophony, a subtle rhythm she had intentionally crafted as a trap, disguised as a mere operational blunder. Immediately thereafter, a clearer and more direct stream of information, akin to icy brook water, infiltrated Tang Rou's consciousness without warning. It was not a language, but rather a pure fragment of awareness, a cold tactical correction command, an optimization scheme targeting the identified rhythm flaw. The plan was exceptionally concise, extraordinarily efficient, and imbued with an aesthetic of icy perfection that transcended her current understanding. As if the trap she had painstakingly devised was merely a crude prototype needing refinement in the eyes of her adversary. The manner in which this information was injected was brutal, direct, and devoid of any cushioning. Tang Rou could no longer suppress a sharp cry of pain. Her mind felt as though pierced by an ice pick, and the tranquility she had just achieved was instantly thrown into chaos. The forcibly constructed logic framework of her noise haze trembled violently under the onslaught of this foreign information, teetering on the brink of collapse. A severe headache darkened her vision, and her body uncontrollably leaned back against the chair. Xiaotang. Ye Xiu's voice carried an unprecedented weight of urgency. He stood up abruptly, sensing through the screen the immense impact Tang Rou was enduring. Tang Rou bit down hard on her lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth. She clasped her throbbing head with both hands, her normally serene face twisted in a grimace of pain for the first time. The chaotic noise, distorted melodies, and the chilling invasion of information clashed violently within her mind, like a tempestuous sea in a storm. Yet, on the precipice of mental collapse, a peculiar resilience, cold and tenacious, surged from the depths of her soul, awakening like a glacier. She opened her eyes fiercely, no longer reflecting agony, but rather a focused intensity ignited by rage, burning with icy flames. You wish to analyze me? You wish to correct me? Then let us see. She ceased to be a passive defender, no longer attempting to dispel the frigid incursion. Instead, she summoned every remaining ounce of mental strength, hurling the tumultuous haze of noise, the distorted battle melodies, and the foreign icy information into the freshly forged furnace of tactical logic. Analyze, reverse analyze, devour, integrate, by their own methods. Let them reap what they have sown. On the screen, Han Yen-ro remained motionless, yet around her character, a peculiar, ethereal blue aura began to suffuse. Thin yet imbued with a biting chill. The aura flickered like breath, illuminating the character's cold, unyielding gaze. In the private booth, Tang Ro's fingers, resting on the keyboard, twitched involuntarily and faintly. In the air where her fingertips passed, a fleeting, ghostly blue line seemed to linger momentarily. On the other end of the icy string, an unknown battlefield awaited, where silent offense and defense escalated abruptly on the mental plane. The Cold Weaver and the Fiery Disruptor engaged in their first confrontation of consciousness across the expanse of space, opening with a ferocious clash. Chapter 41, The Spear of Starlight. The air in the Internet CAF booth felt as though it had been instantly siphoned away, solidifying into heavy leaden blocks. Tang Ro reclined against the chair, clutching her head tightly, muscles contorted in agony, veins bulging at her temples, and sweat cascading down her face like a stream. Her body spasmed uncontrollably, each convulsion sending sharp stabs of pain through her nerve endings. Chaos, rupture, storm, within her mind. The deceptively constructed haze of noise and its logical framework crumbled under the onslaught of that cold, brutal stream of information, which bore absolute rational commands. Collapsing like a sandcastle swept away by a hurricane. Fragments of the distorted revolution etude melody detonated like uncontrolled musical bombs across the ruins of her psyche. The foreign, frigid commands sliced through her nascent tactical intentions with the precision of countless surgical blades, seeking to dismantle and reshape her efforts. A muffled groan of unbearable pain escaped her clenched teeth. Darkness flickered before her eyes, her consciousness plunging into a boiling sea of ice. Torn between utter chaos and frigid clarity, the cold invader towered above her like a deity, coldly scrutinizing her every effort, casually discarding optimization plans as though offering alms to ants. Humiliation, fury, and the icy battle spirit, awakened from the deepest recesses of her soul, surged to the fore. You wish to dismantle me? You wish to reshape me? Then let us see who truly becomes the dissected prey. A will, as unyielding as ancient ice, erupted from the brink of collapse. Tang Ro opened her eyes fiercely. No longer did they reflect pain or chaos, but rather a focus forged from agony and wrath. Ablaze with ethereal blue flames. Like a dying lone wolf, she bared her fangs at the tiger that sought to tear her apart. Analyze. Reverse analyze. Devour. Integrate. She no longer passively endured the chilling incursion of information. Instead, she summoned every remnant of her mental power, like the most reckless gambler, forcefully shoving the collapsing haze of noise, the exploding twisted melodies, along with the foreign commands that sought to dismantle and reshape her, into the very core of the tactical logic furnace she had just constructed. This was not defense. This was an offense. It was a reverse devouring. A desperate bid for mutual destruction. Boom. A violent explosion seemed to erupt from the depths of her consciousness. Two utterly divergent forces, the chaotic noise of will and the cold, precise analytical commands, collided violently within the core of her hastily constructed furnace, annihilating and merging. A tremendous mental backlash pierced her brain like countless red-hot needles. The world before her was engulfed in blinding white light and profound darkness, alternating in a relentless cycle. Uft! Tang Ro suddenly spat out a small mouthful of blood. Crimson droplets of blood splattered across the greasy keyboard and the pages of the Open Glory Tactical Review, resembling the tragic beauty of plum blossoms. Xiaotang. Ye Xiu's astonished exclamation echoed through the screen with unprecedented horror. He abruptly stood, his chair toppling over with a jarring screech. He witnessed the moment when Tang Ro coughed blood, as a thin yet chilling azure halo enveloped her, flickering violently in and out of existence. It was over. The backlash of the spirit. Ye Xiu's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Forcing the fusion of such a spiritual impact was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, just as consciousness was on the brink of complete obliteration and the spiritual furnace teetered on the verge of explosion, a resonating hum pierced through the chaos. A connection, far clearer and more stable than before, akin to the heartbeat of a glacier, suddenly penetrated the tumultuous core of Tang Rou's consciousness. It was it, that icy gaze. No. At this moment, it was no longer a lofty observation, but a cold string. A string that transcended space, ignored material barriers, and anchored directly onto her spiritual core. This time, it conveyed not a brutal analytical command, but a pure, chilling energy, imbued with an ineffable sense of resonance. This energy bore no aggression. It was like the most precise coordinate, instantly anchoring onto the chaotic annihilation point within Tang Rou's spiritual furnace. Like an invisible hand, it forcefully inserted a needle of absolute zero into the erupting volcano of bubbling magma. The chaotic noise of will. Instantly, it was refined and restrained by the power of this icy string, akin to a wild stallion being tamed by an invisible bridle. The distorted battle melody? It was forcibly merged with the cold, resonant frequency of the icy string, the shattered notes rearranging and condensing in harmony. The external analytical commands? Guided precisely by the icy string's power, transforming from chaotic destruction into a sophisticated tool, aiding the near-collapse furnace in its final forging. An unprecedented sense of cold yet fluid order blossomed within Tang Rou's nearly shattered consciousness, akin to an ice crystal flower breaking through the earth, blooming suddenly. Her body abruptly ceased its spasms. The hands that clutched her head fell weakly to her sides. Blood-stained lips still bore a glaring red. Yet the pain etched on her face receded like a tide, replaced by an almost inhuman, unfathomable icy calm. She slowly, albeit stiffly, sat upright. Her cold eyes opened. Deep within her gaze, all emotions belonging to Tang Rou, pain, anger, excitement, vanished entirely. Only 2 points of azure starlight remained, silently and coldly burning. That radiance was reminiscent of the starlight once ignited in Lin Mo's eyes within the hospital room of Shi Hospital. On the screen, Han Yenro was enveloped in a stable azure halo, no longer flickering but pulsing rhythmically like a breath, emanating an increasingly intense, chilling aura. The temperature in the entire booth plummeted sharply. Tiny white frost flowers crystallized in the gaps of the keyboard. Chungua's breath instantly transformed into mist. Ro. Chungua, terrified by this bizarre transformation, felt her spirit flee and attempted to rush forward, but was repelled by an invisible chill that barred her approach. Ye Xiu stared intently at the screen, fixated on Tang Rou's eyes, burning with azure starlight, inhuman in their intensity. A horrifying thought struck him like lightning. Spirit synchronization. That fellow Lin Mo had somehow temporarily taken control of Xiaotang's spiritual core. Just then, Tang Rou's eyes, ablaze with azure starlight, slowly and stiffly turned. Her gaze fell upon her own trembling hands, hovering above the greasy keyboard. There was no thought, no hesitation, only the cold, absolute execution of commands. Her hands moved. The motions no longer bore the previous agonizing struggle, nor were they filled with deceptive chaotic rhythms. Instead, they exhibited an extraordinarily precise and fluid elegance, reminiscent of absolute zero's chilling beauty. Her left hand's fingers moved like the most intricate mechanical arms, executing high-frequency clicks and slides in the directional key area at a dazzling speed and angle, each click landing precisely on the simulated spatial coordinates. Meanwhile, her right hand's 3 fingers hovered above the skill key area, their tips vibrating with a peculiar rhythm, akin to plucking invisible strings, generating a cold command with each subtle tremor, transmitted through the icy string to the core of the spiritual furnace. On the screen, Han Yenro's ordinary spear glimmered, a minuscule yet hauntingly radiant azure light materializing at the spearhead. That light was profound, frigid, resembling a cosmic singularity, voraciously devouring the surrounding illumination. In the internet CAF booth, the light from all computer screens began to distort and dim ominously, as if the very light itself were being drawn in and consumed by the spearhead's azure singularity. Several patrons near Tang Rou's screen were horrified to discover their screens briefly flickering and losing signal. Frost particles flowed in. A cold, emotionless voice, akin to an electronic synthesis, emerged stiffly from Tang Rou's cracked lips. This voice did not belong to her. Accompanying this chilling voice, Tang Rou's right index finger, with uncanny precision and inhuman steadiness, struck heavily upon the simulated frost energy guiding skill key. Buzz. On the screen, the azure singularity at the spearhead of Han Yenro began to whirl suddenly. Countless fine, chilling azure light points, like celestial rings drawn by an invisible force, coalesced from the void. They spun rapidly around the profound singularity, forming a miniature ice spirit ring, radiating a terrifying chill. The ring spun. The singularity was unfathomable. A visible cold wave erupted, centered on Han Yenro. The walls, table, and keyboard of the booth instantly crystallized with a thick layer of white frost. Chun Guo trembled with cold, clutching her arms in terror. The spatial singularity remains stable. The star ring is bound, and the energy circuit is closed. A cold, rigid voice continues to emanate from Tang Rou's lips. Her hands dance ever more rapidly across the keyboard, her movements becoming increasingly fluid, imbued with an eerie, inhuman precision. With each keystroke and each glide, a faint pulse from the spear tip's azure singularity resonates, accelerating the rotation of the Ice Soul Star ring. On the screen, the energy spear, known as the spatial singularity Ice Soul Star ring, composed of pure azure light and frost particles, is gradually materializing under Tang Rou's non-human manipulation guided by the ice string. The Internet CAF booth has transformed into a forge of absolute zero. The rhythmic clatter of the keyboard becomes a chilling ode to the laws of ice. Seated at the center of this frost-laden realm, Tang Rou's eyes burn with azure starlight, resembling a human forging platform possessed by a deity. Ye Xiu observes the gradually solidifying spear exuding waves of destructive energy on the screen, then glances at Tang Rou, who has completely lost her sense of self. Now merely a cold executor. A shiver runs from his soles to the crown of his head. Has she succeeded? Or has she created a more terrifying monster? The ice string has been forged, the starlight serves as a guide. The dormant blueprint is forcibly awakened on this otherworldly battlefield. As the chilling laws inscribe the mark of divinity upon a mortal body. Is this the dawn of redemption or the onset of chaos? The frost of the Internet CAF and the starlight of the hospital resonate in the silent strings, composing a prelude to the unknown abyss. Chapter 42. The path of mortals and deities. The Internet CAF booth has morphed into a polar ice cavern. The walls, table, and keyboard are cloaked in a thick layer of frost, the cold air condensing into visible white mist, swirling enigmatically under the azure glow. The atmosphere feels as though it has been frozen. Each breath brings a stinging pain as ice shards scrape against the lungs. Chun Guo huddles in the corner, arms wrapped around herself, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, her terrified gaze fixed on the figure at the center of the frost, Tang Rou. She remains poised before the screen. Her body is rigid as an ice sculpture. Sweat has frozen at her cool temples and brow, crystallizing into fine shards of ice. Her lips bear remnants of glaring blood, now dark purple. Most unsettling are her eyes, where the depths of her pupils burn with a cold azure starlight, constant and unyielding, like two stars embedded in an iceberg. Having utterly consumed all warmth and emotion that once belonged to Tang Rou. On the screen, the energy spear in Han Yen Rou's grasp has fully solidified. The spear shaft is no longer mere iron, but rather an interweaving of countless high-speed rotating azure particles, star rings, emanating absolute coldness, with deep patterns flowing across its surface resembling rifts in space. The spear tip, a dark singularity that devours light, spins wildly. Each pulse distorts the light of the entire arena, dimming it. A terrifying low temperature emanates from the spear tip, creating visible ripples of frost in the virtual space that continuously spread. Command confirmed. Spatial coordinates anchored. Maximum power release of the Ice Soul Star ring. The cold, emotionless voice, resembling an electronic synthesis emerging from beneath millennia of ice, emerges from Tang Rou's frozen, purplish lips, each word articulated with chilling deliberation. Her hands glide across the frost-covered keyboard with an inhuman, spine-chilling fluidity and precision. Each fingertip's descent is accompanied by the subtle crack of the keyboard freezing and a terrifying pulse from the energy spear on the screen. The dark singularity at the spear tip accelerates, and the surrounding Ice Soul Star ring suddenly expands, brightness surging. A chilling wave, far exceeding anything before, capable of freezing souls, erupts like the breath of an invisible behemoth awakening from an icy expanse, centering on Han Yen Rou. It sweeps across the entire arena. The ground, air, and even the swirling light particles of the virtual space freeze and shatter in an instant. On the screen, Jun Mo Xiao's figure is struck by this wave of absolute zero cold, and his health bar plummets like an avalanche. The character's movements are instantaneously encased in ice-blue frost, solidifying. The entire scene appears to have been paused, leaving only the spear radiating destructive azure light and the terrifying chill that freezes all. Damn. Ye Xiu feels a wave of cold rush over him, even through the screen. He watches helplessly as Jun Mo Xiao's health bar hits rock bottom. The character completely encased in ice. This is no longer a skill from glory. It is an erasure at the level of rules. Lin Mo has harnessed the terrifying power of the myriad cores through Tang Rou as a human interface, materializing it in the virtual realm. Rou, stop. Please stop. Chun Guo cries out in despair, desperately attempting to rush forward, only to be violently pushed back by the tangible cold current, crashing against the frigid wall. Tang Rou remains unresponsive. Her eyes, ablaze with azure starlight, function like the most precise sensors, locking onto the frozen Jun Mo Xiao on the screen. Her right index finger, embodying an absolute precision of finality, slowly rises, hovering above the key on the keyboard that simulates the ultimate detonation. The descent of her fingertip signifies the arrival of absolute zero in the virtual world. It is also the death knell for Tang Rou's mortal form. Ye Xiu's pupils contract to pinpricks. Unplug the network cable. Force a shutdown. There is no time. The power infused through the ice string has already taken shape. Forcibly interrupting it would only trigger a more terrifying energy backlash, instantaneously shattering Tang Rou into fragments. In a moment of crisis, Ye Xiu's fingers blur across the keyboard. Moving like a phantom, it is not Jun Mo Xiao he is controlling. That character has been absolutely frozen, immobile. He manipulates the game backend commands. It is the permissions. It is the deepest firewall of the glory system. Command override. Target area spatial laws locked. Energy flow forcibly diverted. Directed to preset buffer zone. Firewall highest level. Isolate ice soul star ring energy characteristics. A series of underlying commands, comprehensible only to core engineers of glory, are frantically input by him at breakneck speed. He strives to erect a dam at the system level, intercepting the impending cataclysmic cold wave. He fights for a slim chance of survival for Tang Rou. Yishur Hospital. Single patient room. The ethereal blue beam resembled a frigid umbilical cord, steadily connecting the blueprint in Su Muqiu's hands to the core beneath Lin Mo's thin blanket. The design was alive with swirling frost and dark singularity patterns, pulsating with a vibrant glow. Lin Mo lay back with closed eyes, his pallor unchanged. Yet a chilling and otherworldly aura of control enveloped him. The steady, profound rhythm of the pulsating stars from his chest sent ripples through the air of the hospital room. As the temperature continued to drop, the doctors and nurses stood frozen in the corner, as if ensnared by a spell. Their faces etched with profound fear and bewilderment from the collapse of their understanding. Their record books had long since fallen to the floor, devoid of any writing. The scene before them shattered their worldview. Beams of connection, energy pulsations, and the presence of something inhuman were utterly beyond the realm of medicine. This was a miracle or the awakening of something sinister. Su Muqiu gripped the blueprint, radiating with an otherworldly blue glow, as if it were a searing iron, both burning and frigid. Her arms trembled uncontrollably under the immense energy load, her knuckles whitening from exertion. She felt neither the coldness nor the heat of the paper. Instead, a profound, soul-wrenching sense of tearing overwhelmed her. It felt as though she held a chain connecting the abyss and the starry sea, with both ends violently tugging at her essence. Lin Mo was no longer Lin Mo. That cold, inhuman aura, that direct command acting upon his consciousness. What had become of Tang Rou? Could Ye Xiu intervene? What was this beam, this connection? Enormous questions and dread gnawed at her sanity like a frigid serpent. At that moment, the pulsation of the blueprint intensified abruptly. The light blazed into brilliance. A torrent of cold, violent energy, imbued with a will for destruction, surged along the ethereal blue beam, wildly injecting itself back into the core at Lin Mo's chest. Su Muqiu let out a brief cry of pain. This torrent of energy far exceeded what had come before. The blueprint became unbearably hot, the blue glow nearly blinding her. A terrifying chill raced up her arm, instantly freezing half of it, blue ice crystals forming on her skin. This sudden influx of violent energy caused the swirling frost and dark singularity patterns on the blueprint to swell dramatically. The emitted beam thickened and grew ferocious, as if attempting to break free from her grasp. On the hospital bed, Lin Mo, who had remained as if in slumber, suddenly twitched. His body, concealed beneath the blanket, tense like a drawn bow. The inhuman coldness that had enveloped him revealed the faintest crack. His brow furrowed in profound agony, and a strangled groan escaped his throat. The pulsations from his chest became chaotic and rapid. Energy overflowed. The core was overloaded. Though gripped by fear, the doctor's instinct kicked in, immediately recognizing the drastic changes in Lin Mo's vital signs. The monitor's readings went haywire, alarming with frantic beeps. Quickly, cut the connection. Otherwise, the patient would collapse instantly. Cut it off? Su Muqiu gazed at Lin Mo's anguished brow and the chaotic rhythm of his heart, while the blueprint in her grasp emanated a terrifying torrent of energy that threatened to freeze and tear her apart. The immense fear and despair almost consumed her. No, she could not sever the connection. Lin Mo had just mentioned that this was the coordinate for his return. If she cut it off, everything would be lost. But if she did not, both he and Tang Rou would perish. The dilemma tightened around her like a frigid noose, constricting her breath. Just as despair threatened to engulf her consciousness, a single warm tear fell unexpectedly onto the back of her hand, which clutched the icy blueprint, now covered in frost. It was a tear, boiling hot, unnoticed by her until it cascaded down. With a soft hiss, reminiscent of a searing metal plunging into ice water, that boiling tear Upon contact with the blueprint's tumultuous blue glow, did not freeze but instead ignited a fierce reaction, as if it were cold water thrown into boiling oil. The furious blue light abruptly stilled. The frigid, chaotic torrent of energy, streaming back along the beam, seemed to be neutralized and softened by that seemingly trivial, yet scalding tear. The violently struggling beam, too, was calmed by an invisible hand, its violent oscillations noticeably reduced. This seemingly insignificant change struck Su Muqiu's heart like a thunderclap in the darkness. Tears, warmth, neutralization? An absurd yet life-saving thought exploded in her chaotic mind. Lin Mo, Su Muqiu cried out, her voice choked with emotion yet resolutely firm. She no longer attempted to forcibly control the raging beam, but instead lowered her head, pressing her burning, tear-streaked cheek firmly against the surface of the blueprint, which emanated a chilling, destructive light. Come back. Please come back, Lin Mo. The scalding tears surged forth like a flood, soaking the cold lines and blue glow of the blueprint. Each drop carried her soul's most fervent call, her most desperate plea, and the pure warmth that belonged solely to Su Muqiu. With a series of hissing sounds, more intense than before, akin to the fusion of ice and fire, the surface of the blueprint erupted. The tumultuous blue light flickered wildly under the onslaught of her heated tears, wavering erratically. The icy, destructive energy seemed to meet its nemesis, its influx slowing drastically, its violent nature forcibly softened and neutralized. The beam projected from it, as if infused with a pliable adhesive, remained connected but ceased its wild struggle, instead gaining an odd sense of stability. On the hospital bed, Lin Mo's body, taut as a bowstring, quivered violently. His tightly knit brow trembled intensely. The frenzied, chaotic pulsations from his chest felt as if brushed by a warm hand, the fissure beginning to mend, the rhythm oscillating wildly between chaos and stability. Beneath his closed eyelids, the icy blue starlight flickered frantically, as if engaged in a fierce tug of war. The chilling will of the inhuman clashed violently with the searing bonds of humanity on the narrow battlefield illuminated by beams of light, leading to a fierce confrontation that would determine life and death. In the private box of the Xingxi Network Club, the screen displayed Han Yanro wielding an energy spear whose brilliance had reached its zenith. The dark singularity at the spear's tip resembled a miniature black hole, voraciously consuming everything in its path. The rotation of the Bing Pixing Huan tore through the virtual space, and the terrifying absolute zero cold wave had completely frozen Jun Mo Xiao, awaiting the final command to trigger an utter annihilation. Tang Rou's index finger hovered above the button, bearing the cold finality, ready to descend. Ye Xiu's frantically input commands, constructing a firewall, crumbled like paper in the face of the cataclysmic power of the Bing Pixing Huan's laws, disintegrating inch by inch. The progress bar representing the firewall's energy flickered wildly. Nearing zero, it was over. Ye Xiu's heart sank into an abyss of despair. Just at that moment before the end arrived, a surge of unprecedented warmth, akin to a torrid stream, unexpectedly coursed up the frigid ice string, violently penetrating the spiritual core occupied by the inhuman will within Tang Rou. It was not a cold command, nor a rational analysis. It was tears, fiery tears imbued with endless sorrow and fervent pleas. It was Su Muqiu's desperate, soul-piercing call, come back. Please come back, Lin Mo Gu. This torrid stream of emotional connection ignited a faint yet remarkably resilient flame upon the frozen mental wasteland of Tang Rou, akin to a blazing sun cast into an icy throne. Tang Rou's body, as rigid as ice sculpture, jolted violently. She coughed out another small mouthful of scalding blood, which splattered onto the frozen keyboard, hissing as it melted a small patch of frost. Her eyes, burning with an eerie blue starlight, shattered like fragile glass, instantly adorned with a web of cracks. The cold starlight and a thread of pain unique to Tang Rou intertwined and clashed in a frenzied embrace. On the screen, the energy spear in Han Yanrou's grasp flickered violently, teetering on the brink of detonation. The dark singularity at the spear's tip exhibited an exceedingly brief moment of instability. The rotation of the Bing Pixing Huan abruptly slowed. Now was the moment. Ye Xiu's eyes sparkled with intensity. Seizing this rare, fleeting opportunity, he abandoned the futile firewall command, unleashing an unprecedented barrage of operations on the keyboard and mouse. His aim was not to attack, but to disrupt. Though Jun Mo Xiao was immobilized by the icy grip, Ye Xiu maneuvered the character's perspective, locking it firmly on the momentarily unstable dark singularity of Han Yanrou's spear. Simultaneously, he detonated all low-tier skills capable of producing sound and light, flashbangs, smoke bombs, and even the character's built-in taunts, with blinding speed. Grandson, take this. Boom. Hiss. Chaotic lights and sounds erupted, devoid of meaning, yet in that instant, Ye Xiu forcibly amalgamated them into a primal, brutal sensory storm directed at the unstable singularity, akin to throwing sand into a finely tuned machine. This disruption was trivial against the cataclysmic power of the laws themselves, but for the ice string connecting Tang Ro's spiritual core, which was now cracking under the assault of human warmth, it became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Connection interference. Command conflict. Core logic error. A cold, rigid voice forced its way from Tang Ro's lips, yet it was filled with chaotic noise. The eerie blue starlight in her eyes flickered wildly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Her index finger trembled violently above the keys, but could no longer strike accurately. On the screen, the energy spear in Han Yen Ro's grasp flickered erratically, contracting. The dark singularity at the spear's tip came to a standstill. The Bing Pixing Huan suddenly collapsed, transforming into a sky full of ethereal blue ice crystal particles, dissipating like stardust in the frozen virtual space. The terrifying cold wave that froze everything receded rapidly. Like a tide retreating. Thud. Tang Ro's body, as if stripped of all bones, slumped from her chair and fell heavily to the cold ground, losing consciousness entirely. The ethereal blue aura surrounding her extinguished instantly. The terrifyingly low temperature in the internet CAFS box began to rise slowly. On the screen, the ice encasing Jun Mo Xiao shattered inch by inch, the health bar lingering on the last barely visible red glow. The character knelt awkwardly on the ground, as if having just crawled back from the brink of hell. Ye Xiu slumped in his chair, drenched in cold sweat, resembling someone just pulled from the water. He gazed at the screen displaying the survivor, Jun Mo Xiao, then glanced at Tang Ro on the floor, unconscious, her complexion as pale as paper, blood lingering at the corner of her lips. A profound weariness and lingering dread enveloped him. The ice string remained unbroken, the starlight momentarily concealed. Yet that thread forged by the cold laws. Chapter 43. Coordinates of the Ashes Darkness. An absolute, frigid darkness, as if capable of devouring the soul. Consciousness drifted like fragments sinking into the deep sea, aimlessly floating in the void. There was no light, no sound, no form. Only a dense, suffocating silence of chaos. Lin Mo felt as though he were the dust cast aside after being crushed. Each attempt to coalesce his consciousness brought with it the agony of a soul being torn apart. This pain did not originate from a specific wound, but rather permeated every corner of his consciousness, akin to billions of red-hot steel needles incessantly piercing and stirring. The extremes of cold and heat clashed violently in the void, annihilating. Each annihilation erupted into a soundless void, whisking away the clarity he had struggled to gather. Was the core of myriad phenomena shattered? A vague thought surfaced like the wreckage of a sunken ship, laboriously floating in the depths of consciousness. He could no longer sense the core that operated like the stars. Only an endless, tumultuous surge of energy ravaged like the chaotic aftermath of the Big Bang, howling across the ruins of his consciousness, or perhaps his soul. The biting chill of frost and the profound depths of space lost their constraints, madly tearing at one another, devouring all in their path. Each collision brought his remaining consciousness perilously close to total dissolution. Had the string been severed? Yet another heavier remnant emerged. That thread connecting him to the distant internet CAF, to the icy, burning will of his essence, had frayed. The final roar of defiance expended the last vestiges of his forcibly condensed will, completely severing the string that maintained the precarious balance of his madness. What echoed from the fracture was an abyss of emptiness and a chilling solitude of exile. The name Tiang Ru flickered like a faint ember in the endless agony and darkness. What had become of her? Had she withstood the cataclysmic energy of the solidified spear? Or had she been utterly torn apart by the ferocity of her own backlash? A deep guilt coiled around his remaining consciousness like a frigid serpent, bringing forth another layer of profound pain. His awareness drifted amid the throes of agony, chaos, void, and guilt. There was no concept of time, only an eternity of torment. At the very bottom of this abyss, a flicker of warmth, exceedingly faint yet remarkably persistent, swayed like a candle in the wind. That warmth was familiar. It was the warmth of a hand. The warmth of Su. Was she still there? Was she still holding his hand? Beyond the ruins of this soul, in the frigid realm of reality. Did she remain steadfast by the shell that was on the brink of shattering? This thought, like an invisible thread, tenuously tugged at his sinking awareness, urging it upward, toward the faint source of warmth he sensed. Each movement was accompanied by the excruciating tearing of his consciousness by the tumult. Yet he pressed on, like a moth drawn to flame, struggling toward that singular, faint beacon of light. How long he struggled, he could not tell. The warmth he sensed seemed to clarify slightly. At the same time, there was an exceedingly faint yet remarkably stable rhythm, not the chaotic turbulence within him, but something external, from the source of that warmth. It was a heartbeat. It was SMCH's heartbeat. Steady, powerful, imbued with a rock-solid will to protect. This perception stirred ripples deep within the chaotic recesses of L.N.M's mind, like a stone cast into still waters. His remaining will instinctively, though with great difficulty, began to mimic this external, stable rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. Each attempt at imitation felt like raising a fragile shield amidst a raging storm. The violent surge of energy crashed against this rhythmical shield, constructed from his feeble will, intensifying the tremors and pain. The shield quivered on the brink of collapse, instantly riddled with cracks, as though it would shatter completely in the next moment. Yet L&M did not relent. Thump, thump, thump. He clung desperately to that perceived external heartbeat rhythm, as if grasping a lifeline, repeatedly and stubbornly mimicking it, attempting to align his chaotic energy flow with this external cadence that represented life and protection. Pain surged like a tsunami upon him. Each attempt at synchronization felt as though he were forcing molten lava into frozen riverbeds. The clash of ice and fire erupted at the core of his consciousness. His ethereal essence was seemingly torn, scorched, and frozen time and again. Persevere, align. Thump, thump, thump. His dwindling will emitted a silent roar amidst the excruciating torment. The rhythmical shield born of imitation was repeatedly mended and reinforced at the brink of destruction. Upon that shield, a faint glimmer of his own will began to flicker, a cold radiance. In the employee lounge of XNGXN Network CAF, a similar abyss of darkness and coldness enveloped. Ting are you curled up on the icy floor of the cramped room, her body spasming uncontrollably at intervals. Each spasm was accompanied by suppressed, pained groans reminiscent of an injured cub. Cold sweat soaked her thin garment, solidifying into ice against her skin, bringing a piercing chill. Her pale face bore no blood, her cracked lips stained with dark crimson and frost. Her consciousness, too, sank within a shattered abyss. Yet, unlike L&M's chaotic energy tempest, her consciousness lay upon a desolate ice field. The ice field was marred by deep, unfathomable fissures, remnants of the collapse of her mental crucible. Cold, absolute cold, froze her thoughts, perceptions, and all emotions. Only the excruciating pain, like an eternal ember beneath the ice, continuously scorched her remaining awareness. The icy string had snapped. This realization was akin to the heaviest of ice coffins, sealing her dwindling consciousness completely. In the final moment, the anguish that surged from L&M, with its fury and protective will, struck her like a cataclysmic meteor, obliterating all she had forcibly constructed. The frigid crucible shattered. Her sense of inhuman order was dismantled, along with a part of herself. The name L&M echoed faintly across the ice field. Was he still alive? Had he endured the backlash of that final spear? Or had he perished from his own uncontrollable release command? A profound fear and icy despair engulfed her remaining consciousness like a blizzard upon the ice field, utterly consuming it. The descent of her awareness accelerated towards the eternal, pain-free frozen abyss, just as her consciousness was about to completely freeze and dissipate into the eternal chill. A faint yet remarkably clear resonance pierced through the absolute silence of her icy expanse. That sensation came from an immensely distant place, laden with pain, burdened with chaos, torn by a violent surge of energy. Yet at the very core of this pain, chaos, and fury, there resided an exceedingly faint yet remarkably tenacious will, a chilling will, mimicking a certain steady rhythm, strives to construct order amidst the cataclysmic tempest. It is Lin Mo. He still lives. He struggles, in the throes of anguish. He endeavors to rebuild. This perception ignites a faint spark on the frigid plains of absolute zero. Tang Ro's consciousness, on the brink of complete freezing and sinking, suddenly trembles. A cold tenacity, forcibly suppressed from the depths of her soul, awakens like a dormant glacier bursting forth. Resonance. Response. Her lingering consciousness no longer succumbs to the depths, but, as if summoned, frantically climbs toward that distant source of resonance. The fissures on the ice field are forcibly traversed, consciousness laboriously moving through the void. Each movement inflicting excruciating mental trauma, yet she remains undeterred. She must find him, on this desolate landscape of consciousness, in this void connecting the spiritual abysses of both. She seeks that faint, struggling spark. Perception sharpens. The tumultuous storm of pain, the chaotic currents of energy, and at the storm's center, a cold will. Repeatedly torn apart, yet forcibly coalesced, mimicking the steady rhythm of a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Tang Ro hears it. She perceives the faint yet stubborn mimicking rhythm from the depths of Lin Mo's consciousness, the core of her own consciousness, upon the ruins of the ice field. Instantaneously awakens a cold sense of rhythm, stemming from her instinct for battle. It is not the prior cacophony of noise. It is not the inhuman order guided by the icy strings. Rather, it is the purest, most unyielding beat of the battle drums rooted deep within her soul, belonging to the Guming Lian Shi Chu. Thump, Thump, thump. She begins to attempt to align the cold yet resolute battle rhythm resonating from the depths of her consciousness with the perceived mimicking rhythm of Lin Mo. Synchronization. This is no longer an unidirectional guidance or invasion. This marks the first genuine resonance between two souls struggling upon their respective ruins, separated by the abyss of consciousness, communicating through the most primal will and rhythm. The tumultuous storm within Lin Mo's consciousness halts abruptly upon sensing this cold, yet steadfast battle rhythm emanating from the distant ice field. That feeble will, mimicking Su Muqiu's heartbeat rhythm, responds and strengthens as if a parched riverbed has encountered a spring. A glimmer of cold light suddenly brightens upon the wavering shield of rhythm. The shield becomes more solid. The chaotic energy currents crash against it, still inflicting pain. Yet the shield stabilizes. A fragile new equilibrium emerges between the two shattered consciousnesses, painstakingly established within the intertwining of pain and cold. In a single patient room of the first municipal hospital, time seems suspended in a despairing amber. Lin Mo lies quietly on the hospital bed, his complexion ashen from blood loss, breathing so faint it is nearly imperceptible, with only the weak undulations of the ECG monitor attesting that life has yet to completely depart. Thick bandages cover his chest, concealing wounds that have been forcibly stitched yet still bear the marks of energy burns. The core of the myriad manifestations, once pulsating like a star, now lies silent and cold, akin to a piece of true stubborn iron. The ethereal blue beams connecting to the schematics have completely dissipated, and the bloodstained paper is tightly clutched in Su Muqiu's hand, dim and frigid to the bone. Su Muqiu kneels on the floor beside the bed, her back pressed against the cold wall. No longer crying, her tears have long since dried. With both hands, she grips Lin Mo's cold hand tighter, as if attempting to warm his fading life with her own body heat. Her cheek rests against his icy palm, feeling the pulse so faint it is nearly non-existent. Her gaze vacant, as if she has lost her soul. The doctors and nurses stand silently nearby, the atmosphere heavy enough to draw water. The rescue efforts have concluded. Or rather, all that could be done has been done. Lin Mo's bodily functions have been forcibly stabilized at an extremely weak and perilous critical point. The energy core has fallen utterly silent, showing no signs of resurgence, and his brainwave activity flickers weakly like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. The doctor gazes at the cold numbers on the monitor, wearily shaking his head, silently declaring, "Deep coma, vital signs extremely unstable, imminent risk of brain death." "Miss Su." The nurse's voice, tinged with compassion, gently suggests, "You need to rest and eat something." Su Muqiu remains unresponsive. Her entire world is reduced to the faint pulse in her palm and the cold touch that seems on the verge of vanishing entirely. Lin Mo's last soul-rending roar, "Do not let go," echoes relentlessly in her mind. The determination and guardianship contained within that cry slice through her already numbed heart like a blunt knife. Ye Xiu sits in the shadows of the hospital room, resembling a silent statue. He lowers his head, tightly gripping a few charred scraps of paper salvaged from the ruins of the Internet CAF. The paper bears the hastily drawn symbols from his prior tactical simulations and the early designs of Lin Mo's weapon. His fingertips unconsciously trace a repeatedly circled, ambiguous coordinate point. That coordinate represents the last trajectory Lin Mo sketched in the air with his fingertip during a brief moment of consciousness. It does not belong to any glorious map. Rather, it resembles a nascent form of spatial positioning. Ye Xiu's mind races at an unprecedented speed, piecing together the fragments of Lin Mo's prior weapon design. The flow of energy pathways, the noise frequencies from Tang Ro's operations, and that bizarre icy string connecting all the disparate information. Frost particle flow, spatial singularity energy guidance. Tactical noise rhythm deception frequency disguise. Icy strings connecting spiritual synchronization blueprint manifestation, the final coordinate. All clues, like scattered stardust, whirl and collide in Ye Xiu's mind. An audacious, almost reckless hypothesis, akin to lightning in the dark, suddenly cleaves through the fog before him. Not a receiver nor a processor, Ye Xiu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying brilliance. His voice, hoarse and deep, shattered the silence of the hospital room, revealing the essence of the coordinates themselves. Su Muqiu's vacant gaze flickered slightly, slowly turning towards Ye Xiu. The doctor and nurses looked at him in astonishment. The core within him, along with the distorted rhythm reminiscent of Xiao Tang, surged forth. Ye Xiu rose, pointing at the lifeless Lin Mo on the hospital bed, then gesturing towards the direction of Xingxin, speaking at an astonishing speed. They do not exist independently. They are, in essence, anchor points of spatial positioning. A coordinate that can resonate and lock onto each other at a specific frequency, even forcefully tearing through space to project energy. He raised the charred draft paper in his hand, indicating the circled coordinate point. The one Lin Mo last pointed out is not a coordinate in glory. It is a coordinate in the real world. It is the point of reality that emerged when his core power forcibly synchronized with Xiao Tang's noise frequency on a spiritual level. It is the imprint left by that icy string in the realm of reality. Ye Xiu's gaze was sharp as an eagle, sweeping over Su Muqiu's hand holding the dim blueprint. That drawing. It encompasses more than mere weapon design. It is a key, a guide, a blueprint for controlling this coordinate projection. His gaze ultimately returned to Lin Mo, imbued with a near-tragic resolve. Their current state is one of profound coma. Their consciousness on the brink of dissolution, yet their spiritual cores, due to the previous forced synchronization and the final backlash, may still unconsciously maintain an extremely faint, perilously unstable deep resonance state. This resonance state is, in itself, an unstable coordinate. He took a deep breath, his voice laden with an undeniable gravity. Find that coordinate. In the real world, locate the mapping point that Lin Mo last indicated. That may be the only manifestation of their consciousness's deep resonance in the realm of reality. It is the last chance to awaken them, or at least to prevent their consciousness from completely dissipating. The embers have not extinguished, the coordinates have emerged. Between the ruins of reality and the abyss of consciousness lies a thorny path paved with pain and obsession, revealing its blurred outline under Ye Xiu's frenzied deductions. Su Muqiu tightened her grip on the cold blueprint, her hands subtly constricting. In her hollow gaze, a flicker of weak yet tenacious light ignited with great difficulty. Chapter 44. The coordinates ignite. Ye Xiu's earth-shattering coordinate theory crashed into the stillness of the hospital room like a colossal stone cast into stagnant waters, creating ripples of despair. Su Muqiu's vacant eyes quivered violently, her fingers gripping the cold blueprint tightening imperceptibly, turning pale from the strain. Coordinates? Mapping point in reality? The last chance to awaken their consciousness. Each term pierced through her numb nerve endings like a heated needle, bringing sharp pain and a flicker of forcibly ignited, faint yet fervent hope. How to search? Her voice was dry and hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping. Her gaze was fixed on the charred draft paper in Ye Xiu's hand, on that repeatedly circled, ambiguous coordinate point. It was the final trace of Lin Mo's struggle, the last guidance inscribed with his life before his consciousness sank into oblivion. The doctor and nurses exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion and uncertainty. Reality space coordinates? Spiritual resonance mapping point? This had completely transcended their understanding, sounding more like a premise from a science fiction narrative. Data is required. Ye Xiu's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable urgency. He suddenly looked at the monitor beside the hospital bed, then at the doctor, inquiring about the current brainwave patterns. The primitive waveform in a state of profound coma. His sharp gaze swept across the hospital room, finally landing on the dim blueprint in Su Muqiu's hand. That blueprint. I need any residual energy frequency records left on it. Even the faintest trace. The doctor paused momentarily before comprehending Ye Xiu's intent. Though it was unfathomable, the situation before them had long surpassed reason. The original brainwave data could be retrieved. He immediately ordered the nurse to act swiftly. Connect the EEG machine. Export all original waveform data from the coma. Highest precision. The nurse, not daring to delay, rushed towards the equipment. Ye Xiu strode up to Su Muqiu, extending his hand, his expression grave. The blueprint. Give it to me. Without hesitation, Su Muqiu handed over the cold, bone-chilling blueprint. At that moment, the blueprint appeared dull and lifeless, resembling a piece of ordinary blood-stained cardboard, only revealing a fleeting, almost imperceptible shiver when touched. Ye Xiu took the blueprint, its chill and weight palpable. He quickly spread it out on the nearby mobile medical table. Ignoring the eerie weapon schematics and blood-stained annotations, he retrieved his old mobile phone, opening a rudimentary, seemingly homemade signal analysis application, directing the phone's camera at the blueprint, particularly focusing on the profound whirlpool and singularity at the spear's tip. What are you doing? The doctor could not help but inquire, scanning the residual energy spectrum. Without lifting his gaze, Ye Xiu's fingers flew across the phone screen, his brow furrowed. This blueprint was used as an energy guide. It is a key and must have left traces of usage. Even the faintest signal, if captured, could provide insight. On the phone screen, the rudimentary spectrum analysis interface fluctuated wildly. Amidst a cacophony of disordered noise, a faint, nearly straight baseline struggled to rise. Just then, the nurse pushed over a portable EEG machine, deftly applying electrodes to Lin Mo's scalp. On the screen, the waveform representing Lin Mo's brain activity was so weak that it nearly merged with the baseline, occasionally stirring up barely perceptible ripples, akin to a dying heartbeat. The original data is being exported, the nurse reported. Ye Xiu immediately connected the phone's data cable to the EEG machine's external data port. His eyes shone with brilliance, his hands a blur as they navigated between the phone and the instrument panel. The rudimentary analysis software was forcibly integrated with the hospital's professional equipment. Two entirely different data streams clashing violently under his control. What is he doing? The doctor watched the screen where the code scrolled frantically and the data streams merged forcefully, feeling a wave of dizziness. He is forcefully modeling. Ye Xiu's voice resonated with an almost frenzied focus, employing Lin Mo's brainwave raw data as a backdrop of ambient noise, utilizing the faint guiding frequencies possibly lingering on the blueprints as a feature signal source. Combined with my prior recordings of Xiao Tang's keyboard rhythm frequency when entering noise operation mode, he abruptly pointed to the circled coordinate on the draft paper, triangulating their positions, reverse engineering the potential coordinates of that mapping point in the physical realm. On the mobile screen, the rudimentary spectral analysis interface was forcefully overlaid with the waveform display window of the electroencephalogram. Countless noise points and static flickered wildly, the faint baseline representing the residual frequency of the blueprints, the subtle fluctuations indicating Lin Mo's brainwave's desolate backdrop. And the abstract frequency model of Tang Ro's noise operation rhythm converged like three tenuous threads struggling in a storm, gradually drawing closer under Ye Xiu's forceful algorithmic drive. The interference was too great. The data strength was insufficient. Ye Xiu's forehead bulged with veins, sweat trickling down his temples. The analysis software on the mobile screen emitted a piercing alarm. Overwhelmed by the burden, the data stream oscillated violently, on the brink of collapse. Lin Mo's brother, Su Muqiu, gazed at the three data lines on Ye Xiu's screen, frantically struggling and nearing rupture, then glanced at the lifeless Lin Mo on the hospital bed. A wave of immense despair and reckless courage seized her. No longer hesitating, she dashed to the bedside, tightly grasping Lin Mo's cold hand once more. This time, she was not merely transmitting warmth. She pressed her cheek firmly against his hand, closed her eyes, and with all the strength of her soul, silently cried out in her heart, "Lin Mo, hold on. We have found the coordinates. We have discovered the path to awaken you. Can you hear me? Respond to me. Give Ye Xiu a signal, a guiding light. I implore you." Her will, like a blazing torch, unreservedly cast itself into the abyss of Lin Mo's submerged consciousness. At that moment, as Su Muqiu's sacrificial light will surged forth, a faint twitch flickered at the tip of Lin Mo's hand, held tightly by her. The movement was so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Yet, the electroencephalogram connected to his scalp suddenly erupted into a brief, yet remarkably clear spike pulse, breaking the suffocating baseline of silence. Almost simultaneously, on Ye Xiu's mobile screen, the data line representing Lin Mo's brainwave's desolation erupted into a strong, exceedingly fleeting resonant pulse at the exact moment of Su Muqiu's willful investment and Lin Mo's fingertip twitch. This pulse ignited like a beacon in the darkness, instantly illuminating the chaotic data storm. "We have seized it." Ye Xiu let out a beast-like roar. His fingers moved with lightning speed. That brief, yet intense resonant pulse, akin to the most precise positioning beacon, was captured in an instant. He forcefully injected it into the triangulation model, the three wildly oscillating data lines on the screen. At the moment of pulse injection, were forcibly twisted together by an invisible giant hand. Finally, at the center of countless noise points, an incredibly tiny yet exceptionally clear light spot suddenly illuminated the coordinate grid representing the physical realm. Coordinates: City, Old District, Qinghe Road 117, Underground Level 3, Abandoned Distribution Room. "We have found it." Ye Xiu abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying light, his voice hoarse yet resonating with profound shock. He looked at Su Muqiu, then at Lin Mo's hand, which had just twitched, and finally fixed his gaze on the flickering light spot on the mobile screen. "This is the place. Hurry. There is no time left." "Old District? Qinghe Road 117? Chungu's voice carried an incredulous astonishment. "Isn't that the abandoned textile factory warehouse behind our Xingxin Internet Cafe, which has stood vacant for many years?" In the abyss of consciousness, the battlefield of resonance. Amidst the chaotic storm and the desolate ice field, the fragile resonance channel constructed from painful will and cold beats was wavering precariously in violent tremors. Lin Mo's shards of consciousness floated amidst the turbulent energy currents. Each rhythmic thump mimicked the beat, accompanied by excruciating pain as his consciousness was torn apart. The rhythm shield, built from faint will, was riddled with cracks, its cold glimmers flickering uncertainly in the storm. The steadfast heartbeat perception from Su Muqiu served as the only anchor for his imitation. Yet this anchor was becoming increasingly distant and blurred under the storm's onslaught. Just as his will was on the verge of complete dissolution, and the shield was about to shatter entirely, a surge of fervent and resolute willpower surged forth. Like a burning meteor, propelled by an unwavering protective belief, it crashed into the tumultuous storm. "Lin Mo, hold on. We have found the coordinates. Respond to me." "Su Muqiu." It was Su Muqiu's voice. "No, It was not merely a voice, but a willful cry imprinted directly into the depths of his soul. This cry, akin to a lighthouse in the darkness, instantly illuminated Lin Mo's submerged consciousness. That cold will of rhythmic imitation erupted with unprecedented brilliance, as if infused with molten lava. Boom! A far clearer and more powerful rhythmic heartbeat resonated through the eye of the chaotic storm. The nearly shattered rhythm shield was instantaneously reinforced. A brilliant radiance surged forth. Upon the shield, cold glimmers intertwined with fervent protective will, forming a new and more resilient barrier. The violent energy currents collided against it, emitting a silent lament. For the first time firmly held at bay, almost simultaneously with Lin Mo's surge of consciousness, a powerful, chilling sensation of resonance surged along the fragile channel. Like a reverse current, instantly transmitting to Tang Ro's icy expanse of consciousness. It was Lin Mo. He responded. He stabilized amidst the storm. Tang Ro, struggling on the icy plane, attempting to synchronize with the battle rhythm, felt her remaining consciousness invigorated as if injected with a stimulant. The cold rhythmic beats on the ice field became clearer and more resolute. Thump, 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 no longer merely converging, but actively guiding, forcefully calibrating. Her consciousness pulsated with a cold resilience, akin to an invisible conductor's baton, forcefully striking upon the passage that connected to Lin Mo's tempest of awareness. It endeavored to forcibly draw Lin Mo's newly ignited, fervent will of protection into her own unwavering and icy battle rhythm. Two completely distinct yet harmoniously resonating wills, the frigid battle cadence and the fiery rhythm of guardianship, collided violently within the resonating passage, compressing and striving to merge. The passage, unable to bear the weight, twisted violently, emitting a silent lament. The barriers of the abyss of consciousness began to show fine cracks, akin to a spider's web. Under the frantic struggle of these two wills, the boundary between the tangible world and the abyss of consciousness grew exceedingly fragile at the coordinates ignited by burning will. The rusted iron door of the abandoned distribution room was kicked open by Ye Xiu, its dull echo reverberating through the expansive underground space. A pungent mix of mildew, dust, and heavy rust assaulted the senses. The beam of the flashlight pierced through the thick darkness, illuminating everything before it. The enormous, dust-covered, antiquated distribution cabinet loomed like a silent steel behemoth, perched upon the barren concrete floor. The walls were exposed, revealing thick, long-abandoned cable conduits, resembling the desiccated skin shed by a giant python. Scattered across the ground were shattered insulator porcelain and rusted metal parts. The air was cold and damp, as if it could freeze marrow. This is the place. Ye Xiu's flashlight beam firmly fixed upon the relatively vacant concrete area at the center of the distribution room. On the mobile phone screen, the light that representing the coordinates flickered madly at this very spot. Su Muqiu rushed in closely behind, clutching the icy blueprint tightly in her hand. Chen Guo also entered, panting heavily, stunned by the sight and the bone-chilling atmosphere. What should we do? Su Muqiu's voice was hoarse, filled with a sense of desperation, as her gaze fixed intensely upon Ye Xiu. The blueprint. Place it on the coordinates. Ye Xiu spoke rapidly, his tone commanding and undeniable. It is the key, the guide. Use your will. Activate it. Attempt to resonate. Connect them. The rest is up to Lin Mo and Xiao Tang. Su Muqiu hesitated not for a moment. She dashed to the center point indicated by Ye Xiu's flashlight beam, knelt on one knee, and solemnly pressed the cold, piercing blueprint forcefully against the rough, icy concrete floor. The moment the blueprint made contact with the ground, a low, grand humming sound erupted, as if an ancient beast slumbering beneath the earth had been awakened, rippling out from the point of contact. The entire underground distribution room trembled slightly. Dust fell in a flurry. On the blueprint, the once dim singularity vortex and star ring pattern erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling azure light. The radiance flowed and surged like a living entity, instantly illuminating the entire underground space in a ghostly blue. A bone-chilling cold swept forth like a tsunami. The ground, centered around the blueprint, instantly became enveloped in thick, spreading frost. Su Muqiu was momentarily shaken by this sudden surge of energy, yet she gritted her teeth, pressing down even harder on the blueprint with both hands. She closed her eyes, pouring all her will, all her faith, and all her protective convictions, recklessly and fervently into the cold blueprint beneath her palms. Lin Mo, Tang Ro, come back. The silent cry surged forth like a fiery beacon igniting her soul, fiercely charging along the invisible passage illuminated by the blueprint's radiance, leading into the abyss of consciousness. Almost simultaneously with Su Muqiu's outburst of will, the resonating passage, distorted and lamenting under the clash of two frenzied wills within the abyss of consciousness, was suddenly pierced by a torrent of guardian will from the tangible world, burning with an intensity of pure fervor. The spiderweb-like cracks in the passage's barrier were instantaneously torn apart, expanding. A fiery white beam, akin to a divine sword of judgment cleaving through chaos, thrust violently from the coordinates of reality, piercing through the torn barrier of the passage and stabbing into the very core of the abyss of consciousness, where the chaotic storm met the desolate ice plains. Where the beam passed, the chaotic energy currents were forcibly evaporated. The lifeless icy planes of consciousness were melted away. Lin Mo's faltering shield of will was instantaneously reinforced. Radiating brilliantly, Tang Rou's chilling battle cadence was ignited in an instant, transforming into a raging inferno. The two souls struggling at the edge of the abyss collided fiercely with the beam of light from reality, which condensed all their protective beliefs. The coordinates blazed with azure radiance, soaring like a burning blue torch. The core of the abyss of consciousness was illuminated by the fiery white beam, piercing through the darkness and lighting the way home. The coordinates burned, forging the path back. The barriers of the abyss shattered under the guardianship of will, and the boundary between reality and consciousness melted away in the collision. Chapter 45. The path forged in light, the fiery white beam, akin to the first thunderclap that cleaved through the chaos at the dawn of creation, plunged deeply into the core of the abyss of consciousness, bearing an absolute, that incinerated delusion. Light, an infinite, pure, and radiant white light instantaneously consumed all. The chaotic energy storm? In the light, it melted away like snow. The violent currents forcibly subdued and smoothed, transforming into gentle streams of energy. The desolate icy ruins? In the light, they crumbled inch by inch. Frozen thoughts forcibly awakened and ignited. The icy rifts filled and mended by the radiance. The wavering shield of will. In the light, it solidified instantaneously, expanding into an impenetrable barrier of guardianship. The cold glimmer and the fervent will of protection merged flawlessly, forming an indestructible prism. The icy battle cadence. In the light, it was utterly ignited, transforming into a blazing battle song. Each note burned with indomitable will and the ecstasy of breaking limits. Lin Mo's fragmented consciousness, submerged in the storm, was gently yet powerfully enveloped by this pure light, guiding and reshaping him. The soul-wrenching pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented warmth and wholeness. The shattered perceptions were reassembled, the chaotic memories were reorganized, as if scattered stars were returned to their rightful places. He saw it. No longer the darkness of the abyss of consciousness, but light. It was the path home. It was the hand of Su Muqiu, which tightly enveloped him, conveying an unwavering will of protection akin to solid rock. The core of Tang Rou's consciousness, frozen upon the icy plains, was thoroughly melted by this radiant light that burned away the chill, awakening her. The penetrating cold pain deep in her bones was replaced by a blazing vitality. The ruins of her shattered mental furnace were reassembled and sublimated in the brilliance. The distorted cacophony of noise was purified and refined, transforming into the most intricate tactical logic. The cold rhythm of battle resonated perfectly with the fervent light of protection, composing a brand new symphony deep within her consciousness, a song of ice and fire that intertwined destruction and creation. She could hear it. No longer the silence of the icy plains of consciousness, but rhythm, strength, that cold will belonging to Lin Mo, resonating across the abyss with her. Two souls, on the verge of fading at the precipice of the abyss, were forcefully thrust back into their own bodies by a pillar of blinding white light that condensed all protective beliefs from the coordinates of reality. In the real world, in an abandoned electrical room, the ethereal blue light surged forth like a raging tide, spiraling wildly from the blueprint at its center. A bone-chilling cold swept through the underground space, instantly forming thick layers of ice that spread over the walls, floors, and abandoned distribution cabinets. The entire space seemed to plunge into an absolute zero ice prison in an instant. Su Muqiu pressed both hands firmly against the erupting blueprint, her body resembling a solitary boat in a furious sea, trembling violently amidst the onslaught of energy. The biting cold invaded her arms mercilessly, frost rapidly coating her skin, her lips turning a deep shade of purple, yet she gritted her teeth, blood seeping from her gums. Her will burned like a blazing star, pouring everything into the blueprint, resisting the frenzied, ethereal blue light, guiding it. The silent scream from the depths of her soul never ceased. Come back. Ye Xiu and Chun Guo were forced to retreat repeatedly by the raging currents of energy and the piercing cold, barely shielding their eyes from the blinding light, gazing in astonishment at the scene in the center, akin to deities descending upon the world. At that moment, buzz, the ethereal blue light that erupted to its zenith on the blueprint collapsed inward without warning, like a cosmic singularity collapsing. All light, all energy, all coldness were forcibly gathered, compressed, and condensed into the profound vortex pattern at the tip of the blueprint in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, a beam of ethereal blue light, refined to the point of being indescribably thin, yet radiating destructive waves, shot forth from the singularity of the blueprint like a precision scalpel, ignoring the barriers of space. It instantaneously crossed the distance between the electrical room and the hospital ward above, penetrating layers of steel and concrete. The target was the single patient room of the first municipal hospital, the core of Lin Mo's being. With a soft sound, akin to an ice needle piercing through thin ice, the beam precisely penetrated the thin blanket covering Lin Mo's bed. The beam silently vanished beneath the bandages on his chest. Time seemed to freeze for a fraction of a second at that moment. The next instant, boom. An indescribable wave of gentle yet immense life energy erupted from the depths of Lin Mo's dormant core, akin to a newborn star bursting forth, without any warning. No longer was there chaotic turbulence. No longer was there the chilling silence. Instead, there was warmth, vastness, infused with the joy of rebirth and absolute stability after reconstruction. A gentle, golden halo, like the dawn, instantly replaced the stark lights of the ward, filling every inch of space. The halo, though not blinding, carried a purifying warmth that cleansed the soul. The scent of disinfectant in the air was replaced by a refreshing breath of life, reminiscent of a forest after rain. On Lin Mo's pale face, a healthy flush appeared at a visible speed. His cracked lips became plump. The breath that was weak to the point of nearly vanishing transformed into a long, steady rhythm, filled with vitality. Beneath his tightly closed eyelids, his eyeballs ceased their painful movements, now embodying a profound calm. The once dormant core beneath his blanket now pulsed with a steady rhythm akin to the heartbeat of the earth, each beat radiating warm ripples of life outward. Beep, 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 beep. The faintly fluctuating line on the heart monitor suddenly became robust, as if injected with a life-restoring stimulant. Blood pressure and blood oxygen levels soared, stabilizing in the perfect range. Brainwave activity transitioned from a dying whisper to a steady and vibrant wave. Heavens! The doctors stood in awe at the miraculous changes displayed on the instruments. Their mouths agape, and their recording pads dropped to the floor with a thud. Su Muqiu's body jolted abruptly. It felt as if an invisible connection had been severed. She sensed the temperature of the blueprint beneath her palm rapidly fading, returning to a cold, ordinary state. The violent, ethereal blue light and the bone-chilling cold within the electrical room vanished like an illusion, leaving behind a scene of frost-covered chaos and heavy breathing. Ignoring her own chill and fatigue, she turned abruptly and stumbled out of the electrical room, with Ye Xiu and Chun Guo closely following. At the first municipal hospital, in the single-patient room, Su Muqiu burst through the door like a gust of wind. Her gaze locked onto the bed. Lin Mo lay peacefully, bathed in the warm golden halo. His complexion was rosy, and his breathing was steady and elongated. No longer was he the pale specter of death, but rather a figure of serene slumber. Beneath the thin blanket, the steady and powerful core pulsed like the most comforting lullaby. Tears instantly blurred Su Muqiu's vision, and the overwhelming joy, coupled with the shock of regained hope, made her legs weak, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. She staggered to the bedside, her trembling fingers gently caressing Lin Mo's warm cheek. Feeling the palpable and vibrant life force, weeping uncontrollably, Lin Mo go. Just then, Lin Mo's tightly shut eyelids fluttered ever so slightly, like the wings of a butterfly. Under Su Muqiu's breathless gaze, her heart nearly stopping, those tightly closed eyes slowly opened, bearing the innocence of awakening and a trace of hidden fatigue. No longer did they harbor a chaotic grayness, nor the burning brilliance of stars, nor the chilling clarity of an inhuman gaze. The night sky, washed clean by the rain, appeared clear and profound, carrying a hint of frailty akin to a recovering illness. Yet it vividly reflected the tear-streaked visage of Su Muqiu. His lips stirred ever so slightly, the sound emerging hoarse from a prolonged slumber, yet remarkably clear, akin to a mountain stream cascading over pebbles. Muqiu, you have endured so much. Su Muqiu's sobs caught in her throat. An overwhelming happiness surged through her like a warm current, instantly drowning her fears and fatigue. She clutched Lin Mo's warm hand tightly, burying her face in his palm, her shoulders shaking violently, while only the searing tears silently poured forth, expressing the despair of recent days, the guardianship, and the ecstasy of the moment. Lin Mo's gaze drifted slowly, sweeping over the astonished doctors and nurses in the ward, glancing at the complex expressions of Ye Xiu and Chun Guo by the door, before finally returning to Su Muqiu. With great slowness and a hint of incredulous exploration, he raised the hand that was not attached to N4. His fingertips moved slightly. A faint yet exquisitely concentrated azure starlight, akin to a living firefly, gently and silently danced around his pale fingertips, flowing gracefully. No longer was it a chaotic surge of energy, nor a cold, inhuman will. Instead, it was a power that extended with the harmony of intent and understanding. He gazed at the gentle starlight on his fingertips, then turned his attention to Su Muqiu, a complex glimmer fleeting across his depths, ultimately transforming into a soft sigh, filled with relief and newfound comprehension. The light forged a path home, and the embers were reborn. The cold strings transformed into a bridge of strength under the glow of guardianship, while the struggles of the abyss illuminated a brand new beginning amidst the collision of star sparks. The warm halo within the ward flowed silently, reflecting the awakening stars and the weeping guardian, as well as the sharp, expectant light in Ye Xiu's eyes from the shadow outside the door. The world of glory and the recently awakened cold starlight quietly converged in the morning light of reality. Chapter 46. The awakening of the star trails. A tranquil serenity enveloped the ward, reminiscent of a life spared from calamity. The warm golden glow flowed through the air like a tangible warmth, soothing the tempests of recent days. The rhythmic beeping of the instruments had lost its harshness, instead resembling a lullaby's cadence. Lin Mo lay quietly, the azure starlight on his fingertips resembling a living firefly, gently entwining and flowing. With his eyes closed, his face retained the pallor of someone recently recovering from illness, yet the heavy shadows of despair and pain had dissipated, leaving behind a profound weariness and an unmistakable new awareness of his own strength. Each breath drew forth the steady, deep pulsation at his core, akin to a newly born heart, with every beat reconstructing his connection to the world. Su Muqiu rested her cheek on his arm by the bedside, having succumbed to a deep slumber from the overwhelming fatigue and emotional upheaval. Her brow relaxed, her breathing even, the weariness of her vigil replaced by a serene peace. Save for the faint traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, silently narrating the harrowing events of the past. Ye Xiu leaned against the doorframe, hands tucked into his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his lips unlit. He observed the two sleeping figures on the bed, then glanced down at the blood-stained blueprint in his hand, now cold and ordinary, yet seemingly imbued with endless secrets. The peculiar spirals and the ice-core star ring patterns on the blueprint appeared exceptionally profound under the warmth of the ward. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, possessing a penetrating insight that seemed capable of discerning the terrifying core of newly reformed power within Lin Mo, as well as the invisible thread that undoubtedly connected him to another soul. "Boss lady," Ye Xiu's voice was low, carrying an almost imperceptible gravity, breaking the silence of the ward. "How is Xiaotang?" Chen Guo was cautiously placing a cup of warm water on the bedside table when she paused, concern immediately clouding her features. "She hasn't woken up yet." The doctor checked and said her physical indicators are all normal, but her brainwave activity is very weak, akin to deep sleep, and she cannot be awakened. She glanced at Lin Mo on the bed, her expression complex. "Is he really okay? Has that thing between them truly been severed?" Ye Xiu's gaze swept over the faintly fading azure starlight on Lin Mo's fingertips before returning to the blueprint in his hand, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "Severed? Boss lady, once a line is connected, it is not easily broken, especially one that binds life." He flicked non-existent ash from his fingers, his tone tinged with amusement. "I dare say, this line not only remains intact, but has grown even sturdier." He ceased his explanations, carefully folding the blood-stained blueprint and tucking it into the worn pocket of his old coat, his movements imbued with a caution befitting a hazardous object. "All right, let them rest well. Keep a close eye on Xiaotang and inform me immediately of any developments." He patted Chen Guo's shoulder and silently exited the ward, his figure melding into the shadows of the corridor. At the Xinxi Network Club, in the employee lounge, the pale energy-saving lights cast a particularly desolate ambience in the small room. Tang Rou lay quietly on a single bed, enveloped in thick blankets, her pale face devoid of color, long eyelashes casting silent shadows against her eyelids. Her breathing was weak yet steady, as if she were ensconced in the deepest slumber. The heart rate monitor beside her emitted a regular, faint beeping, with the green dots on the screen affirming the continuation of life. Chen Guo sat on the chair beside the bed, her eyes red-rimmed, clutching a warm towel in her hand, gently wiping the non-existent cold sweat from Tang Rou's forehead. Her gaze lingered on Tang Rou's sleeping face, filled with compassion and helplessness. "Ro, please wake up. Don't scare Guogua," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. Ye Xiu's words echoed in her mind. The line hasn't been severed? It has grown sturdier? What could this possibly signify? Is it good or bad? She looked at Tang Rou's lips, still tightly pressed, even in slumber, as if she could still feel the inhuman pain and coldness that had plagued her before falling unconscious. At that moment, a faint yet extraordinarily clear sensation, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil, deep pool, unexpectedly pierced the tranquility of the lounge, gently brushing against Chen Guo's perceptual boundaries. It was neither sound nor image. Rather, it was a chilling sense of connection, a pulsation signifying the reconnection of a channel imbued with absolute rationality. The source emanated from the slumbering Tang Rou, Chunghua abruptly lifted her head, her heart racing to her throat as she fixated intently on Tang Rou's face. Beneath the closed eyelids of Tang Rou, her eyeballs subtly shifted, an action so minuscule it resembled an illusion. Subsequently, the hand resting outside the covers curled slightly, fingers moving with an unusual rhythm, as if tracing some invisible trajectory in the void. Ro. Chunghua exclaimed in astonishment, her voice laden with immense surprise and uncertainty. As if in response to her call, Tang Rou's pale, bloodless lips moved with great difficulty, the motion almost imperceptible, releasing a faint sound akin to a sigh. Cold. Cold. A sharp pang gripped Chunghua's heart. Instinctively, she reached out to touch Tang Rou's forehead, her fingers meeting an icy chill. It was not merely a lack of warmth, but a penetrating cold emanating from the depths of her very marrow. This chill felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the aura that Lin Mo had previously exuded. What left Chunghua even more alarmed was that Tang Rou's recently curled finger emitted a faint, almost ethereal, bluish crystal fragment, glimmering briefly before vanishing, yet carrying an excruciating cold. Doctor, Ye Xiu, hurry. Chunghua could no longer contain herself, her voice rising to a desperate cry. She rushed to the bedside, gripping Tang Rou's icy hand tightly, attempting to warm her with her own body heat. Ro, do not fear. Guo is here. Guo is here. In the single patient room of the municipal hospital, Lin Mo's eyelashes fluttered again, this time more distinctly than before. He slowly opened his eyes, the fatigue in his gaze still evident, yet within that clarity lay an indescribable tremor. His focus did not immediately sharpen. Instead, it bore an uncanny penetrating quality, as if he were gazing at a point in the void. The arm resting on Su Muqiu's pillow shifted ever so slightly, the fingertips unconsciously gliding through the air, leaving behind a fleeting, bluish trail, akin to fragments of a star's trajectory. Simultaneously, an unmistakable resonance, originating from the depths of his soul, reverberated through the stillness of the ward, akin to plucked strings of a lute, piercing directly into the deepest recesses of Lin Mo's consciousness. Cold, weak, accompanied by the bewilderment of awakening and a hint of the suppressed shock stemming from mental trauma. It was Tang Rou. She was awakening. Or rather, she was in the process of waking. Lin Mo's pupils contracted ever so slightly. He distinctly felt the thread connecting his reconstituted core with Tang Rou's shattered psyche. It had not severed. Instead, at the moment of their consciousness's awakening, it had become clearer and more robust. He could even vaguely sense the state at the other end of the thread, the frigid and fragile mental condition, along with Chunghua's tearful, protective cry. A faint, bewildered sound escaped from Lin Mo's parched lips. This delicate whisper roused the drowsy Su Muqiu. She abruptly lifted her head, her sleep-laden eyes brimming with immense surprise. Lin Mo, go. You're awake? How do you feel? Is anything wrong? Lin Mo's gaze gradually focused on Su Muqiu's face, which was filled with concern. He slowly shook his head, the corners of his mouth attempting to form a reassuring smile, though it appeared remarkably stiff. He did not answer Su Muqiu's inquiries. Instead, with great effort and undeniable urgency, he slowly raised his uninfused hand. His fingers, imbued with the weakness of awakening and barely perceptible trembling, struggled to point towards the door of the ward, indicating the location of Xing Xian. His voice was hoarse and dry, as if every word had drained his strength, yet it was remarkably clear. Cold. It's very cold. Su Muqiu instantly understood. The overwhelming shock rendered her momentarily speechless. Lin Mo Go, despite the distance, had sensed Tang Rou's awakening and condition. The thread truly remained intact. What Ye Xiu had said was indeed true. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Muqiu sprang to her feet. I will go immediately. Lin Mo Go, rest well. She scarcely had time for another word before she turned and dashed out of the ward, her figure vanishing at the corridor's end. Silence enveloped the ward once more. Lin Mo gradually retracted his hand, pointing towards the door. The bluish starlight lingered silently, flowing gently. He gazed at that gentle yet potent light, his expression imbued with complexity. No longer astonished or exploratory, he now bore a gravity that suggested an understanding of certain rules. He could distinctly feel that the streak of starlight at his fingertips was intricately and stably connected to the pulsating core within his chest, as well as to the icy thread spanning the space, linking him to Tang Rou's mental realm. This was not a sign of power spiraling out of control. Rather, it represented a new form of control, one rooted in coordinates, connections, and a profound resonance of absolute mastery. He slowly brought his fingertip closer to his chest, the bluish starlight, akin to a firefly returning home, silently merged beneath the thin blanket, reintegrating into the steadily pulsating core. All overt anomalies vanished in an instant, leaving behind a young man, frail yet with profound eyes, upon the hospital bed. The awakening star trails quietly revolved in the depths of his soul, while the icy threads silently connected across space. The journey's end was not a terminus, but a new beginning, leading to unknown powers and endless challenges. Lin Mo closed his eyes, feeling the stable and powerful rhythm within him, along with the invisible thread extending into the distance, a faint smile, imbued with strength, gracing his lips. In the realm of glory, amidst the newly ignited, frigid star trails, a fresh chapter brimming with boundless possibilities converges in the dawn light of reality. Chapter 47, The Ice String Vision. As Su Muqiu burst through the back door of Xingxin Internet CAF, Chengguo knelt beside the bed in the resting room. Repeatedly wiping Tang Rou's eerily cold hand with a warm towel, tears cascading onto the frost-laden blanket. Guogua. Su Muqiu's voice resonated with urgency. Mumu. Chengguo grasped at the words like a lifeline. Ro says she is cold. Her hand is as icy as iron. Just moments ago, her fingers were emitting a bluish glow. The doctor came and could not discern the cause, merely stating her body temperature is abnormally low, and her brain waves are gradually recovering. Su Muqiu's heart sank heavily as she rushed to the bedside. Tang Rou lay quietly, her complexion as pale as paper, her breath faint as a wisp. Yet, her brow was no longer furrowed, and her eyelashes cast a serene shadow under the light, as if she had merely succumbed to a profound slumber. The only indication of abnormality was the bone-chilling coldness of the hand grasped by Chengguo, conveying an ethereal sharpness that spoke volumes of her condition. Lin Mo detected every nuance with precision. Inhaling deeply, Su Muqiu suppressed her tumultuous emotions. She extended her hand, gently resting it upon Tang Rou's icy forehead. The touch was chilling, akin to caressing a piece of cold jade. Yet, at the moment her fingertips met the skin, a faint yet striking resonance emanated, like a stone cast into the tranquil lake of her heart, sending ripples through her perception. It was neither sound nor image, but a frigid frequency, a presence that responded with an undeniable sense of rational order. Beneath the slumbering iceberg, a massive ice core seemed to awaken slowly, emitting a steady, cold pulse. This pulse, though exceptionally faint, resonated distinctly with the warm will of protection emanating from Su Muqiu's palm, creating a peculiar, silent confrontation and balance. Her hand trembled slightly, as if electrified, yet she did not withdraw. Gazing at Tang Rou's serene face, she felt the contrasting resilient will embedded within that icy pulse. And a singular thought crystallized in her mind. She is fighting back. In her own manner, she was digesting and mastering the frigid power that had intruded upon her very essence. She is fine, Su Muqiu spoke with an unwavering certainty that even she was unaware of, retracting her hand and meeting Chengguo's uncertain gaze. Lin Mo said she will awaken. She just needs time. There is something cold within her, but she can withstand it. Chengguo. Observing the conviction in Su Muqiu's eyes and the seemingly steadier breath of Tang Rou, felt the taut strings of her heart loosen slightly, yet immense worry lingered. What shall we do then? Just wait. We wait, Su Muqiu affirmed, her gaze fixed on Tang Rou's slightly furrowed brow. We can only wait. Trust her. At the first municipal hospital, in a private room, Lin Mo reclined upon the elevated hospital bed, a soft pillow supporting his back. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting warm spots upon his pale, yet revitalized face. He lowered his eyes, focusing on the palm of his outstretched right hand. His fingertips stirred slightly, and a thread of condensed, ethereal blue starlight silently flowed from his fingertips. Unlike before, it no longer dispersed uncontrollably. Instead, it behaved like the most docile of pets, swirling slowly above his palm, coalescing. Gradually, the starlight transformed, beginning to outline an intricate yet remarkably clear structure. A miniature space singularity. A nascent form of the ice core star ring spear, silently hovered and rotated within less than 10 centimeters of space above his palm. The blue whirlpool at the spear's tip spun deeply, devouring the surrounding light. The ice core star ring, encircled by countless minute blue luminescent points, adhered to an exquisite, cold mathematical beauty, operating with stability. The spiral crystalline structure of the spear shaft and its profound grooves were distinctly visible, exuding a chilling aura of contained destruction. This was not merely an energy projection. It was a manifestation of pure core energy, inscribed with his will, conjured into tangible reality. Lin Mo's gaze was focused and serene, embodying an absolute mastery, as if he had comprehended the very laws of physics. He could distinctly sense every particle of energy composing this weapon, their positions, states, and paths entirely under his will's command, akin to orchestrating millions of precise soldiers. The hospital room door creaked open, and Ye Xiu sauntered in, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, a bag of fruit in hand. Upon spotting the miniature energy spear radiating a ghostly blue light, his steps momentarily faltered, and his eyes sparkled with astonishment. Well, Linda, sure, this discharge gift is quite unique. Energy manifestation, thought forging. Your Wanxiang core has undergone a thorough upgrade, hasn't it? Lin Mo did not even lift his eyelids, merely flicking his fingertip. The intricate energy sphere above his palm disintegrated in an instant, transforming into countless blue points of light. Akin to fireflies returning home, silently vanishing into his palm, leaving only a faint chill in the air. Have you tested it? Lin Mo's voice remained hoarse, yet unusually calm. No. Ye Xiu approached the bedside, casually tossing the fruit bag onto the nightstand before plopping down into a chair, crossing his legs. His gaze piercing as he fixed it on Lin Mo. Little Tang has yet to fully awaken. Your nuclear weapon has just stabilized. Testing it recklessly might end up demolishing the hospital or the CAF. The boss lady would surely be after my life. He paused, shifting his tone to one of rare seriousness. But how does it feel? The connection still exists, right? Lin Mo slowly raised his eyes to meet Ye Xiu's. His gaze calm, yet imbued with penetrating strength. He did not respond directly, but instead raised his hand slowly, pointing to the wall of the room. Behind there, he murmured, is the nurse's station. 3 nurses were present, one diligently recording notes, another preparing medication, and the third relishing a crisp apple, having just taken a bite. He subtly adjusted his finger, pointing towards the ceiling. Upstairs lies the orthopedic ward. Bed number 3, a fracture of the right tibia, secured with steel pins. The effects of anesthesia just wearing off, heart rate slightly elevated. His finger shifted again, indicating the void outside the window, a straight line distance of 1,743 meters to the basement power room of the old textile factory. The residual intensity of core energy has decayed to a mere 0.03% of its initial value, with slight spatial distortions, and the stress on column 3 exhibiting anomalies, accompanied by minor fissures. Ye Xiu nearly dropped the cigarette he was holding. The languor on his face evaporated, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk, fixated on Lin Mo's tranquil visage, following the direction of his finger as if attempting to penetrate the walls, floors, and earth to witness the accurately described scenes. Was this some form of X-ray vision combined with spatial scanning and energy perception? Or perhaps a holographic mapping based on some coordinates? Lin Mo withdrew his finger, and the ethereal blue starlight once more silently lingered, his eyes profound like an abyss. It was not merely a line but rather a passage, a bidirectional flow of information anchored by coordinates. He paused momentarily, seemingly sensing something from her side. She had awakened. It was disordered, akin to gazing through frosted glass at a kaleidoscope. Ye Xiu exhaled a breath of stale air, the shock on his face gradually transforming into an exhilaration akin to that felt when encountering a worthy opponent. He comprehended it now. Lin Mo had acquired a nearly omniscient microspatial perception ability based on coordinate linkage and core resonance. And on Tang Rou's side, it was likely far more than just a simple awakening. A chaotic kaleidoscope? Ye Xiu's lips curled into a challenge-laden arc. Just perfect. Master Lin, prepare yourself. Once you can rise and take a few steps, we must conduct a vision check for young Tang. In the darkened employee lounge of Shihong Network Club, the shadows did not represent absolute darkness, but rather a vortex composed of countless fragmented, rotating, and sharply edged streams of data. Tang Rou's consciousness was akin to a drowning individual, adrift in a boundless, frigid deluge of zeros and ones. This was not chaos, but rather a terrifying information storm birthed from the pinnacle of order. Her field of vision no longer encompassed screens and keyboards, but rather a deconstructed world of underlying logic composed of countless flowing codes, geometric lines, color spectra, and dynamic parameters. She could perceive. The air was no longer formless, but constituted by myriad color bands and digital waterfalls representing temperature, humidity, and flow velocity. The walls were no longer solid but outlined by grids and fluctuation curves denoting molecular density and stress distribution. Chungua's worried face, seated by the bedside, was deconstructed into a complex map of bioelectric signals, microexpressions, and even the visualization of her faint heartbeat. The faint residue of Lin Mo's core energy on Su Muqiu manifested as a pulsating thread of shimmering blue energy, strikingly prominent in her perceptual field. Information, an immense, primal, unprocessed stream of underlying data. Like billions of cold steel needles, it brutally pierced her recently reformed, still fragile mental core. Tang Rou emitted a suppressed groan of agony, her body curling tightly on the single bed. Her hands clutched her painfully throbbing head. Cold sweat drenched her thin hospital gown. Ro. Both Chengua and Su Muqiu exclaimed in unison. Turn off the lights. Turn them off. Tang Rou's voice was hoarse and parched, laden with immense pain and an urgency that brooked no argument. She tightly shut her eyes, as if the harsh glow of the energy-saving lamp were a flame searing her soul. Chengua scrambled towards the switch, and with a decisive click, the lounge was enveloped in darkness. The instant darkness fell, Tang Rou's taut body relaxed slightly. She gasped for breath, her hands gradually loosening from her head. In the dark, her eyes slowly opened a narrow slit. No longer clear or cold, Deep within her gaze, 2 points of ethereal blue starlight burned silently and steadily. Illuminated by that starlight, her pupils resembled 2 prisms of absolute zero. Freed from the blinding light's disturbance, the once chaotic torrent of information began to undergo strange transformations under the prism's perspective. The disordered cascade of code was automatically categorized and simplified, leaving only the critical logical nodes and pathways. The dynamic fluctuations of parameters had extraneous noise filtered out, retaining only key thresholds and trend lines. The complex biosignature maps of Chunghua and Su Muqiu faded, leaving only simplified halos representing their positions, intentions, and emotional states. The ethereal blue energy thread connecting her to the distant hospital, belonging to Lin Mo, became clearer and more stable, akin to a lighthouse in the dark. The entire world, viewed through Tang Rou's perspective, was forcefully stripped of all redundant sensory information, leaving only the cold, logical, core elements that could be tactically understood and utilized. With great effort, she slowly sat up, her movements triggering mental trauma that brought waves of dizziness and sharp pain, but she endured. Her eyes, ablaze with ethereal blue starlight, resembling icy prisms, scanned through the darkness, eventually settling on the closed door of the lounge. Her lips moved with great difficulty, her voice imbued with the frailty of awakening and an indescribable, chilling insight. Ye Xiu is standing 3 meters outside in the corridor, listening with a steady heartbeat, the cigarette unlit. With the resonance of icy strings, her vision was reshaped. The soul, returning from the abyss, opened the icy prism of insight into the logic of all things. The chaotic data torrent transformed into a clear tactical tableau under the will of absolute zero. Lin Mo's fingertips silently delineated the contours of space within the ward, while Tang Rou's icy gaze had penetrated the darkness of the internet CAF, locking onto the quietly approaching observer. Chapter 48. Resonance of icy strings. Ye Xiu's silhouette remained frozen in the shadow of the lounge corridor for half a moment. He had indeed just arrived, treading lightly. His fingertips holding the unlit cigarette, he habitually clenched, intently listening to the movements within the room. The phrase spoken by T-ing "Are you?" weak yet remarkably precise, pierced through the facade of lethargy he exhibited, akin to a chilling bullet that unveiled the keen sharpness beneath, reminiscent of a hawk. A barely audible sigh escaped Wai Shi's lips, tinged with both exhilaration and a hint of gravity, as he refrained from concealing his intentions any longer. He raised his hand, bent his fingers, and tapped twice on the door panel, the rhythm unmistakable. "Little T-ing, your vision has recovered rather uniquely, hasn't it?" He pushed open the door, his silhouette merging into the dimness of the lounge, his gaze landing accurately upon the figure seated on the bed, exuding an ethereal blue luminescence in the darkness. T-ing Ru's body tightened subtly in the shadows. Her eyes, ablaze with a blue star-like brilliance, akin to crystalline prisms, struggled to turn towards the entrance. A torrent of information surged once more, yet this time, the icy blue glimmer in her eyes flickered steadily, forcibly simplifying the complex biological signal patterns emanating from Wai Shi into a faint aura of tobacco scent, appearing relaxed yet brimming with latent power. The emotional core as steadfast as a rock. "Wai Shi," she began, her voice dry and hoarse, each syllable tugging at the depths of her spirit with a needle-like sting. Noisy. It was not a complaint, but rather a declaration of an exceedingly clear fact: the subtle muscle tensions, respiratory rhythms, and even the activity levels of neural signals within Wai Shi transformed into a cacophony of data streams in her perception, battering against her fragile mental barriers. Wai Shi raised an eyebrow, undeterred, and stepped forward, positioning himself at a distance neither too close nor too far from the bed. Observing T-ing Ru's eyes with keen interest. "Noisy. Fine, I'll tone it down." However, he shifted the conversation with a hint of subtle probing. "From 3 meters away, you can tell I Haven T lit a cigarette? You see through quite well. Lin M, that lad, could even count if the nurse's apple was crisp or not. You two certainly know how to play the lines." Lines. T-ing Ru's brow furrowed slightly, as the term resonated with some deeper connection. Within her vision, inundated by a torrent of cold data, a distinctly clear and pulsating thread of blue energy extended from the depths of her consciousness, penetrating the walls and pointing towards the distant hospital. At that moment, the thread seemed to resonate faintly due to Wai Shi's mention of Lin M. Not lines, she struggled to articulate, attempting to describe the inhuman perception with comprehensible human terms. Coordinates. A passage. He is there. Her finger unconsciously lifted, pointing towards the direction where the energy thread extended, the tip surrounded by an almost imperceptible, chilly blue shimmer. Ngu's heart tightened abruptly as she observed the otherworldly manifestation at T-ing Ru's fingertip, nearly gasping in astonishment, only to be restrained by SMCH's firm grip on her arm. SMCH gently shook her head, her gaze serious and focused. "Passage. Coordinates? Why she mulled over these words, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. And how do you perceive us? Like a bunch of moving code? Teeing or you paused momentarily, seemingly adapting to this form of communication. She slowly turned her crystalline gaze, sweeping over Ch Ngu and Smching. Gugu, anxious, was concerned about Teeing Ru's glance towards her position. The aura representing her surged with turbulence, radiating intense anxiety and protective will, the data stream chaotic. Mching's stable connection shifted towards Smching, her aura steady, exuding gentle warmth, with a faint mental link directed at Lin M. The data stream relatively orderly. You ultimately, her gaze refocused on Ye Xiu, heartbeat lies. The last 3 words caused Ye Xiu's playful demeanor to freeze in an instant. Heartbeat lies. He had indeed felt an almost imperceptible acceleration in his heartbeat upon hearing Teeing Ru's precise description of his state. A reflex born of shock and exhilaration. Had she seen through that? Damn it. Why she couldn't contain an expletive. His gaze towards Teeing Ru shifting entirely. Akin to observing a newly unearthed, paradigm-shifting relic of ancient weaponry. Is your icy gaze a lie detector? Not a gaze. Teeing Ru seemed momentarily troubled by the term gaze, her mental fluctuations intensifying, the blue brilliance in her eyes flickering as signs of data overflow reemerged. She painfully closed her eyes, pressing her fingers against her temples, her body trembling slightly, overwhelmed by the chaotic influx of information. Are you? Ch Ngu could no longer restrain herself and lunged forward, wishing to embrace her. Don't touch her. Ye Xiu and Smching simultaneously shouted. Smching was quicker. She did not stop Ch Ngu but swiftly extended her hand, her fingertips emanating a gentle warmth imbued with protective intent, lightly touching Teeing Ru's forehead. A hum, a familiar, faint resonance of Lin M's core energy surged through Smching's touch, akin to a warm stream, instantly infusing Teeing Ru's chaotic mental core. A miracle unfolded. The turbulent torrent of information seemed to encounter an invisible dam, its force abruptly diminished. Teeing Ru's taut body relaxed, her rapid breaths calming, and her furrowed brow gradually unfurled. She reopened her eyes, though the blue brilliance remained frigid. It now bore a trace of tranquility. Warmth enveloped her as she gazed at Smching, faintly uttering a word. Why she observed all of this, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Smching's ability to soothe Teeing Ru stemmed from her connection to Lin M, essentially serving as a weakened coordinate node. What of Lin M himself? What of that passage? A bold, even somewhat reckless experimental plan took shape in his mind. Boss lady. Ye Xiu's voice rang with unyielding authority, commanding, hand me the key to the main control room of the internet CAF. Mching. You stay behind and stabilize Teeing's condition. Little Teeing, he turned to Teeing Ru, his gaze sharp as a knife. Do you wish to test just how far and how clearly your new eyes can see? YSH Hospital, single occupancy ward. Lin M lay with his eyes closed, resting against the elevated hospital bed. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting warm patches of light on his face, yet failing to dispel the chilling tremors emanating from the icy thread deep within his consciousness. He could distinctly sense it. Teeing Ru had awakened. She was struggling. The agony of information overload, the shudder of mental barriers being breached, resembles the chilling tide that surges along an invisible coordinate channel. Then, there is the intervention of Su Muqiu. A familiar warmth, imbued with a protective intent, lights up like a candle flame in the dark, temporarily stabilizing the crumbling dam. Lin Mo's fingertips unconsciously glide across the thin blanket, leaving behind a fleeting azure trace. He resonates, not through deliberate intervention, but an instinctive synchronization based on the existence of the channel. He can vaguely perceive the chaotic torrent of data within Tang Ro's vision. Feel her tenacious will as she forcefully analyzes and filters information, and even faintly detect the probing and excited mental fluctuations of Ye Xiu. This fellow truly cannot contain himself. At that moment, a hum, an intensely strong, purposefully directed mental pulse, akin to a sharp probe, instantaneously pierces the tranquility, reaching straight to Lin Mo's core consciousness along that icy string channel. It is Ye Xiu. This pulse bears no malice. Rather, it resembles a clearly defined call signal, imbued with a strong intent. Test. Targeting the main control room of the Xingxin Network Club, Lin Mo's eyes snap open, no longer filled with fatigue and depth. They ignite with an azure starfire. A primal battle intent, provoked and invited, surges forth, belonging to the master of power. He distinctly perceives the coordinate point transmitted by Ye Xiu. It lies deep within the Xingxin Internet CAF, in the main control room. He can even sense that Ye Xiu is currently standing before the dense racks of servers and switches, perhaps with his fingers resting on a core device's casing. A barely audible, coldly amused breath escapes Lin Mo's lips. He slowly raises his right hand, fingers splayed, palm facing upward. Without hesitation, where thought leads, will becomes command. The light in the hospital room suddenly warps. Countless specks of dust hover in the invisible force field, trembling. A thread of condensed, almost tangible azure starlight surges forth from his palm, no longer a docile will-o'-the-wisp, but a roaring galaxy. The starlight instantly condenses, taking shape. A hum. A spear formed entirely of azure energy, solidified into a spatial singularity. The ice crystal star ring spear tears through the air with a chilling howl that sends shivers down the spine, appearing defiantly in the void above Lin Mo's palm. The spear's singularity whirlpool spins furiously, consuming light. The ice crystal star ring operates at high speed, dragging cold trails of azure light. The spiral spear shaft and deep energy grooves are strikingly clear, with destructive power perfectly confined within the energy structure, poised to unleash its might. This time, it is no longer a miniature model. This is a practical manifestation that encapsulates the core energy Lin Mo can mobilize at this moment. Lin Mo's gaze is cold and focused, akin to a sovereign surveying the battlefield. His perception follows the coordinate signal transmitted by Ye Xiu, like invisible tendrils penetrating layers of spatial barriers, instantly locking onto a specific point 1,000 miles away, within the main control room of the Xingxin Internet CAF. Ye Xiu's fingers rest upon the cold metallic casing of the core server. Now is the time. Lin Mo's pupils constrict sharply. The energy spear above his palm emits a low hum. The locked target is not a physical spatial coordinate, but the spatial coordinate information flow represented by the point of contact between Ye Xiu's finger and the casing. Go. A command, deep and rumbling like cracking glaciers, explodes within Lin Mo's consciousness. The azure energy spear above his palm does not project outward like a physical entity. Instead, it instantaneously disintegrates, transforming into an utterly pure, concentrated azure information flow with terrifying spatial parsing power. Like an invisible mental arrow, it follows that icy string channel, disregarding physical distance, transmitting thoughts at speeds that surpass light, boldly projecting along the coordinate anchor point provided by Ye Xiu's finger. Target. Infiltrate the core server data layer of the Xingxin main control room. In the Xingxin Network Club, beneath the pallid lights, dense server cabinets emit a low hum, with green indicator lights twinkling like stars. The air is thick with the slight warmth and ozone scent characteristic of electronic components. Ye Xiu stands before the core cabinet, his right index and middle fingers casually resting on the cold metallic shell of the main server marked 01. His posture appears relaxed, yet his muscles and spirit are taut to the utmost, like a hunter waiting for prey to step into the trap. His call signal has been sent, like bait cast into the deep sea. He is gambling, betting that Lin Mo can receive it and will respond, betting that the icy string channel can bear such an ultra-long distance, unconventional information projection, betting that Tang Ro's icy crystalline eyes can capture this non-physical level of energy intrusion. Outside the heavy soundproof door of the control room, Su Muqiu grips Tang Ro's cold hand tightly, continuously transmitting her protective will while anxiously watching the closed door. Chunghua paces restlessly, muttering incessantly. Inside the control room, time seems to freeze. Only the monotonous hum of server fans fills the air. Suddenly, buzz. An indescribable sensation, icy to the bone and sharply piercing, akin to an invisible ice cone, abruptly and forcefully penetrates the thick physical soundproof barrier and electromagnetic shielding of the control room. It is not sound. It is not an energy fluctuation. It is pure, highly concentrated spatial information intrusion. Ye Xiu's two fingers resting on the server casing suddenly tingle, as if millions of icy steel needles have instantaneously pierced the skin, reaching the nerve endings. It is not a physical sensation, but a terrifying feeling on the mental level, subjected to high-dimensional scrutiny and analysis. It has arrived, almost simultaneously with this icy intrusion sensation. Outside the control room, in the lounge, Tang Ro, who had been with her eyes closed, enduring Su Muqiu's soothing presence, suddenly jolts. The pair of tightly shut eyes, ablaze with a cerulean starlight, suddenly opened. This time, it was no longer a chaotic torrent of information. Within her crystalline vision, the entire structure of the Xingxin Internet CAF was instantaneously stripped away to reveal a semi-transparent web of energy and stress lines. The heavy soundproof door of the server room seemed to be non-existent. She beheld a multitude of data streams, representing the operating status of the servers, surging like a vibrant river of colored light within the server room. Temperature, voltage, data throughput, process load, all parameters transformed into a clear spectrum waterfall. And at the core of Cabinet 01, an utterly jarring and frigid cerulean vortex of information, akin to a miniature black hole conjured from thin air, was violently tearing apart and devouring the original data streams of the servers. The core of that vortex pulsated with a disquieting starlit rhythm, reminiscent of Lin Mo from afar. At the edge of the vortex, a humanoid halo composed of countless chaotic bioelectrical signals, representing Ye Xiu, was in close contact with the cerulean whirlpool. What sent shivers through Tang Rou's soul was that this cerulean information invasion vortex was not without origin. A remarkably clear pathway, composed purely of spatial coordinate information, pierced through layers of spatial barriers, extending from the core of the vortex, disregarding distance, and precisely connecting to another, larger, and more stable cerulean energy core, Lin Mo, located in a distant hospital room. Ice string resonance. Binary star alignment. Tang Rou's lips moved soundlessly, driven by the immense impact of information and instinctual insight, as cold and precise statements shot forth like bullets. Server room 01 invasion, spatial coordinate parsing, core temperature 734, load 92, hardware 74892, invasion, source Lin Mo, distance 1743 kilometers, channel stability bandwidth extremely high. Each word fell like a chilling steel stamp in the silent server room, striking the hearts of Su Muqiu and Chunguo outside the door, and piercing through the nerves of Ye Xiu, who was ensnared by invisible ice shards. It was a success. Ye Xiu's fingers, resting on the server's exterior, felt the cold sensation of the invasion gradually recede, leaving only a subtle numbness beneath his skin. He slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at his seemingly unremarkable fingers, then abruptly lifted his gaze, as if penetrating the heavy soundproof door, fixating on the pair of eyes burning with cerulean ice shards in the darkness outside. His expression betrayed no hint of laziness or amusement. Instead, it bore witness to a profound astonishment, standing at the precipice of the unknown, infused with an unfathomable gravity. Ice string resonance, binary star vision, he murmured softly, his voice grating like metal scraping against metal. This is about to break the heavens apart. Chapter 49, Binary Star Breakthrough. The heavy soundproof door of the main control room at Xingxin Internet CAF swung open with a dull thud. Ye Xiu emerged, his habitual nonchalance vanished, replaced by an almost razor-sharp calm. The deep, continuous hum of the servers poured forth, akin to the suppressed breath of some colossal beast. Outside the door, Chunguo immediately rushed forward, her eyes darting anxiously between him and the lounge. How is it? What Ro just said, was it true? Can Lin Mo actually do those things from so far away? Her voice trembled with disbelief, her gaze fixed on the server room as if witnessing a site recently invaded by extraterrestrial forces. Su Muqiu supported the still weak, yet now focused Tang Rou, her own gaze firmly locked on Ye Xiu. Tang Rou breathed heavily, her cerulean starry eyes burning steadily. The precise vision description that had earlier astounded her seemed to have drained her energy, yet deep within her gaze lay a cold exhaustion born of insight into the truth. She needed no questions. The answer was inscribed within that brief and terrifying torrent of information. Ye Xiu did not look at Chunguo. His gaze pierced through the dim corridor light, landing on Tang Rou's otherworldly eyes. It's true. His voice was low yet resonated like a hammer striking an anvil, imbued with a cold, metallic clarity. That kid Lin Mo compressed a mass of information and, following the ice string between you two, shot it straight into the main server of the server room. He paused, a humorless smile curling at the corners of his mouth. And you, little Tang, acted as a super high-definition signal receiver, unpacking and analyzing that mass of information with crystal clarity. He raised the fingers that had rested on the server's exterior, scrutinizing them under the light, as if he could still feel the piercing cold sensation from that moment. Server model, temperature, load, serial number, all precisely accounted for. Distance, 1,743 kilometers. He lowered his hand, his gaze sweeping over the astonished Chunguo and the solemn Su Muqiu, finally resting on Tang Rou's pale face. This connection has not been severed. It has been upgraded. It has transformed into a bidirectional information superhighway that disregards distance and physical barriers. How is this possible? Chunguo exclaimed, her voice echoing harshly in the empty corridor. This isn't even gaming anymore. This is a superpower. It's monstrous. The magnitude of the revelation left her at a loss for words. Her eyes filled with a sense of unfamiliarity and a tinge of instinctive fear as she looked toward Lin Mo and Tang Rou. Boss. Ye Xiu's voice suddenly took on a weighty tone, imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. Put aside your notions of normalcy. From the moment the Wanxiang core lit up within him, from the moment Tang Rou was dragged into the depths of the mental abyss and emerged, the concept of normalcy has no relevance to them. He stepped forward, his gaze intense, as if intent on piercing through Chunguo's wavering resolve. Power is power, regardless of its form. Now it resides within us. In the world of glory, this is the hardest truth. Fear. What good is fear? Can fear shield us from those lurking in the shadows, coveting this power? Can fear restore them to ordinary lives? A barrage of questions struck Guo like heavy blows, draining the color from her face as she staggered back a step, leaning against the cold wall, her lips moving yet no words emerging. Fear lingered, but the raw, brutal force of survival and protection within Ye Xiu's words forcibly quelled her chaotic thoughts. Su Muqiu steadied Tang Rou, her gaze equally resolute. Ye Xiu is right, Guo. Lin Mo and Ro are no longer the same. What we can do is not to succumb to fear, but to help them seize control, to master it, rather than be consumed by it or have it taken away by others. Tang Rou momentarily closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the icy blue light within them had become more concentrated. With an extreme slowness, accompanied by the stiffness of awakening, she nodded. The motion was subtle, yet imbued with a sense of strength. She needed not utter a word. For the sentiments expressed by Ye Xiu and Su Muqiu reflected her current resolve. The chaotic torrent of information continued to batter against her mental barriers, causing waves of sharp pain, but fear? No, that is the most futile of emotions. She merely wished to discern what this pair of icy, crystalline eyes and this double-edged sword suspended deep within her soul could carve out on the path ahead. Excellent. Ye Xiu observed the renewed determination among the trio, despite the lingering shock evident on Guo's face, and nodded in satisfaction. A familiar, lazy smile, tinged with madness and calculation, crept back onto his lips. Since the highway has been opened, what is the point of merely running an information courier? We must transport something truly valuable. He turned and once again pushed open the heavy soundproof door of the main control room, where the glow of server indicator lights flickered like the eyes of a beast. Muqiu, assist Xiao Tang in coming in. Boss, you should join us. There is a splendid performance to witness. He entered without glancing back. At the first municipal hospital, in a single patient room, Lin Mo reclined on the hospital bed, with only a wall lamp casting a dim, yellow light. Above the palm of his outstretched right hand, a miniature space singularity energy spear, the Bingpa Xinghuan, silently floated and rotated, casting flickering shadows of azure light upon his focused visage. The recent ultra-long distance information projection had placed a considerable burden on his newly reformed core. He felt waves of subtle fatigue on a mental level, akin to the aftermath of high-intensity computations. Yet more prominently, he experienced an unprecedented sense of control and connection. He could distinctly feel the information flow precisely reaching its target coordinates through the IC string channel. Tang Rou's unique crystalline vision instantly captured, analyzed, and fed back the data. The entire process was as fluid as breathing, as if the invisible passage between him and Tang Rou was a natural extension of bodily perception. With a slight movement of his fingertips, the azure energy spear transformed into a flickering light and vanished into his palm. Lin Mo's gaze turned toward the heavy night outside the window, as if penetrating the concrete forest of the city to rest upon a brightly lit internet SAF. Resonating with the hum of servers, a familiar and distinctly targeted mental pulse surged again along the IC string channel. It was Ye Xiu. This pulse was even more intricate. No longer a mere coordinate anchor, but rather a set of encrypted command flows, imbued with strong intention and spatial coordinate information. The target was, within the main control room of the Xingxin Internet CAF, a specific tactical analysis terminal connected to the holographic projection interface. Following closely behind was an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear fragment of information, imbued with a cold, angular sensation. It felt as though a fragmented image had been forcibly thrust into his perception. Lin Mo's pupils contracted abruptly. That image was Glory. It was the login interface of the Glory Arena. However, it was not from any perspective he was familiar with. The interface had been completely deconstructed. The login box was a pulsating code framework, the background a flowing spectral color band representing server load, and even the confirmation button had been fragmented into logical judgment nodes and triggering probability parameters. Cold, efficient, inhuman. This was Tang Rou's vision. The intent conveyed by Ye Xiu was like frigid words, imprinted upon his consciousness. Project the spatial coordinate information of the hospital room you currently perceive onto the terminal within Xiao Tang's vision. Coordinate precision, centimeter level. A cold arc slowly formed at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Testing? No, this was Ye Xiu constructing a stage for the dual star vision to truly break through the barriers in the realm of glory. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo's mind instantly plunged into the core. The space of the hospital room unfolded infinitely in his perception, deconstructing the molecular density grid of the walls, the trajectories of floating dust particles in the air, the subtle stress distribution on the metal surface of the force stand. All the foundational information constituting the spatial coordinates, like billions of data streams, were frantically captured, compressed, and condensed by his reformed myriad core. The target, the terminal coordinates designated by Ye Xiu, will his command. The azure glow of the myriad core flickered at his chest. A highly concentrated beam of azure light, composed purely of spatial coordinate information, surged forth like an invisible spiritual arrow, traversing the solid icy string channel, defying the laws of physics, and boldly projecting toward the target coordinates thousands of miles away. In the main control room of the Xingxin Internet CAF, under the stark white lights, a massive holographic projection screen dominated an entire wall. On the screen was the login interface of the Glory Arena. Yet the displayed image rendered the air within the room nearly stagnant. Chunghua covered her mouth, her eyes wide and round, her body trembling slightly. Su Muqiu instinctively tightened her grip on Tang Rou's arm, her eyes filled with astonishment. Ye Xiu, with an unlit cigarette clamped between his lips, squinted, his gaze seemingly welded to the screen. What appeared on the screen was not the normal login interface. Instead, it was an overlay of dual perspectives. The vividly colored login box and background belonging to Glory occupied most of the display. Yet, atop this normal image, a translucent, icy blue grid of data and parsing lines covered it like a ghostly veil. The login box was deconstructed into pulsating code boundaries and input validation logic flows. The background was parsed into real-time color blocks representing server resource usage. The confirmation button flickered with the light of logical nodes representing triggering conditions. This was indeed the Glory login interface as seen through Tang Rou's crystalline vision. And at this moment, in the very center of this bizarre, dual-layered interface, a minuscule yet glaring azure light point appeared out of thin air. It was not a pixel of the projection itself, but rather a spatial coordinate marker, existing independently, suspended in the void before the screen. Around the luminous point, subtle and nearly imperceptible ripples of space undulate. The cold sensation it emanates resonates with Lin Mo's essence. Even more suffocating is the moment the ethereal blue light appears. Beside it, a tactical analysis terminal, linked to a holographic projection system, displays a green indicator light that flickers wildly, representing the reception of spatial coordinates. A series of frigid coordinate data refreshes at an astonishing speed, locking in with a precision of 5 decimal places, measured in meters. The coordinates are received, and Tang Rou's cold, hoarse voice echoes in the silent control room, carrying a hint of barely detectable fatigue and a chilling insight. The positioning accuracy from Lin Mo is 0.0001 meters. An error margin smaller than the thermal motion of spatial particles, and accuracy within millimeters. Ye Xiu inhaled sharply, nearly dropping the cigarette he held. His gaze was fixed on the ethereal blue point on the screen, then shifted to the terminal displaying the terrifyingly precise coordinate readings, before finally resting on Tang Rou, who was supported by Su Muqiu, her complexion pale as paper, yet her eyes sparkled with an astonishing icy blue brilliance. The dual-star perspective. Lin Mo projected the spatial coordinates he perceived, disregarding distance, into the designated device coordinates of the real world in the form of information flow. Tang Rou's crystalline eyes became the ultimate display and verifier of this projected coordinate. One was responsible for positioning and projection, while the other for receiving, analyzing, and displaying. The icy channel connecting the two served as a bridge for the information that transcended reality. The creature Chunghua murmured, her voice now devoid of fear, crushed under the weight of immense impact, leaving only pure, cognitive disrupting shock. Ye Xiu slowly removed the cigarette that had long been moistened by his saliva, his fingertips turning slightly pale from the pressure. The astonishment that had previously graced his face was replaced by a fervor and gravity akin to that of a chess player who has glimpsed the ultimate move. He approached the tactical terminal that had received Lin Mo's coordinate information, his fingers rapidly striking the cold keyboard. The spatial coordinate data marked by the ethereal blue point was swiftly imported, initiating a complex spatial modeling software. The coordinate data was assigned, and in an instant, a three-dimensional model of the ward, precise to the millimeter and composed of countless lines, was conjured out of thin air, hovering on the holographic projection screen. The thickness of the walls, the position of the windows, the contours of the hospital bed, and even Lin Mo's seated posture were rendered with astonishing clarity. This model was not a scan, but was entirely based on the spatial coordinate information projected by Lin Mo, combined with the powerful spatial computational capabilities of the Honor Engine to reverse engineer the spatial scene. Ye Xiu turned around, observing the 3 individuals in the control room who were utterly astonished by this miraculous display. His voice bore the weight of foreseeing the future, laced with excitement. Do you understand? Boss Lady, Muqiu, and Miss Tang? This is not the power of a monster. This is the key. A key that unlocks the wall of size, known as the physical rules of reality, behind the door of honor. From this day forth, the honor battlefield is no longer merely a realm of data. Chapter 50. The fracture of the wall of size inside the main control room. The air seemed frozen in place by the three-dimensional model of the ward, precise to the millimeter, suspended on the immense holographic screen. The low hum of the servers became the sole background sound, pounding against everyone's taut nerves. Chunghwa covered her mouth, her eyes glued to the virtual hospital bed depicted by cold lines, which clearly illustrated Lin Mo's seated posture. She gasped, as if on the verge of suffocation. This was not game modeling, it was reality. A space that truly existed behind walls of concrete, 17 kilometers away, all revealed by a single coordinate point, laid bare before their eyes. Su Muqiu instinctively tightened her grip on Tang Rou's hand, her fingertips icy. She gazed at the model, then at Tang Rou's eyes, which burned with a blue brilliance akin to icy crystal prisms. These eyes had just witnessed the coordinates projected by Lin Mo, driving the honor engine to reverse engineer them into a tangible reality. A shiver beyond comprehension coursed up her spine, not fear, but the shock of witnessing the tearing asunder of rules. Ye Xiu stood before the tactical terminal, his fingertips still tingling from the rapid keystrokes. He fixed his sharp gaze on the impeccably detailed model of the ward, as if he could pierce through it. His face bore no traces of shock, only a gravitas and greed akin to a chess player who finally comprehends the boundaries of the board, discovering an expansive cosmos beyond. The key, he murmured, his voice resounding with metallic clarity in the silent control room. What you are witnessing, boss lady, Mu Cheng, and Miss Tang, is no mere trick of monsters. He abruptly turned, his gaze fierce as it swept over the trio. This is groundbreaking. It has shattered the wall of size that separates the realms of honor and the real world, an invisible barrier that everyone had tacitly accepted as existing. He pointed emphatically at the holographic screen displaying the ward model. What is honor? It is data. It is code. It is a virtual world running on servers. Its rules are set by programmers. Its space is simulated by the engine. What is reality? It is the laws of physics. It is three-dimensional coordinates. It is walls, air, and the human body, tangible and real. These two realms should be distinctly separate. Players can soar through the virtual world, yet their hands can never touch a speck of dust beyond the screen. That is the wall of size that separates the two worlds. Ye Xiu's voice rose fervently, imbued with an almost fanatical intensity. But now, Lin Mo can transmit the spatial coordinates of the real world he perceives, akin to sending an email, disregarding distance and barriers, directly inserting it into the honor engine along that icy channel. And Miss Tang, your crystalline eyes are the receivers of this email, capable of reading its contents and enabling the honor engine to decode and reconstruct it as real data. His finger jabbed towards the terminal screen displaying the eerily precise coordinate readings. Do you see? 0.0001 meters. Millimeter level precision. What does this signify? This signifies that Lin Mo's perception of the tangible reality can be flawlessly comprehended, accepted, and even utilized by the honor engine. It implies that within the realm of honor, a coordinate point corresponding precisely to a physical location in reality can emerge from thin air. Ye Xiu inhaled sharply. The cigarette that had long been soaked was pinched between his fingers, nearly deformed. But what about the opposite, Miss Tang? What are the things you perceive in the honor world? Can those visions, deconstructed into data streams, logical nodes, and parametric light bands by your ice crystal eyes, be compressed and transmitted to Lin Mo along that ice string? This astonishing hypothesis struck like a thunderous ice bolt in the silence of the server room. Tang Rou's body jolted. Her eyes, ablaze with an otherworldly blue starlight, suddenly contracted. The chaotic torrent of information seemed to generate a new, violent vortex from this thought. She envisioned the underlying logic of the honor world, those deconstructed data streams. If they could be transmitted in reverse like Lin Mo's projected coordinates, what would Lin Mo perceive? Su Muqiu and Chunghwa's faces turned ashen in an instant. They dared not imagine what would transpire if the monster data streams, skill shadows, and even the intent of attacks within the honor world were deconstructed by Tang Rou's extraordinary eyes and then directly infused into Lin Mo's consciousness through the ice string. Ye Xiu, you have lost your mind. Chunghwa screamed, her voice tinged with tears and profound fear. Do you wish to bring them to ruin? Ro has just awakened. Lin Mo is still in the hospital. Madness. Ye Xiu abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a drawn sword, piercing through Chunghwa. Boss lady, do you think they can still live as ordinary people? That wall has already been breached. A fissure exists, just wide enough for them to slip through. Do you think those eyes lurking in the shadows are blind? The core of myriad phenomena. The ice crystal eyes emerging from the abyss of the mind. And this ice string passage that defies the laws of physics. These elements together form a searchlight in the night. If we do not ascertain how large and deep this fissure can be before others arrive with chisels and hammers to demolish the entire wall, what shall we use to defend ourselves? His voice struck like a hammer, leaving Chunghwa speechless and trembling. The overwhelming fear collided violently with the stark survival principles in Ye Xiu's words. Ye Xiu was right. A cold, hoarse yet exceptionally clear voice rose. It was Tang Rou. She freed herself from Su Muqiu's support, taking a shaky step forward with great difficulty. Her body remained frail, her fingertips trembling from mental overload. Yet her ice crystal-like eyes shone with remarkable brilliance, the blue starlight burning steadily with a near-resolute calmness. The wall has already cracked. She gazed at the cold model of the hospital room displayed on the holographic screen, then turned her attention to Ye Xiu. If it cannot be avoided, then it must be seen clearly. Her gaze shifted to Su Muqiu and Chengua, bearing a hint of reassurance yet unwavering determination. It must be controlled. She need not say much. Fear is futile, evasion is futile. Only control matters. With these eyes brought back from the abyss, she would perceive the world beyond the fissure, even if it is hell. Su Muqiu took a deep breath, suppressing her turbulent emotions, stepping forward to firmly grasp Tang Rou's slightly trembling arm. Her gaze equally sharp. I will protect Ro. Ye Xiu, what must we do? Ye Xiu looked at the two resolute-eyed girls before him, then glanced at Chengua, who was pale yet no longer opposing, and slowly nodded. The cigarette, now distorted beyond recognition, was casually tossed into the nearby trash bin. Little Tang, I need you to see. Ye Xiu approached the holographic projection console, his fingers swiftly tapping on the virtual keyboard, calling up the most basic training program of the honor arena, a vast circular stage. Focus your mind, and with your vision, observe this stage. Do not resist those data streams. Attempt to understand and deconstruct them, just as you would observe the air's flow rate or the stress on a wall. Then try to convey the core perception of this stage's spatial coordinates to Lin Mo. Think of that passage. Send it forth. His instructions were clear and direct, bearing immense risk while embodying a fervent quest for the unknown. Tang Rou closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. The frigid air filled her lungs, seemingly momentarily suppressing the stinging pain deep within her psyche. Upon reopening her eyes, the ice crystal vision activated with full force. The holographic arena before her instantaneously collapsed. It transformed from an image into countless light grids representing spatial boundaries, streams of friction coefficients indicating ground materials, and vertical arrows symbolizing gravitational vectors. A torrent of chilling data surged forth. She steadied her mind, shifting from passive reception to active focus and analysis. It was akin to searching for the very core, the axis supporting the entire spatial structure amidst a furious waterfall. Deep within her consciousness, the ice string connecting to the distant hospital was remarkably clear. At the other end, that vast, stable energy core, Lin Mo, pulsating with familiar energy, stood like a lighthouse in the darkness. Send it forth. Tang Rou's intent surged like a cold command, propelling the captured and condensed information core about the arena's spatial coordinates towards that lighthouse, along the stable passage, with a sudden thrust. In the single-occupancy ward of City First Hospital, Lin Mo leaned against the bed, resting his eyes. A wisp of blue starlight entwined his fingertips like a docile pet, flowing silently. The previous coordinate projection had taken a toll, and the fatigue on a mental level had not fully dissipated. Suddenly, a chilling, sharp torrent of information, laden with absolute clarity, surged into his consciousness core through the ice string passage, as if a dam of ice had burst without warning. It was not a mere coordinate point. It was the structure of space itself. A multitude of cold lines, pulsating parameters, and interwoven raster boundaries, a thoroughly disassembled honor arena. Ugh! Lin Mo let out a muffled groan, his body tensing abruptly. His face turned pale in an instant. His temples throbbed. Chaos, fury, disorder. This stream of information was 100 times more chaotic than the painful signal Tang Rou had previously transmitted. It was the primal output of her ice crystal vision, laden with the immense burden of forcibly parsing space and its cold angles. Lin Mo's core of myriad phenomena was instantly activated. A ghostly azure luminescence flickered upon his chest. His formidable computational and analytical faculties instinctively engaged, akin to a high-speed processor confronting an overwhelming torrent of gibberish. Chaotic lines began to be organized, pulsating parameters classified, and the frigid raster imbued with significance. A nebulous outline of a ring, composed solely of pure spatial data, was forcibly reconstructed deep within his consciousness. He could perceive the boundaries of the arena, sense the texture of the ground, and even feel the flow of air that did not exist in that virtual realm. At that moment, the ward's door swung open without warning. A doctor clad in a white coat, wearing a mask, and pushing a cart laden with a sphygmomanometer and medical records, entered with fluid grace. His gaze lowered to the clip in his hand, as if merely conducting a routine examination. Bed 23, Lin Mo, correct? Let's take your blood pressure, the doctor's voice, muffled by the mask, sounded somewhat dull. Lin Mo's eyes snapped open. The ghostly azure spark in his irises flickered and vanished. The overwhelming influx of information momentarily dulled his reaction, yet the instincts honed from prolonged combat remained sharp. Something was amiss. The doctor's footsteps were too light. His breathing was unnaturally steady. The sound of the cart's wheels emitted a dissonant friction. More crucially, when he had swept his gaze across the room upon entering, A fleeting glint of evaluation and coldness had flickered deep within his eyes. That was not the gaze of a physician assessing a patient. Almost simultaneously with Lin Mo's awakening, the doctor moved. His lowered head snapped up abruptly, eyes above the mask sharp as a hawk's. Gone was any semblance of a healer's gentleness. His hand, pushing the cart, darted like lightning beneath its lower tier. A chilling, intangible force field, laden with intense mental disruption and spatial confinement, enveloped the entire ward in an instant. Resembling a colossal grinding stone, Lin Mo's mental perception collided with an invisible ice wall. The outline of the ring he had just reconstructed within his consciousness was instantly shattered. The icy string channel connected to Tang Rou vibrated violently, inundated with interference and chaos. Simultaneously, the doctor's hand emerged from the cart, not grasping a stethoscope, but rather a peculiarly shaped, matte black pistol, its barrel adorned with flickering azure energy patterns. The muzzle did not aim at Lin Mo, but rather instantaneously targeted the surveillance camera in the corner of the ceiling. A soft, nearly inaudible sound echoed. A beam of azure pulse light shot forth. The blinking red light of the surveillance camera extinguished instantly, its surface crystallizing with an eerie frost. Zero protocol. Mr. Lin Mo, please cooperate with the investigation. The voice emanating from beneath the mask was frigid, mechanical, devoid of any semblance of human sentiment. The gun swung back. The azure energy patterns locking onto Lin Mo in his hospital bed. Players should not possess administrator privileges. The cold mechanical voice resonated once more, akin to a decree, declaring that the fissures in the wall of size must be mended or brought under complete control.